Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Earth. The Solar System. A spacecraft, well, to be more precise, in order to escape as quickly as possible, this is a small emergency escape pod that is on the verge of running out of energy. Beep. 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 As a loud alarm starts beeping, a young boy with black hair, who resembles a mummy, slowly opens his eyes from a deep sleep in a cryogenic chamber. After detecting the presence of an awakened organism, the white mist within the cryogenic chamber began to slowly retract. Then, the powerful yet slow beating of the heart echoed throughout the chamber. The lid of the cryogenic chamber slid open, and after a brief moment, a pale yet strong hand reached out, pushed through the last bits of white fog, and grabbed the edge of the lid. Ugh, my body feels so stiff. Victor's brain is slowly waking up. How long have I been frozen? Suddenly, pain began to spread through his body, and slowly began to crawl up his body. There are huge, deep cuts on his right shoulder that go across his body. Victor's heart barely pumped the remaining small amount of blood as his nervous system began to activate, causing it to flow again within his body with pain strong enough to make most people pass out. However, Victor's face stayed calm. After he slowly rose with some effort, he used his other hand to feel around his body to see what was happening. In order to escape from that terrifying place, Victor paid a really terrible price. After killing several Viltrumites who were slightly older than him, he stole an escape pod from the planet they conquered and fled into space. Even though the ships from Viltrum had great medical equipment, Victor couldn't use it. He didn't want those ruthless warriors to come after him, as he's a traitor from Viltrum. He had no choice but to use a broken spaceship from an old, destroyed civilization that had been half destroyed by the fellow Viltrumites. To avoid being tracked, Victor abandoned the spaceship and made a quick, rough fix to just one escape pod. He also took a cryogenic chamber to prevent his injuries from worsening during the long space journey. The result was that Victor's injuries didn't improve. As soon as the cryogenic freezing ended, the massive wound crossing his chest and abdomen began to worsen again. That wasn't all. There are more than 50 shattered bones, his right thigh almost completely torn off except for a small piece of skin, his spine torn and stretched, his throat completely ripped out, half of his skull cut off, and some brain tissue lost. He had at least 20 deadly injuries covering his entire body. However, these wouldn't be enough to kill a Viltrumite. Especially since his bloodline came from an elite warrior who had stood out exceptionally during the Great Purge, a person who was invincible and exceptionally extraordinary even on Viltrum. After probing around for a while and understanding his condition, Victor stopped to rest and regain some strength, waiting for the effects of the cryogenic freezing to gradually wear off. Then, he propped himself up using the edge of the cryogenic chamber and sat up. The cryogenic chamber's position faced the main cockpit window of the escape pod, and in his bloodshot eyes, a beautiful blue planet was shining in space. Immediately, a wave of hope rushed through his heart. I finally arrived. Fuck Viltrum. I came here way too early. The Great Purge on Viltrum might not even be finished yet, and on Earth, there's no Omniman or Invincible who can threaten me. He thought excitedly. Even though traveling so early had caused him to suffer for more than 10 years, Victor couldn't help but feel excited as he was finally about to return to that weak hometown. There are no Omniman, Invincible, or Atomic Eve on Earth, none of the strong characters from the original works are in this time. Even the pirated Justice League version hasn't been formed yet. The only one who could pose a threat to me is the Immortal. The database on Viltrum has information about Earth. It was a planet that, according to their records, would take hundreds of years to even become a small threat, and even then, wouldn't be worth conquering. Victor's plan was quite perfect. He just needed to tell a few tiny lies, and no one could stop him from enjoying life. If Immortalman became his enemy, Victor wouldn't mind using some even dirtier methods like launching a sneak attack, killing Immortalman once, and then figuring out a way to seal his shattered body. Even a normal warrior from Viltrum could become an emperor on Earth at this point in time. Snap. After a sudden noise, Victor's face became as dark as the escape pod. Even though Viltrum had advanced technology, their technology was mainly focused on battle and war. They also had researchers, but they were mostly weaklings by nature, or individuals who, after being rendered incapable of continuing to fight due to the brutal competition, were forced to work in this field. He hated that life. He had already suffered so much from the crazy, strongest survive rules on that planet. The last thing he wanted was to end up crippled and stuck doing boring research in the shadows for the rest of his life. However, Victor made a mistake in calculating how much energy he had left. The escape pod's energy was almost gone, and with his serious injuries, even though Viltrumite could survive in space for a while, his remaining strength probably wasn't enough to keep him alive long enough to reach Earth. A helpless smile twitched at the corner of Viktor's mouth. I'm so close. Earth is right there in front of me. He felt totally helpless. Just as he helplessly crawled out of the cryogenic chamber, planning to tear apart the escape pod and fly the remaining distance himself, a strange sense of being enclosed suddenly made him shudder. He slowly climbed out of the cryogenic chamber. He was ready to rip open the escape pod's door and try to fly the rest of the way himself using just his own body. Suddenly, the years of fighting and bloodshed had made him quickly realize that some powerful life form was rapidly approaching him, and its aura had already locked onto him. What kind of person would possess such an aura? It wasn't like the cold, dangerous, furious feeling he got from enemies or alien warriors he faced back home. Instead, it felt warm, like the light of the sun. But whether cold or warm, Viktor knew for sure that the one who owned this presence was incredibly strong. It's so powerful that it made his already exhausted muscles tremble uncontrollably. He had once seen the future ruler of the Viltrum Empire during training. Thrag looked over Viktor and the other young warriors preparing for a conquest with a calm gaze. However, this warmth felt just as strong as Thrag, maybe even stronger. Viktor's movements slowed. This Earth might not even be the same Earth anymore, or maybe it wasn't Earth at all. Where did such a powerful being come from? Through the transparent glass, Viktor stared stiffly at the shadow rapidly approaching outside the escape pod. He looked at the figure of the newcomer with his face covered by a thick, dense beard. Viktor's brain quickly searched through old memories, and the only one who could match the thick beard was, in fact, the immortal, whom he had previously dismissed as not a threat in his imagination. No way. This guy. Viktor couldn't hide his shock. What the fuck? How could the immortal be this strong? Chapter 2, Superman. The harsh training from the Viltrumite always taught him one thing, that is, Viltrumite must be brave enough to throw punches at any opponent. This strange training made the Viltrumite fight like stubborn fighters, calm and composed, but also fearless. If they get killed during a training session, it just shows that they were too proud and didn't see the reality of how weak they actually are. Moreover, Viktor was born during the Great Purge era, and what he experienced was far more brutal than usual. No one knows how hard it must have been for him, who came from a peaceful world, to deal with the Viltrum way of teaching during that time. However, Viktor endured it and even showcased his bloodline's natural talent at just 14 years old and was forced to train and kill. But every single day for more than 10 years, he always dreamed of going back to Earth to escape the nightmare of Viltrum. Viktor's heart was still attached to Earth. That's why he didn't immediately throw a punch at the immortal. He bitterly pondered for a moment, unable to understand why the immortal, who was bisected by Omni-Men, was so strong that just watching him from afar made it hard to breathe. Unless, after the Scourge virus incident, the survivors of Viltrum went through some kind of strange evolution. So, I misjudged the difference in strength between myself and Omni-Men, and also misjudged the strength of the immortal. The memories from his past life reminded him that there was still a way out. That was to completely abandon the Viltrumite mindset and humbly beg for help. The immortal, who also carried the essence of peace, would surely be reluctant to kill him, no matter how suspicious he might be. Earth had its own survival rules. It's not like Viltrum. He was forced to follow the survival rule really fast when he was in Viltrum, which is don't struggle, don't suffer, don't hesitate, and don't show any weakness. That's how he could survive on Viltrum. The immortal finally reached the escape pod. The immortal's somewhat long black hair flowed loosely, and the thick beard on his face made it hard to see his expression. However, the vigilance and suspicion in his eyes were plainly evident. At this point, the immortal was certainly not a hero, and he was simply an immortal powerhouse on Earth. The long years had changed him many times inside. No one would be careless of a strange and unfamiliar alien spacecraft, especially when it was heading straight for their planet. The idea that being humble could help him survive was just an escape for the weak. In the end, Viktor's knees didn't give way. He clenched his fists and began to summon the power from his already battered body. The rough fibers, along with years of dust, began to break apart. The effort to gather strength was pushing his life closer to the edge of death, and his brain started to grow heavy from excessive blood loss. After 14 years, the thought of home still haunted him, and he took one last, longing look at the planet he called home. Even though it might not be the same home anymore. The wounds continued to tear open, along with the agonizing screeching sound of the escape pod being ripped apart, and amounts of blood floated because there was no gravity. He jumped lightly and aimed at the dark figure that was tearing through special space metal like it was paper. He swung his fist. However, Viktor's eyes looked dull and weak because the strain on his body was too much, and his punch was weak, even softer than when he was 5 years old. He was too badly injured, and perhaps the entire plan of fleeing and returning home was nothing more than a dream. The person easily grabbed his fist. Even though the opponent was being careful, Viktor's bones still emitted sounds of unbearable strain. Why is he so strong? Viktor's lips had lost all color, and as his pupils widened, his last thought broke through. However, a warmth enveloped him, several times more powerful than the previous one, freezing him in place as he was about to die. Viktor's pupils slowly contracted. The man with the beard no longer had the suspicious look he had when he first appeared by the escape pod. Moreover, Viktor's eyes showed a feeling he had almost forgotten. It was a feeling no one from Viltrum would ever show him. "I'm sorry for tearing apart your spacecraft, but you probably won't survive long enough for me to push you in the pod back." The warm, large hand pulled him into a more solid and broad chest. "Your injuries are severe. I need to stay close to you in order to use a biofield to extend your life by about 10 more seconds." A keyword that shouldn't have appeared triggered Viktor's fading consciousness. His blurry eyes slowly moved, and then he locked onto something on the man's chest, something that shouldn't be there. A shiny silver S was glowing on the black cloth. The light and shadows of the stars were momentarily torn into countless fragmented threads, and the next second, they dramatically shifted and appeared in a dimly lit room. The familiar, comforting feeling of gravity was there, nothing like the oppressive, suffocating feeling of Viltrum. It was Earth. A figure reflecting a soft glow moved just before the last bit of light disappeared from his eyes. Chapter 3, Confusion. A shabby attic. Even though the house's owner was very careful and patiently cleaned up all the dust, and the things in the room were arranged neatly enough, Viktor could still tell that no one had lived here for a long time. When his feet stepped onto the floor, the old wooden boards creaked, as if they couldn't handle the weight. There was a glass of water on the bedside table. He looked down at his chest, wrapped in a clean white bandage. His right arm was suspended by a splint and plaster across his chest. He pushed open the old wooden door with his left hand, and a faint, musty smell filled his nose. As he slowly descended the stairs of the attic, Viktor once again felt the gravity beneath him. This is Earth. It's not the Earth he used to know. In some ways, it might even be more dangerous than Viltrum's Great Purge. At least this was Earth. There wouldn't be cold-hearted or angry instructors forcing him to fight and kill his comrades. There wouldn't be a situation where he'd be thrown into an ugly alien beast's cage and forced to fight for his life. He also wouldn't be forced to follow his squad and massacre billions of innocent lives, simply because those civilizations kept fighting back bravely and wouldn't give up. Fortunately, the brutal survival rules he understood at the age of 5 did not help him forget the peaceful and stable life he had lived for over 20 years. A slightly distant memory flashed by, and Viktor raised his still intact arm, pinching his cheeks. The living room on the first floor wasn't empty. In addition to the old sofa and vintage television set, there was a row of quite old farming tools neatly placed along the wall, a few hoes, an iron rake, a sickle hanging on the wooden wall, and a straw hat. Viktor's gaze lingered on the straw hat for a moment. Though his consciousness had nearly faded before he passed out, Viktor was sure he hadn't made a mistake. Wait. With that guy around, how is Earth listed as vacation level in the Viltrum database? He felt somewhat numb. Throughout the journey, in order to prevent his injuries from worsening, Viktor had been in a cryogenic sleep state. After waking up, he hadn't had the chance to check the escape pod's navigation logs. It's another dimension. Or wait, is this actually some mixed-up comic world? Back when he was frantically trying to note down Earth's coordinates, Viktor hadn't had the time to check the Viltrum database for a planet called Krypton in this universe. Theoretically, it shouldn't exist. If there was a race that could stand as a rival to Viltrumites under the yellow sun's radiation, they should have known this back in the day. A species capable of threatening Viltrumite was a topic that would be covered in the mandatory classes. Even civilizations weaker than Viltrum were given special mention, let alone Krypton. He gazed at the house around him, starting to think about his current situation. I hadn't been captured. The others probably thought of me as some kind of alien refugee, but why was the place I'm in so simple? He heard the sound of waves not far away and followed the sound. Through the window, Viktor could see sunlight and an endless sea. Even if he were an alien refugee, Viktor shouldn't be housed in a lonely house by the sea. They'd at least put him in a justice hall or a watchtower for monitoring. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed continuously, mixed with the soft breeze whistling through the window, bringing a bit of life to the quiet attic. He leaned against the window, his fingers brushing against the cool glass, his gaze fixed on the distant line where the sea met the sky. He needed to quickly figure out the current time, his location, and who that man with the S symbol was. The Viltrumite's physiology allowed him to recover faster than most, and although his injuries weren't fully healed, basic movements were no longer a problem. He moved his left leg a little, feeling the slight soreness in his muscles, then leaned on the wall and slowly walked to the center of the living room. Next to the old television was a peeling wooden cabinet, with a small copper lock hanging on the cabinet door. He tried to gently pry it open with his left hand, and the copper lock snapped with ease. Inside the cabinet were neatly folded old clothes and a yellowed diary. He picked up the diary, his fingertips brushing over the rough pages, and opened the first page. The handwriting was somewhat rough, and it's all about daily matters. Today, the winds and waves at the beach were very strong, and the fishing net broke again. I'll have to fix it tomorrow. Mrs. Jane from next door sent over a bowl of seafood soup. It tasted really good. The radio said something strange happened in the city. There are people who can fly. I hope it doesn't affect the beach. He quickly flipped through the diary, and with each page, his heart grew heavier. The diary spanned only 6 months, with the latest entry from 3 days ago. Today, I found an injured seabird. I hope it gets better soon. There was no mention of anything related to superheroes or aliens. The only relevant part was the phrase, people who can fly. He couldn't help but fall into confusion. The S symbol, the ability to fly in space, and the biofield he vaguely heard before losing consciousness. Did Superman save me? Suddenly, a faint sound caught Victor's ears. He quickly put the diary back in place, instinctively kicking the broken copper lock under the sofa. The next second, the wooden door of the attic gently opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a blue work uniform walked in. The man was tall, his skin was rough, and his face bore the weathered lines of someone who had been out in the sea breeze for too long. After seeing Victor standing in the center of the living room, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a gentle smile. You're awake. The man's voice was low and hoarse with tiredness. How are you feeling? Victor immediately tensed up, his left hand subtly clenching, and the remaining strength in his body began to gather quickly. He didn't speak, instead keeping a vigilant watch on the men, trying to assess any signs of hostility from his expression and movements. The men seemed to notice his wariness. He stopped in his tracks, raising both hands in a gesture to show he meant no harm. Don't be afraid, I'm not gonna hurt you. It was Superman who brought you here. He said you were badly injured and needed a quiet place to rest. He remained tense. Though the mention of Superman did bring a slight sense of relief to his heart, Victor knew he still had to continue pretending until he fully understood the situation in this world. As someone who was basically an alien, Victor probably had some understanding. If that was truly Superman, then in a significant number of alien civilizations, Superman was known for his incredible reputation. However, this only made him more serious in examining the specific situation of this world. During the years he spent on Viltrum, Victor had never heard of Superman existing on Earth in this universe. Where exactly am I now? What universe was this? Chapter 4, Origin. Seeing that Victor remained tense, with eyes full of suspicion, the man's smile didn't fade. Instead, it softened with a more reassuring warmth. He slowly lowered his hands, palms facing forward, clearly showing that he was not carrying any weapons, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. His steps were steady but carried a slight, relaxed feel typical of fishermen. The old wooden floor creaked with a faint creak. It seems Superman wasn't wrong, you're a very cautious kid. The man said while tidying up a few scattered shells and a small cloth stained with sea mud beside the stove. My name is Tom, and I'm a friend of Superman. Victor's ears perked up, and his heart skipped a beat. When Superman found you in space, you were almost at your limit, with your life signs so weak they were almost impossible to detect. He specifically brought you here to recover. My place is by the sea, quiet, and ideal for healing. Tom moved lightly, trying his best not to make any noise while cleaning up the clutter. Tom. Victor silently repeated the name in his mind, his brow furrowing slightly. His gaze swept over Tom's entire body like a radar. He was wearing a faded blue work uniform, with a few barely noticeable salt stains on the collar, and the cuffs were casually rolled up. The exposed forearms were covered in numerous fine scars. At a glance, Tom certainly appeared to be a genuine fisherman who had grown up by the sea. Why? He couldn't recall whether Superman had any fisherman friends. After all, with so many comics, TV shows, movies, and the concept of multiple universes, the jumbled mess of different worldviews from his past life made it difficult to sort out. However, this place was a new reality for him. Having experienced numerous near-death injuries over the past 10 years, Victor knew the extent of his injuries before he fell unconscious this time. The tear across his chest and abdomen was so deep that the bone was visible, and the muscle tissue around the wound had already begun to show the bone. 2 of his ribs had even punctured the pleura, and every breath he took caused excruciating pain that shot through his lungs. Even though he possessed self-healing abilities far beyond Earthlings, it would have been impossible for him to walk for a few days without specialized medical equipment. Not even ordinary bandages would have helped, even the most advanced medical resources on Earth in his past life would have struggled to save him at that time. It must have been Superman who intervened. The one who has the Fortress of Solitude in the Arctic, who has Kryptonian advanced technology, and who has the Justice League behind him. Before losing consciousness, Victor had thought he would end up in a place filled with cutting-edge technology. Perhaps in the medical chamber of the Fortress of Solitude or the Watchtower. However, this place in front of him lacked even the most basic disinfectant or hemostatic medicine. A lot of questions flow through his head. He almost blurted out to question the men, asking where Superman was and what his true intentions were in taking him in. But just as the words were about to leave his mouth, he forcibly suppressed them. There was still the possibility that the Superman whose power was unfathomable stood behind him. That was someone he definitely couldn't afford to provoke right now. Tom walked over with a steaming bowl of soup. It had a faint seafood aroma, mixed with some familiar fresh fragrance. I made some seafood soup with fresh little shrimp and clams, not too many seasonings. He gently placed the soup on the old wooden table in the living room and pushed it in front of him. Tom's hands were large, and there were traces of sea mud still embedded between his fingers. Victor's gaze fell on the bowl of soup. The milky broth was dotted with small red shrimp and white clam meat, looking very appetizing. He then looked up at Tom. Tom's eyes were open and honest, without a hint of evasion. The concern in his eyes didn't seem fake at all. It was as if he were truly just a kind-hearted fisherman, doing his best to take care of an injured stranger. Victor lowered his head in silence for a moment, then picked up the spoon placed beside the bowl. He took a small sip of the soup. The warm liquid slid down his throat, bringing a long-missed feeling of comfort and warmth. "I'm Victor, and thank you." Victor put the spoon down and coughed lightly twice, trying to make his voice sound clearer. He didn't mention any doubts about his injuries or Superman, simply offering his thanks. Right now, he needed to observe. He needed to find his footing as quickly as possible in this unfamiliar environment. It's better to pretend to be weak and be grateful as an alien refugee for now. This will buy enough time to understand this world and investigate whether there was any trace of Viltrumite in this universe. If this place really was just a DC universe, then he could only say it was barely a vacation spot, the kind that could turn upside down at any moment. It didn't matter. By using the seemingly weak and harmless period, Victor could come up with a plan to earn the trust of most of the powerful figure around here. Tom smiled, and his smile was warm, like the sunlight by the sea. He pulled the chair opposite Victor and sat down. His gaze was gentle as he looked at him, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, but not too direct, making it not uncomfortable. "No need to thank me." Tom's voice remained deep and hoarse, but it carried a sense of friendliness. "When Superman brought you here, he briefly told me that you're from another planet, that you'd run into some trouble, and asked me to take good care of you. I see you're young, and you must have suffered quite a bit drifting alone in space. Can you tell me about your story?" Victor's hand holding the spoon paused for a moment. Why would a fisherman care about such things? Was it pure curiosity, or was he cooperating with someone to gather information about him? Did he have to start acting on the first day after waking up? "My story." Victor's gaze became a little distant, and he let himself slip into his memories at the right moment. For example, which planet are you from? Also, is there something bad happening on your planet? Tom's question seemed casual, but each question carried an investigative tone, precisely probing at the critical points. He didn't ask in an interrogative tone but used a caring posture, making the questioning feel less abrupt. After all, a sudden alien visitor popping up was a potential threat to any planet. Victor also needed to use Tom to convey some useful information to Superman and possibly the Justice League behind him in order to gain their trust. By gaining their trust, Victor would have the opportunity to access Superman's technology and figure out the things that concerned him the most. He didn't answer immediately but slowly put down the spoon. "I'm from Viltrum." Victor's voice carried a subtle trace of fatigue and hoarseness, and his expression was tinged with an indescribable disdain. It was real disdain. It's a planet that prides itself on battle and conquest. Chapter 5, Past. On our planet, strength is everything. The weak have no dignity and can only serve as stepping stones for the strong or be victims in the Great Purge. Victor's voice was soft, and the rejection and disgust in his eyes were obvious, but they quickly disappeared. The sunlight poured through the window, casting a strange silhouette on his face that combined both youthful energy and the exhaustion of experience. He didn't hide the bloodthirsty and warlike culture of Viltrum. However, he did soften the story of his own upbringing somewhat, omitting the most brutal and gory details. For example, during his coming-of-age ceremony, Victor killed 3 older comrades with his own hands to survive. Those details were too cruel. He only emphasized that his heart had never felt at home with the planet from a young age, and he considered himself an outcast. Honesty was indeed his greatest weapon, but it could be revealed little by little through slow interactions. This was more in line with his mindset as a newcomer. On Viltrum, being weak is a sin. All children fight to survive and fight while the adult warriors revel in conquering other civilizations. Victor's tone carried a weary helplessness. "Since I can remember, all I've seen is endless battles and killings, and all the children were bred by adults who were assigned reproduction tasks just to fight in wars that can last thousands of years with no sense of familial love or affection. They would throw us into training camps, where we have to kill each other, and only the last kid standing or the one still alive gets to be trained. That was the only way for me to learn about my bloodline origins, but even then, you could never truly recognize them. For example, my father, he may have bred hundreds of children through his missions, but not all of them survived. I once thought about rebelling, but most of them is the same. They discriminate against the weak and don't allow any display of empathy or compassion under any circumstances. They call it cowardice. He lowered his head slightly, avoiding Tom's increasingly shocked and angry gaze. He left out some parts about himself. Even though his way of thinking didn't think like a Viltrumite, and his heart felt totally wrong for that awful place. He never exposed these feelings throughout his time. Except for when he was 10 years old, when the instructor forced him onto the battlefield, ordering him to clear the last remaining survivors with the glory of conquest. The old, weak people, women, children, and the desperate screams, the blood covering everyone, and the broken bones made him finally lose control after being under so much pressure for so long. He turned and charged toward the instructor, who had once shown him approval. But soon, Viktor realized how tiny and weak he still was compared to a real Viltrumite who had experienced centuries of conquest and decades of the Great Purge. After that, Viktor never showed any sign of weakness again. He forced himself to lock up all his emotions and was close to a state of mental breakdown. In the eyes of those Viltrumites, Viktor only seemed to become stronger and more powerful. Of course, at the beginning, Viktor, like any person, had dreamed of one day returning home. But as time passed, and with his hands stained with blood again and again, Viktor began to subconsciously ignore his original wish. He could even say that deep down he started to feel scared of going back to his home. He was woken up many nights by nightmares. In these dreams, Viktor turned into a true Viltrumite and got sent to conquer a new planet, and it was Earth, his real home from before. Of course, Viktor didn't share all of this with Tom. He simply and somewhat numbly described a brief version of his life over the past 10 years. Tom listened quietly, his hands resting on the table, unconsciously tightening into fists. He was clearly moved by the cruel scenes in the story. He had never thought that in some part of the universe, there could be a civilization that glorified killing and conquest. As he looked at the silent young man before him, Tom felt even more sympathy in his heart. He could feel Viktor's deep helplessness that only someone who had truly suffered could understand. Tom sighed softly, deciding not to ask more questions. He quietly waited. If Viktor wanted to continue speaking, Tom felt it was important to give him enough time and space. After a moment, Viktor spoke again. I've always been looking for a chance to escape that hellish place. There was a trace of relief in his voice, as if he had just survived a near-death experience. I found an opportunity during a great purge and seized an escape pod from another planet that had been conquered by Viltrum. While I was running away, I was hunted by other Viltrumites, and that's how I got all these severe injuries. I don't know how many light years I drifted in space, but the escape pod's energy was nearly depleted and perhaps by fate, I drifted to Earth. He didn't mention that he had killed his comrades during the Great Purge, nor did he mention that. For now, Viktor just needed them to know that he was a rebel from Viltrum and that he had completely broken ties with that warlike civilization, and that he posed no threat to Earth. In fact, Viktor might even need protection due to potential revenge from his home planet. He carefully told the truth but left some things out. He knew that Superman and Justice League behind him, if they existed, would undoubtedly remain highly cautious of a civilization like Viltrum. And as an outcast who had escaped the Viltrum Empire, Vilter could be the way for them to learn about this potential threat and could even offer them some intelligence about Viltrum Empire. After all, a rebel who actively provides enemy intelligence is far more trustworthy than an alien with an unknown origin. More importantly, Viktor needed to take advantage of the highly likely existence of super technology on Earth. He needs to find out if Viltrum still exists in this universe. If Viltrum didn't exist in this universe, I could stay on Earth, heal, and start a new life in peace. If it does exist, I'll have to get ready and prepare for being hunted. I know the one who saved me is very powerful. I can tell from his strength and the warm feeling around him. I think he's probably protecting this planet. He's its guardian. I don't mean any harm, and I don't want to cause you trouble, far away from all the endless fighting and killing. Viktor's voice got quieter, almost like he wasn't sure if he should ask for help. Hopefully, this Tom, who claimed to be Superman's friend, had a similar personality to Superman. If Tom could trust him and pass these words on to Superman, then Viktor wouldn't need to worry about other issues for now. Tom gently tapped the table and spoke kindly. Kid, you've been through a lot. Tom's eyes were filled with pity, but also a hint of determination. You don't need to worry too much. Superman is a very kind person. He's helped many other alien visitors like you who were in trouble. You don't have to worry about anything right now and just rest and heal here. This place is very safe, and no one will bother you. Viktor's worried heart finally relaxed. He picked up his spoon again and started to drink the soup slowly, but what he didn't notice something sneaky outside, a tiny listening device was hidden on an old locust tree. These sounds were converted into encrypted electronic signals and transmitted to the Batcave, located hundreds of kilometers away in the outskirts of Gotham City. Inside the Batcave, the lights were dim, and the only light came from a huge screen that lit up the surroundings. The screen was showing a live transcription of the conversation between Viktor and Tom, with accompanying data showing fluctuations in Viktor's tone, heart rate, breathing frequency, and other physiological readings. There was even a small window playing footage from a miniature camera attached to the listening device, showing live footage of the scene. Even though the pictures were a bit fuzzy and the angle wasn't great, it was enough to see Viktor's movements and expressions. Batman sat in a chair right in front of the screens, his black suit blending into the dark surroundings, with only his sharp eyes gleaming from beneath the shadow of his bat mask. Batman's fingers rested lightly on the keys, maintaining the posture as if he were a statue. The console made soft electrical sounds, mixing with the faint glow of the screen, creating a suffocating atmosphere in the Batcave. Viltrum Empire. Chapter 6, Results. Batman's fingertips lightly tapped the console, breaking the silence in the Batcave. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze was filled with scrutiny and confusion. It has never appeared in any of the known extraterrestrial civilization databases. As soon as he finished speaking, Batman pressed a button on the console. The screen changed to show a massive database. They were sorted from threat at the top, all the way down to none at the bottom, and each civilization had detailed information, including race characteristics, technology advancements, structure, whether they were aggressive, and more. He entered the keyword, Viltrum Empire, into the search bar, even including all possible similar or similar-sounding words. However, the screen continued to show no matching results. Batman didn't give up. No records didn't mean it didn't exist. It might actually mean the civilization was extremely mysterious or from an unknown part of the universe. He then brought up information on known dangerous civilizations and began to compare them one by one. From a bloodthirsty alien race on a distant planet to an interstellar pirate organization that lived off plundering resources, he carefully reviewed the information on every dangerous civilization. There's not even anything similar. Batman frowned. Viktor's descriptions of being bloodthirsty and warlike, and priding itself on conquest, combined with the details of the individual who delivered Viktor to him 3 days ago, made Batman immediately categorize this as a potential high-threat target. A race that has conquest and bloodshed ingrained into its genetic code would pose a massive potential disaster for Earth if any individual from that species came near. Moreover, the fact that even a rebellious teenager could possess such a strong body made Batman worry that the regular Viltrumite would be even more terrifying. Batman's expression grew even more serious. He began mentally constructing a combat power model for the Viltrumite, analyzing the potential threats they could pose to Earth. But unfortunately, the person who brought Viktor to him 3 days ago had been keeping a close eye on him the entire time. Unlike the current naive, cheerful Superman in Metropolis, the men in the black armor didn't give Batman any chance to get more biological samples from the boy. He only managed to get a drop of blood. At this moment, that drop of blood was in the deeper underground of the Batcave, inside a rumbling analyzer. However, because the sample was so small, many tests couldn't be done, and it would likely take a long time to understand the boy's true nature. A rebel who fled from his home planet. Batman's eyes were filled with scrutiny. The tone of his voice shows signs of nervousness and fear. His heart rate is normal, and his breathing is steady, but it could be that he's been specially trained to hide his emotions. His gaze fell on the window on the display screen showing Viktor's physiological data, carefully analyzing every change in the numbers. When Viktor described the cruelty of the Viltrum Empire, his heart rate did indeed rise slightly, and his breathing became a bit faster. These are the normal reactions someone might have when recalling a traumatic experience. However, Batman wasn't taking any chances. He has seen too many enemies skilled in disguise. There are some agents who could perfectly control their physiological reactions after special training, making it impossible to detect any flaws on the surface. This boy grew up in a harsh environment, and he had undoubtedly undergone strict training. These reactions are genuine emotional expressions or carefully crafted disguises. Batman couldn't be sure and didn't dare to draw conclusions hastily. In his view, any individual from an unknown extraterrestrial civilization deserved the highest level of scrutiny, even if they appeared to be nothing more than a heavily injured teenager. He didn't trust Viktor's words. He already prepared for the worst-case scenario. What if this boy were an undercover agent sent by the Viltrum Empire to prepare for a future invasion? What if all his statements were lies, and his so-called escape was just a cover, with his true goal being to infiltrate Earth? These possibilities all needed to be checked out one by one. Batman never trusted anyone's word alone. He only trusted evidence. Activate secondary monitoring protocol. Closely track the target's movements. Batman issued the command to the console. Also, contact Green Lantern and ask him to check the OA database and see if there's any planet or civilization called Viltrum Empire anywhere in the universe. The console emitted a faint buzzing sound, signaling that the command had been successfully executed. The surveillance program was activated, and countless tiny devices hidden around the attic began to operate in all directions. The communication signal to the Green Lantern Corps had also been sent, and they were now waiting for a response. A few moments later, a fun, kinda cocky voice came through Batman's earpiece, asking to talk. "Knock knock, is the Bat home?" Batman leaned slightly back, quietly listening to the faint rumble coming through his earpiece, and asked with an emotionless tone. "It sounds pretty lively over there." "Yeah, buddy, yeah." Green Lantern's voice was a bit out of breath. "You know, just the usual, intergalactic police catching cosmic criminals. This guy's a bit slippery, though. Runs pretty fast." Batman frowned deeply and waited until he stopped talking before asking. "Did you find the information I asked for?" "Ah, you're always so impatient. Do you rush things like this when you're on dates with a lady?" Batman let out a cold, sharp grunt, and Green Lantern quickly fell silent, pulling himself together. "No, Bats, nothing." "What?" Batman's expression grew even more serious. "I said there's no such thing as the Viltrum Empire, at all. The OA database has zero record of it, nothing from 1,000 years ago, and who knows from 1,000 years ahead." He couldn't help but sit up straighter, his finger pressing a button to switch the screen back to the surveillance of Viktor, who was sipping his soup. He stared at the boy intently and couldn't help but double-check with Green Lantern once again. "You're positive you actually looked carefully?" Boom. 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 There was another series of intense explosions, followed by Green Lantern's screams, then the heavy sound of him being thrown into the ground. After a long pause, Green Lantern's exhausted voice finally came through again. "Buddy, do you think OA's supercomputer is made of junk?" Boom. It sounded like Green Lantern punched something and then yelled at it to behave. "As soon as I received your communication signal, I sent the Viltrum Empire search request back to OA. OA's integrated intelligence can search all the data from the past to the present in just 3 seconds. The conclusion: there's northwest such place as the Viltrum Empire. It doesn't exist." Batman fell silent. Green Lantern fed a few more words into the comm, but when he didn't get a response, he sighed helplessly and continued. "Come on, think about it. Even if OA might not have all the knowledge of our universe, a warlike, bloodthirsty civilization like that would have had interactions with others through war. However, we still can't find a trace of Viltrum's past existence. It's either that your source is fake, or I'll have to request a psychological evaluation from the League. Did the Joker fool you or something?" Chapter 7, Fishing. The morning light in the house always carried a salty warmth. As the 7th ray of light shines through the window and lands on the edge of the bed, Viktor is slowly stretching his body. The bandages had long been quietly removed by him, and the once gruesome wound that had crossed his chest and abdomen now only left a few faint pink scars. The broken ribs had already healed firmly, and even the previously sprained spine had fully regained vitality. He clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Viltrumites already possessed extremely strong self-healing abilities, and the recovery from this injury had granted him an unusual boost. Viktor's muscles had become more evenly toned and firm, and his strength was now twice as powerful as it had been before the injury. His senses had also become sharper. The faint sound of waves crashing against the rocks 100 meters away and the rustling of leaves stirred by the sea breeze reached his ears. "It's a shame I didn't pay much attention to Invincible comics in my past life," he thought to himself, his fingertips brushing over the shallow scar on his chest. He wasn't entirely sure why Viltrumites possessed such a strong physique, and his grades in combat classes were good. He never had the thought to study the technology of Viltrum. In the past 7 days, with Tom's help, Viktor has felt his body recover step by step from the brink of death. The return of his strength and the amazing improvements made him carefully notice every little change in his body for the first time. He hadn't had the time before. After a battle or special training, there was never much time to catch his breath. It was hard to tell just how much stronger he had gotten. Even though he heard some instructors mention that Viltrumites could get stronger from fighting, Viktor never truly felt it like this before. As he went downstairs, Tom had already made breakfast, still the same simple seafood soup paired with crispy baked flatbread. "How are you feeling?" "You look a lot better," Tom said with his usual warm smile. His blue work clothes were still clean, but the salty white marks on the sleeves looked like they'd grown a little more from all the sea wind. "I'm feeling a lot better. Thank you for taking care of me." He sat down, his gaze unintentionally drifting over to the old television in the corner of the living room. Over the past 7 days, this TV had been his main way to learn about this world. Every morning after Tom went out to fish, he would turn on the TV, piecing together the outline of this world from the programs on various channels. At first, it was just random bits of information. The news mentioned things like the Metropolis Flying Hero, and the Gotham Night Vigilante, and the occasional appearance of the Planet Media logo in advertisements. There were also street interviews where people talked a lot about superheroes. As more and more information came in, Viktor slowly started to get a clearer picture in his mind. This was most likely a world related to the DC Comics universe. The frequent appearances of the Justice League on television were the best evidence. The evening news regularly reported on the League's public missions, like stopping meteors from hitting, solving city disasters, and catching high-tech criminals. However, what puzzled him was that the news mentioned the Justice League had been established for less than 2 years, and the members shown in pictures all looked really young. The Flash's suit still had a shiny new look, the Green Lantern was often off on cosmic duty, and some Justice League heroes would occasionally show small, deadly flaws during their missions. To be honest, based on his current assessment, Viktor was confident that he could kill over half of the Justice League members without sustaining any injuries. What really caught his attention was the information about Superman. The Superman on TV wore the classic red and blue suit, with the big S symbol on his chest standing out brightly in the sunlight. He carefully compared the images from the news and realized that the Superman's eye color was exactly the same as the one who had saved him in space. However, their auras were completely different. The red and blue Superman on TV looked like a sunny, cheerful young man, full of trust and enthusiasm for humanity. The black-suited Superman who had saved him had a much calmer, heavier presence. There was a faint, almost unnoticeable tiredness and sharpness in his expression. Even the warmth he had felt when the black-suited Superman touched his hand seemed gentle but also like someone who had endured many hardships. Could there be two Superman? He picked up the soup bowl, trying to hide the confusion in his eyes. Aside from that, there were many things in this world that didn't match his memories of the comics he remembered. For example, the Daily Planet in the comics had become Media Planet here, which not only published newspapers but also operated multiple TV channels and online platforms. Superman's girlfriend, Lois Lane, wasn't just a journalist but also the host of the primetime evening news at Media Planet. She appeared every night at 7 o'clock, reporting national and international events in a professional tone, occasionally hosting special interviews about superheroes. Maybe it's not much change but rather an adaptation to the times, he said to himself, then shook his head at his own ridiculous thoughts. I'm planning to fix the fishing net today. The winds and waves have been strong lately, so I need to get the gear sorted properly. Tom's voice broke into Viktor's thoughts. He put down his bowl and spoon, grabbed the straw hat from the corner, and placed it on his head as he turned to leave. Viktor's gaze fell on Tom's hand as he picked up the straw hat. Over the past 7 days, he never stopped observing Tom. Tom's actions and mannerisms were typical of a genuine fisherman. He went out to sea on time every day, fixed the fishing gear, and when he returned, he would sort the catch and occasionally chat with the neighbors about everyday matters. However, Viktor's intuition repeatedly told him that this man was far from simple. Once, Viktor purposely knocked over a water cup while Tom was fixing the fishing nets. Tom's reaction was amazingly fast. Without even looking, he turned and caught the cup. In that moment, Viktor was almost sure that Tom was hiding something, but such shallow probing hadn't worked since. But whenever he tried to dig deeper through conversation, Tom would immediately turn back into the gentle, simple fisherman persona. He would patiently help him change his bandages even though his wounds had already healed. He would bring back fresh seafood when he came back from the sea, quietly sit beside Viktor while he watched TV, and organize the fishing gear without ever probing for unnecessary information. I'll go with you, Viktor suddenly said. He wanted to take the opportunity to go out to sea and observe Tom further, maybe even find more clues about this world in the ocean environment. Tom was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. No need. The winds are strong at sea, and your injuries aren't fully healed. You should stay inside and rest. I'm already much better, and staying all the time inside is suffocating, Viktor said as he stood up and stretched his arm, making sure Tom could see how smoothly and easily he moved. I can help you out, hand you tools and stuff, I won't be in the way. He stared at him for a few seconds, as if assessing whether he was truly fit to go out to sea. After a moment, Tom nodded, all right, but you'll stay on the boat. No wandering around. When the winds and waves are strong, hold on to the sides of the boat. All right. Viktor agreed, then chuckled a couple of times. I can actually fly. However, Tom looked at him seriously and shook his head. Flying in the sky. That's not fishing. Your position would be too high, and you wouldn't be able to see the depth of the ocean properly. Viktor froze for a moment, then, watching Tom's back as he walked toward the door, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Viktor was taken aback for a moment, then watched Tom walk toward the door. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. He knew that his probing had finally made some progress. Chapter 8, Ocean. He didn't fully follow Tom's rules. After sailing with Tom to a spot in the ocean, setting up the fishing nets, and patiently waiting for the whole morning, with the fishing rods in place. Looking at the still empty fish bucket, Viktor stood up. Tom seemed to understand what he was planning, sighed, and tried to warn him. The seawater is dirty. It could worsen any wounds. Viktor responded by tearing off the bandage on his body, pointing to the faint pink scar on his chest. Thanks for your concern, Tom, but watch me dive down and catch some big fish for you. Then, with a light push from the tip of his toes, Victor's body slowly lifted off from Tom's small fishing boat, but he didn't dare push too hard. Even though he'd had a few relaxing days, Victor was already used to controlling his new strength that came with his enhanced abilities in combat. Now, with his strength more than doubled, if he wasn't careful, a single kick could easily crush Tom's fragile boat. After flying a few meters above the sea, Victor stretched his arms out, took a deep breath of the fishy sea air, and dove into the deep blue sea with a powerful dive. When the icy cold seawater enveloped him, Victor actually felt a refreshing sensation. Viltrumite's physiology allowed him to not worry about water pressure or lack of oxygen. The darkness of the deep sea was no different from daylight for him, and his vision was clear, and the scales of the swimming fish sparkled in the dim light. Their movements were so clear that they seemed to slow down several times. I remember that swimming too fast in the deep sea would cause the waves to push away creatures that rely on the currents to move. Moreover, the pressure difference would crush all the fish around you at supersonic speeds. To get fresh food from the ocean floor, I have to suppress my strength and speed to a relative level. He thought to himself, his body sinking slightly as he slowly swam toward a group of mackerel swimming together. He deliberately slowed down, and just as his fingertips were about to touch the tail fin of the fish darted away, sharply flicking its tail and shooting off. The entire group of fish scattered instantly, leaving behind only a trail of bubbles rising in the water. He paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow. I had deliberately made my movements extremely light, even consciously suppressing my own breath. How could I have been detected? Victor wasn't willing to give up. Even though he had never caught fish on Earth before, he did well enough to survive and perform excellently on Viltrum. These low-level creatures from Earth shouldn't be so difficult. After scanning around for a while, Victor fixed his gaze on a grouper swimming alone. This fish was big and bulky, moving slowly and looking clumsy. He slowed his heartbeat this time, approaching the fish like a hidden predator. When he was less than a meter away from the grouper, he suddenly reached out, his fingertips precisely locking onto the fish's body. But just as his fingers were about to touch the scales, the grouper suddenly surged, twisting its body with surprising speed, slipping through his fingers, and creating a splash of mud that blurred his vision. Damn it. He muttered under his breath as he waved the mud away from his face. After failing twice in a row, Victor started to wonder if he still wasn't quite used to controlling his strength. After the massive boost in his strength following his recovery from the severe injuries, Victor's power had doubled, and he hadn't fully adapted to this change yet. He hadn't noticed it when consciously suppressing his strength at the house, but perhaps because he was so relaxed in the sea at that moment, he wasn't paying enough attention. Still, how are fish this slippery and quick? He closed his eyes, calming himself down, and focused on his target again. It was a medium-sized yellow croaker, swimming smoothly and seemingly unaware of any danger. He was extra careful this time, suppressing his strength as low as possible. He gently closed his fingers around the fish's body. The sensation was cold and slippery. He was just about to tighten his grip a tiny bit to hold it. Slurp. The fish flicked its tail hard, covered in slimy goo, leaving its hands slippery and wet. After failing 3 times in a row, Victor still had plenty of patience, but his heart's pumping began to unconsciously increase in strength. A bit of heat spread in his chest. In the training camp on Viltrum, Victor never failed with such easy targets. Is this ego? No longer suppressing his speed and strength, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight toward a slightly larger sea base. The sea base seemed to sense the imminent danger and sped up in a panic, but its speed still appeared laughably slow in Victor's eyes. Just as he was about to catch up, Victor suddenly reached out to grab it. This time, as his fingertips touched the fish's body, Victor heard a crisp crack as the sea base's spine was snapped, and its body instantly went limp. The blood leaked out between his fingers and spread like red smoke in the water. Looking at the lifeless fish in his hand, Victor stared at it for a moment before tossing it aside. He looked further into the deep, dark ocean and saw a huge shadow moving slowly, a giant tuna. The tuna was over a meter long, weighing at least 80 pounds, and moved steadily and powerfully through the water. Victor's body suddenly sank, and like a cannonball, he charged toward the tuna with incredible speed. He didn't even intend to reach out to grab it this time. He only planned to use his body to force the tuna to stop. Thud. He slammed into the tuna's body with full force, and the immense impact instantly shattered the fish. He could even clearly feel the sensation of bones cracking. The next second, the tuna's blood erupted like a fountain, quickly creating a thick cloud of blood fog around him, turning his vision dark red. Victor floated right in the middle of the blood fog, looking down at his hands, and suddenly gave a helpless smile. These hands could tear through the outer shell of a spaceship traveling through space and could smash through tough meteorites. It seems like I've been influenced by Viltrumite in ways I didn't even notice. He stayed in the deep sea for another half hour, no longer in a rush to succeed but instead slowly experimenting with the limits of controlling his power. When his fingertips touched the fish's body, he would first feel the slippery scales, then gently adjust his force. But even so, a few fish were either crushed by him or managed to escape. After trying for a whole hour, Viktor finally started to get the hang of it a tiny bit. He held his breath, carefully catching two medium-sized, silver-white unknown fish, making sure his grip was just strong enough to trap them without causing harm. But just as he was about to rise to the surface, one of the fish suddenly began to struggle. He instinctively applied more force, but then he heard a crack, saw the fish's head was crushed, and blood spilled all over his hand. He stared at the fish in his hand and sighed helplessly. He just held onto the one fish that was still mostly intact, kicked his legs, and shot upwards toward the surface of the sea. After a few moments, Viktor burst out of the water with a splash, shook the drops off his head, took a huge breath of fresh air, and looked up to see Tom sitting in the fishing boat, holding a fishing rod and calmly watching him. "How's the catch?" Tom's voice carried a hint of amusement, and his gaze fell on the weirdly squished fish in Viktor's hand. Viktor slightly pursed his lips, tossing the fish into the empty bucket on the fishing boat, and said with dissatisfaction, "The fish here are too fragile, and I still haven't gotten used to Earth's gravity." Tom smiled, put down his fishing rod, and picked up a bucket to pour some seawater into the fish bucket. Fishing isn't about brute strength. Just like on the battlefield, where you understand your enemy, here, you need to understand the sea. Viktor flew into the sky, feeling the sunlight warm his skin. He spun around gracefully, turning into a blur, shaking off all the water from his body. He gently landed, and just as he steadied himself on the fishing boat, Tom's voice suddenly came. "Do you want to become a superhero?" Chapter 9, Gotham. Viktor didn't nod immediately, nor did he refuse on the spot. He simply unconsciously rubbed the fish scale residue left on his palm with his fingertips. This sudden proposal always hides some unknown reason, even if the one proposing it is Tom, who has been good with him over the past 7 days. "Why are you asking me that all of a sudden?" Viktor's voice was calm, with no hint of emotion. "Superheroes, to me, it seems more like a label that you Earthlings use to categorize special groups." Tom put down the fishing rod in his hand, turned around, and pulled out a clean cloth from the cabin. He then slowly wiped the water stains off the ship's railing. He didn't speak again until the boat's side was completely clean and he turned to look at him. "You want to live on Earth for a long time, right?" Tom's tone remained gentle but carried a certainty that couldn't be avoided. Viktor nodded slightly. The original intention of escaping from the Viltrum was to escape the endless killing and find a place where he could live peacefully. Earth, even though its situation was uncertain, was still his home in his heart, and the best option at the moment. If you want to stay here for a long time and live normally, you need a real identity. Tom's voice grew a little deeper. And without an identity, you can't work or travel normally, but the biggest problem isn't just that. It's where you come from. He paused, his gaze falling on the few shallow scars on his chest, and continued, "Your civilization's values are almost the opposite of Earth's values. Right now, not many people know you exist, but once more people find out about your background, how do you think they will see you?" Viktor's eyelids lowered slightly. He, of course, knew that if the brutal reputation of Viltrum ever spread, they would probably find it hard to accept him. Think about Superman. Tom mentioned the men who had saved him. You know, he's never avoided talking about this in any interview. His planet was destroyed a long time ago, and there's no threat left behind. Moreover, Superman grew up on Earth with a natural kindness toward humanity. But even so, how many people have truly accepted him? Superman is always the first to rush in and save people. However, the people are filled with doubts. There are some who say he's an alien spy, and others worry he might lose control one day and bring disaster to Earth. There are even calls to the government to supervise him. Viktor furrowed his brows. He actually understood. If he were in the shoes of an Earthling who knew nothing about Superman's true nature, he'd probably be worried too. However, from his current position, Viktor was scared that he would likely be viewed even worse than Superman by them. He's strong enough to easily ignore any laws and rules on Earth. Tom's voice carried a hint of sentiment. It's like when you were fishing in the sea just now. Whether you were trying to catch a few fish for lunch or just wanted to feel what fishing is like, the fish would get scared and flee from you, or even be crushed by you unintentionally. Your power and Superman's are like that. Tom stretched out his hand, pointing to the calm sea in the distance. Unless you never use your abilities again, maybe live like me, working from sunrise to sunset, but do you think you can do that? Viktor lowered his head, looking at his clenched fist without realizing it. This power was born from years of blood and fighting in war. It was the only thing that kept him alive back there. Right now, giving it up would feel as impossible as stopping breathing. Moreover, if any Viltrum ever came looking for him, without his power, Viktor would be completely helpless. When you were flying high in the sky, looking down at the sea, those fish had no idea what you were going to do next, but their fate had already been affected by your existence. Using superpowers is like putting yourself in that high position. To prevent ordinary people from being afraid of you or rejecting you, you have to give them a reason to accept you. Superheroes are that reason. Tom finally got to the point. It's about showing ordinary people through actions that this power is not a threat, but a form of protection. Of course, this path won't be easy. You'll probably face a lot of doubts and attacks, but it's the most suitable path for you right now. Viktor stood on the fishing boat, gazing out at the endless sea, lost in thought. Tom's words made a lot of sense. If he wanted to live peacefully on Earth, he'd have to get past the hurdles of being an alien and from Viltrum. But just the thought of always having to protect others, like Superman on TV, made Viktor feel uneasy. The reason he fled Viltrum was also to escape from a fate and not be forced to serve anyone or anything. The sea breeze blew for a long time, and he still didn't say anything. Tom didn't rush him. He just picked up the fishing rod again and quietly fished, as if the suggestion from earlier was just a casual conversation. It wasn't until the sun began to set that Viktor finally spoke up, slowly, sounding a little unsure. I still need to think about it. It's fine, you have plenty of time to think. Tom said, putting down his fishing rod and smiling gently, but there was a sly glint in his smile. However, there's one thing I need to make clear. I'm just a small fisherman, and I can't support you for the rest of your life. Viktor paused for a moment, then quickly realized. Tom was indirectly urging him to make a decision and reminding him that he couldn't hide forever in this safe place. Viktor nodded without argument. I'll recommend someone to you. They might be able to help you solve your identity problem, at least for a while. Tom packed up his fishing gear and started tidying up the things on the fishing boat. Viktor felt a bit curious. Who? You'll know when you get there. Tom left it at that, moving the packed fishing gear into the cabin. Let's go, we'll head back and pack up. We'll leave tonight. Back at the small seaside cabin, Viktor quickly packed his things. Honestly, there wasn't much to pack, just a few changes of clothes that Tom had bought for him. Tom, on the other hand, rummaged through a storage room and pulled out a rusty car key. He found a cloth, wiped off a very old-looking pickup truck parked outside the house, and cleaned it up a bit. The truck was covered in scratches, and the tires were a bit deflated. It looked like it had been around for at least 10 years. Tom inserted the key and turned it a few times with force. The engine let out a sound as it sputtered to life, finally starting up, with black smoke pouring out of the exhaust. Don't be fooled by how it looks, it runs smoothly once it's going. Tom patted the steering wheel and said to him. As soon as he opened the door, Viktor noticed the seat was covered in dust. He grabbed a rag, wiped it off, and then sat in the front seat. To be honest, the style of the car seemed a bit outdated. After searching a map for a while and asking a few questions, Viktor finally learned that Tom's seaside cabin was located on the outskirts of the metropolis. Metropolis was the place where Superman lived and worked. He got an idea and looked at Tom, who was backing up the truck. You're taking me to meet Superman? Tom paused for a second, then shook his head. No. After the pickup truck merged onto the main road, it headed toward the city. When they reached an intersection in the road, Tom didn't choose the path leading to the downtown metropolis but instead turned onto another road heading toward Gotham City. Gotham City? He furrowed his brows. Even without watching TV news, just based on the faint memories from his past life, Viktor knew what kind of place that was. A city with a high crime rate, constantly shrouded in darkness. It's the total opposite of sunny, happy metropolis, more like a place always covered in shadows and danger. The pickup truck drove through the night for nearly 2 hours, finally reaching the center of Gotham City. The atmosphere here was completely different from Metropolis. Even at night, the streets were filled with a sense of oppression, and the neon lights glowed in wet puddles on the ground, making strange, creepy reflections everywhere. Tom drove the pickup truck and finally stopped in front of a towering building. Wayne Enterprises. Viktor froze. Tom brought him here. We've arrived. Tom turned off the engine and said to him. This is Wayne Enterprises. The person you recommended is here. He asked with confusion. He kind of guessed what was going on, but who exactly was Tom? He knew Superman, and now he knew Batman too. I know Superman, and Superman knows Batman. Tom said this while rolling down the car window. And not many people know this, but the CEO of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce Wayne, secretly knows Batman. He can help you. Viktor didn't show any emotion but rolled his eyes in his head. Tom was being way too obvious with that comment. Before Viktor could respond, Tom was already ushering him out. You can go in by yourself. Bruce Wayne will be waiting for you inside. I have things to do, so I won't accompany you. After he reluctantly got out of the car, Tom waved and drove off in the old truck, leaving without looking back. He watched the taillights disappear into the night and sighed in frustration. He turned to look at the building in front of him, momentarily feeling at a loss. Honestly, Victor really didn't want to meet this guy as he remembered him as a gloomy, humorless, and boring person. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the building's revolving door suddenly opened. A tall man in a black suit stepped out, with his hair meticulously combed, and he wore a gentle smile. He looks like a calm and powerful businessman, but also has a quiet sharpness. The man's gaze immediately fell on Victor, and he quickly walked over, extending his hand. "Hello, I'm Bruce Wayne. I believe the person who recommended you to me has already mentioned me to you." Chapter 10, Bruce Wayne. Victor never thought Batman would come to pick him up. He politely shook Bruce Wayne's hand. "Victor. Please, follow me." Bruce Wayne nodded thoughtfully, withdrew his hand, gestured for him to follow, and turned to head into the building. Victor followed behind him and walked into the lobby of Wayne Enterprises. The lobby looked kind of simple and quiet at first, but everything was super fancy and expensive. The marble floor was so polished that it reflected the light, and the crystal chandelier above the entrance illuminated the room with dazzling brilliance. The employees coming and going were all dressed in neat suits, and when they saw Bruce Wayne, they all stopped to greet him, speaking respectfully. Bruce responded to the greetings with a smile, but his steps never slowed down. He led him into a private elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. During the elevator ride, neither of them spoke, and the only sound in the small space was the faint hum of the elevator. After the elevator doors opened, the top floor revealed a spacious office. Bruce led him to the lounge area of the office, gestured for him to sit, and then personally poured a glass of water and handed it to him. "I'm not sure what kind of taste you prefer. Would you like some salt or sugar?" Victor took the cup but didn't drink from it. He simply placed it on the coffee table in front of him. He stared intently at Bruce, trying to read something from his expression. However, the Bruce Wayne in front of him looked completely like a friendly, middle-aged businessman, with a tone that was a little humorous and playful. He was nothing like the mysterious, cold person he had imagined. Victor held back a lot of sarcastic thoughts but, unfortunately, didn't have anyone to vent to at the moment. He read plenty of Marvel comics and watched the movies in his past life, and the Bruce Wayne in front of him did have a strange similarity in personality to Tony Stark. Bruce had no idea what was going on in Victor's mind and continued speaking seriously. Aliens or superpowered beings from other dimensions showing up on Earth isn't new. Wayne Enterprises has some private collaborations with the Justice League. I assume you've heard of the Justice League. Victor nodded. "I've watched a lot of TV these days since there's not much else to do." Bruce shrugged, looking a bit helpless and frustrated. "There's nothing I can do about it. Some of them just love to be in the spotlight." He really wanted to know which identity Bruce was speaking from when he said that, but unfortunately, he couldn't ask. Bruce continued speaking. "One of our projects is to provide a legal identity in place for those blacklisted, superpowered individuals who have been confirmed to be harmless." Victor didn't speak. He knew that what Bruce Wayne was about to say next was the important part. "However, before that, I'd like to run a few tests on your body." Bruce's gaze fell on him, his tone very polite. "You know, the biology of extraterrestrial beings is very different from that of Earthlings. We need to understand your limits and weaknesses so that we can help you integrate into Earth effectively, and also provide more effective assistance if you ever find yourself in danger." Victor's expression immediately turned more cautious. As if he could see through his concerns, Bruce Wayne explained. "You don't need to be scared. This isn't something I'm forcing on you. It's totally your choice." Afterward, Bruce didn't say anything else. He walked over to the liquor cabinet, rubbing his chin like he was trying to decide which bottle to pick. But in reality, Bruce was using some methods to closely watch Victor's reaction. 10 days ago, the men who had dropped down from the sky while holding the unconscious Victor warned Batman in a quiet voice, telling him not to take any tissue samples from him while he was unconscious. Batman was a little frustrated. Not only did he know exactly what Batman was planning, but he also took away the little gadget Batman had secretly prepared to extract alien samples. In the end, Batman only got one tiny drop of blood left in a needle, and he had a feeling that this drop of blood was allowed by that man. "You know, as long as you leave, I have countless ways to obtain his samples." Batman's voice was low, with a hint of frustration. "I don't care. As long as he's conscious and knows what's happening. You can try whatever you want, or actually, you could just ask him straight." Then that person flew away, holding the newly treated Victor. Then, Batman remained silently staring at the night sky. Victor thought about it carefully and realized that Bruce Wayne's suggestion could actually be good for him. Even though he had the body of a Viltrumite, Victor didn't have a deep understanding of his own body. From the comics he read in his past life, Victor knew that Viltrumites were powerful and had strong healing abilities, but he didn't know if there were other specific weaknesses other than the sensitivity to noise. If he could undergo the tests to better understand his body, it would be a good thing for him. It was better than one day facing an enemy who secretly pulls out a weakness he doesn't even know about and using something that could kill him without warning. This is the Batman we are talking about. He would eventually get samples from me without me knowing or noticing it. Moreover, as time went on, it was simply a matter of whether Bruce Wayne would get the samples sooner or later. There was no choice, and killing was not an option yet. All right. In the end, Victor nodded. I agree to the tests. Bruce turned around and smiled with satisfaction. Great. The testing lab is on the other side of this floor. We can head there now. He stood up and led him toward the inner part of the office. On the way, Bruce Wayne casually asked, I know you're from Viltrum. Honestly, I'm very interested in your planet. Can you tell me more about your planet's culture? Like, how do you fight, and how did you conquer other civilizations? Victor paused for a moment, then continued walking. He knew that Bruce was starting to dig for more important information. He didn't resist, nor did he plan to lie too much in front of this person. Before I left, our planet was going through a years-long civil war, which caused part of the education to become twisted. Victor's voice carried a hint of undisguised disgust. We are taught from birth that weakness is sin. As children, we were thrown into training camps and forced to fight each other, and only the last one standing gets further training. He paused for a moment before continuing. After reaching adulthood, we were sent to various planets to conquer those civilizations deemed valuable. The method of our conquest is simple. We first send a small group of warriors to raid, destroy the enemy's military forces, and then proceed with large-scale occupation. For those civilizations that resist strongly, we wipe them out completely, leaving no survivors. After a brief moment of silence, Victor deliberately slowed his pace and began to describe in detail the most brutal and bloodthirsty aspects of Viltrumite. There was even an orchestrated plan by the Viltrumite Empire. They would send a powerful warrior to a planet that needed to be conquered. First, they would disguise Viltrumite civilization as a helpful one, blending in for years to make the people relax their guard. Then, one day, suddenly destroy the planet's most important defense systems. He turned to look at Bruce Wayne, whose face was dark and filled with suspicion. Honestly, this plan is cruel, but it's also brilliant and effective. They would only need one Viltrumite to conquer a civilization with this method, and it greatly reduces the death rate of the Viltrumites. A small mistake, and even the most experienced and powerful Viltrumite could fail. Bruce Wayne instinctively raised a doubt. That kind of time cost. Oh, our average lifespan is very long. I've heard that Earthlings consider living 100 years quite remarkable, but a Viltrumite warrior like me could last for 5,000 years. Bruce's heartbeat sped up, and Victor noticed it clearly. It was only at this moment that Victor realized just how hard Bruce was trying to separate himself from Batman. This is such powerful control over his emotions. If he hadn't kept his memories from his past life, Victor might have just thought of Bruce as an interesting, curious, and wealthy man. Every 150 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 11, Physical Test. In the secret laboratory on the top floor of Wayne Enterprises, the cold white light spread across the shiny metal floor, and dozens of technologies emitted faint buzzing sounds. Bruce Wayne had transformed from his usual relaxed self into a white lab coat, looking much calmer and sharper. This was the kind of expression Victor had imagined Batman would have. First, the basic strength test. Bruce pressed a button on the control panel, and a heavy platform in the middle of the lab slowly lifted. Behind the platform was a giant wall made of hundreds of huge metal tubes and pistons resembling a terrifying beast. The screen in front of them simultaneously displayed the initial parameters. Hit the plate with full force, no need to hold back. Victor furrowed his brow. The giant metal thing looked frightening, but he had dismantled even more terrifying things in his past. Are you sure? Bruce chuckled twice. This is specially designed. Superman has also tested his strength here. Victor nodded and walked up to the weight platform. He took a deep breath, his right arm muscles tightened in an instant, and his arm visibly grew bigger. In the next instant, his fist slammed into the alloy plate, and the dull impact echoed in the closed space. The machines behind the platform hummed, and many piston-like metal parts started moving steadily, dispersing the force out. Boom. The numbers on the control panel screen started jumping wildly before finally stabilizing at a terrifying number. Bruce's pupils suddenly shrank, and his fingers quickly slid across the screen to double-check the data. That single impact force, 127 tons. That means the static weight limit is at least 800 million tons. He murmured softly, his voice filled with barely contained shock. This power is enough to lift a small island. To put it into perspective, the smallest of Australia's offshore islands weighs only about 600 million tons. I heard you haven't fully adapted to your current strength yet. Yeah, that's right. Before I escaped, I went through a brutal battle. Viltrumites can gain strength through fighting in a very logical way. He wasn't surprised by this. The Viltrumites were known for their strength, but he never thought healing from such a bad injury would make him this much stronger all at once. He stretched his wrist and felt the power rushing through his body. I can tell, this still isn't even my real limit. Next came the speed and reflex testing. The track on one side of the laboratory lit up instantly, and high-speed moving targets zipped across the space at multiple times the speed of sound, leaving trails of afterimages behind. Viktor's figure shifted, becoming a blurred shadow. He chased after them, but a few times he was just half a second too slow. Then, he decided to use his limit, and he accidentally smashed right through several targets and broke them into pieces. Fortunately, the Viltrumites' flight abilities were excellent enough to perform complex, tight turns even in extremely narrow spaces. This prevented him from crashing into the walls or flying out of control. Your maximum speed is Mach 5.7, far exceeding an ordinary superhuman, but your neural response speed only matches the movement state of Mach 3.8. Bruce stared at the dynamic trajectory on the screen and analyzed, your reactions aren't fast enough yet to match your speed. You're faster than your own reflexes right now. As soon as Bruce finished speaking, Viktor adjusted his position and started again. This time, Viktor deliberately slowed his launch speed, gradually adapting his body to its limits. As the test progressed, the values on the screen became smaller and smaller. In just 10 minutes, Viktor was able to precisely capture every target at Mach 5, but every time he struck, the target was completely destroyed. Bruce was even more surprised. Your adaptability growth rate is incredibly fast, far exceeding known superhuman species. Is this a Viltrumite's innate talent? Viktor didn't answer. He simply stopped and waited for the next test. He knew very well that this rapid adaptability was honed during the life and death trials on Viltrum. Those who couldn't keep up with the enemy's speed had long since become corpses. Next is the defense test. After Viktor took off his shirt, Bruce first activated the high-pressure energy cannon. The energy beam hit his chest with a sizzling sound, but it didn't leave even a single mark. Then, Bruce brought over an alloy box containing various weapons. Next, we'll test for penetration resistance. These weapons are infused with N-metal. Seeing the confusion on Viktor's face, Bruce explained. N-metal comes from the planet Thanagar, which is the home planet of Hawkman. This metal has anti-gravity, energy conduction, and enhanced penetration properties. It can interfere with most superhumans' biofields and can even cause damage to godlike beings. It's a rare material in the universe capable of bypassing defenses. A mechanical arm rising from the underground grasped a long knife infused with N-metal and swung it at Viktor's arm with full force. The moment the blade made contact with his skin, a harsh metal scraping sound rang out, and a shallow cut appeared on his arm, but it quickly healed at a visible speed. The blade can bypass the defense. Bruce recorded the data and then switched the mechanical arm for a specially crafted handgun. Now, let's test the N-metal bullets. Bang. The gunshot rang out, and the N-metal bullet sped toward his shoulder. However, the bullet bounced off like it hit a wall, flew backward, and smashed a small hole in the lab wall, but his shoulder only had a faint red mark that disappeared almost immediately. Strange. Bruce furrowed his brow, tapping his fingertips on the control panel. The blade can break through defenses, but the bullet can't. They both have the same N-metal. The only difference is the area of contact and the way the force is applied. He pondered for a moment, and a flash of realization crossed his eyes. Your powers might be related to the unique microscopic structure of Viltrumites. This structure can spread out impacts but struggles to resist linear cutting forces. This discovery made Bruce even more cautious. The Viltrumite's body structure was far more complex than he had imagined. However, he didn't delve further into the topic. Instead, Bruce took out a sterile syringe and said to him, I need to draw a small blood sample for basic analysis. It won't cause you any harm. Viktor extended his arm without resistance. The specially made needle vibrated at an imperceptible frequency before it was forced into his skin with some effort. However, the following blood extraction went smoothly. Afterward, Viktor suddenly spoke. Viltrumites have a known weakness, sonic weapons. Bruce froze for a moment. Viktor continued speaking. The excessive sonic energy can interfere with and stimulate our eardrums and brain. In severe cases, it can disturb our balance, restrict our flying capability, and induce severe pain. Bruce was silent for a moment before looking up at him. I understand that you want to test your limits, but the blade and bullet tests were based on strength data and were calculated within a safe range. The goal was to understand the boundaries of your abilities, not to harm you, and using sonic weapons would directly cause serious harm to you, and it would go against the purpose of the test. I need to know exactly where my limits are. Viktor's tone was firm. On Viltrum, those who don't know their weaknesses and limits don't survive the first trial. Bruce shook his head. I don't have a sonic weapon ready here. They are developed and stored in Batman's secret base. If you insist, I can arrange it later, but not now. Seeing that Bruce was firm about it, Viktor didn't press further. Every 150 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 12, Teacher. Bruce suddenly seemed to remember something and voiced his question. You and Viltrumites should all have abilities like yours, right? Victor nodded. Yes, but there are differences in strength. There are even legends about a royal family bloodline that was the strongest. But that royal blood disappeared a really long time ago, way before the Civil War even started. Then why are you so sure that what you have is a superpower? Bruce made a gesture with his hands. What I mean is, logically speaking, these so-called superpowers should be as natural to you as eating or drinking, right? Oh, Viltrum also has scientific advancements, and in fact, it's even more advanced than the technology we see on Earth. First, aside from the elites who are born with abilities, most ordinary Viltrumites don't have superpowers at birth. They usually awaken their abilities before the age of 16, but I awakened mine earlier. Second, while our abilities mainly manifest as physical traits like strength and speed, we can also fly. Moreover, the caloric intake from the food we consume doesn't compare to the abilities we can exert. He rubbed his stomach and said, even when I'm hungry, I can continue fighting for over a week. You see, without considering superpowers, this defies the law of energy conservation. Bruce appeared calm on the surface, but he was really paying close attention to everything he said. This made him even more confused. Even after meeting in person and engaging in conversation, Victor's behavior clearly showed that Viltrum was a real place. The way he explained the culture, science, and even how they studied their own bodies and powers, just like how real civilizations grow and learn new things over time. Even the Viltrum's scientific awareness and their search for understanding their abilities made Bruce more wary of the Viltrum. Since they couldn't find Viltrum in this universe, it might exist in another universe or a different space. However, the question was, how did he get to this universe? After the tests were finished, Bruce took him back to the top-floor office and handed him a white ID card. This wasn't a regular identification card but a certificate from a public welfare organization. Your identity has been processed. Your name is Victor, and you're registered under a public welfare custody organization in the metropolis. Wayne Enterprises will secretly take care of your living needs. Bruce paused for a moment before continuing. Do you have any other needs? You can tell me now. He took the ID card, ran his fingers over the information on it, and stayed silent for a long time before speaking up. I think I might need a teacher. A teacher? Bruce was surprised by the response. Do you need to learn Earth's culture or knowledge from other fields? Neither. He shook his head, his tone carrying a subtle trace of fatigue. I grew up on Viltrum for more than 10 years, and the only things I ever really learned were how to fight and kill. He paused before continuing. I can intentionally suppress my strength to live normally on Earth, but once I use my powers, every subconscious action leads to destruction. I need a teacher to teach me how to use this power without causing harm. Bruce looked at the young men in front of him and suddenly understood the internal struggle he faced. For a warrior raised in an environment of killing, trying to break free from his instinct for destruction was far more difficult than he might imagine. Bruce paused for a moment, then said, There's someone in the Justice League who might be able to help you. Victor was a bit surprised. You're going to contact the Justice League? Do they even deal with this kind of thing? He thought Bruce would secretly arrange something as Batman. This is something you might not want to hear. You're an extraterrestrial being with far greater destructive power than a nuclear bomb. Of course, they'll deal with it. Bruce smiled and returned to that playful, humorous demeanor that made him uncomfortable. He made a wait a moment gesture to him, then picked up the encrypted phone on the desk. You wait in the lounge for a bit. I'll contact Batman and have him arrange someone to come over. He looked at Bruce Wayne, who was acting for himself, and pursed his lips. To be honest, Victor felt exhausted just watching Bruce act like this. After stepping into the lounge and sitting down for a while, Victor suddenly heard the sound of something breaking the air outside the window. The sound of flight triggered his defense response and made his muscles tense up all over his body. He began to gather his strength until he suddenly realized he was on Earth. Even though it was in the notorious Gotham, this place was still relatively safe for him. He finally relaxed a little. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked up. A golden figure was rapidly descending from the sky, eventually landing on the rooftop platform of Wayne Enterprises. When the figure entered the office, Victor's pupils slightly contracted. The person was wearing a red battle skirt and a golden belt around her waist, with long black hair flowing over her shoulders. A glowing golden rope hung from her right side, and she radiated the aura of a calm and powerful warrior. Wonder Woman. He recognized the person and was somewhat surprised. Bruce made a call and directly summoned a core member of the Justice League. Wonder Woman's gaze landed on him, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Bruce, is this the kid you mentioned who needs help? She could clearly feel the aura emanating from him. It was the presence of a warrior who had gone through countless battles, marked by blood and slaughter, but deliberately suppressed. If you hadn't told me he's from another planet, I'd have thought he was the son of some warrior thrown down from the heavens by Zeus. He's Victor from Viltrum, a civilization that prides itself on battle and conquest. Bruce briefly introduced Victor's background and then explained his need for a teacher. He wants to learn how to use his powers without causing destruction and control his natural instinct to destroy. I think you're the most suitable person for this. Diana nodded but didn't immediately agree. Instead, she pulled out a copper metal ball from somewhere and casually threw it toward him. Catch this first. The metal ball flew toward him with a loud sound of air friction and great force. Victor instinctively reached out and caught the ball in his palm with a thud. Just as he was confused, Diana said, "Open your hand." He complied and opened his palm, only to find that the hard copper ball had been deformed into an irregular shape. The imprint of his fingers was deeply pressed into it, nearly destroying the entire ball. Diana's expression grew serious as she looked at him and slowly spoke. "You're an excellent warrior, and your combat instincts are ingrained in your very bones, but the training you've received has been too brutal and bloodthirsty, to the point that every subconscious action with your power leans toward destruction and annihilation." She paused for a moment, her tone softening slightly. "However, the fact that you're willing to change is enough. I can be your teacher. Every 150 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 13, Temporary Home. Really? Then how should I call you? Should I call you Wonder Woman like on TV?" Victor, who was willing to show respect to someone willing to dedicate time, effort, and resources to teach him, wanted to address her properly. "Oh, I think you can call me Miss Prince." Bruce, standing behind her, quietly facepalmed. Wonder Woman shot him a warning glance, then looked at him with anticipation. "Miss Prince." He first called out the title as expected but then looked puzzled. Does this word only mean prince, or can it also mean princess? Poof. Bruce couldn't hold back a chuckle. Diana's expression darkened, but considering that Victor had just arrived on Earth and thinking back on her own early interactions with human society, many of which seemed naive and clueless in hindsight, she suppressed her annoyance over the teasing of her last name. Diana shot a quick glare at the rapidly composed Bruce and then placed a hand to her forehead. "Prince is just my last name. Do you have anything you need to pack?" Victor was about to say that he had nothing but a bag of old clothes when Bruce suddenly interrupted him. "Wait a moment, this kid does have some luggage." Victor was briefly surprised, then wondered if this man was going to generously help him adapt to Earth by offering him a starting fund. However, Bruce took him and Diana to an underground warehouse. Inside, there was a brand new escape pod. This completely caught him off guard. There was no sense of disappointment from shattered expectations, only a bit of shock. How did this thing get here? He stepped forward and ran his hand over the silver surface of the escape pod. Seeing this escape pod again, the one that carried him out of hell and toward hope, Victor felt a mix of emotions. The Wayne Enterprises space satellite just happened to catch this thing. I put in some effort to bring it back and repaired it a little. Bruce said it so casually, as if he had just grabbed some loose change from a street vendor and bought a hot dog. However, in Victor's memory, when the black-suited Superman saved him, the escape pod was still pretty far from Earth. It felt like he suddenly owed Bruce tens of millions of dollars for getting it. Even though, knowing his true identity, Bruce probably only brought the escape pod back just to dismantle it for research, trying to extract more information about him and the Viltrumites. But unfortunately, this thing had absolutely no connection to Viltrum at all. It came from a planet civilization that had been conquered by the Viltrumites. The ones who carried out this conquest were Victor and a few other Viltrumites who participated in the conquest. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Bruce, standing behind him, suddenly became serious. When I was repairing the ship, I took a quick look at the navigation log data inside. There are some of the data turned into unreadable gibberish, which means that during the period you were drifting aimlessly in space, you may have lost a period of time. Victor, who had been squatting beside the escape pod, slowly stood up, looking somewhat confused. That's not important, right? I remember the escape pod only had enough energy to sustain Earth time for about 3 years. Bruce shrugged his shoulders. The space is a strange place. The energy consumption doesn't necessarily correlate with the time you've spent in space. Right now, we can't decode that gibberish, so we're just letting you know about it. Under the night sky, 2 figures quickly flew across the sky. The smaller one was Diana, and the larger one was Victor, carrying the escape pod. Where do you usually live, Miss Prince? New York. You watch too much TV. Not everyone has to settle in New York. I live in Boston, Massachusetts. The city below gradually became clearer as the blurred lights transformed into distinct shapes. The red brick row houses were arranged neatly, and the Charles River flowed through the city like a silver ribbon. In the distance, the dome of Harvard University glowed faintly golden under the moonlight. That's Vanessa's house up ahead. Diana's voice cut through the air as she swooped down toward a 5-story building hidden behind a camphor tree grove. Along the way, Diana had already mentioned Vanessa to him. She was one of the few people in the human world who knew Wonder Woman's true identity. Of course, Vanessa's mother was also Diana's roommate and landlord, who rented the house to her. She mentioned she's also a professor at Harvard University. Viktor followed closely behind, consciously reducing most of his strength as he landed. The small building was covered in green ivy, and the first-floor windows had warm yellow light shining through. Diana rang the doorbell, and the door was immediately opened by a young girl with brown curly hair, dressed in a loose-knit sweater. It was Vanessa. Vanessa saw Diana, then looked at Viktor standing behind her, holding the shiny silver escape pod up like a giant toy. "Diana, you're back. Is this the little friend you mentioned?" "His name is Viktor, and he's from another planet." Diana gave a brief introduction. "He doesn't have a place to stay for now. I was thinking of placing his ship on the rooftop. The roof is all yours. My mom's in the study preparing for lessons." Vanessa stepped aside to let Diana in. The staircase was covered in a dark red carpet, and there was no sound when she walked on it. A middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant demeanor descended the stairs. It was Vanessa's mother, Julia. When Julia saw the awkward Viktor and the escape pod in the doorway, she pushed her glasses up and smiled gently. "Is this the alien friend Diana brought? Welcome to Boston. The rooftop is very safe, and it's rare for anyone to go up there. You can just set it up there." Julia's tone was as natural as if she were welcoming an ordinary guest, with no sign of discomfort at the alien identity. He was momentarily stunned and instinctively said, "Thank you." Viktor had been expecting her to be nervous or suspicious because he's an alien, but her calmness made his tense nerves ease a little. Vanessa smiled and pointed at the ceiling. "This thing probably won't fit through the door. Do you want Diana to help you take it up?" "Huh? Oh, no, I can fly myself." He lifted the escape pod and took to the air, while Vanessa held her hand above her forehead like a shade and clicked her tongue in surprise. "Why does it feel like flying is a common skill for aliens? It makes me feel like humans are way behind in evolution." Julia urged her. "Hurry up and help, or do you want to go upstairs and do your homework?" Vanessa rolled her eyes and quickly walked past Diana, giving her a playful nudge with her elbow. Diana pretended to be hurt, holding her ribs and complaining to Vanessa. "What's up with that? You told me last time you would bring a handsome roommate. This one clearly isn't an adult yet. But hey, there's progress. Last time you brought that plant spirit thing, the whole room smelled like dirt for weeks." Vanessa clearly wanted to argue but ended up giving Diana a thumbs up to encourage her before running upstairs. The rooftop was covered with non-slip tiles, and a few pots of lush succulents were piled in the corners. Viktor placed the escape pod in the corner at the edge of the platform, and Vanessa, breathing heavily, brought over a yellowish waterproof tarp and handed it to him. "Cover it with this. It'll block the rain and won't be too noticeable." "Thank you." He politely accepted, quickly covering the escape pod with the tarp and securing the edges with bricks. He opened the hatch, took a quick look inside, and saw that the temperature control light was in sleep mode and the soft cushioning mat inside the pod made it quite comfortable to lie in. Vanessa walked around the edge of the escape pod, staring at the open hatch, looking like she really wanted to see what was inside, but in the end, she restrained herself. She had known Diana for 3 full years, and this was the first time Diana had brought home a completely human-looking male roommate. She couldn't scare him off. After wandering around for a while, Vanessa finally just called out from the outside, letting him know that he could come down for dinner later. Then Vanessa quickly left. Viktor didn't pay much attention to what was happening outside. He simply tidied up a bit, placing his few changes of clothes into the storage compartment of the pod and settling in for the time being. Every 150 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 14, Barbarian. The next morning, Diana took Viktor to the training ground. The car drove for more than half an hour, leaving the city and heading toward the suburbs, eventually stopping in front of a plot of land surrounded by a black fence. There were no signs at the entrance of the fence, but Diana swiped a metal bracelet on her wrist, and the fence slowly opened. As they stepped inside, Viktor's eyes flashed with surprise. The training area was much larger than he had imagined, almost as big as a normal golf course. The ground was covered with a special elastic material, and in the distance were several training targets of different shapes. There were also a few transparent energy barriers that glowed faintly in the sunlight. Superman and Batman helped build all this equipment together. Diana explained as they walked. There's an anti-gravity device inside that can simulate a vacuum environment of space and an energy shock simulator that can simulate different strengths of attacks. She raised her hand and pressed a button on a nearby control panel. Suddenly, Viktor felt his body lighten, and the gravity around him weakened by more than half. The ground beneath his feet seemed to become soft. For the next week, Viktor began his training. Diana's training was completely different from the brutal training of Viltrum. She never asked him to use destructive attacks, instead, she preferred to guide him in executing more precise movements. Strength can be used for destruction, but it can also be used for protection. Diana said as she held his wrist and helped him focus his strength on the target's specific spot. You need to learn to feel the direction of your power and make it act according to your will, rather than being driven by instinct. He listened carefully and tried really hard. He noticed that Diana was much stronger than he had imagined. Even though she held back her full strength, her hundreds of years of battle experience allowed her to easily knock him down. This style of combat, relying purely on skills and experience, was not something he had ever seen before. In fact, the Viltrumites also trained in combat techniques. However, due to their superior physical strength compared to most other planets, Viltrum's martial arts were designed to quickly kill enemies of the same level, with extremely aggressive moves aimed at vital spots. But what Diana demonstrated was different. When their powers were equal, Viktor's barbaric fighting style couldn't gain any advantage against her. During their breaks from training, Diana would occasionally receive distress calls from other areas to handle chaos caused by supervillains. Each time, Viktor would stay behind at the training ground to practice alone or put on a hoodie and wander the streets of Boston by himself. The streets of Boston were filled with a mix of vintage and modern atmosphere. He walked slowly along the Freedom Trail, observing the red brick roads lined with 18th-century buildings that blended harmoniously with modern shops. He stopped at Quincy Market, enjoying the smell of roasted lobster and clam chowder. Sitting on a bench by the Charles River, Viktor watched the sunlight glisten on the surface of the water while some young people rowed boats and played in the distance. This peaceful scene was something he had never experienced on Viltrum, and it gradually eased the tension in his mind that had been built up over many years. Sometimes, Viktor would watch from a distance as Diana dealt with villains. Diana held the God-Killer sword, with golden light flashing on the blade in the sunlight, but she never caused any fatal damage to the villains. Each of her attacks was carefully aimed at the enemy's pressure points, making them lose their ability to move, and then she would deliver a non-lethal blow to knock them unconscious. He stood in the shadow at the corner of the street and frowned. This combat style seemed like a sure way to get yourself killed. She had a sword powerful enough to slay gods, yet she only targeted non-lethal areas, which was both exhausting and gave the enemy a chance to counterattack. Viktor's instincts were screaming at him, urging him to rush in and deal with those guys in the most direct and violent way, but he ultimately held back. The strength and calm demeanor Diana displayed made him acknowledge that this non-destructive combat style was also a sign of a powerful warrior. He didn't realize that while he was observing the battle, a figure in a black cloak, hidden behind the clouds, was watching him intently with eyes glowing with a strange red light. "My dear sister, when did you get such a fierce sidekick?" The mysterious person used magic to carefully sense, growing more and more surprised. This seemingly young boy harbored an extremely powerful combat ability and a strong smell of blood around him. From the magical perspective, Viktor was surrounded by a dark red and black aura, filled with countless grudges. The number of them alone was almost as powerful as her brother, the god of war, Ares. Yet such a terrifying mortal had no record in the divine archives, as if he had appeared out of nowhere in this world. An interesting little man. The figure in the black cloak curled the corner of her mouth into a strange smile with a glint of calculation in her eyes. Diana repeatedly interrupted her attempts to draw the energy she needed from the human world, and she longed to give her a painful lesson. That afternoon, Viktor finished his training and, dressed in a gray hoodie, wandered around the north end of Boston. This area was full of pizza shops and cafes lining the streets, the rich aromas drifting through the air. The walls were adorned with colorful graffiti. He was lowering his head, admiring handmade jewelry from a street vendor, when a shadow, cloaked in magic, lightly landed beside him. The sudden presence caught his senses. He instinctively turned to look and saw a bald, white woman. She had a pair of eerie green eyes and gold hoop earrings and was dressed in a tight black skirt that showed off her curves. He furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling that her appearance was a bit too odd. He thought she might be involved in some sort of special line of work and turned slightly to avoid her. "Excuse me. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, little human." The woman's voice had a strange allure to it, and she slowly opened her palm. In her palm sat a shiny golden apple. The surface of the apple glowed with a soft golden light, as if countless tiny runes were swirling within it. "I have something nice I want to give you." As soon as he saw the golden apple, Viktor's pupils suddenly contracted. A desire that was hard to describe surged from the depths of his heart. It was an instinctive possessiveness from his blood. The woman's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. She could feel the magic of the golden apple starting to take effect. This apple was a divine artifact, and even the young Zeus had not been able to resist its temptation. With just one more push, this boy would completely lose control. However, she hadn't expected that Viktor's reaction would be far more direct and brutal than she anticipated. The moment the desire surged, Viktor didn't hesitate at all, and his body suddenly shot forward, so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. Before the woman could react, his fist, cutting through the air with the sound of wind, pierced straight through her chest. Ugh. The satisfaction in the woman's eyes instantly froze, replaced by an expression of shock and disbelief. She looked down at the bloody hole in her chest, completely unable to understand why things had escalated to this point. He ignored her shock and quickly reached out to grab the golden apple from her hand. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes filled with panic. She instinctively used her magic, causing Viktor's hand to pass through the golden apple. It was as if the two were in different spaces and unable to touch each other at all. Damn it. Where did this barbarian come from? The woman initially thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, but she hadn't anticipated that his second reaction would still be swift and dangerous. He pulled his hand back from the hole in her chest, then gripped her spine tightly with his 5 fingers. Although he never encountered magic, Viktor's heightened combat instincts told him that he first needed to incapacitate this woman to seize the treasure. She was one of the goddesses with a resilient body, but she was not a combat-type god and could not withstand Viktor's immense strength. Crack! 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 The sound of her spine cracking under the pressure echoed through the air. The immense pain caused the woman to scream, and the protective magic around the golden apple broke down due to the chaos in her mind. In the next instant, Viktor successfully seized the golden apple while also ripping the woman's spine apart. The cold metallic texture of the apple contrasted strangely with its warm surface. The tempting magic emanating from it made his gaze grow even deeper. The woman's body slowly started to become transparent, her confusion turning into resentment and unwillingness before ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. He stood still, holding the golden apple, and his gaze slowly shifted from confusion to clarity. Looking down at the golden apple in his hand, Viktor scratched his head. What is this thing? Every 150 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 15, Golden Apple. The faint glow flowing across the surface of the golden apple hadn't faded yet, and he could still feel the strange warmth lingering on his fingertips when a familiar sound of air being torn reached his ears. It was the sound of the air being torn apart as Diana flew, and her speed was more urgent than any time she had rushed back to the training ground before. Viktor's heart tightened, and his hand subconsciously gripped the golden apple tighter. The greed awakened by the magic had not completely faded, and a brutal thought quickly emerged. Hide this thing. Keep it for yourself. But as soon as that thought appeared, Viktor forcefully suppressed it. He glanced at the black smoke still lingering on the ground at the street corner and remembered how Diana had patiently taught him to control his power these past few days. Earth was not Viltrum, and possessing and killing wouldn't solve all problems. In fact, it would destroy the peaceful situation he had just begun to find. Moreover, Diana still had her lasso of truth tied around her waist. It wasn't worth lying over a golden apple whose effects were still unclear. He took a deep breath, loosening his slightly trembling fingers, and stood silently in place while waiting. The red figure arrived in an instant. Diana landed in front of him, and her gaze immediately locked onto the golden apple in his hand. Her brows furrowed tightly, and the atmosphere around her suddenly grew heavy as she spoke in a deep voice. Eris, the goddess of strife, has she been here? He nodded and spoke briefly. A bald woman with green eyes showed me this apple, and then I lost control for a moment. I broke her spine, and she turned into black smoke and vanished. He left out the details, just stating the core of what happened. Diana sighed helplessly upon hearing this, her eyes showing both understanding and a hint of heaviness. It seems you still have a long way to go to completely get rid of your habit of violence and destruction. Her gaze fell on the traces of black smoke at the street corner. You killed her body here in the human world, not her true form. Viktor's eyes showed a trace of quiet frustration. He killed her, but he didn't realize she wasn't completely gone. Even though it was the other person who started the trouble, it was clear she wasn't someone who would be reasonable. He raised the golden apple in his hand, his tone carrying a hint of awkward curiosity. This thing, is it a treasure? The desire that had overwhelmed his senses earlier made him instinctively feel that this apple was not simple. The golden apple itself isn't rare in the divine realm. Diana explained. Gods under Zeus often use golden apples to prolong their lives and stabilize their soul vitality. However, Erish's apple is different. It's her personal divine artifact. Diana's tone became serious. In addition to its basic effects, it can also stir the deepest desires within all living beings, awakening envy and a thirst for conflict. There have been several instances where divine disputes and mortals have been instigated by it. Diana paused for a moment before adding. More importantly, Eris won't vanish just because her mortal body in the human world was destroyed. And once she is resurrected in the divine realm, the evil magic on this golden apple will also be revived. He was taken aback, and his hand holding the golden apple relaxed a little. This wasn't a treasure worth fighting for but a ticking time bomb that could go off again at any moment. As for the apple's power to extend life, it wouldn't attract him, who already has a long lifespan. The intense possessiveness he had felt earlier was merely the lure and illusion of magic. Diana looked at the legendary golden apple and, for a moment, felt a bit of a headache. Even though she should advise him to hand the golden apple over to the Justice League for safekeeping, the current Justice League didn't seem to have many good ways to handle the wrath of a god. The Justice League, which had only been established for 2 years, hadn't yet had the time to recruit many members, and as of now, the only heroes in the entire league connected to magic were herself and Shazam. Shazam often gave off an impression of immaturity and unreliability in his words and actions. Even Batman mentioned that Shazam had caused several incidents involving magical artifacts going missing in his Fawcett City. Although nothing major had happened in the end, leaving a magical artifact that could possibly start World War III with Shazam for safekeeping clearly wasn't a great idea. As for Diana herself, she was indeed closely connected to magic, but most of her abilities came from the divine blessings of her bloodline and the artifacts bestowed upon her by the gods. She could use some small magical tricks, but she couldn't compare to Eris, the goddess of strife, much less suppress an apple capable of causing a divine war. By the way, how did this kid defeat the goddess of strife? Perhaps you should hand it over to the Justice League. This isn't something you should be dealing with. No, we can't hand it over to the Justice League. Just as Diana was about to firmly take responsibility and try to convince him, Viktor opened his eyes and immediately rejected her suggestion. Miss Prince, you were silent for a full 3 seconds just now. If you truly believed that the Justice League currently had the capability to handle this apple, you would have spoken up immediately. He looked at the golden glow on the surface of the apple as it shimmered in the sunlight, deep in thought. We should first understand why this happened. The goddess of strife wouldn't just casually pull out such a valuable artifact to influence an ordinary person. The fact that she wanted to use the golden apple to make me lose control means that she sees something in me that caught her attention. Diana's worried face slowly turned to surprise as he explained everything. In other words, from the perspective of the gods, or rather, those who use magic, there must be something special about me. Diana felt a little embarrassed. She was also a demigoddess, but at that moment, she couldn't offer any effective advice. I've already offended the goddess of strife, and whether I want to or not, if we hand this apple over to the Justice League, it means that a group of people with superpowers will become targets for her. This isn't something that can be easily taken on by the responsibility of heroes, Miss Prince. He didn't say anything further because everything was already clear. If Superman and the Flash were affected by the goddess of strife's magic, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the Justice League was still in a position where the public didn't fully trust them. Even though they had the means to handle things, if even one or a few of their heroes were influenced for a short time and caused trouble, the public relations disaster that followed would be catastrophic. Wow. Diana crossed her arms. She hadn't been particularly curious about Viktor's background, and deep down, she mostly viewed his request as just another daily task for the Justice League. You and Shazam are truly opposites. By the way, is it true that you're only 14, like Bruce said? He smiled and stuffed the golden apple into his pocket. If I really thought like a normal 14-year-old, then both now and in the future, I would just be another conqueror from Viltrum. Diana froze. A conqueror? What did that mean? However, Viktor had already taken off into the air. He had originally planned to go out shopping for some fruit today, but this mess had ruined his mood. Wait, what's your plan now? Diana couldn't shake the feeling that this kid lacked a certain respect for adults, but she gritted her teeth and followed him into the sky. The Justice League must have a list, right? Don't you actively collect information on global anomalies or dangerous individuals and keep track of them? He honestly said, the Justice League doesn't have any experts. We can actively look for them. By the way, Ms. Prince, do you really not know any magic users on Earth? Diana suddenly understood. They needed to talk to Batman. Every 150 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 16, The Watchtower. Find a magician. Diana was floating in the air, with the wind blowing through her long hair. The world of magic is very complicated, and most of them don't like to be disturbed by outsiders. Viktor held onto his pocket, his fingertip sensing the faint warmth coming from the golden apple. It was a sign that the magic hadn't completely subsided yet. I know, but Eris only lost because she got unlucky, maybe also because most gods are inevitably arrogant when dealing with mortals, but that doesn't mean I'll always be able to keep control of myself. Viktor's tone was firm. A person who had gone through the life and death on Viltrum would never sit idly by. Diana looked at the calmness in his eyes and suddenly thought that this calm, steady attitude was even more reliable than some of the more impulsive members of the League. All right, I'll contact Batman. Diana stopped hesitating, raised her hand, and activated the encrypted communicator on her wrist. The metal band lit up with a faint blue glow. A few seconds later, Batman's low voice came through, carrying his usual cold and hard tone. What is it? Viktor is in trouble. He's been targeted by the goddess of strife, Eris, and he even got her magic golden apple. Diana explained the situation quickly. We need to find some magicians to figure out how to deal with Eris's potential revenge after her resurrection. I wanted to ask if you have any leads on this. There was a brief silence on the other end of the communicator, followed by Batman's voice, sounding a little more serious than usual. Golden apple. Eris's personal artifact. Yes, Victor just fought her and destroyed her mortal form, but her true form is still in the divine realm and could come back at any time. Diana added. We want to speak to you in person. Should we come to the Batcave? No. Batman's answer was firm. Don't bring him to the Batcave. Victor raised an eyebrow, quickly noticing the wariness in Batman's voice. Diana was also a bit surprised. Why? The security level of the Batcave is high enough. When you encountered Eris earlier, the surveillance system I set up in Boston had a signal disruption. It lasted exactly 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Batman's voice sounded cold. He paused, then spoke directly to Victor. Then I heard your entire conversation. Victor, the way you think and talk doesn't match how young you look at all. It was clear what Batman meant. Victor's thinking ability, forethought, and ability to handle the situation could easily make him a perfect fit for a spy from another planet. Now, Victor's threat level on the watch list had been raised again. You're going to say this in front of a kid? Diana clearly knew Batman well and couldn't help but give some advice. Do you really think he's still a kid? He's way more mature than Green Lantern and Shazam put together. Victor didn't seem upset at all. He stayed calm and spoke clearly so Batman could hear him through Diana's communicator. Now we have a common problem, we should solve the immediate danger first. The voice on the communicator paused, as if Batman was thinking, and after a moment, he devised a new plan. We'll meet at the watchtower. I've sent the coordinates to your communicator. The watchtower? Diana sounded surprised. Didn't you say the watchtower was still under construction? Bring him over. Batman didn't explain anything and hung up the communicator directly. Diana put away the communicator, looking a bit confused, but still nodded at him. Let's go, can you move around in space? Miss Prince, I come from a highly skilled race that dominates across the entire universe. Did you not look at my file at all? I only know that someone needed help, so I came. The two accelerated together, breaking through the clouds and flying toward outer space. Soon, a massive space station floating in orbit appeared in their view. The watchtower was silver gray, with a highly futuristic design, with huge solar panels that glowed under the sun, and there were several energy shields around it, glowing with a soft blue light. They passed through the energy shields and entered the watchtower. Diana sighed, amazed by the technology, but Victor didn't seem all that impressed. Viltrum has even more magnificent satellites than this. The wide hallways were lined with advanced equipment, and holographic projections flickered in the air. The entire space station was running smoothly, showing no signs of still being built. Diana's brow furrowed even tighter as she admired the sight. She followed the guide robot toward the conference room, complaining softly as she walked. This guy. He's been lying to us all this time. Victor asked curiously. What's wrong? Diana explained with a sigh in her voice. Batman kept telling everyone that the watchtower is still being built and tested. He said it's not ready to use yet. That's why we always have to go to Justice Hall in New York every time the Justice League has a meeting. Diana's tone carried a hint of frustration. You know, a group of superpowered beings gathered in the populated New York, and the UN keeps sending warning letters saying it causes panic and potential risks for the people. She let out a big sigh. Moreover, most of the other members keep their identities, but I'm the only one with an official role as the ambassador for external relations of Paradise Island. Those warning emails always come directly to me, and the pressure is all on me. As she spoke, they walked into the conference room. Batman was already seated at the head of the table, his black suit blending into the dim surroundings, with only the bat symbol faintly visible under the light. After seeing them enter, Batman merely gave a small nod with his fingers, signaling them to sit down without saying anything about the watchtower. Diana was about to speak up and question him, but Batman interrupted her. Let's talk about the important thing first. The golden apple is with you. Batman's eyes were focused directly on Victor's chest. Victor nodded. Yes, it's with me. I learned about its dangers from Miss Prince, so I didn't plan to hand it over to anyone for safekeeping to avoid any complications. You want to find a magician to break the magic or find a way to deal with Eris? Batman asked. Yes. Victor answered directly. I need a list of magic users. Since you're monitoring even a 14-year-old alien refugee, I'm sure you're the only one in the Justice League who have the capability to provide such a list. Batman's expression darkened, and he didn't deny it. He raised his hand and pressed a few buttons on the console in front of him. A holographic screen appeared out of thin air, displaying 2 sets of files. I won't give you the entire list. Batman's voice was cold. Some magicians who are as dangerous as Eris. If you go talk to them, you'll only make much bigger problems. In short, these 2 files were the ones Batman deemed relatively controllable and likely to be helpful. Victor's gaze fell on the screen. The title of the first file was Dr. Fate, showing the location, Salem City, Massachusetts, USA. The information mentioned that Dr. Fate possessed immense mystical power, but his whereabouts were unpredictable. Salem had experienced some spatial disturbances in the past, and the document noted that Dr. Fate was difficult to track. However, Dr. Fate has shown up in front of the public a few times before. He used his magic to resolve problems and was suspected of being connected to an old superhero team that's not active anymore. Seeing the name, Victor's heart stirred. He remembered Dr. Fate from his past life and knew that this was a very powerful sorcerer. He originally planned to prioritize visiting him, but he didn't know where to find him. Now that he had the exact information from Batman, Victor quietly made a note of Dr. Fate's name in his mind and quickly placed Salem City in his memory. He continued to look at the second document. This one was shorter, with only a blurry surveillance screenshot. It showed a small figure in a gray robe, who appeared to be a woman based on the shape of her body. The information showed that this person occasionally appeared at night in Gotham City, with no fixed patterns of activity, and was skilled at hiding her presence using magic. I've been trying to track down this gray-robed person for a very long time. Batman explained. She's not very aggressive, occasionally stealing food, but there are 3 recorded instances where she helped homeless people who were about to freeze or starve to death. Out of all the magicians I know about, she's the safest one and the least dangerous. He stared at the blurry screenshot, deep in thought. Gotham City. That's Batman's territory. If even Batman can't catch her or find out who she really is, that means this person is really, really good at hiding with her magic. These 2 files should be enough for you to start with. Batman closed the holographic screen. If you run into any problems you can't solve, contact me. But remember, don't mess with other magicians too carelessly. The magic community on Earth is more complicated than you think. At this point, Diana couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Are you seriously not going to explain why the watchtower is already finished and ready when you told us it was still being built? We'll talk about the watchtower later. Batman interrupted her again, his tone leaving no room for argument. Right now, the priority is on solving the problem with the Golden Apple and Heiress. The meeting is over. You can leave now. Victor glanced at the 2 of them, who were in a standoff, and stood up. I'll go to Salem City to find Dr. Fate. Thank you, Ms. Prince, for bringing me here. After saying that, Victor turned and headed toward the watchtower's exit. Diana gave Batman a helpless glare, but had no choice but to follow him. The conference room fell silent again, with only the black silhouette sitting in the main seat so quiet it was almost suffocating. Every 150 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Every 10 review equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 17, Talk. On the way to Salem City, Diana clearly seemed like she wanted to say something but was holding back. He noticed Diana's unease and took the initiative to ask. What's wrong, Miss Prince? I just wanted to tell you, don't be mad or upset about Batman watching you and keeping tabs on you. He's always like that and doesn't worry about the things he said earlier either. After hearing her words, Victor raised his eyebrow. Mad. Watching. What's there to mind about that? Diana was a little stunned. After all, when she had accidentally found the bug Batman had placed on her, she had been furious for quite some time. Their flying speed, which had been slightly ahead, slowed down a bit as Diana carefully looked at Victor's face. She realized the young man seemed genuinely calm and couldn't help but feel confused. You've only been on Earth for a short time, and you've already encountered something like this. Doesn't the feeling of being watched or having your freedom restricted make you uncomfortable? He straightforwardly shook his head, pondered for 2 seconds on how to respond, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. I've been on Earth for almost 20 days now. Except for the 3 days I spent unconscious, the week I spent recovering, and the 8 days I've spent with you, Ms. Prince, have felt like a vacation to me. There's no training pushing my physical limits, no one forcing me to fight to the death with other kids or some even older than me. There are no instructors shouting at me or abusing me. Victor's gaze became slightly unfocused, clearly lost in some heavy memories. Do you know? It's the first time I've heard the word vacation since I arrived on Earth. On my planet, a vacation is a privilege granted only to warriors who are at least 500 years old and have made exceptional contributions. In the first 10 years of my life, every day, when I opened my eyes, I was always faced with battles, injuries, killing, and the insults and beatings from my instructors. Diana had initially considered teaching him as just a mission when she received Bruce's Batman. She had no idea about his past, and this week had simply been about training him as a young warrior who needed help in some areas. This week had felt like a replay of the training and education she had received as a young girl on Paradise Island. The only difference was that now she was the one teaching, not the one learning. It wasn't until Victor spoke in detail about his past that Diana felt a mix of shock and sympathy rise within her heart. How could such a race exist? After she first arrived in human society, Diana described life on Paradise Island to others, and the strange expressions on their faces seemed to constantly remind her of how primitive the Amazons were in comparison to human society. Now, Diana truly understood how it felt. Diana's impression of Viltrum dropped to a negative number, and she felt even more sympathy for this young man who almost never smiled or showed much emotion on his face. So, should I be happy you didn't get mad and fly right up to Batman to punch him? Diana asked with a little joke in her voice. Victor gave a somewhat speechless sideways glance ahead, thinking to himself that maybe Diana and Batman had some personal grudge against each other. Since I arrived on Earth, I haven't hidden most of my past or what Viltrum is like. It's only natural for some Earthlings to be wary of me, considering Viltrum is a civilization that glorifies the invasion of other planets. Victor sighed. To put it more harshly, Miss Prince, I've seen a lot of the Justice League stories on TV. The personalities of the members were pretty obvious in most interviews and the press conference when it was first formed. To be honest, the Justice League, except for Batman, most of you seem a bit naive. Superman, Flash, and Shazam, those are the types that can earn trust easily just by playing the victim. They're really easy to trick. Aquaman, Green Lantern, and you, Miss Prince, either have a personal errand to manage or other organizations that divide your attention, making you the type who can't dedicate full focus to the Justice League. Diana instinctively wanted to retort, but his next sudden change of topic stopped her. I saw an old report that said Mr. Bruce, who works with Batman, was really generous and took care of most of the Justice League's expenses. See? Even the main sponsor comes from Batman's personal connections. This sentence hid a secret that Diana had to keep, and it made her momentarily speechless. The funding, planning, communications, base relocation, danger alerts, in an internationally famous organization, all of this is handled by just one person. Diana stared wide-eyed, unable to think of anything to say in response. In fact, 2 years ago, Batman was the only one who opposed forming the Justice League. Now, Batman has become the core of how the League keeps running. He's not the only one. There's Cyborg helping out too. After a long pause, Diana finally managed to offer a rebuttal, but it wasn't very forceful. Victor didn't respond this time. He actually had a sharper opinion about Cyborg. For example, despite possessing universe-level advanced technology, Cyborg's greatest role seems to be serving as a server and artificial AI. In a place that claims to have freedom of speech, Cyborg hadn't stepped in to control public opinion. The Justice League had been harshly criticized online. However, Cyborg is also the only one who, aside from his brief appearance when the Justice League was first founded, has never been seen in the public eye again. For the majority of the public, they still think of Cyborg as just a machine with powerful technology and weapons. The true extent of Cyborg's abilities was not publicly available, and Victor had no reason to have access to such information. As they flew through a layer of clouds, Victor exhaled a breath of mist, spreading his hands out towards Diana, who was still staring at him. I can sense that you all are very kind people. So, I understand why you might think Batman is hard to deal with. But to me, Batman is just someone who's more direct with his words. So far, the way he's treated me has been more understanding than the most gentle instructor on my planet. He wasn't making this up. From the beginning to the end, Batman had only warned him a few times from a human perspective, and that was way better than the instructors back home who would break his leg without a second thought. Diana was taken aback by this surprising evaluation of Batman. She anxiously tugged at a strand of her hair, clearly feeling a little frustrated. Victor. Miss Prince. Diana started grinding her silver teeth together. I really hope, if one day you ever lose your powers, remember to go rob a bank in Gotham City. ? That sentence made no sense at all, and Victor just decided to ignore it. He flew a little lower and focused on the buildings of the city below. Hey, Miss Prince, did we already arrive in Salem City? Every 150 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Every 10 review equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 18, Demon. The two figures broke through the clouds and landed softly on a patch of wild grass just outskirts of Salem City. The soil beneath their feet was still damp from the morning dew, and the distant skyline of the city was faintly visible through the mist. Victor stumbled slightly as he landed, not because his injuries hadn't healed, but because of the sudden feeling of frustration rising in his chest. He raised a hand to rub his forehead, his gaze sweeping over the distant city. The information Batman gave was about Salem City, but this was a whole city, not some tiny secret hideout with just one building. Dr. Fate was always hard to track and preferred to stay hidden. What's the matter? Trouble. Diana landed beside him, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. She realized that he had been eagerly making plans during the journey, but she hadn't expected that this guy hadn't even considered the most basic question, how to find the person accurately. He turned his head to glance at her, not denying his oversight. You're right, I didn't think it through. I was just thinking of getting here first and figuring it out. He paused, and a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. How about this? I'll go into the city, pretend to be a supervillain, flip over a few cars, and shout a couple of times, and when people start shouting for help, Dr. Fate should come out to check, right? You dare. Diana reached out and tapped his head, her tone tinged with helplessness. She knew he was joking, of course, but the idea of using small destruction still made her furrow her brow. All right, no more jokes. He rubbed the spot she had tapped, dropping his playful expression, and his tone became serious. Miss Prince, I need your help. Diana raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. You're an Amazon princess, and you have divine power. Perhaps your presence might catch Dr. Fate's attention. He explained that this was the most reliable approach he could think of. Diana pondered for a moment and then nodded. That could work. Dr. Fate's artifact and divine power come from the same source. He might be able to sense my magical bracelets. She took him to an empty spot at the entrance of the city, then raised her arms. The ancient magical bracelets on her wrists clinked together lightly, emitting a crisp and pleasant sound. The sound waves spread out, with a faint golden light almost invisible to the naked eye, rippling through the air like water toward the heart of the city. Then, the magical energy in the air began to ripple slightly, and the mist in the distance cleared a little. The two of them waited quietly for a moment. Just when Viktor thought this plan wasn't working, a sudden burst of golden light appeared in the sky. A golden tower slowly floated in midair. The tower was covered in runes, glowing with a divine radiance under the sun, slowly rotating about 20 meters above the ground. Then, a figure flew out from the ripples on the golden tower. The figure wore a deep blue suit with a golden cloak, but what caught the most attention was the golden helmet on his head, completely obscuring his face, with a faint magical aura flowing along its edge. It was Dr. Fate. Viktor stared at the smooth helmet with no openings for observation and couldn't help but wonder in his mind. Isn't it uncomfortable wearing that thing on your head? Doesn't it feel stuffy? Just as his thoughts wandered, Dr. Fate slowly descended in front of the two of them. His voice came through the helmet, sounding ethereal and full of authority, as if it transcended time and space. Daughter of Zeus, Diana Prince. Nabu greets you. I would prefer you call me Diana, or Wonder Woman. Diana frowned, clearly not fond of the title, Daughter of Zeus. Dr. Fate didn't argue. He slowly turned toward Viktor, and his tone suddenly grew cold, filled with open hostility. Half-demon, leave this land. Before his words even finished, Dr. Fate waved his hand, and a faint golden magical light gathered in front of him, forming a cross-like symbol. The symbol of Ankh. The magic forming the symbol radiated a strong suppressive aura, rushing down on Viktor with the clear intent to warn him to leave or fight. What do you mean by that? Diana's expression changed, and she instinctively stepped in front of him, raising her arm to block the magical light. Dr. Fate, he is my student, not some half-demon. Please explain yourself. Why are you treating him this way? Student. Dr. Fate scoffed with disdain, his voice dripping with contempt. Daughter of Zeus, you can't even see the true nature of this half-demon. He raised a hand and pointed at Viktor, his voice suddenly rising. In the eyes of Nabu, the resentment and bloodlust surrounding this boy are thicker than most demons in the depths of hell. A half-demon who can make Nabu angry must have slaughtered billions of intelligent beings. Billions. Diana's body shook, and the arm she had raised to protect him stiffened slightly. She turned around to look at Viktor in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. She knew the level of Nabu's power, and such an existence would never lie. But after spending these past few days with Viktor, all she had seen was a young man trying to leave his past behind and live a good life. How could he be the demon who had slaughtered billions of intelligent beings? She took a deep breath, turned around, and stared at him, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Viktor, is what he said, true? Viktor remained silent. He knew all along that his past couldn't be completely hidden. After arriving on Earth, Viktor had been honest about coming from Viltrum and about the cruelty of that planet, but he never mentioned the bloodshed on his hands. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but it was that he couldn't. The scale of such slaughter could not simply be described as mistakes or repentance. In the entire career of every superhero in the Justice League, the number of lives lost by all the supervillains they've encountered combined probably doesn't even come close to the number on his hands. He couldn't defend himself because what Dr. Fate said was the truth. The civilizations conquered by Viltrum, the weak species they used as trial targets, tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of lives, were either directly or indirectly killed by him and the other Viltrumites. He was born on Viltrum, a civilization that takes pride in conquest and battle. Diana watched Viktor's silent figure, already knowing the answer in her heart, but she couldn't help but defend him. He didn't have a choice. He was forced to be part of it, and he must have been suffering too. Self-deception. Dr. Fate interrupted her coldly without mercy. If he had even the slightest remorse for the slaughter of his past, the bloodlust and aura of guilt surrounding him would not be so thick. From the perspective of soul magic, his soul is already soaked in blood with no possibility for redemption. Diana's expression turned serious, and her gaze locked onto him again, her eyes filled with the last trace of hope, waiting for him to defend himself. Even if he just said something, anything, she would choose to believe him for now. However, Viktor merely stared at her, and his eyes, which had always been emotionless, were now filled with exhaustion. He sighed softly. That sigh said everything. Diana's heart sank, and she didn't press further. Instead, she turned back to Dr. Fate and spoke in a low voice. We came here to ask for your help. He has been targeted by the goddess of strife, Eris, and has obtained her artifact, the Golden Apple. We need to find a way to break the curse and deal with Eris's revenge when she comes back. Impossible. Dr. Fate rejected without a second thought. Nabu will never help a half-demon whose hands are stained with blood. I will keep my eyes on you until you leave Salem City, and I won't allow you to stay here. The ankh lit up again, and this time it even created a powerful gust of wind. Viktor stood in the howling wind, gave Dr. Fate a slight nod, and spoke calmly. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave now. Afterward, Viktor no longer lingered, turning and flying off in the direction away from Salem City. Diana watched his retreating figure. She hesitated for a moment, and then followed. In midair, after struggling for several seconds, she suddenly increased her speed, flew in front of him, and blocked his path, her eyes filled with complicated emotions as she gazed at him. Viktor, please tell me, under what circumstances did you need to kill so many people? Every 150 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Every 10 review equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 19, Lost Cause, bonus chapter. Viktor stopped flying and just floated high up in the sky. A cold, sharp wind blew across his face, making everything feel extra chilly. There was now a swirl of complicated feelings in his usually calm and still eyes. The hazy sensation of a long-forgotten memory being remembered, and also the confusion he couldn't quite figure out himself. He didn't immediately respond to Diana's question. Instead, he slowly lowered his head, his gaze piercing through the thin clouds at the city far below. Salem City looked peaceful in the middle of the day. The sunshine was warm and golden, like melted gold paint spread all over the rooftops. The street was full of vehicles moving smoothly, but another scene from the past quietly appeared in his eyes. The planets burned by war, the burnt smell in the air, the constant cries and screams that filled his ears, and all of it instantly broke through the walls he had built in his mind. Viktor's fingertips unconsciously curled slightly, his knuckles turning white. It felt as if something was blocking his chest, making him feel suffocated and uneasy. Miss Prince. After a long while, Viktor slowly spoke. He turned his face slightly, his gaze returning to Diana, and his voice carried a hint of hesitation that was hard to notice. Do you know about the rite of passage on Viltrum? Diana paused for a moment and instinctively shook her head. She was familiar with the coming-of-age rituals of many civilizations across the universe, some ceremonial and full of blessings, others harsh and filled with trials, but she had never heard of any related to Viltrum. She could sense the weight in his voice, and instinctively held her breath, her eyes fixed tightly on him. On Viltrum, 17 is the legal age of adulthood, but only those who pass the rite of passage are recognized as true warriors, and only then can they have the right to live on the planet. Viktor's gaze became empty, like he was seeing that planet again, torn apart by war and domination. However, you'll never imagine, the so-called rite of passage was never a symbol of growth. It was a brutal slaughter. He slowly raised his right hand, his palm facing the sunlight above. The golden light filtered through his fingers, casting a shadow across his face. The instructors would throw us directly onto a planet they had just marked as a target, a planet they hadn't fully conquered yet. The people of that planet, old, young, men, women, children, became our test targets. Viktor's voice was unusually calm, as if he were recounting something that had nothing to do with him, but this calmness made Diana's heart sink sharply. A cold chill slowly crept up her back, quickly spreading throughout her body. She unconsciously clenched her fists. There were no rules, no boundaries, and no mercy. He lowered his gaze, his tone still flat, but with a chilling cruelty. There was only one requirement for the test: survive, and kill every single person on that planet who resisted. Resisted. Diana's voice suddenly sounded dry and scratchy. She stared at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. Those defenseless civilians, those old and children who had no ability to resist, do you consider them rebels as well? In the eyes of the Viltrumites, any people who are still alive, who haven't completely surrendered and abandoned the idea of resistance, are a rebel. Viktor's lips curled into a bitter smile, as if mocking the situation. It's a simple and yet bloody logic. Viltrum itself was in the midst of a civil war that might have lasted for centuries, with some people's minds already more twisted and insane than before. Titan was the most unique and brutal trial ground for Viktor's unit. No one questioned the choice, since it was the High Council who decided to include Titan in the test after the stubborn resistance of the planet's citizens completely ignited their desire to conquer. Titan is 3 times the size of Earth, and it has been thriving on this planet for thousands of years. Their technology level is roughly equivalent to Earth's 20th century. They lack interstellar travel capabilities, and heavy weapons are few and far between. But unlike Earth in the 20th century, Titan's culture was deeply rooted in a strong attachment to its homeland and a zero tolerance for invasion. When we first set foot on this planet and tried to force them to surrender with force, more than 80% of the Titans didn't back down. Viktor's eyes flashed with a complex emotion. The army picked up the guns and built defensive lines at the edges of various cities. The ordinary civilians, on the other hand, wielded cold weapons passed down from their ancestors. They used their own weak bodies to create but resilient defenses and fought fiercely against us with overwhelming power. This stubborn and almost obsessive resistance completely enraged the Viltrum. In their eyes, such a primitive and backward planet should have bowed down like ants and surrendered. This resistance was a blatant insult to Viltrum's authority. It made them even more determined to conquer this planet and crush it beneath their feet. Thus, the conquest of Titan was directly designated as one of Viltrum's coming-of-age trials. Viktor's unit, including himself, was one of the teams involved in this cruel trial. The unit consisted of 10 members, all of whom, except for Viktor, were 17-year-old boys, led by 2 experienced instructors whose hands were stained with blood. He floated in front of Diana, slowly recounting the memory he had guarded so tightly. Miss Prince, Titan had a population of 40 billion. Diana's breathing became more and more rapid, her chest rising and falling sharply. She could almost clearly picture the horrific scene he described. A group of defenseless civilians with no real weapons. Standing tiny and helpless in front of the Viltrum, who had power like gods to destroy everything. Their resistance was like throwing eggs against a stone, and every charge meant the loss of another life. No, this can't be true. Diana instinctively stepped back a few meters. She had seen the cruelty of war, witnessed the bloodiness of slaughter, and even personally killed many vicious criminals. However, she never imagined that there could be a civilization that would treat the massacre of an entire planet's population as a test for young warriors. That cold, heartless rule broke something inside her world. It changed everything she thought she knew about right and wrong. After a long time, they didn't say anything, and even the wind high in the sky seemed to grow still. Diana slowly raised her head, her gaze full of complexity as she looked at him with her eyes held in shock, pity, disbelief, and a subtle trace of scrutiny. After a long time, she finally spoke again, her voice trembling, unable to hide her emotions. During that massacre of the people, what were you thinking? Upon hearing the question, Viktor's lips curled slightly upward, showing a weary smile. Back then, I only thought that there would never be a better opportunity in the past 10 years to escape Viltrum. Viktor paused, his gaze drifting far away again, as if he could see the smoke from the battlefield on Titan, and looking down at the people who still pointed their weapons at him when the massacre was almost over. All I felt back then was the pressure of whether I could escape and the desperate hope for freedom. Apart from that, I didn't have any space in my mind to think about anything else. Boom. Those words hit Diana like a loud clap inside her head. She was shaken to the core, completely stunned, with her back wavered uncontrollably, and the color drained from her face, turning pale. He didn't miss her reaction. He quietly watched her with a subtle hint of curiosity. Miss Prince. Diana didn't respond and just held that stiff posture. After a moment, Diana slowly lowered her head, her empty gaze falling on the city below, radiating a sense of unnatural detachment. That aura was like an invisible barrier, immediately separating her from him. Viktor watched her in this state, his lips moved as if to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. He let out a soft sigh and no longer lingered. After giving one last look at Diana, who remained frozen in place, Viktor turned and flew toward the distant horizon, quickly disappearing into the clouds. Diana was left standing alone in place for a long time. And in the sky above Salem City, the golden tower-like structure built with magic slowly became transparent, ultimately vanishing from sight. Dr. Fate's figure stood in the center of the tower, quietly watching the direction where Viktor had flown through an invisible magical barrier. Dr. Fate's gaze, hidden beneath the golden helmet, was complicated and hard to read, filled with confusion and a hint of unnoticeable pity. Nabu. He spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. The massacre was never his intent. Can someone like him truly be beyond redemption? Every 150 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Every 10 review equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 20, Superman. The wind whistled loudly past his ears as Viktor floated high in the sky. Below him, a wide river separated 2 cities, one bustling like Metropolis, and the other dark and mysterious like Gotham. The wide river, shimmering with light, splits the 2 very different cities perfectly apart. Viktor's original destination had been Gotham, with the mysterious gray-robed person's file from Batman being his only current lead. However, for some reason, Tom's face appeared in his mind, rough like the sea breeze, along with the memory of a warm, delicious bowl of seafood soup. The 7 days he spent healing at that house had been the most peaceful time since he arrived on Earth, with no harsh training, no suspicion about his identity, and no heavy memories of the past. Tom's kindness was like the gentle sunlight by the sea, soft yet warm enough to soothe. Just chat for a bit, relax, and then leave. He murmured to himself, trying to convince himself. Diana's coldness felt like a mountain, and he desperately needed a place to escape from the suffocating tension. He turned around, preparing to head toward the seaside suburbs of Metropolis, but suddenly the air around him became thick and sluggish. There was no sound of the air breaking, no energy fluctuations. A figure dressed in red and blue seemed to appear out of nowhere, silently floating a few meters away from him. Victor's pupils suddenly shrank, and his muscles tensed up in an instant. This was the costume he'd seen countless times on TV. The tight blue suit showed off a strong, well-built body, with a red cape fluttering gently in the wind, and the S symbol on the chest gleamed brightly in the sunlight. Unlike the black-armored Superman he saw in space that night, the person in front of him looked younger with a slight smile on his lips, and he stood with his hands on his hips, looking him up and down. "Hello, you must be Victor, right?" Superman spoke first, his voice clear and bright, warm like the afternoon sun. "I saw your file in the Justice League database a few days ago. You're from the planet Viltrum, right?" He stepped a little closer, his eyes filled with sincere curiosity. "Come to think of it, our backgrounds are pretty similar. We're both aliens from other planets." Victor's expression instantly turned cold, and the aura around him grew sharp. Similar. He certainly didn't think he had anything in common with the person standing in front of him who was revered as Earth's protector. He still remembered how kind and gentle Diana had been, right up until she learned about all the bloody, awful things from his past. Then that kindness turned into a cold wall that pushed him away. He never wanted to go through that process again, going from being accepted to being rejected. It would be better to just set clear boundaries from the start. "You and I are nothing alike." Victor coldly muttered the words, no longer looking at Superman, and turned to fly away. "Wait." However, Superman quickly flashed in front of him, raising a hand to tap his ear, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. "I know this might sound a bit intrusive, but I have super hearing. I can hear sounds from very far away. It used to bother me a lot, but eventually, I learned to filter out most of the noise." He paused for a moment, and his tone became sincere. "The sound of Diana tapping her bracelets earlier was really too sharp for me. I couldn't help but focus on what was going on in Salem, and that's how I overheard your conversation." Victor froze in the air, his eyes instantly turning cold, and the murderous intent around him almost became tangible. "I'm sorry. I've never understood what guilt is. I know your power, and I also know I can't defeat you right now. Oh, but I wasn't planning on fighting you. I don't mean any harm, I'm really sorry for eavesdropping on your secret." Superman quickly raised both hands to show he meant no harm, and his smile became a little more bitter and helpless. "Funny thing is, I just had a fight with my girlfriend, and she kicked me out of the apartment. Now, I don't even have a place to go." Victor was a bit confused, and his tense attitude slowly dissipated. He didn't understand why Superman was telling him all this. Superman sighed, not seeming to notice Victor's odd expression. "You're an alien who ran away from your past. I'm an alien who can't even keep my girlfriend from getting mad at me. Our situations are kind of the same, and right now we both feel pretty down. How about we find a quiet spot and just talk for a while?" Victor was completely stunned, his mind unable to process the words. He imagined that Superman would question him, would treat him with hostility like Dr. Fate had, or even immediately restrain him, but he never expected this kind of response. This man actually compared his heavy past of killing millions of people to getting into an argument with his girlfriend and being kicked out. As Victor was still trying to process it, Superman had already stepped forward and gently placed a large hand on his shoulder. A familiar warmth spread from his shoulder, almost the same as the warmth he felt when black-suited Superman had embraced him in space, but the feeling was completely different. This young Superman exuded warmth mixed with a somewhat clumsy sincerity, with no sense of pressure at all. "Stop standing there, I know a great place." Superman didn't give him a chance to respond and suddenly lifted him into the air. The speed was so fast that Victor couldn't even react, and he was forced to fly along with him. The city below quickly shrank, soon becoming a blurry silhouette, and then a vast blue ocean appeared in their view. They flew over the turbulent sea and finally landed on a cliff on a deserted island. The waves crashed against the rocks, splashing white foam and creating a muffled rumbling sound. The salty sea breeze carried moisture, brushing against their faces with a refreshing coolness. Superman let go of his shoulder, walked over to the edge of the cliff, and sat down. He swung his feet in the air as he stared at the distant horizon. Victor remained silent for a moment, watching the blue Boy Scout with his back to him. He also walked over, sat down not far from Superman, and stared at the swirling waves below. Finally, he couldn't hold back and asked, "Why would you compare my past with something as trivial as an argument with your girlfriend?" There was no comparison between the two to him. One was a sin covered in blood, and the other was just a small quarrel between a couple. The former was heavy enough to crush anyone raised in a peaceful environment, and the latter was merely a small bump in life. Superman turned his head, his smile fading, and his expression became serious. Then tell me, did you come to Earth to conquer? Viktor was frozen, instinctively shaking his head. Then that settled. Superman shrugged and looked back at the horizon, speaking in a calm tone. You escaped from Viltrum, a civilization that takes pride in domination and conquest. Doesn't that mean you fundamentally rejected their ideology? Even though you were part of those brutal massacres in the past, you chose to escape. That choice prevented even more horrific killings under Viltrum's orders in the future. That's enough to show that you're different from those Viltrumites for me. The waves continued to crash against the rocks, and the sea breeze howled past. Viktor sat on the edge of the cliff, staring at the Superman in front of him. His thoughts felt like a tangled mess. This was the first time he had looked at his past from this perspective, without accusations, without hostility, and with only a simple and direct understanding. You. Viktor opened his mouth, feeling somewhat numb. You must have been called a freak by your classmates, right? Superman stopped for a second, nodding slowly with a hint of nostalgia. Yeah, I probably awakened my superpowers during puberty, and with everything that happened, I caused a lot of trouble. Viktor rubbed his face, still stiff from the shock. You sure? It might also not be your superpowers causing the trouble. Superman was silent for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. You probably got beaten up on Viltrum too because of that mouth of yours, right? 650 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 20 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 21, Prince. In a spacious laboratory at the watchtower, the low hum of machinery filled the air, and a cold blue light cast a solemn glow over the entire space. Batman stood before a massive holographic control panel, the edges of his black suit swaying slightly in the airflow, and his sharp eyes were fixed intently on the constantly shifting molecular model on the screen. It was the result of several days of detailed calculations, reconstructing the microscopic structure of the Viltrumite cell. He lightly tapped on the control panel, and the screen instantly split into 2 sets of comparative information. On one side was the energy flow trajectory of Superman's cells under the yellow sun's radiation, followed by the distribution pattern of magic particles in Shazam's cells. They exhibited characteristics of external energy enhancement, with a clear and traceable energy trajectory. On the other side, the Viltrumite cell model was entirely different. A pale golden energy spread from the core of the cell outward, shifting between light and dark, like breathing. There was no external energy influence, and the power came from inside the cell itself. It is the entity itself that provides the superpowers, not like Superman or Shazam who get their powers from external energy. Batman's voice was low and hoarse with a serious tone. After several days of analyzing blood samples obtained from Viktor, using a high-powered particle analyzer, he finally detected the unusually active microscopic particles deep within the cells. These particles were unlike any known atomic structure, possessing strong autonomy, capable of self-repairing cellular damage, carrying explosive energy, and even optimizing themselves during cell division. He raised his hand and input commands on the control panel, naming these unknown particles Viltrumite atoms, and saving them in his private encrypted database. Next, a report popped up on the screen, and red warning symbols filled most of the page. Out of 118 known elements on Earth, only 3 could affect the Viltrumite's atoms in any noticeable way. However, these 3 elements could only be synthesized in tiny amounts in the extremely high temperature and high pressure environment of a particle collider, and their decay period was less than a second, making mass production and practical use virtually impossible. Batman frowned deeply and swiped through the cosmic elements search on the screen. Since Earth's elements were ineffective, the answer could only be found in the vastness of the universe. He immediately activated the encrypted communication and contacted Green Lantern, who had just returned to Earth after a cosmic mission. His tone was firm and left no room for argument. Head to the watchtower immediately. There's an urgent experiment that requires your help. After half an hour, the sound of footsteps could be heard at the entrance of the watchtower. Hal Jordan, wearing his Green Lantern suit, spun his Green Lantern ring on his finger, stepped into the space station, and couldn't help but be impressed. Whoa. This place is way cooler than the Justice Hall in Washington. If I'd known you had such an awesome place, I wouldn't have to put up with all the nagging at the UN meetings every time. As he looked around at the technological facilities, Green Lantern quickly walked toward the area where Batman was working. What's up? You need me to use the ring to simulate some monster's energy fluctuations again. However, before Hal could finish his sentence, Batman suddenly raised his hand to signal him to stop, and his sharp eyes shot toward a special glass room in the corner of the lab. Inside, the purified Viltrumite atom sample was stored. The once stable pale golden particles were now agitated, swirling violently within the container, almost as if they were going to break through the energy barrier. Don't move. Batman's tone instantly turned cold, and his mind raced as a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. He stared at the agitated atoms, then glanced at the Green Lantern ring on his hand and said in a low voice, "You walk toward the room very slowly, but do not activate the ring's energy and keep a steady pace." Green Lantern looked really confused, but followed the instructions and slowed his steps. As he drew closer to the observation room, the agitation of the Viltrumite atoms started to react more wildly, and the energy barrier around the container began to ripple. When he was about 3 meters away from the observation room, Batman suddenly issued the command. "Activate the ring, release green light energy at different frequencies, starting with the lowest frequency, increasing by 10% with each release, and start recording the atomic reactions." What is this about? This thing is even more sensitive than the Green Lantern Corps' energy detector. Green Lantern muttered a complaint but still concentrated, his fingertip making a slight motion as the pale green energy slowly spilled from the ring, adjusting to the frequencies as Batman had instructed. Initially, the atoms just started spinning faster and faster inside the container. As the frequency of the green light increased, the particles suddenly began to cluster together. The originally scattered pale golden light points gradually began to combine into more stable energy crystals, with the energy fluctuations rising dramatically. The data on the holographic screen updated rapidly, and Batman's expression grew increasingly solemn. Under the influence of the green light, the atoms were undergoing structural evolution at an astonishing speed, with their cell capacity and energy conversion rate increasing several times over. Furthermore, this rate of evolution was continuously accelerating. Emotional willpower energy. He murmured softly, reaching a shocking conclusion. The Viltrumite's atoms can be influenced by the emotions and will of the subject, allowing them to make an abnormal power jump in combat power. The physical data we've recorded is completely unreliable during significant emotional fluctuations of the host. He turned to Green Lantern, his tone more serious than ever. If the owner of these particles gets their hands on any one of the emotional lantern rings, their abilities will grow exponentially, and they could even surpass any superhuman abilities we know. The playful expression on Green Lantern's face slowly faded, replaced by a hint of skepticism. He was all too familiar with the power of the lantern rings, and if any being could use the kind of power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Green Lantern wanted to ask a few more questions, but Batman interrupted him immediately. He raised his hand and activated the Watchtower's teleportation device. "Come with me, we need to go to the secret lab in Gotham. We have to confirm this further." As the teleportation beam enveloped the two of them, Batman solemnly looked straight at Green Lantern. "Do not meet with Victor until I can confirm he's relatively harmless, and absolutely do not let your Green Lantern ring get near him, understand? Don't worry, I don't want to mess with some alien kid who can be empowered by Green Lantern energy." Green Lantern shrugged, but his tone clearly didn't take the situation seriously. However, as soon as the two arrived at Gotham's secret lab, an alarm suddenly popped up on the control panel's monitor. On the screen, a black-haired young man appeared on the streets of Gotham. It was Victor, who had just parted ways with Superman. Right now, Victor was frowning and rubbing his arm, clearly uncomfortable. This was his second time stepping into Gotham, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. A strange itch was spreading from his bones, traveling through his blood to the rest of his body. The more he walked in a certain direction, the stronger the itch became, as though something inside him was awakening, eager to resonate with the external energy. However, what he didn't know was that the force pulling him was coming from the Green Lantern ring on Green Lantern's hand. In the surveillance footage, Victor's steps were getting closer to the secret lab. Meanwhile, Green Lantern had clenched his fists, and the Green Lantern ring began to glow faintly as a look of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Hal instinctively felt drawn to the powerful resonance of energy and was itching to step forward and test it out immediately. "Don't move." Batman suddenly grabbed Hal and shoved him hard against the wall. He pressed his arm firmly on Hal's shoulder so he couldn't go anywhere. "I'll say it again, do not approach him, or the consequences will be unimaginable." As he restrained the restless Green Lantern, Batman quickly activated an encrypted channel and spoke into his earpiece in a low voice. "Who's near Gotham? I can't leave here right now. I'm at the Gotham docks investigating last week's smuggling case." Nightwing's voice soon came through the earpiece. "What's going on, Batman? Run into some trouble again?" Batman didn't offer any further explanations. He quickly transmitted some basic information about Victor to Nightwing and simply said, "Help him find someone, and don't let him get close to my location for now." After ending the communication, Batman turned his attention back to Green Lantern. Perhaps it was rare for Green Lantern to see Batman so serious about something. Green Lantern finally gave up on his curiosity. He raised his hands to show he wouldn't act recklessly. All right, stop staring at me like that, you're giving me goosebumps." Meanwhile, Nightwing was looking at the information he received on his terminal with raised eyebrows. A 14-year-old alien boy, a Viltrumite, suspected of being hunted by his home planet. An alien refugee at such a young age. He raised an eyebrow, and the tragic memory of second-generation Robin's death 2.5 years ago flashed in his mind. Over the past 2 years, Batman become much darker and more violent, often beating up petty criminals so badly they wouldn't even recognize their own mothers. Nightwing, who had originally left Gotham and was working solo in a nearby city, came back every now and then. He was worried that Batman's anger and isolation would lead to something even worse, and he kept a close eye on him. Could it be that Batman is looking for a new Robin? After thinking for a while, Nightwing decided to investigate in person. He gave up on staying undercover, jumped onto the motorcycle parked by the side of the road, and sped off toward Victor's location. A few minutes later, Victor frowned as he watched a motorcycle rider perform a flashy drift and block his path. The rider removed his helmet, tossing his hair that had been flattened by it. Dick Grayson. I heard you're looking for someone in Gotham." Before Victor could respond, it took him about 2 seconds to finally recall the Prince of the Bat family. "Huh. Batman is that thoughtful. You know I'm looking for someone. So, Batman sent you." After hearing him say that, Dick was immediately even more certain of his suspicions. "Well, of course, you're lucky. I'm a private detective, and I grew up here in Gotham. 650 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 20 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 22, Raven, bonus chapter." Victor looked at the cheerful Dick Grayson in front of him, and his left hand, which was tucked in his pocket, instinctively brushed the gold apple inside. The cool sensation reminded him that his primary goal right now was indeed to find a magician who could help him. The neon lights of the city reflected in the puddles, and every corner of this city seemed to be buzzing with hidden chaos. Gotham City was certainly not a place where an outsider like him could easily figure out. "Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Grayson." Victor's tone was perfectly polite. He understood that relying on others' strength was an efficient strategy for achieving goals. Since this man was one of Batman's most trusted allies, and he grew up here, he knew every street and secret spot in Gotham like the back of his hand. Dick waved his hand, hanging his motorcycle helmet on the handlebars, and leaned against the bike with a smile. "Just call me Dick. Mr. Grayson sounds too formal. Since Batman sent me to help you, feel free to share the information with me. There's almost no dark alley or dead corner in Gotham that I don't know about." Victor nodded and slowly began to describe the brief information Batman had provided. Dick raised an eyebrow when he heard the term, gray-robed person, and after Victor added some additional details, a look of understanding crossed his face. He tapped his fingers on the motorcycle seat. "I know her. She is indeed an anomaly in Gotham." Dick looked up at him, his voice sounding a bit playful. "Batman's been keeping an eye on her for almost a year, but he hasn't even gotten a single clear photo of her. You should know that even someone like Catwoman, who can circle around the Batcave's entrance and leave without a scratch, is easy for Batman to track. However, this person, she seems to have completely merged with the shadows of Gotham and her trail is almost impossible to follow." He paused, his tone softening slightly as his eyes scanned a homeless man huddled next to a trash bin on the street corner. "But honestly, I don't think she's worth the trouble. Gotham City is like a smelly puddle of dirty water, filled with all sorts of criminals, burning, killing, and robbing. She's just stealing some bread and milk to fill her stomach, and she even gives food to those starving homeless people." He spoke with honesty, without the extreme vigilance and control of Batman, and instead sounded open, street-smart, and easy to talk to. Victor could tell that Dick understood him. "I'm not looking for her for any other reason. I'm currently caught up in some trouble, and she might be able to help me." "I see. Don't worry, leave it to me." Dick patted his chest confidently, and his expression became sharper. The earlier cheerful attitude faded, replaced by the professionalism unique to Nightwing. Since she often helps the homeless, she's probably hanging around the old district. Gotham's homeless have their own little circles. We can start from there, but she only comes out at night, so we'll have to be ready to wait. For the next 3 days, Gotham's nightfall became the perfect cover for the two of them. He led Victor through the dark alleys and rooftops of the old district. He also used his connections from when he lived on the streets and managed to get the latest whereabouts of the person in a robe from an old homeless man. She usually appeared around midnight, preferring to operate near bakeries and supermarkets. After grabbing what she needed, she would quickly disappear into the deeper alleys. Of course, she would also leave half a loaf of bread for the old beggar at the street corner. On the first day of their stakeout, they hid on the roof of the bakery until dawn, but all they saw were a few rats running around and police sirens in the distance. The second day, they changed their hiding spot to behind a container next to a supermarket, but all they saw was a suspicious-looking thief whom Dick easily subdued and dumped him in front of the GCPD. It wasn't until the third night, just after the clock struck midnight, that a faint wave of magical energy drifted through the wind. Perhaps due to the continuous exposure around powerful sorcerers like Eris and Dr. Fate, Victor's body had started to recognize the distinct fluctuations of magic. This should be her. Victor's senses immediately pinpoint the source of the disturbance. Not far from the alley entrance, a slender figure in a gray robe was tiptoeing out of a broken window of the supermarket. She was holding a few bags of plain cookies and milk cartons tight against her chest. She moved so lightly and quietly, like a feather floating on the breeze. "Steady, take it slow." He lowered his voice, raising his hand to signal Viktor not to act rashly. He quietly moved toward the other side of the alley, trying to surround her. Dick's movements were smooth and quick, like someone who had been sneaking around in the dark for years. He even did a few flips and twists to get past trash cans and boxes without making a single sound. However, the person they were looking for seemed to sense something was off. She abruptly stopped, instinctively clutching the food in her arms tighter. She didn't turn around, but a faint purple magical aura began to emanate around her, and the ground beneath her feet began to show complex symbols, clearly preparing to use magic to escape. "Don't let her get away." Dick shouted and instantly sped up, rushing toward her, but his speed fell just short. The moment the purple glow expanded and her whole body became transparent, she disappeared completely. Dick tripped and fell hard, groaning as he got back up. Teleportation magic. Now I understand why even Batman can't catch her. Viktor, however, stood frozen for a moment, his eyes narrowing as if he were feeling the air around him. No, this isn't teleportation. The next second, Viktor suddenly turned around and stared straight into the darkest part of the alley. It's just invisibility with short-range teleportation. I can still sense her position. Viktor abruptly left the bewildered Dick behind, and an explosion of energy surged inside him. Viktor's figure became a blurred afterimage as he broke the sound barrier. Viktor's speed was far beyond Dick's expectations, and in the blink of an eye, he had already caught up to the woman who had disappeared into the darkness hundreds of meters ahead. Dick gaped in disbelief. He knew that Viltrumites had superhuman abilities, as Batman's files had mentioned. However, Viktor hadn't shown any of this in front of him over the past 3 days. Second, Dick had never imagined he could be this powerful. After feeling the delayed gust of wind as he shot past him, Dick muttered to himself. Is Viltrum like a distant cousin of Krypton or something? He watched as Viktor's figure grew farther and farther away in the dark. He tried to chase after him for just a couple of steps, but then he lost sight of both the woman and Viktor at the same time. Superpowers, this is so unfair. In the darkness, Viktor quickly caught up. He reached out and grabbed the corner of her cloak. The fabric was rough, damp with the night's rain, but the moment his fingers made contact, a strong magical backlash shot up his fingertips. The strange pain he felt made him instinctively grip harder. The person's teleportation was interrupted by the pull, and as she stumbled, most of the hood of her cloak was torn off. As the fabric slipped away, Viktor immediately recognized the girl. Unlike Dick, this one was all too familiar. She had short silver blue hair that stuck to her pale cheeks, and her skin was so pale it was almost translucent, but it also had a faint dark purple glow, and right in the middle of her forehead was a small red diamond-shaped gem. Raven. Right now, she was struggling to survive alone in Gotham's darkness, stealing food just to get by, while also helping those homeless people who, like her, had no place to call home. But as soon as Raven saw him, her previously calm gaze suddenly became sharp with her pupils surging with intense anger and wariness, and her voice sounded young and clear like a teenager with a cold voice. You're one of Trigon's servants. How dare you chase me all the way to the human world? Viktor froze for a moment with confusion on his face. Who is this Trigon again? 650 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 20 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 23, Souls, bonus chapter. Viktor raised his hand to explain that he wasn't one of those, Trigon's servant, but after observing him a bit longer, Raven quickly dismissed her earlier assumption. No, you're not. Even though your soul reeks of blood, you don't seem to know even the slightest bit of magic. Ah, your observation is quite sharp. Seeing that Raven seemed willing to talk, Viktor lowered his hand again. She furrowed her brow slightly, and unexpectedly, purple light flickered beneath her feet once again. Viktor sighed and shook his head. If your escape trick is always just that same purple magic teleportation, then you already know you can't get away from me. Raven glared coldly at him, her eyes now showing a bit of annoyance. After thinking for 2 seconds, she reluctantly cancelled the magic under her feet. She had to admit that he was right. That inhuman speed, along with the inexplicable ability to find her, meant that if this guy insisted on pursuing her, she really didn't have a good way to escape. Raven's expression started to show frustration. How did you find me? What exactly do you want? I got some help from someone, and now, I need your help. Seeing that she finally stopped trying to escape, Viktor quickly pulled the golden apple from his pocket. It's a bit complicated. A few days ago, I inexplicably got targeted by a god from the Greek pantheon for no reason. After a bit of conflict, I damaged her human form and ended up with this golden apple. Raven glanced at the golden apple a few times, furrowing her brows as she thought for a few seconds. This carries divine power, and its magical components are quite complex. I'm sorry, but my abilities probably aren't enough to deal with that so-called god. Originally, Raven thought that the strange boy would become discouraged after hearing her honesty, but to her surprise, Victor's expression didn't change at all. He simply put the golden apple back into his pocket. I didn't intend to ask for such an excessive request. I mostly just want to find a trustworthy magic person who can answer some questions for me. He said this while scratching his arm. Over the past 3 days, the unusual itching sensation in his body had gradually faded, but he still felt some lingering discomfort. Is there something special about my soul? Those gods, sorcerer, and others, including your reactions just now. He took a second to find the right wording. It's like I'm really noticeable to a magician like you. Raven's normally cold expression slowly started to change after hearing his question. She looked at him again, her eyes showing a mix of mockery and confusion. You don't know what's going on with yourself. He opened his mouth, but this question left him somewhat speechless. He, of course, knew why, because these past few days, any magic user could tell that his soul was filled with blood, and why his past seemed to make him transparent to certain groups of people. However, how was he supposed to describe this to the girl in front of him? Compared to this Earth, Viltrum was a completely different environment. Even during the Civil War, Viltrum had already conquered hundreds of planets within a certain light-year radius. Yet, no righteous magician had ever stepped forward to shout at the Viltrumites for their so-called sins and bloodshed. Viktor even had a vague suspicion. He suspected that during his time drifting through space, something must have happened that caused him to get pulled into the DC universe. That theory helped him push away the scariest worries in his heart for a little while, but he couldn't ignore that there were magic users everywhere here, and the way they looked at him was filled with suspicion and rejection. Dr. Fate even almost tried to attack him. It was clear that if he didn't find a way to solve this problem, his soul's peculiarities would likely attract all kinds of strange entities, interfering with his life in the future. I was born in a place without magic. Viktor carefully began speaking, while she still seemed a bit impatient, and her delicate, pale fingers tightly gripped the stolen bread and milk as she listened coldly. Where I'm from, or rather, my people, all like me, is built on bloodshed and violence. Raven's gaze visibly turned colder. If it weren't for the fact that Viktor had shown no hostility at all, Raven probably would have already attacked him with some more dangerous magic by now. However, Viktor's next words made her expression change. So, I ran away. I want to live a peaceful, normal life on this planet. But as you can see, and as I just explained, my past makes me still stand out in the eyes of those who deal with magic. Viktor's story suddenly stopped. Raven, however, no longer had the same cold, distant air she'd had earlier. In fact, her gaze seemed to carry a certain empathy. She carefully tucked the bread and milk closer to her chest, and while continuing to stare at him, she bit her lip. You want to hide your soul? Viktor's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. If this could solve my problem, then yes, I think I do. But why should I help you? We don't even know each other. We're total strangers. Viktor couldn't help but wonder if it was his imagination, but it seemed like Raven's lips curled into a sly smile when she said those words. What's there to offer here? Or, maybe, I could pull out the golden apple again, talk about how dangerous this powerful artifact was, and try to guilt-trip her into helping him. Since she was eventually going to become part of a superhero team, even though she was currently homeless and had to steal food to survive, she still showed compassion for beggars. That should mean she had quite a strong sense of empathy. He couldn't just keep bothering her like this, making her dislike him to the point where she would reluctantly help him out of annoyance. You know Superman? Viktor asked carefully. Raven paused for a moment, as if she didn't quite understand the meaning of his question. Of course, I know him. Newspapers, TVs and shops by the roadside, everywhere there's talk about Superman. He felt a shift in his thoughts and rolled up the sleeve of his arm, making a gesture as if to present something. My race is called Viltrumites. My powers are similar to Superman's, and in the future, I could even become as strong as him, maybe even stronger than him. But I don't need a bodyguard. Raven coldly interrupted his words and the intention behind them. Viktor awkwardly lowered his arm. It looked like the only thing left to try was making her feel sorry for him so she'd help. I'm very interested in your soul and memories. What? Raven's sudden words made him tense up, and his mind instinctively wanted to reject the idea. Viktor's abilities could currently only handle purely physical situations, and his soul was indeed a significant weakness in this world filled with all sorts of magic and sorcery. However, strangely, Raven's attitude seemed to become somewhat odd. Putting aside my personal reasons, I first have to tell you that your soul currently has a problem. If I don't understand it more deeply, I still won't be able to help you. Viktor blinked. For some reason, he felt that after talking about souls, Raven seemed to be talking a lot more than usual. What if you don't put it aside? It's a personal preference. Raven's voice became much quieter, almost as if she were too shy to admit it. Then, she raised her hand as if to make a promise. You don't have to worry, I won't pry into your secrets. This magic isn't a one-sided malicious spell. If there's something you don't want to show, you can use your will to reject me or skip over those secret places. I'm just curious about your soul. You look like you're about my age, but your soul is different. Raven subtly swallowed, but Viktor could still sense it, making his expression turn a little strange. Your soul has decades of depth. If you let me touch it with a little soul magic, just a tiny bit. Raven made a small gesture with her hand, her eyes showing clear, unhidden anticipation. Then I'd be willing to help you solve your problem. Viktor couldn't shake the feeling that the way she was looking at him was similar to how those people in the dark corners of Gotham City get excited when they see a little white pill. What kind of strange hobby is this? 650 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 20 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 24, Trauma. You have to close your eyes and make sure there's no overwhelming resistance in your heart. He thought for several minutes about Raven's proposal before reluctantly agreeing. He also warned Raven not to do anything unnecessary, or there would be serious consequences. If I sense any danger, any of your magic won't have enough time to activate in front of me. You better not play me. If I feel any danger, it's going to be really, really bad for you. Raven eagerly nodded and promised that he would remain completely awake during the process. The two of them changed locations and found an abandoned warehouse. She extended a finger, carefully and slowly pointing it toward the center of Viktor's forehead. Just before their skin was about to touch, Viktor seemed to hear her swallow again. In the next moment, the memories, which had been somewhat blurred due to the pressure environment of Viltrum and the passage of time, gradually became clearer in Viktor's mind. Viktor and Raven seemed to be watching a movie of life together. The memories from his past life were completely hidden. Raven could only see a long stretch of darkness, but could sense that Viktor's soul had already begun to mature gradually. After glancing at him, Raven didn't express any opinions. After a long time in the darkness, the memories started to slowly unfold. Oh. Another elite, and this child's awakening level is quite good. Before Viktor could fully open his eyes, a few large hands passed him around in turn, with some of them seeming quite satisfied with his qualities. This kid has great strength, almost broke my finger, take him and put him in the elite zone's cultivation chamber. During his brief childhood, Viktor spent most of his time in the nurturing chamber. Even though he was classified as an elite, not many adults paid much attention to him after that. Occasionally, he was allowed out for some fresh air, and they would give him strange-looking toys to play with. However, Viktor had no interest in them, and he would simply sit quietly in place when he was let out. Raven happily squinted her eyes, and as the scene reached this part, Viktor's soul began to feel different, with all kinds of strange emotions. The first was loneliness filled with confusion. From the age of 1, Viktor had to regularly watch films provided by them. The content was complex, including Viltrum's beliefs and culture, as well as parts of warriors displaying their power on other planets. He finally understood where those strange toys came from. They were spoils taken from various civilizations that had been wiped out in the universe. The Viltrumites, with their blood-stained hands, would simply choose and collect these as trophies. By the age of 2, Viktor had left the nurturing chamber, but he still had to undergo regular tests every day. This included observing his superpower development, as well as blood tests and physical examinations. The films got even more detailed, including the history of the Viltrum, language lessons, and combat and killing techniques. Viktor's soul experienced some fluctuation. At the age of 3, Viktor was thrown into a group of children, with some of these children being older, while others seemed to be about the same age as him. The older ones were around 7 or 8 years old. The adult who brought him in spoke sternly. Viktor, you are an elite Viltrumite. The others around you are all Viltrumite who were found to be unqualified from the moment they were born. Your task is to kill them all. Then, the adult turned to speak to the other children. From the moment you were born, you've been nothing more than inferior products, but thanks to your glorious Viltrumite genes, you're still able to adapt to Viltrum's gravity, which is 25 times heavier than normal planets. You also have considerable combat abilities, and if you don't want to be labeled as unqualified for your entire life, use all your strength to kill the elite among you. Viktor's soul began to tremble violently. The words that completely destroyed the worldview he had built over 20 years in his past life had a strong, shocking impact on his soul. Raven's face was now flushed, but similarly, her expression showed incredible shock. The Raven in the real world couldn't help but quietly observe Viktor, who had already opened his eyes, but only to see his gaze carried an indescribable emptiness. 3 days later, the door to the room was finally opened. Viktor, covered in blood, was brought out by that person, who was satisfied. He also received his first formal praise and commendation on this planet. You're truly an elite, and let me check whose descendant you are. Oh, you're actually Lord Thrag's bloodline, no wonder. He smiled and held Viktor, whose eyes were empty, in his hands, like a swordsman holding a precious sword that had not yet been fully forged. At the age of 5, Viktor entered Viltrum's elite training class for that year. At 8 years old, he stood in front of a completely white training room, with his instructor giving him very serious instructions about what to do next. Remember the standards: elite, unqualified, and inferior. I will pick out the first 2 categories. You stay here and destroy all those inferior ones. Looking at the little ones curled up crying in the incubators, Viktor's empty eyes grew even darker, filled with a sense of dead silence. Raven's body began to tremble as well, and the impact of this scene was just as strong on her as when Trigon's magic corrupted other worlds. And right here, Viktor's soul seemed to age by more than a decade. At the age of 10, as an outstanding student among the elites, Viktor was given the opportunity to observe the glory of battle firsthand. He boarded a spaceship, traveling for light years, and for the first time, he flew through the natural sky, watching the Viltrumites, ready for action, fly past him overhead. Then brought catastrophic destruction to this planet with 50 million intelligent life forms. After a month, the blood-covered instructor flew back with a grim smile, bringing the expressionless Viktor to the planet's last refuge gathering point. Viktor, my most outstanding student, I saved this specially for you. Those elites staying at home won't experience this feeling so quickly. He pointed to the group of survivors, huddled in the corner, too hopeless to even cry. These were the last 1,000 who had survived. The rough, large hand pushed Viktor from behind. Go. Enjoy your glory. 10 minutes later, Viktor, drenched in blood, suddenly roared, exploding from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, transforming into a crimson lightning bolt, punching toward the instructor's heart. However, the instructor was a warrior who had fought for Viltrum for over 1,000 years. After a brief surprise, he slapped Viktor to the ground. Have you gone mad? How dare you attack me? A Viltrum who cannot stay calm and think during a massacre is also an inferior. Later, at the age of 14, Viktor was specially selected to participate in the conquest with other 17-year-old Viltrumites. After learning that the planet for this conquest was special, not only extremely distant, but requiring the complete genocide of the entire planet's population to complete the rite of passage, a faint light suddenly began flickering again in Viktor's pupils that had been dead for 10 years. It would take a long time for this to complete if it were wiping out the entire population of a planet. The final scene showed him slowly descending from the sky. He landed softly, put his hands behind his back, and stood right in the middle of a crowd. Their eyes filled with hatred and madness, with thousands of gazes stabbed into him like sharp daggers. However, Viktor seemed completely unaffected by these stares. Titan is beyond saving. In 3 months, the Viltrumites will wipe out your entire planet. If you continue resisting, you won't even leave behind the seeds of your civilization. There was a hint of confusion among the deep hatred in the eyes around him. He extended his right hand, opened his palm, and a square storage chip quietly lay in his hand. Your unity is commendable. The army has gone to the front lines without hesitation, leaving almost all of Titanian's top scientific research talents in this refuge. This is a design plan for an escape spaceship developed by another civilization in their final moments. Their technology level is nearly identical to yours, and it will perfectly match the production capacity you have left. Viktor said quietly. We are using an extermination strategy. These 3 months are your last chance. You'll leave some seeds of civilization and go into the universe to find a planet far from Viltrum. 1,200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 35 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 25, Synchronization. The Titanians ended up losing in the end. Strictly speaking, Viktor even bought them more time. 3 months later, a Viltrumite who was 2 years older than him discovered the place. Perhaps due to Viktor's consistently outstanding performance and stable growth in his superpowers over the past decade, the Viltrumite who was from the same unit as him didn't have any suspicions about him. Hey, what are you keeping these few thousand people for? Never mind, I'll clean this up. He carelessly flew past Viktor, completely exposing his back to him without a thought. Viktor then snuck up behind him and killed him in front of the remaining Titanians in the last refuge. After about half a month, a lazy-attitude Viltrumite flew in from the distant sky, occasionally calling out Viktor's name. Viktor. You didn't go on another killing spree, did you? We're supposed to gather and head back. This person was somewhat stronger than the last one and more vigilant, but after paying a slight price, Viktor still managed to kill him with difficulty. The Titanians didn't understand what Viktor was doing. As they hurried to finish the construction of the spaceship, they observed him with hatred and vigilance as he silently hovered in the sky, staring into the distance without saying a word. They couldn't forget that he had already killed hundreds of thousands of their best soldiers who were guarding this last refuge right in front of them. The successive disappearances finally aroused the suspicion among the Viltrumites who originally planned to gather and leave. This time, a youth whose past achievements were comparable to Viktor's, along with that nightmare-like instructor, came together. The escape spaceship was finished, but the energy wasn't fully charged yet. Viktor looked at the instructor and comrade who were rapidly flying toward him, loudly questioning him. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then flew straight toward them without any fear or turning back. The shockwaves from the battle affected those last tens of thousands of Titanians, leaving nearly all of them dead or injured. Having already exhausted 2 rounds of stamina, Viktor was no match for their combined attack, and his body flew through the sky like a rag doll, and blood rained down like drops of water. The instructor angrily berated him for being unreasonable, but Viktor silently got back up, not even wiping the blood that flowed from his mouth and nose, and took up his fighting stance again. In the next moment, Viktor was sent flying by a punch from the other Viltrumite, sneering as she struck. He can't hold on much longer, I can see his eyes losing focus. But as the lights on the spaceship began to gradually light up, the two were stunned to find that Viktor, who had been on the verge of death, withstood the punch that should have killed him. Even though he was badly injured and could barely think straight, Viktor suddenly found one last burst of power that even the instructor couldn't withstand. He weakly looked at the dozen or so surviving Titanians, and his face actually showed the first smile since arriving in the Viltrum over a decade ago. We should go together, stay away from those guys. I can protect you. The Titan civilization still has a chance. The refugees, reduced to just over 10 people from genocide, looked at each other, then a Titanian male holding a firearm stepped forward. Get off. The leading Titanian commanded with hatred. If you come with us, we'd rather blow up this spaceship. Viktor froze, his smile slowly fading, his head lowering as he hid all his emotions in the shadows. At this moment, Viktor was too injured and could die at any second. Moreover, he didn't have even a moment to persuade them. He lifted his head, and his eyes became empty and dim again. Then. I'm sorry. Raven withdrew her fingers, looking at him somewhat dazedly, her cheeks still showing an abnormal flush. Viktor, however, was completely different. Raven hadn't deceived him, and this magic hadn't harmed him, but it also had a two-way effect. He had also glimpsed a part of Raven's past. Raven's full name is Rachel Roth, and Viktor also understood her situation with Trigon. If the Viltrum's goal is to conquer planets, then Trigon's goal was to target various planes and dimensions. It's worth mentioning that a part of Raven's experiences and emotional journey were almost identical to his. No wonder you help the homeless. You're just taking the opportunity of giving food so you can increase your strength or deepen your understanding of your own powers. Who would ever guess such a strange habit? Batman and Nightwing could never imagine it. They probably just thought this girl was unusually kind. Even though the souls of the elderly were old and worn, to Rachel, they seemed rich and full of life because of all the experiences those lives held. Viktor's soul, however, because of rebirth, mental conflicts, long periods of suffocating pressure, and other reasons, reached a new level of impact and attraction for Rachel. The strange look on Rachel's face slowly faded, and a brief sense of satisfaction appeared on her usually indifferent face. However, it quickly returned to the usual, blank, dead fish-eye expression, but when her indifferent gaze landed on him, Rachel unexpectedly showed a hint of emotion. Viktor silently avoided her confused gaze. I've kept it inside for too long. I'm tired. Even though Dr. Fate had been hostile toward him a few days ago and Diana had questioned him to his face, Viktor still didn't dare to fully reveal his past in Viltrum. Just explaining the rite of passage had been difficult for Diana to accept, and if he were to tell everything about the last 10 years in detail, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that Rachel didn't press further, Viktor took the initiative to return to their previous topic. Now, can you help me with my problem? He seemed a bit troubled by Rachel saying that there was something wrong with his soul. Rachel shot him a sideways glance with her cold eyes, then nodded slightly. I don't know many things, but I'm familiar with soul magic and teleportation magic. Your problem happens to be in my area of expertise. 1200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 35 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 26, Evolve, bonus chapter. The dark purple magic circle slowly opened. Unlike the teleportation magic used earlier for escape, Rachel was using soul magic this time. Soul magic usually requires a magical material that can protect and stabilize the soul's state in critical moments. Your golden apple just happens to serve this purpose. Following Rachel's instructions, Viktor placed the golden apple in the center of the magic circle. He then stood opposite Rachel again. Rachel raised both her hands, spreading her fingers wide, with her palms facing him. When I was in Azarath, Azar once told me about the course on soul conflict magic, and your soul is currently experiencing this issue. As the magic circle continued to form and complete, Rachel slowly described the problems with his soul. That past you're hiding contains bland and dull mental energy, which caused you to develop strong rejection when you were forced to absorb Viltrumite cultural spirit. Due to excessively intense belief conflicts and forcing yourself to suppress emotions in order to survive. Your soul has fractured from a portion of your spiritual power. Viktor's eyes rolled around in their sockets as he watched the purple-black magic smoke, resembling tentacles, penetrate his head. He shook his head somewhat uncomfortably. Ah, so you're saying I have schizophrenia or something? Don't interrupt. Rachel scolded him coldly, then denied Victor's question. I don't know how doctors on Earth would name it, but it's not what people call schizophrenic or split personality. It's more like a split in your soul. To protect yourself from going insane in that hellish environment, your soul has gradually fractured into two parts since you became a real Viltrumite at the age of 3. One part is the ordinary Victor, who longs for a peaceful, safe, happy life. And the other part is the Viltrumite Victor, lacking emotions and, in order to protect his memories, adapted to Viltrumite's culture and rules, even actively participating in competition. Raven remained silent for a moment, seemingly recalling the memory of that boy with hollow, lifeless eyes from the memories earlier. Because of your previous experiences, you easily learned the survival rules of Viltrum. You know that the better you perform, the safer you are, and the higher your chances of successfully escaping in the future. But in the process of pursuing greatness, everything you needed to accomplish would make your original soul suffer more. It seemed like Rachel was reaching a critical point in her magic and suddenly stopped talking. She moved her fingers carefully, like a surgeon performing a difficult surgery. There was something Rachel hadn't said yet. Originally, if his soul continues to go on and on like that, Victor would probably truly suffer from schizophrenia. The Viltrum version of Victor would likely stop recognizing his past self and would try to mentally kill his former self. However, Victor just happened to have a mental breakdown and an eruption at age 10. This prevented his soul from fully splitting. From a magical point of view, a blood-red boy with only half a face, expressionless and exuding a strong, pungent blood scent, hovered over Victor's back. As the soul magic stitched things together, the soul gradually sank into Victor's body, merging with his original soul. Rachel's forehead began to bead with sweat as if the surgery had reached its most critical part. Victor wasn't having an easy time either, with his brows tightly furrowed as if his brain was struggling with some kind of pain. He gradually began to recover the emotions he had lost for over a decade. The killing of other unqualified young Viltrumites, destroying inferior products under a month old, not having completed his training, with the instructor punishing him by crushing more than 10 of his bones, and traveling to other planets to complete conquest missions with the goal of exterminating entire species. The years of suppressed negative emotions that he had pushed down for years came rushing out at once, straight into the gentle, peaceful part of his soul that just wanted a normal, happy life. Victor's face turned red, and mist started to rise from the top of his head, and his head was boiling with extreme pain. Ah. The pain at the soul level was different from the physical pain he had experienced before, and he couldn't help but cry out in agony. Meanwhile, in outer space, a ring shining with bright yellow light was speeding toward Earth. A certain vibration, audible only at the soul level, was continuously shouting in mechanical tones. Intelligent life form identified. Victor from the Virgo supercluster possesses the ability to instill fear in others. You have been chosen. Rachel's gaze sharpened. The golden apple placed in the center of the magic circle leaped up out of nowhere. The divine artifact, which Victor had never been able to leave any mark on with his unconscious grip, now seemed like it was being squeezed dry, releasing golden liquid. The liquid swirled in the air, eventually transforming into a 10-meter-long golden thread that entered Victor's forehead. In the next moment, a sudden cool sensation enveloped his soul and brain, causing him to exhale in relief. Rachel also breathed a sigh of relief, lowering her hands and once again examining Victor's current soul state. The dark, evil energy was quickly fading, and the bloody soul form was no longer mottled but becoming pure and transparent. A golden diamond-shaped gem, similar to the one on Rachel's head, gradually began to form in the center of Victor's forehead. Suddenly, Victor let out a muffled grunt. The itching sensation from 3 days ago came rushing back, and it came more fiercely than any previous time. The yellow lantern ring, which had already broken through the atmosphere, began to slow down. The recruitment broadcast also became choppy as if it had lost its target. However, the power of the fear spectrum still briefly radiated throughout Victor's body. Rachel's expression changed dramatically. How can this be? From a magical perspective, Victor's soul was rapidly falling apart at an extremely fast rate, with the blood-red color disintegrating. Even the golden gem on his forehead was melting away like ice cream under the sun. In Coast City, Hal Jordan, who had been warned by Batman to stay away from Gotham, could no longer sit still. The yellow lantern ring was now floating several thousand meters above Gotham, thousands of meters in the air, and it was really testing Hal's patience and job. A beam of green light shot into the sky as Green Lantern gritted his teeth and flew toward the yellow lantern ring. Get out of here. There's no one you're looking for on this planet. The green and yellow lights intersected above Gotham City. As the Green Lantern ring at full power bloomed with radiance above Gotham City, Victor couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt again, but this time his tone seemed quite comfortable. Then, the Batcave exploded. Batman watched as various mixed energy curves on the screen continued to fluctuate while the particles in the observation chamber began evolving at a rapid pace once again. This feeling of losing control was something Batman really disliked. He flicked his black cape behind him but didn't jump into the Batwing to fly up and confront Green Lantern. He knew the Yellow Lantern ring showing up suddenly wasn't Green Lantern's fault. Hal was just doing his normal Green Lantern job. The low hum of the Batcycle's engine cut through the air, transforming into an arrow that sped toward Nightwing's location. "Tell me you found Victor." It took quite a while, but Nightwing finally located Victor and Rachel. He had changed into his superhero outfit and was quietly lying on the roof of an abandoned factory, peeking through a rusty hole to look inside. Suddenly hearing a sound through his earpiece, Nightwing glanced up at the flashing yellow and green lights in the night sky. Nightwing carefully shifted his position and spoke in a very low voice. "Yes, I've pretty much watched the entire process. How's Victor doing now? I can't exactly understand the magic stuff, but judging by his expression, it seems like a good sign." Raven, looking anxious, watched him, whose body was changing in ways she couldn't understand. As she saw his expression finally calm down, she couldn't help but ask, "What happened to you?" Victor looked down at himself in surprise and clenched his fist. "I don't know what happened, but I think I evolved." Rachel was stunned. "This kind of manifestation is called evolution. Do you even know what's happening to you from a magical perspective right now? Your soul, the divine power of the golden apple, and magic. All have been absorbed by your body. 1200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 35 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 27, Yellow Lantern Ring. Soul, divine power, and magic." He clenched his fist with surprise. "It feels like there's something else inside my body, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, Victor's expression suddenly turned serious. The itching sensation, which he had thought would subside after the change, suddenly returned with force. After ignoring other distractions, Victor quickly pinpointed the source of his body's fluctuating changes. He made a quiet gesture toward Rachel, then looked up at the metal roof of the abandoned factory warehouse. Afterward, Victor gently floated up and drifted toward the factory warehouse's main door. Nightwing turned off his earpiece and carefully adjusted his position, glancing through the observation hole again. Raven was left on the open ground while Victor vanished without a trace. "Damn it." Nightwing quickly considered moving his position but was interrupted by a voice with a hint of teasing. "What are you doing crouching up here?" Nightwing froze, instinctively holding his breath, his mind racing for an excuse. Even though he knew Batman had likely sent him to monitor him, the two had spent 3 days together in various corners of Gotham. Victor must have been familiar with his appearance, voice, and physique. Given his physical abilities, Nightwing figured his suit and an extra eye mask probably wouldn't fool him at all. Nightwing awkwardly turned around. "Well, being a part-time private detective and a superhero seems pretty reasonable, right?" Then Nightwing realized that he wasn't even looking at him. Instead, Victor was solemnly staring at the sky, pointing toward the yellow-green light that was nearly covering half of Gotham. "What's that?" A deep, hoarse voice answered his question. "Green Lantern, and a yellow ring searching for someone capable of spreading fear." At some point, a dark figure appeared on the edge of the factory roof, vigilantly watching him. Batman stared intently at Victor's expression and already suspected who the yellow ring was coming for. He knew what kind of people belonged to the Yellow Lantern Corps, and he knew their methods. Spreading fear. Victor looked confused. In fact, Victor did have some memory of the Yellow Lantern ring and understood why it was now hovering above Gotham. Since the moment his soul had fully merged, Victor had rejected the call from deep space. Of course, that didn't mean the yellow ring would completely give up on finding a host. On one hand, there was more than one potential candidate in Gotham City, and on the other hand, it could still sense Victor's presence. The ring's intelligence program couldn't comprehend why the host who had been so drawn just moments ago now emitted such a vague signal. The Yellow Lantern Corps, like the Green Lantern Corps, is a universal organization. But unlike the Green Lanterns, who seek willpower, Yellow Lanterns seek warriors who can spread fear, and it seems like you fit that description. Batman said, watching him until he stopped observing the light in the sky and turned to meet Batman's gaze. "I see," Victor said with a realization in his eyes. "A group that likes spreading fear. It sounds like a made-up version of the Viltrum." He then gave a meaningful smile to Batman and the slowly retreating Nightwing. He slowly raised his right hand toward the sky. The confused yellow ring instantly stopped its erratic movement, and the ring's program finally locked onto Victor's signal, identifying him as a powerful figure capable of easily spreading fear. In the ring's recognition system, Gotham City seemed to suddenly light up with a signal that overwhelmed everything around it. The ring broke free from Green Lantern's frustrated pursuit and rushed straight down without hesitation. Intelligent life form detected. "You belong to the Yellow Lantern Corps. What are you doing?" "Victor," Nightwing shouted in disbelief. Even though he didn't fully understand what he had been through in the past, Nightwing was shocked to see that the kind young man he spent 3 days with could make such a choice after learning about the Yellow Lantern Corps. Batman, standing nearby, remained silent but crouched down, gripping 3 throwing darts filled with explosive materials. He showed no surprise or emotion. Victor's choice had already appeared in his countless scenarios. In the sky behind the yellow ring, Green Lantern already ignored Batman's warnings and flown down in anger. The only one who remained unmoved was Raven, who had just exited the factory. She put her gray robe's hood back on, slightly looked up, and watched the scene above with a blank face. So boring. The whole atmosphere came to a sudden stop with a quick change in Victor's hand gestures. Just as the yellow ring was about to slip onto his finger, Victor sharply pulled his arm back, then quickly reached out and gripped it tightly in his fist. Nightwing almost tripped and fell on the rusty metal sheet from the sudden move. Green Lantern had already gathered a massive green light fist, swearing to punch anyone who dared to become a Yellow Lantern in his presence. But as soon as he saw Victor's movement, Green Lantern stopped midair. No one knew better than him how hard it was to capture a ring without a host, and even Superman couldn't stop it from forcing itself onto whoever it chose. However, Victor managed to easily grab the ring in his hand. Green Lantern awkwardly cleared his throat. You know, what you're holding is not a toy. It's a very dangerous cosmic-level strategic weapon. Could you please give it back? After a brief pause, Batman silently put his throwing darts back into his utility belt. Why is everyone so tense? It's just a joke, Victor said, shaking his fist, with the yellow light still struggling to escape through his fingers. To be honest, these lights do seem to be triggering some evolution in my body. It's quite a rare treasure. He slowly floated in front of the silent Batman, extending his hand that still gripped the yellow ring. But I barely escaped from Viltrum. I'm not about to join another universe organization that spreads fear. The Yellow Lantern Corps? Forget it. He looked at the silent Batman, then glanced at the descending Green Lantern with a raised eyebrow. You guys should be able to take care of this thing, right? Besides, I have some other questions about this yellow ring. Take care of it. The radiation from the fear spectrum is extremely dangerous. There's no one on Earth who can handle it. Green Lantern was about to insist that he keep the ring and take it back to OA for proper handling when he saw Batman pull out a black square box. Batman's deep voice spoke with certainty. Put it in here. This box can block the radiation from the emotional electromagnetic spectrum. Victor put it in the box, and Green Lantern stared in shock at the now silent Green Lantern ring, then his eyes widened in fear as he looked at Batman. What? Where did you get that thing from? OA told me there's no such material in the entire galaxy. Batman ignored the shouting Green Lantern, smoothly throwing his cape over his shoulder and leaping off the factory roof. Your questions. We can talk about them in the Batcave. 1200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 35 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 28, Stake. Why do I have to come along? Rachel, who had originally seen everything settle and wanted to quietly slip away into the darkness, was instead grabbed by the shoulder by Victor, who jumped down from above. How long has it been since you had a proper meal? This is a rare opportunity to mooch off the wealthy men. Victor whispered to the extremely uncomfortable Rachel. Let go. Anyone who gets too close to me will be unlucky. Rachel struggled a bit and even tried to use magic to escape, but he easily swatted away the magic mist that ordinary mortals couldn't possibly touch. So you want to stay all alone and isolated from everyone, but didn't you originally come here on Earth to find warriors to fight against your father together? He lowered his voice, glancing at the 3 people walking ahead. Green Lantern had already dispersed his light, otherwise, a ball of green light walking through Gotham's dark streets would still be too conspicuous. Meanwhile, Batman was asking Nightwing some questions, probably about the details of the past 3 days when Nightwing and Victor had been together. Rachel closed her eyes in frustration, withdrew her magic, and muttered defensively. But after watching everything these past few days, I actually think there are no warriors on Earth capable of fighting against him. She had no choice. She couldn't break free, and now all the magic, witchcraft, and other mystical energies just displayed physical-level effects when touching Victor's body. Victor, of course, possessed a physique far beyond what the human body can handle. Then why are you still wandering on Earth? Besides tormenting yourself, you're not going to reach your goal at all. Victor had lived through way more hard things than most kids his age, and he had seen part of Rachel's soul and some of her memories. He knew exactly why she was acting all stubborn and grumpy. Rachel didn't say anything more, unsure if she was just mad or a loss for words. She glared at him with wide eyes as he sort of dragged her forward. Batman still didn't take Victor to the Batcave hidden beneath Wayne Manor. Instead, they went to another secret hideout in a sewer entrance located at the edge of a cliff. Victor, who didn't get to visit the Batcave, sighed quietly. He then released his grip on Raven's arm and calmly walked into the dimly lit hall that resembled an interrogation room. Having securely stored the yellow lantern ring, Batman watched Viktor while Nightwing mentioned he'd grab something to eat before heading down a tunnel and disappearing. Green Lantern took the opportunity to scan the dark corners of the hideout with his ring, trying to find any special materials in the Batcave that he didn't know about. "Your body seems to have undergone some changes," Batman said in a low voice. It sounded like a question, but it also seemed like he already knew the answer. Viktor calmly nodded and gave Green Lantern with interest. The latter, noticing the gaze, quickly straightened up and pretended to whistle, as if nothing had happened. "Even now that tingling sensation continues, and I'm pretty sure it's coming from Green Lantern." A few more eyes locked onto Green Lantern. Green Lantern instinctively covered the ring, then twisted his hand behind his back, as if that would stop any leakage of emotional spectrum energy. "Why are you all looking at me?" The OA database has never recorded any cases of emotional spectrum directly triggering physical evolution. After explaining once, Green Lantern seemed to convince himself and his attitude became bold again. "Kid, do you really come from that what's it called Strum planet? Or did you bounce here from another universe?" "It's Viltrum." Viktor casually corrected Green Lantern's mistake, then nodded with a hint of concern appearing on his face. "As for whether I might come from another universe, I initially thought the same thing." He gestured toward Raven, who was also lurking in the dark corner. "I grew up on Viltrum. We conquered hundreds of planets around us, but we never encountered a single magician or anything like that. But ever since I came to Earth, there are so many magic people here, and it's way too many. That doesn't make sense at all. According to the number of magicians on Earth, given how many civilizations Viltrum has conquered, we should have at least encountered a few during all our conquests, but we never did." Sure enough, Batman nodded in agreement with his point. Earth has a similar concept called the Drake equation, but it can also be applied to calculate the probability of encountering superhumans or magicians within an intelligent civilization. Exactly. So after meeting so many magic users, I started to think I might have ended up in a different universe. A shadow passed over Viktor's face. "However, that yellow lantern ring, it called me Viktor from the Virgo supercluster. If this really was a different universe, how could it possibly know my real name and where I'm from?" The others turned their gaze to Green Lantern, the only one present who was part of the Lantern Corps and knew more than anyone else about how the lantern rings choose their users. Green Lantern didn't hesitate, clenched his fist, cleared his throat, and walked out confidently from the shadows. "The real name part is easy to explain. As long as you've used a name on Earth, even if a Lantern Corps is on the other side of the universe, they can access it. This is based on. I think it's based on some kind of fundamental cosmic logic." Batman quietly observed Green Lantern's awkwardness, caused by his lack of knowledge in the OA Corps, then immediately asked, "What about the Virgo supercluster?" It wasn't until this moment that Green Lantern's demeanor became serious again. After all, this involved a terrifying civilization, and the species from this civilization could evolve through the emotional spectrum, with one individual currently standing right before him. "That place is 60 million light-years away, not in my jurisdiction, but I've already sent a request to my colleague responsible for that area. However, scanning an entire galaxy cluster takes a lot of time and effort. This might take several years." Green Lantern tapped his ring. "What I can tell you for now is that, at least in the OA database, there is no planet named Viltrum in the Virgo supercluster." Batman turned his gaze back to Viktor. "We're still going to keep a very close eye on Viltrum for a long time. Now we need to clarify other issues." Viktor nodded in understanding. "I get it, you want to test my evolved body structure, right? You've already gotten all my data from Mr. Bruce Wayne." Green Lantern silently shot a glance at Batman. Batman's expression remained completely calm, and he directly admitted it. Yes, Bruce should have mentioned that he has some cooperation with the Justice League, and getting data from him wasn't difficult. Green Lantern looked up, glancing at the ceiling of the Batcave, his body twitching slightly. Viktor looked at him. "Do you need to use the bathroom?" Batman pointed Green Lantern toward the bathroom. The latter thanked him before slowly walking away. Viktor then followed Batman in another direction. Nightwing returned to the hall, holding a plate of steaming hot food. He glanced around but saw no one else, only Raven standing silently in the shadowed corner. I've got some freshly heated steak here. Anyone want some?" 1800 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 35 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 29, Plan. The metallic door of the Batcave still held the residual heat, and the cold light from the console reflected off Batman's profile. The data on the screen was quickly scrolling. Compared to the last results recorded by Bruce Wayne, his overall qualities have improved by approximately 3.7 times. Green Lantern leaned against the stone wall, turning his head to look at the computer screen in front of Batman, his expression filled with a hint of shock. To think such a race actually exists. "I need to report this data comparison to OA, otherwise, they might not prioritize Viltrum as they should." Batman nodded, moving aside slightly to make room. Green Lantern immediately raised his ring and briefly scanned the information on the back computer. The Green Lantern ring began transmitting a signal with a faint green light. After he finished transmitting the message, Green Lantern seemed to remember something more serious, and a look of worry appeared on his face. Moreover, that kid's energy signal has probably been recorded by the Yellow Lantern ring. Sinestro definitely won't pass up such a promising recruit. The Yellow Lantern Corps is currently all hiding in the antimatter universe. We can hardly even take preventive measures. Green Lantern sounded much more serious than usual, very different from his usual carefree style. Looking down at the Green Lantern ring that had quickened its flashing frequency, Green Lantern's expression relaxed slightly. OA will send a few more Green Lanterns. They should reach the edge of the galaxy by tomorrow morning at the latest. They'll lurk near the solar system, and can provide support immediately once they detect Yellow Lantern Corps signals again. Batman didn't look up, his fingers lightly tapping on the control panel's touchpad. He brought up a map of the solar system's outskirts, with red warning lines forming a web across the stars. The Justice League will handle the defense for Earth. Batman's voice was still calm, without any extra emotion. Victor's threat level has currently decreased. I just gave him a communicator. As long as there's any sign of a Yellow Lantern Corps attack on his end, we'll be alerted immediately. Don't worry, if they dare open a gap in the antimatter universe, I'll be the first one to stop them. Hal raised his hand, and the green light of the ring flared up, enveloping his form in a brilliant green glow. He shot through the hidden exit at the top of the Batcave, disappearing into the night sky in an instant. The cave fell into silence again. Batman still stared at the control panel until he heard Nightwing's voice in his ear. Nightwing, holding an empty plate, looked around, raised his hand to sweep aside the clutter on the table, then placed the plate down. He glanced toward the empty hall with his tone carrying some helplessness. I tried to talk to that girl, but she's way more cautious than I thought. Nightwing rubbed his brow and added, she just ate steak and stayed quiet the whole time. I asked her where she's from and what her intentions are, but she didn't respond at all. Batman listened quietly. He understood Nightwing's personality. If Nightwing really hadn't gotten anything out of her, he usually wouldn't waste time talking about it. He'd just sneak away quietly and maybe report it later through the encrypted channel afterward. After watching the men who had raised him behave as stubborn and silent as a rock, Nightwing made a few silly faces behind Batman's back. Then, Nightwing spoke in a more relaxed tone. The only time she actually said anything was when I mentioned Viktor. She told me she helped him accept and make peace with everything he did back on Viltrum. Nightwing shrugged and casually pulled up a chair to sit down. That's it. Nothing else. Batman finally looked up and switched the screen to the surveillance footage, zooming in on the faint, lingering trace of pale purple magical energy in the corner. Activate 24-hour global surveillance. Keep an eye on her every move. No mistakes. He raised his hand to close the surveillance and map projections, then opened an anomalous energy warning program, his tone becoming grim. Before leaving, Viktor subtly indicated to me that the girl's situation is similar to his, with an even more troublesome threat hiding behind her than Viltrum. Nightwing's expression instantly became serious. He jumped to his feet and leaned over the control panel, his gaze fixed on the blurry energy signature Batman had brought up. It's more troublesome than Viltrum. Who exactly is she? Viktor said she came to Earth seeking help but refuses to disclose the secrets to us. Batman's eyes remained sharp, but this time finally opened the encrypted channel and reached out to another person. Oracle, closely track the interactions between those two, record any abnormal actions, and report immediately. Meanwhile, in a dark alley in Gotham City, Viktor and Rachel were walking side by side. The street lamp at the alley's entrance was old and broken, flickering on and off, casting their shadows in strange shapes on the ground. Did you eat enough? Viktor turned his head to ask, remembering the plate Nightwing had carried back and forth, and couldn't help but smile. In the few days he had been in Gotham, Viktor relied on his stamina to get by, hadn't been eating on time, and he was starting to feel a bit off mentally. Rachel rolled her eyes dramatically. It's frozen steak, and it wasn't even heated properly. It's still not as soft as the bread I stole. She paused, her tone with a bit of sarcasm. This is what you call mooching off the wealthy. He was taken aback for a few seconds, then laughed twice after figuring it out, somewhat embarrassed. You can't really blame him. He gestured behind them where the hideout was likely located. Think about it, a hidden base in a sewer under a cliff. The food storage would obviously prioritize things like canned goods and frozen items that are easy to preserve and eat. You don't have to be picky. The two of them reached the end of the alley, and he stopped walking. The casual look on his face faded, and he became more serious. Rachel, if you don't want to keep wandering around, why not team up with me? Viktor's tone was sincere, without any hint of doubt. At least you won't have to steal food to survive, and you won't have to sleep in abandoned corners. Rachel's eyes instantly grew cold, and she instinctively took a half step back, and a faint purple magical aura began to surround her as she warily fixed her gaze on him. You've also seen my memories. You should know just how terrifying he is. That demon could break through the dimensional barrier at any time to come after me, and anyone close to me will be dragged into endless darkness. Why would you choose to walk into death? Viktor paused for a moment, then raised a finger and shook his head. You speak of the one who wants to devour Earth, but the Viltrumites could also arrive one day. For this planet, both threats are disasters that could destroy everything. Rachel was stunned and remembered the planets she had seen in his memories with whole planets and civilizations that got destroyed, wiped out completely for conquest and glory. Honestly, the individual strength of the Viltrumites might not be as strong as Superman's, but those warriors could easily send several to hold down Superman and tie up the Justice League. The remaining Viltrumites would be more than enough to wipe out all the people on Earth in a very short time. Their overwhelming, destructive power was more direct and faster than the dark corruption of Trigon. Rachel couldn't determine which of these two disasters would arrive first. In other words, her and Viktor's current situations could also be said to be the same. They both carried deadly secrets, and if the public found out, they would be feared and rejected. The kind of loneliness, with no one to rely on and nowhere to go, was something she understood better than anyone. Rachel's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and her gaze grew more complex, no longer resisting Viktor's presence. So, what's your plan next? She spoke, already accepting the idea of teaming up with him. Viktor looked up at the night sky. Before I received your help, I just wanted to flee to Earth and barely survive, because I'd always been suffocated by Viltrum's nightmares for so long. He wasn't the kind of person who was always full of big, fiery dreams or goals. The achievements he once had on Viltrum couldn't shake the fact that he had bowed to life countless times and accepted it. It wasn't until Rachel recovered the other half of his soul into his brain that he recovered a mindset he had once subconsciously dismissed. I want to become stronger than Superman. He turned to look at Rachel, and for the first time, his expression no longer carried any trace of the fatigue from the past. I need to be ready for the day Viltrum might come. Rachel's blank stare didn't change, but she instinctively asked a question. What if they never come? Then I'll travel across the universe to find them. If they're not in this universe, I'll go to other universes to find them. I'm going to beat anyone who stands in my way until Viltrum exists in a different way. After saying that, Viktor quickly added one more thing. Of course, I'll only do that after I'm strong enough or fully prepared. Just as Viktor was about to ask her for her thoughts, he saw her staring at him with an expression as if she thought he was an idiot, her mouth curled in mild disdain. He was excited to ask Rachel's thoughts when he saw her staring at him with a look almost as if an idiot, the corner of her mouth showing some speechless disdain. Who asked you about all that useless stuff? Rachel rolled her eyes and spoke bluntly without holding back. I'm asking where you're going to stay. I'm fine staying in a warehouse or hiding in the sewers, but you said you couldn't live like that anymore. She paused for a moment before throwing out a more practical question. And what about food? We can't keep relying on me to steal, or keep going to mooch off Batman's frozen steak, right? Viktor's determined expression immediately froze, and he awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Well, I have an escape pod. It's not very big, but if we tidy it up, it should be enough for the two of us. As for food, don't worry, I can catch some fish. I won't let you starve. Rachel sighed and didn't say anything more, as if she had accepted this plan, which sounded pretty unappealing and lacking any future. The two walked some more distance when Rachel suddenly added a comment. I really regret helping you. Your soul doesn't even worth learning anymore, and it's so young, it almost makes me want to throw up. 1800 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 35 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 30, gone, bonus chapter. The night in Gotham hadn't fully faded yet when Viktor and Rachel started flying toward Boston. He flew up into the air, holding Rachel's arm gently with one hand, sweeping past towering Gothic buildings as the night wind rushed past their ears. However, Viktor didn't dare fly too quickly when considering Rachel's fragile-looking body. They quietly enjoyed the view of Gotham at night for a while. There wasn't much to see, and it was super dark with the occasional sound of coarse shouting in the distance. It's slower than your magic, but it's still pretty steady, right? He turned his head and smiled. Rachel pulled her hood tighter, her violet eyes glowing startlingly in the darkness with her tone sounded impatient. It's childish, and the wind up here is really cold. Do you want me to slow down even more? No need. After murmuring a few incantations, a layer of purple light shield so thin it was nearly transparent, covered her body. She then allowed him to carry her through the air for nearly an hour. Let me try it my way. Suddenly, Rachel spoke up, signaling for him to stop. After landing, she quickly walked to the center of an empty field. Her fingers glowed with pale purple magical light as a magic circle more complex than any previous magic slowly spread across the ground. A long-range teleportation requires a minute of preparation. Don't move. Viktor stood still in the center of the magic circle as she asked. Rachel's gestures became faster, and the light from the magic circle grew brighter. Just as it was about to finish, the entire magic circle suddenly trembled violently, then shattered like broken glass. The pale purple magical smoke instantly dissipated into the air, leaving only a few residual energy traces on the ground. It failed. Rachel withdrew her hand, her expression calm. Failed. You're not injured, right? Is there any magic backlash? He suddenly realized that it might be due to his unique physiology, and his face showed some apology. Rachel shook her head. I'm not like regular magicians or sorcerers. I just lost a bit of magic energy. He stepped forward, looking at the remnants of the symbols on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. Is it my fault? Rachel nodded, her tone carrying some helplessness. Teleportation magic relies on soul positioning. For normal people, their souls are fixed within their bodies, their position stable, but you're different now. She paused for a moment, then added, your body is so strong and fast that as soon as you move, the magic is disrupted by your body. You'll probably need to stay still for it to work. Viktor's mind shifted, and he instinctively restrained all his strength. The once deliberate control over every muscle contraction and the flow of blood through his veins now slowed down like an extension of his will. The evolution brought by the emotional spectrum radiation not only healed his soul and body but also allowed him to fully master his own strength. He could control it way better than even when Diana tried to teach him how to keep his mind and body focused. I'll try to remain as still as possible. Viktor stood once again, his muscles tense but not stiff, even his breath slowed to its most peaceful rhythm. Rachel's usual blank expression waved her hands a few times, and the magic circle began to glow again. The symbol this time in the magic circle flowed steadily without any tremor, and the pale purple light wrapped around both of them and the surrounding space. Viktor felt a brief flicker of light and shadow in front of his eyes, and the air around them shifted from the cold, desolate feel of the wasteland to a warm, salty breeze. The long-range teleportation spell had crossed the distance of 2 states in an instant. Viktor flew up high, then took out the communicator that Batman had given him. After fiddling with it for a moment, he opened the positioning to confirm their current location. The little gadget looked like an MP3 player but had a lot of functions. Then, the two of them took turns again and arrived at their destination in Boston. You're more stable than I expected. Rachel leaned against the chimney on the rooftop, her hood covering most of her face. She nonchalantly watched the street below, surrounded by a faint magical aura, instinctively setting up an invisible barrier around herself. After Viktor lifted the waterproof tarp, he crouched down, his fingers over the thin frost that had formed on the surface of the pod. The outer shell glinted with a cold, matte finish in the morning light. I'll just pack some important stuff. This thing isn't that big and can't fit much more anyway. He raised his hand and pressed the hatch button. The hydraulic system hummed faintly as the hatch slowly opened, revealing the simple control panel and storage area inside. As he bent down to rummage through the contents, Viktor's fingers brushed against several cylindrical containers. He picked one up and was surprised to find that they were canned nutritional supplements. It was only now that he suddenly remembered that when he had been severely injured, Viktor had instinctively grabbed some supplies and stuffed them into the escape pod. But after arriving on Earth and facing one change after another, he completely forgot about these items. He felt a flicker of curiosity and began to scan the inside of the pod more carefully. Bruce Wayne had repaired the escape pod, but hadn't touched the contents inside. I wonder if there's anything else in here I didn't know about. Viktor's curiosity took over. He started feeling around every corner of the pod, tapping on panels until tapping on different parts until his fingers detected a faint hollow spot. He followed the spot until he touched a hidden little button. A metal plate slowly popped out, revealing a hidden storage compartment inside. Inside the compartment lay a set of black and gray emergency spacesuits, lightweight in material with a familiar texture. He picked it up and studied it for a moment, and then memory suddenly flooded back to him. Back on Titan, after he had killed the first Viltrumite, the remaining Titanians had dragged the body away. He had been preoccupied then and too lazy to care at that time. Now, it seemed that the Titanians had already made thorough preparations. This spacesuit had been temporarily modified from the Viltrumite's white battle suit. They added a sealed neck opening and a life support helmet, then painted the whole thing black and gray, completely opposite to the Viltrumite suit. It was a clear statement, marking a line between the enemy that had wiped out their people. Viktor felt a mix of emotions as he put the spacesuit away and closed the hidden compartment and closed it. I'm going to say goodbye to Miss Prince. I'll be back soon. He spoke in the direction where Rachel had disappeared. Rachel's voice drifted through the air with an indifferent tone. Remember dinner. Don't make me eat another cold bread. Afterward, the sound of her footsteps faded as she entered the escape pod, and the invisibility magic remained active. Viktor waited for a moment, watching as more people started walking on the street below, quietly opened the rooftop door, and carefully went down the stairs. As he reached the corner on the second floor, Viktor ran into Vanessa, who had just woken up. She was wearing loose cotton pajamas, and a flash of surprise appeared in her eyes when she saw him. Victor. You're finally back. Where have you been the past few days? Victor paused for a moment, smiled back, and then casually asked, Is Diana here? I wanted to say hello to her. Vanessa's smile faded slightly, and her tone held some regret. The night you didn't come back, she came back very late, and wasn't in a good mood. The next morning, she said she needed to go to Paradise Island to clear her head. It's been a few days now, and I haven't heard anything from her ever since. Vanessa seemed a bit annoyed but also worried. I thought you two left together. He nodded in understanding and fell silent for a moment. I'm just here to grab a few things. I'm preparing to leave Boston. He told Vanessa with a small nod. Thanks for taking care of the escape pod during this time. Vanessa was obviously somewhat reluctant. It's all right, you should come visit me here if you have time. Once I finish my studies, I'll take you around the city. The sunrise by the sea is beautiful. After saying goodbye to Vanessa, Victor returned to the rooftop and activated the escape pod. Rachel raised her hand and cast an invisibility spell to cover the entire escape pod. The next stop was the small cabin in the suburbs of Metropolis. He wanted to visit Tom again, and there was lots of open space there with few people, making it a secure place to position the escape pod. After more than 10 minutes of silent travel, the escape pod landed precisely on the beach next to the cabin. Victor was the first to step out of the pod and walk toward the cabin. The wooden door was slightly open. He gently pushed it open, revealing a neat cabin, but there was a cold, empty feeling as if no one had lived there for a while. There was no dust on the furniture, clearly cleaned before leaving, but there was no sign of life. The stove hadn't seen use, the cabinets were empty, and the farming tools in the corner were neatly arranged, covered in silence. He stood dazed for a few seconds, walking over to the window. He looked out at the rolling waves in the distance, his fingers lightly tracing the cold windowsill. Tom wasn't just out fishing. The door bolt wasn't locked, and all the fishing gear was stored inside. Clearly, Tom had left on his own and didn't plan to come back. Rachel walked over and stood next to him, looking at the empty cabin. She didn't speak, just quietly stood with him for a moment. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Have you ever gone fishing? And, since a lot of you asking, Raven will be the romantic interest but slow. They couldn't just fall in love overnight. Also MC will surely become stronger over time but slowly too. Honestly, I only know that Viltrumites only get stronger by age, exercise, and pushing their limits. 1800 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 35 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 31, Oracle. The sea wind from Paradise Island carried the fresh smell of grass as it swept across the floor of the training grounds. Diana Prince had changed into a linen-colored battle skirt with a wooden sword and fought 3 Amazon warriors at the same time. Diana's movements were sharp and relentless, and the sound of wood slicing through the air rang out continuously. Diana's eyes still looked focused and fierce, but deep inside, she seemed a little distracted, like her mind was somewhere else. There was an unmistakable frustration in her strikes. After more than a dozen exchanges, Diana deftly knocked 2 of the wooden swords from her opponent's hands. The third warrior tried to block, but Diana failed to pull back her strength in time and shattered the wooden blade with a single blow. The warrior who lost her sword looked startled by Diana's overwhelming presence. She stumbled back 2 steps and sat down hard on the ground. The other 2 quickly lowered their heads and helped their slightly stunned companion up. They looked worried as they watched Diana breathing heavier than usual. They didn't say anything, simply bowed in respect before quietly withdrawing from the training grounds. Diana stood there for a moment, lowering her sword and remaining still. A bead of sweat gathered at her temples as she caught her breath. She wasn't the same young girl who used to train here hundreds of years ago. If she hadn't deliberately restrained herself from using her divine strength, there would be almost no one on Themyscira who could practice with her. She lifted her gaze to the endless ocean in the distance. The wind swept through her dark hair, but the confusion buried deep in her eyes didn't fade at all. This was already her 3rd day back on Themyscira. After leaving Boston in such a hurry, Diana rushed straight back to the land where she grew up. During the day, she either practiced fighting with her sisters until she was completely worn out or sat alone on a cliff and stared at the sea, lost in thought. Diana. A gentle yet authoritative voice sounded from behind her. Queen Hippolyta, dressed in a similar linen gown, approached slowly, concern evident in her eyes. She had seen her daughter's restlessness over the past few days and already understood that something was bothering her heart. Diana turned around, gave a slight nod of respect, and lowered her wooden sword, her tone calm. Mother. Hippolyta stepped to her side, and the 2 of them gazed out at the sea together. You've lived among humans for so long. I believed you had adapted to that world, perhaps even found the place where you truly belong. Diana's thoughts started to feel messy. The magic bracelets on her wrists felt a little cold, and that helped her calm down. It's not about the human world. Diana's voice was slightly hoarse. I've run into a problem I've never faced before. I don't know what choice I should make. A problem? Hippolyta pressed gently. Is the Justice League in trouble, or did someone hurt you? Diana shook her head, avoiding her mother's gaze. Mother, I'm fine. I just need some time alone to think. And to clear my mind. Hippolyta studied her from the side and sighed softly. She understood Diana well. She also knew that the Diana standing before her now was no longer just a child. Diana was Wonder Woman who had to stand on her own in ways that went beyond what a mother could fix. No matter what troubles you, you can always tell me. I only wish for you to be happy, not like this. Hippolyta's voice was filled with motherly warmth. Diana felt a quiet warmth in her chest and stepped forward to embrace her mother gently. I know, Mother. I'm sorry for making you worry. Hippolyta patted her back and turned to leave, but before leaving, she glanced back once more with her eyes still heavy with concern. After her mother's figure disappeared, Diana returned to the edge of the cliff. She had just begun to steady her thoughts when the divine power within her suddenly wavered violently. A sudden wave of weakness surged through her. She stumbled and grabbed the stone fire pit next to her to keep from falling, her face turning pale. Was I wrong to be so harsh toward a child who never had a choice? As Diana was starting to doubt herself more, the protective bracelets on her wrists suddenly buzzed fast, and their light grew very bright. Who's there? Diana snapped back to attention and quickly turned her head. From beneath the shade of distant trees, a familiar silhouette stepped slowly into the open. A man covered in black armor stepped forward. The armor had terrifying thorn patterns carved into it and shone with cold metal light. Then, in the blink of an eye, the armor vanished without a sound, leaving behind a blond man dressed in a gray suit standing in its place. It's much more comfortable in this outfit. The man stretched lazily. He moved one hand behind his back, and with the other hand, used his thumb and finger to rub his curled, golden mustache. Diana knew exactly who he was, but she didn't expect him to dare show up right on Themyscira. Ares. How dare you break your vow and set foot in the mortal world again? Diana lashed out with the lasso of truth at her waist, snaring the god-killer sword she had left beneath a tree, and flew back into her hand. After she tightly held the hilt, Diana's racing heart calmed down a little. She had once forced Ares to swear an oath to never interfere in the affairs of mankind again. Why would he now so openly defy a divine oath? Ares lowered his hand from his mustache and let out a mocking scoff. Break my vow. I never break my word. This is by Zeus's order. Zeus's order? Diana frowned with confusion. Why would he send you? There may be conflict in the world of men, but nothing that requires divine intervention. Suddenly, Diana recalled Viktor killing the mortal vessel of the goddess of strife. Is this about Eris? Her body was destroyed, but she didn't fully disappear. Are you seeking to use this to ignite war? Eris. Ares waved a dismissive hand, studying his half-sister with amused interest as she stood ready for battle. Eris is still sleeping and hasn't fully come back yet. And she is hardly important enough for Zeus to send me personally. After speaking, Ares stepped forward lightly. The sea breeze, once carrying the scent of grass and salt, fell utterly still. The golden apple Eris lost did not merely contain divine power and magic. It also held a fragment of the authority of strife that Zeus himself once bestowed upon her. And yet a mere mortal not only seized the divine power and magic within the golden apple, but somehow managed to lock away that fragment of the authority of strife. That is blasphemy against the gods. Diana's instinct was to argue back immediately. It was not unusual for divine artifacts to be left in the mortal world, but Zeus had always been able to summon any authority contained within them with a single thought. How did Viktor manage to prevent that? Even so, Zeus has no right to send you to interfere in the affairs of mankind. Interfere? Ares let out a low laugh as he heard an amusing joke. The gods do not break their oaths. We have no intention of meddling in the mortal world. We merely intend to reclaim what belongs to us, and to punish the mortal who committed blasphemy. He slowly raised his right hand. A chain of golden runes appeared in his palm, radiating a sacred and overwhelming aura as they shifted and turned. This kind of matter could have been handled entirely within the divine realm. Initially, Diana did not recognize the runes. She was only a demigoddess, raised on Themyscira, and there were many aspects of divine knowledge she had never fully learned. However, the moment the golden runes shot forward, they wrapped around her like chains, she felt a powerful pressure in her blood, and she instantly understood what they were. Zeus's oracle. Diana tried to swing her sword and cut the chains, but found her divine power completely suppressed by the oracle. She couldn't access a single drop of it. In the next instant, the lasso of truth at her waist flew out on its own, seized by that oracle, and bound her tightly. The god-killer slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. No. Diana struggled with all her strength, but it was useless. Ares stepped forward and grabbed her arm. A dark aura of black light appeared around him. After the light faded, their figures vanished from the edge of the cliff together, and only the god killer remained on the ground, and a sheet of parchment. As the sea wind started blowing again, the parchment slowly floated down through the air. 2,100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 35 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 32, Distress. Below the seaside cliff in the suburbs of the metropolis, a silvery white escape pod was firmly stuck in the gap between two rocks. Viktor sat at the open hatch, sorting a bundle of fishing gear and a few bottles of rough, homemade sauce. He found all of these things in Tom's old little cabin. You really don't need to take all that. Rachel sat on a rock washed by the waves, her fair, bare white feet dangled in the cold seawater. She looked up at him with a cold stare as usual, and her voice sounded like she was complaining. You've been diving into the sea yourself every day for the past 2 days. Those nets and rods are totally useless. They'll just take up space. He didn't reply right away. He focused on the work in his hands, and only after everything had been sorted into categories did he set the gear down. He reached out and gathered up a pile of firewood he had collected yesterday. Even though the seaside air was damp and the wood had absorbed moisture, Viktor still carefully stacked it like a grid. He pinched his thumb and middle finger together, pointed his index finger at the firewood, and furrowed his brow in thought for a moment. Then a few murmured words passed from his lips. Snap. With the flick of his fingers, a nearly invisible spark dropped onto the pile, and then those woods defied all reason and began to give off a thin wisp of smoke. Ha! I really do have talent for magic. After watching the woods go from a faint thread of smoke to a tiny flame, Viktor happily gave himself a high five. Then a sudden gust of strong wind blew in and instantly extinguished the little flame. Rachel stood there with her mouth open, blankly stunned for a long while, before helplessly closing it again. In fact, Viktor didn't have even the slightest bit of magical talent. Viktor's body was still like a solid slab of iron in Rachel's eyes. She couldn't find the slightest clue where that magic or divine power had actually gone. However, Viktor excitedly pestered Rachel to teach him, convinced that since there was magic inside him, he should at least be able to learn 1 or 2 minor spells. In the end, Rachel couldn't withstand his pleading, and she taught him a few lines of an incantation. It was the kind of spell meant for a child to play with. Viktor did learn the words quickly, but since he couldn't channel with his magic at all, he simply couldn't cast anything. That tiny spark from before wasn't really magic. Viktor is just really strong. After a single finger snap, the friction between his fingertips generated enough heat, and it triggered a tiny spark that carried only a very weak trace of magic with a bit of wood dust sticking to his hand. He could barely light the damp wood, and the little flame extinguished right away when the wind blew. Rachel raised a hand and pointed, and couldn't even be bothered to recite a spell. SHHH. The firewood that had just been extinguished erupted into a fierce blaze, the flames lighting up in his face, and his smile disappeared. After a moment, the two of them sat around the fire and began shaking fish out of the net. It isn't that bad changing things up once in a while. I can't rely on brute force to catch fish forever, and these seasonings are pretty good. The fish will smell better grilled with them, he said, finally answering Rachel's earlier complaint. Of course, the net was only being used as a container. He just jumped into the sea and grabbed the fish with his bare hands before tossing them in. Rachel sat cross-legged by the fire, and the corner of her mouth twitched as she watched him pull out those brightly colored sea fish. No matter how good it smells, it's still fish. I've eaten so much fish these past few days that I'm almost sick of it. She rolled her eyes, her tone helpless. Your lifestyle is so primitive it's making me nostalgic for the days when I used to steal bread. I didn't have to stare at fish meat every day back then. Viktor dug a fish knife out of Tom's stash. As he scraped off the scales, he said with a grin, I don't plan to keep living like this either. Yesterday, when I dove down to the bottom of the sea, I found some ruins down there. It looked like a lost Atlantean outpost, and there were quite a few jewels inside. Where's the jewelry now? Rachel asked, and her usually blank, empty eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. The jewels could be traded for money, and money meant they could go to a restaurant in the city and eat a proper meal. Viktor finished skewering the prepared fish and propped them over the fire, then spread his hands. Ah. For some reason, the moment those jewels touched the air, they crumbled and rotted away. We couldn't use them at all. He even shook his head in regret. Those jewels sparkled and gleamed in the deep sea. Viktor thought he could take them to Bruce Wayne and get a huge amount of money, but they turned out to be way too fragile. The light in Rachel's eyes faded again. She went back to staring blankly at the dead fish roasting over the fire. Just as he picked up a jar of some unknown flavored sauce, ready to sprinkle it over the fish, the communicator he'd been sitting on suddenly let out a rapid series of beeps. The screen lit up, displaying the Justice League's emergency contact symbol. The two of them looked at each other. Viktor quickly pulled out the device and pressed the answer button. On the other end came Batman's low, grave voice, carried through the static and clearly reaching their ears. Queen Hippolyta of Themyscira has sent the Justice League a distress call. Wonder Woman may have been kidnapped. She's been out of contact for 2 days. The communication cut off, and silence fell instantly around the campfire. Your teacher got kidnapped. Rachel kept her head down, still staring at the roasting fish, and asked casually. Meanwhile, Victor stood up, and a hint of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Even Wonder Woman could be kidnapped. I had been a month since I arrived. I'm already running into something on this level. The communicator suddenly beeped twice. Batman switched to an encrypted channel audible only to Victor's device. Victor, this may have something to do with you too. Queen Hippolyta says the kidnappers came from the divine realm. They left a piece of parchment, and on it they wrote that the thief who stole the golden apple must go to the divine realm in person to atone for their crime. Hearing that, Victor's confusion disappeared right away. It wasn't some random huge disaster. It was a bunch of self-proclaimed gods looking for a fight. He replied into the communicator, understood. I'll head over too. Is it the Justice Hall in Washington? No. The Watchtower. And bring Aquaman with you. He can't fly. Huh. The communicator was cut off immediately. Before Victor could even begin to wonder, Rachel, who had stood up at some point, patted his shoulder and nodded toward the distant horizon. A white wave appeared at the edge of the sea, then raced toward the seaside cliff at astonishing speed. A dozen or so seconds later, a man gleaming head to toe in gold burst straight out of the sea, carrying a spray of water into the air. Aquaman landed right on the rock Rachel had just been sitting on. He planted the golden trident in his hand to the side, looked up at Victor, and gave him a slightly teasing grin. Hey, kid. Yesterday, did you happen to visit some underwater ruins? Well, wow. We didn't get the money, and now the owners come knocking. Rachel spoke in a flat, mocking voice with sarcasm, then silently took 2 steps back, putting Victor in front of her as a shield. Before Victor could answer, Aquaman waved a hand cheerfully. Those jewels were enchanted by the Atlanteans. They can only circulate on the seabed, and they crumble in oxygen, and honestly, looks like you've been living pretty rough out here. Suddenly, Aquaman casually tossed 2 shiny things over. Victor caught them and looked down. There were 2 pearls, one black and one pink, and each as big as a thumb. That's for travel expenses. And when you fly us up later, please try to keep it steady. I might be a little afraid of heights. 2,100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 35 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 33, Child, bonus chapter. As Victor carried Aquaman along and was about to break through the atmosphere, Aquaman's face turned pale, and he instinctively clutched his trident tighter. Victor couldn't help finding it funny. Your body is tougher than the reefs on the seabed. Surely a fall from this height wouldn't actually kill you. Aquaman let out a disgruntled snort. He lost his earlier cheerfulness up in the sky, deliberately keeping his gaze away from the ocean rapidly shrinking far below. He clutched the trident even tighter and warned through gritted teeth. Once we're out of the atmosphere, pick up the speed a bit. Holding your breath in space is really uncomfortable. Victor grinned, looked up at the sky, and suddenly sped up. They shot straight through the white clouds. After a short moment of icy cold, the vast glittering expanse of space opened up before them. Not long after, they saw a huge satellite station made of special dark blue-black metal, shaped like an eagle with wings spread, and wrapped in a honeycomb-like energy shield. As the 2 of them rapidly closed in, a wide metal walkway slowly slid out from a big hexagon-shaped entrance that glowed soft blue. Since he'd already been here once before, Victor approached the walkway with practiced ease and then gently set Aquaman down. Aquaman immediately gestured with his hand, then ran straight into the Watchtower's entrance. Victor landed on the entrance as well but didn't rush inside. He paused this time and deliberately looked back at Earth. The light refracted outside the atmosphere, and the half-globe visible in his field of vision seemed to give off a soft, milky luminescence. Unfortunately, Rachel wouldn't get to see it this time. She didn't really like going to places full of strangers, and a place like the Mount of Olympus was somewhere her presence might cause far greater problems. Rachel's demonic aura likely wouldn't be able to stay hidden from the gods. After staring quietly for a few seconds, Victor finally stepped into the Watchtower with a faint sense of awe. It seemed that most of the main members of the Justice League were already there. In the conference room, Superman and Hawkman sat upright in their seats. Batman and Cyborg stood beside an intelligent computer console. Green Lantern leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, and when he saw Victor come in, even nodded in greeting. And somewhere not far from Victor, a bright red butt end was swaying back and forth. He took a couple of steps to the side before he could finally see whose red butt it was. Shazam was pressed up against the conference room's outer window, hands cupped over his eyes like binoculars. He kept clicking his tongue in amazement at the starry sky outside while his butt swayed back and forth the whole time. Where did Aquaman go? Just as Victor was starting to feel like something was missing, a crackling sound suddenly came from directly behind him. A figure in gold and red armor stumbled 2 steps and appeared behind him. Whoa. First of all, I did not mean to be late. I was literally in the bathroom at Central City Police Department when I got the alert, but then 2 seconds before that I suddenly remembered that this morning Iris asked me to prepare a special gift for her because her birthday is coming up, so I ran to Tennessee because Iris mentioned during our last picnic that there's this particular thing in Tennessee, and then the alert came through, but on the highway I saw this, and finally I remembered the watchtower is in space, so I called Batman's channel again and he told me there's a transporter in Gotham that can recognize my identity and send me here. After the Flash finished talking really fast in a long line of words, the other members of the Justice League didn't react at all. They seemed so used to it that none of them even turned their heads. However, Victor, who was hearing him for the first time, barely turned around, his brain trying to process everything. It took him a while to understand even half of what the Flash had just said. Seeing Victor completely frozen with a blank, crashed expression, Superman sighed and reminded him. Next time the Flash starts talking, learn to filter for useful information. The last time he did that same thing to me dumped tens of thousands of words in my ear in a few hundredths of a second. I didn't have time to ramp up my superbrain at full capacity at the time, and even I got all mixed up for a few seconds too. At this point, the Flash finally noticed Victor's existence. He turned his head, tossed out a quick introduction, and then stared at everyone else with a horrified look. Hi. Why is there a kid in the watchtower? The moment he said that, Shazam's butt visibly stiffened. He tilted his head just a tiny bit to glance over, caught a glimpse of Victor, and realized the Flash wasn't talking about him. He coughed, straightened up, and walked back to his seat as if nothing had happened. Green Lantern walked over and threw an arm around the Flash's shoulders. This isn't an ordinary kid. He comes from a very mysterious planet. The two drifted off to the side and began whispering to each other. Victor suddenly shook himself awake, and his brain just finished processing Superman's helpful reminder. After rubbing his head, Victor patted his forehead and asked, "Thanks for the tip. By the way, where'd Aquaman go? Didn't he come in ahead of me?" Batman's voice sounded flat and calm. "The bathroom. He went to throw up." After seeing Aquaman finally return to his seat and quietly wiping the water off his face as he did, Batman turned around and took his place at the head of the conference table. Based on the clues Queen Hippolyta provided, what we know so far is that the kidnapper is most likely the god of war, Ares. However, there's a high chance that Zeus is behind this because Ares alone wouldn't be able to take Wonder Woman away without anyone noticing. Victor scanned the room quickly and saw that Cyborg, Green Lantern, and the Flash were all standing. He simply slipped his hands into his pockets and stood quietly in the same spot, listening carefully to Batman. Batman raised a finger and tapped the tabletop lightly. The screen behind him displayed an image with a piece of parchment covered in a line of golden writing on it. It was clear the person who took the picture wasn't used to electronic devices because the angle was a little crooked. This parchment was left behind along with the God Killer at the last known location of Wonder Woman's disappearance. Queen Hippolyta helped us translate the text. It's written in ancient Greek. Cyborg picked up the thread, confirming what Batman had said. I cross-referenced the language database. The content of this parchment matches Queen Hippolyta's translation almost exactly. It says Zeus is outraged by the thief who stole the golden apple and demands that the thief come alone to the divine realm to face punishment, or Zeus's wrath will once again descend upon the mortal world. A brief silence fell over the room. Superman looked visibly worried, and the others also had solemn expressions. Shazam was the only one who was a bit less serious and turned around to look at Victor. "This is the kid who stole the golden apple." Before Victor could respond, Shazam spread his hands toward everyone in the conference room, his face full of pity and righteous resolve. "Guys, we can't possibly let a kid go to the divine realm alone. I have a plan, which is that we should find the entrance to the divine realm, and we all charge in together and rescue Wonder Woman." They didn't take Shazam seriously, but Green Lantern started nodding thoughtfully. He opened his mouth to speak, but the moment his mouth opened, the Flash moved so fast that no one could see it, and elbowed Green Lantern in the side. Green Lantern made 2 strangled sounds, lost his breath, and couldn't get a word out. Cyborg's electronic eye flickered with blue light for a few seconds before he picked up Shazam's point. "We don't have enough information on the gods of Olympus right now. We can't act that rashly. The only one we have any clear historical record on is Ares, but Wonder Woman has said that the Ares in the divine realm isn't the same as the Ares in the mortal world." Superman's blue eyes were filled with worry. "I once asked Wonder Woman about it when we were talking. She told me that even I might not be able to gain the upper hand against Zeus. Zeus, unlike the other gods of Olympus, is the king of the gods. He possesses a power that is far beyond all the other gods." Aquaman, finally catching his breath, looked straight at Batman. Aside from explaining the situation at the beginning, he hadn't spoken since. "I get the feeling you already have a plan, right?" Batman spoke in a hoarse voice, and his calm tone was like dropping a thunderbolt into the room. Viktor will enter the divine realm alone. We'll be ready to provide support at any time. The words barely landed before several people in the room erupted in objection. Aquaman looked utterly shocked, and Shazam outright jumped to his feet. You're sending this kid to storm the divine realm by himself? Batman, he's just a kid. Then Shazam went over to Superman, who was deep in thought, and started shaking him. He immediately grabbed Superman's arm that had been sitting beside him, head bowed in thought, and shook him. You can't possibly agree with this insane idea, right? What's gotten to Batman today? Hawkman shot Shazam a look of disdain and turned to face Batman instead. See? They never even read the reports you send them. After hearing Hawkman's words, the Flash frowned, and his figure flickered, and then his face went pale, as all the blood had drained out of him. He stared at Viktor in disbelief. Viktor, on the other hand, raised one hand. This might be the time to fight and push my limits there. Moreover, I still owe her for her teaching and training. I don't have a problem with it. I just don't know how to get to the entrance of the divine realm. 2,100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 35 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 34, Standoff, bonus chapter. First of all, his combat experience is more than enough, and among everyone here, perhaps only Hawkman could match him. Batman knew that not explaining himself would be hard to calm Shazam down, especially since they would need Shazam's help to enter the divine realm. Hawkman raised a hand with a slightly awkward expression. I haven't fully recovered my past life memories, and most of my reincarnations didn't involve much fighting, let alone fighting experienced superhumans. Shazam and Aquaman's expressions shifted immediately. The two of them had no idea that Viktor's past was this complicated. The others, however, had some understanding of him by now. Even Green Lantern, who is normally the most reckless, rarely held back from offering his opinion, but he kept quiet this time. Oh my god. The kid had the yellow power ring for just a few seconds. Green Lantern thought. He didn't even wear it, and his physical ability skyrocketed this much. Facing such an unknown threat to the Lantern Corps for the first time, I'm starting to realize how little I know. Meanwhile, Viktor started to worry. I haven't fully mastered Ms. Prince's combat style yet, and my fighting style doesn't even have the concept of holding back. If I accidentally kill a few gods again, I'm worried I won't be able to handle the consequences with Zeus. He didn't know exactly how strong Zeus was in this world, but since even the stories from his past life stated that Zeus was the king of the gods. He wasn't just some ordinary force to be reckoned with. If even Superman himself might not be able to hold his own against Zeus, Viktor didn't dare to be too cocky. There wasn't much information, and he tried comparing Zeus to Odin in the Marvel Universe as an example. He figured going alone into the divine realm was likely a one-way trip. However, since Batman had suggested it, Viktor assumed there must be some reasoning behind it. After voicing his concerns, he chose not to say anything further. Batman gave a slight nod, and his deep, calm voice rang out again. The second point is that Cyborg and I analyzed the contents of the parchment and the manner in which Diana disappeared, and reached a conclusion with a high probability that Zeus likely isn't angry about the golden apples being stolen. Shazam was momentarily stunned. He looked more closely at the parchment on the screen, studying it for a while, and gradually started to get a sense of it. Since Shazam was also blessed with Zeus's divine power, even though he couldn't understand the written words, Shazam could understand the meaning of the words through his divine power and the wisdom of Solomon as a bridge. He hadn't paid much attention before, viewing it through a screen from a distance, but this time he was the first to respond to Batman's second point. If Zeus's wrath was only being displayed through kidnapping and a threatening letter, it would be too petty. I feel like they're trying to send Viktor into the divine realm alone to discuss something. Hawkman, who retained some old memories, let out a scoffing smile. He might not have had direct contact with gods, but he dealt with more than one of their priests. Those high and mighty beings don't want to show anything resembling warmth toward a mortal. They care too much about their so-called divine dignity, but if you go alone, they won't just let you take her and walk out without a fight. Batman turned his gaze to Viktor. So, once you go in, a fight is likely unavoidable. However, Zeus very likely won't move against you personally. We'll be monitoring your status through technical means, and if it comes down to it, the Justice League won't abandon you or Wonder Woman. Shazam stood up and walked over, patting Viktor on the shoulder. Buddy, even though I don't know where you come from, don't go underestimating those gods, especially Ares. The destruction he can cause on Earth is completely different from what he can do in the divine realm. Viktor shrugged off Shazam's rough hand, feeling a bit speechless. You just repeated what Superman said Miss Prince told him, didn't you? No. Shazam surprisingly showed a serious expression. I just communicated the wisdom of Solomon, and through it I caught a glimpse of Ares' true strength. Honestly, I'm not even sure I could take him down alone in the divine realm. Shazam extended a hand toward him. So, kid, if your strength isn't on my level, I still recommend you think this through carefully because going into the divine realm alone is too dangerous. Viktor was genuinely surprised and didn't expect Shazam to have a reliable side. After a moment, Viktor extended his arm, and the two hands, one large and one small, gripped each other. They both began to exert force, and tremendous power gathered in their palms. Batman shot Superman a look. Superman understood immediately, extending his bioforce field to disperse and channel the energy radiating from both Shazam and Viktor. Cyborg's electronic eye flickered continuously, and apart from Batman, was actually the member of the Justice League who knew the most about Viktor's background. Since the moment Viktor first appeared on Earth, he had been monitored from every piece of modern electronic equipment through Cyborg's extended sensory capabilities. After a few seconds, Cyborg's expression shifted from calm to astonishment, and his electronic eye flared with blue light. They're releasing 2.4 times 10 superscript 1 superscript 2 tons of TNT equivalent energy per second. If Superman wasn't redirecting the power, the watchtower would probably have been destroyed by now. The Flash quickly calculated the impact in a fraction of a second. Whoa. You're saying they're each releasing enough energy every second to wipe out the entire ecosystem of Australia? Shazam's gaze turned into one of admiration. I still have energy left. What about you? I do too. Viktor smiled as he responded. Then let's end it here. I believe you'll be fine. The two of them, in perfect sync, relaxed their power and released each other's hands. Batman calmly tapped the table. Now, I'll explain the plan for opening the entrance to the Divine Realm. 2,500 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 45 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 35, Mount Olympus. In northern Greece, on top of Mount Olympus, which is between the Thessaly and Macedonia regions. Viktor, Superman, and Shazam were floating high above the mountain peak. Superman's strong palm rested on Viktor's shoulder with concern and worry in his eyes. Are you sure you can do this alone? This was Batman's plan, right? He shot Superman a glance, and the meaning was obvious. If you think it won't work, you can always go talk to Batman anytime. Superman laughed awkwardly and removed his hand. However, Shazam's attention had drifted in a completely different direction. Hey, I'm not trying to criticize your fashion sense, but isn't that outfit kind of not suited for fighting? Shazam raised his eyebrows and looked at the oversized gray hoodie he was wearing. The hoodie was something Tom had dug out of a closet during the first few days after he arrived on Earth. It was winter in the Mediterranean, and they were high up on the mountain, over 500 meters above the ground. The cold, damp wind passed through the gaps between the three of them, making Viktor's hood flap in the wind. Shazam's eyes kept following the hood as it tossed in the wind. Your hood looks like it's about to fly off at any moment. Superman had also noticed Viktor's outfit, and his body shifted ever so slightly toward the direction of the North Pole. The Fortress of Solitude has a suit design function. If you need it, I can quickly make you a new one right now, and it won't take long at all. Then I'd have to change into a tight suit, right here, at the top of Mount Olympus, with nothing but the cold air around me. Viktor was struggling to keep a straight face. That's a great idea. We might not even need to manually open the gateway to the Divine Realm. Those gods would definitely lose it and rush out the second they saw us. He shook his head at Superman, then crossed his arms and pulled the gray-white hoodie up from his waist, stripping it off completely. Beneath it was Viktor in his black and gray Viltrumite battle suit. He handed the hoodie to Superman. I hope you keep this safe while I'm not here. I don't have many casual clothes on Earth. Shazam's gaze flicked oddly toward the black battle skirt extending down from Viktor's waist. Viktor's face felt unusually warm. In fact, Viktor wanted to refuse this design when he was younger. Clearly, the Viltrumites, who really cared about tradition, didn't approve of his style. Strictly speaking, if he hadn't managed to escape back then, Viktor would have had to grow a mustache on his upper lip because that was also one of the traditions. Superman, on the other hand, is more accepting of different styles. He didn't comment on the strange cloth covering him, but he did praise the color design. The dark colored design looks cool. Viktor's fingers brushed across his chest, which deliberately thickened paint the Titanians had applied to hide the Viltrum symbol. He shook his head and said nothing. A completely black batwing quietly landed in a field not far from Mount Olympus. Batman's deep voice came through their earpieces. We still have 10 seconds until the time calculated by Cyborg. I hope everyone is ready. Superman carefully folded Viktor's hoodie, nodded to the other two, and flew a short distance away. Shazam tilted his head back toward the sky, taking several deep breaths, shaking out his hands to stay loose. Remember to relax. The last thing I want is to get hit by a lightning bolt in an accident. Viktor said nothing more and just quietly stared ahead. Cyborg's electronic voice began the countdown. 5, 4, 3. Shazam raised both hands to the sky and took a deep breath. 2, The front of the Batwing lifted, and a blue energy beam, designed to tear through space, shot toward the sky above the mountain. Now. Shazam! Zeus's magical lightning and the hidden divine power within Viktor's body reached out for each other. In the blink of an eye, the three forces formed a deep, swirling vortex of space. The next moment, Viktor's eyes lost all sense of color and sky. After several disorienting seconds of spinning darkness, a fresh scent of grass and plants suddenly filled Viktor's nose. He opened his eyes, and the ground beneath him was smooth, like a mirror, made of white-gray stone tiles. The road was wide enough for a dozen warhorses to walk side by side, stretching into the misty distance. On either side of the road stood tall white marble columns, which were covered in carvings of twisting vines and branches with half-open flowers and ivy leaves wrapped around them. "Please follow me." A clear, emotionless voice echoed, and Viktor turned to see a figure standing not far away. The messenger wore a silver-gray, short-waisted robe, with a belt embedded with sapphires at the waist. What caught his eye were the boots, and each side was adorned with a small golden wing that fluttered gently. Viktor lifted his gaze to meet the messenger's eyes, intending to see the attitude of a god from their expression. However, upon looking up, all he saw was a bottomless, dark abyss, black as night, with not a hint of white in the eyes. There was no way to read any emotion, just an overwhelming sense of calm. "Heh, I thought I'd be greeted with thunder and lightning as soon as I entered." The messenger didn't respond. He simply turned and walked deeper down the stone road, apparently certain Viktor would follow. Viktor paused for a moment, and the emotions in his eyes quickly vanished. He didn't understand Mount Olympus, but this wasn't the first time he'd stepped into the territory of an alien civilization. He stepped forward to catch up with the messenger, with the feeling that his body's energy started to stir with each step. The two walked in silence, and the golden patterns embedded in the cracks of the tiles grew more and more frequent as they went deeper. Soon, a massive temple appeared ahead. The dome had a curved shape with carvings of the sun, moon, and stars. In front of the temple was a wide plaza, at the center of which stood a towering statue holding a thunderbolt with an imposing expression. On either side of the plaza stood 12 giant stone pillars, and 3 figures stood among them. The figure at the front wore pitch-black armor, exuding the murderous aura that Viktor was most familiar with. To the left, about 10 meters away, a woman with blonde hair and a cold gaze was studying Viktor. She wore a beautiful red dress with golden olive branch patterns embroidered on the hem and golden arm guards that looked like lace made of metal. On the other side was a massive inhuman figure, standing nearly 3 meters tall with his upper body and arms resembling flowing molten lava, holding a huge, long-handled hammer in his hands. This man was so tall that the clouds and fog covered his face and expression. The messenger's figure silently turned transparent and disappeared. On the left side of the temple, Diana was tightly bound to a stone pillar by the lasso of truth. After seeing Viktor appear alone, Diana's eyes immediately flashed with surprise and concern. "You despicable mortal! How dare you steal the golden apple?" The man in the armor stepped forward first, and his voice filled with anger. "To desecrate the authority of the gods, today shall be your death." Viktor completely ignored the angry rebuke, tilting his head to glance past him and carefully assessing Diana's condition. She appeared to be a captive with some kind of magical binding around her throat that prevented her from speaking. However, Diana's hair was perfectly in place, and not a single strand was out of place. Batman was right. There was something else the gods were after. How interesting. How on earth did he figure that out? After being ignored, Ares seemed completely angry, and his crimson gaze, visible through the gaps in his helmet, locked onto Viktor with a deadly glare. "How dare you disrespect me like this?" Viktor slowly turned his head, shifting his angle to meet those crimson eyes with his own gaze. "Mortal. You." Boom. Before Ares could finish his sentence, a powerful punch sent him flying, his entire body rocketing through the air. The goddess in a red dress stood, dumbfounded, as Ares crashed through the sky, creating 4 sonic booms as he disappeared into the sky. Instinctively, she summoned her spear and shield in her hands, but when she looked up, she saw that Viktor was already at Diana's side. "Don't worry." A deep, rumbling voice came from the 3-meter-tall giant. "I know that lasso well. Even Superman couldn't." Viktor's hands never touched the gleaming golden lasso at all. He simply wrapped his arm around the stone column and drove his fingers directly into the pillar itself like steel nails. After taking a deep breath, Viktor twisted and pulled, making a loud cracking sound as he ripped the entire stone pillar out of the ground. He slammed his feet into the ground, creating 2 massive craters, and his leg muscles bulged as he squeezed every bit of power into a single moment. "Here we go." Viktor's muffled roar came through the communicator in the Batwing, and Cyborg immediately brought up thousands of data on the computer screen. Superman and Shazam both focused intently on the spot where Viktor had just vanished just moments before. Shazam's face showed a mix of disbelief and shock. That fast. 2,500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 45 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 36, Purpose. You have to be kidding me. There were 3 gods. With his memories from his past life, Viktor immediately recognized all 3 of them. Ares, Athena, and Hephaestus. Since Zeus wasn't showing his face, if they all surrounded him at once, it would be super dangerous. From the moment he saw Diana, Viktor's battle instincts from over a decade of experience at full power. I have no opportunity for a one-on-one fight. I need to find another way. Viktor thought. Ares was shouting angrily and charging back. Athena raised her spear and aimed at Viktor holding the stone pillar, flying away in the sky, but after several moments of hesitation, she couldn't bring herself to throw it. As Viktor was about to fly back to the spot where he entered while holding the stone pillar, a spatial gate slowly began to open again. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning, filled with powerful energy, struck down with a small, almost helpless sigh. It instantly erased the spatial gate right in front of him. Viktor was still holding the stone pillar, stopped suddenly in midair, making a sound of frustration. Playing the mysterious game with me, and you end up stepping in personally anyway. He looked up at the top of the temple where the thunder had originated. Enough. The voice was full of authority, but it wasn't as loud as thunder and instead resonated clearly through the entire plaza, even drowning out Ares' roar. Ares, who had been charging forward, suddenly froze in midair, stopped, and crashed heavily onto the stone ground. The main doors of the temple slowly opened, and a figure in a golden robe stepped out. A soft lightning glow surrounded the figure, and strange runes briefly appeared on the stone ground with each step. The figure looked calm but powerful, with his white hair and beard glowing with a soft light, and his deep eyes made even Athena and Hephaestus respect him. The king of Olympus, Zeus. Viktor sighed inwardly. He wasn't sure whether it was the divine aura or whether the god before him had simply reached a level of power beyond comprehension, but Viktor didn't even need to look up to feel it. The pressure was like a mountain standing before an ant. Viktor's battle instincts were screaming in warning. Slowly, Viktor lowered the stone pillar. It fell heavily to the ground, making a cloud of dust and stone fragments. He still looked emotionless and just quietly watched as Zeus approached. Zeus stopped 10 meters in front of him, his gaze sweeping over him before briefly glancing at Diana, bound to the stone pillar. He didn't open his mouth, but the mighty voice rolled in like a thunderous wave. You stole a treasure that belongs to the gods and took control of the power of strife. Do you understand the weight of your sins? Even as the warning of approaching death rang through his combat instincts, Viktor still looked emotionless and even scratched his ear, which was itching from the loud voice. By this world's standards, I've done far worse than this. And yet, the divine realm is not without reason. Zeus raised his hand, and a soft golden light fell over Diana, immediately lifting the restriction from her speaking. Diana looked at Viktor with a complicated expression. It was clear she had understood the god's true intentions ever since she had been brought to the divine realm and couldn't quite find the words to say. I can spare you from divine punishment and allow you to take Diana with you, but you must first undergo 7 trials. If you succeed in all 7, the power will return to the divine realm, and your grievances with us will be forgotten. What does Wonder Woman have to do with this? If not for the fact that provoking Zeus repeatedly would be like dancing on the edge of a cliff, Viktor almost wanted to complain about how they had even gone so far as to kidnap his own daughter. Zeus's eyes showed a hint of mockery. Even though the gods have withdrawn from the human world, we are not ignorant of it. Diana is your teacher, and after you took the golden apple, she not only failed to persuade you to return the artifact but also allowed you to take it. Now, the authority of strife is bound to you, and she too has a part in this indulgence. Having been used to the brief and authoritative manner of his instructors in Viltrum for over 10 years, Viktor found formal speech incredibly uncomfortable. Why do you all have to talk like this? You're so much stronger than I am. Why not just strike me with a thunderbolt and take back the authority? Diana's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in him over the past few days. You're kidnapping Miss Prince to force me to go to Olympus by myself and then giving me these 7 trials. He raised his eyes to Zeus, and his cold gaze faded. Now, Viktor was certain that Zeus was plotting something. Your Majesty, you've destroyed the spatial gate, severing my connection with the outside world. The Justice League will not simply stand by. The Greek pantheon once protected Earth, but now you want to fight against the current protectors of Earth. If you truly need something from me, why not simply say so? Instead of igniting a war this big, the one standing behind you would probably be thrilled. Ares hadn't expected the conversation to suddenly turn toward him, and his head lowered a few inches. To be honest, when Viktor had mentioned the possibility of the Justice League forcing their way in, Ares had genuinely felt a stir of excitement. An Olympian war with the Justice League, Ares, the god of war, could instantly tap into enough power to surpass what anyone on Earth could ever give him. Does Zeus still be the one calling the shots then? This is hard to say. The plaza fell into a brief silence. Athena's expression shifted slightly, as she was clearly thinking about the pros and cons. Zeus remained silent for a long while. The patterns on his robe faded a little, and his presence lost some of its power but became a bit more honest. We do not seek to make enemies of the human world. This incident is indeed connected to you. Viktor's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Your body is something we have never encountered before. Zeus looked at him, clearly very curious. You don't need to rely on the golden apple, yet you possess a lifespan comparable to that of the gods. Your physical strength and potential far exceed those of ordinary gods, and you can even wield the authority of strife without suffering any backlash. Zeus finally spoke honestly. We wish to absorb you into the pantheon, sharing divine power and magic, subtly acquiring your physical traits to fill in the gaps of our own race. Viktor was taken aback halfway through and instinctively retorted. My body. Isn't there already a Superman on Earth? He couldn't quite understand. Superman's strength surpasses mine by countless times. Even if his lifespan is somewhat shorter under normal circumstances, with the golden apple to extend it, wouldn't that satisfy your needs? Zeus's gaze darkened slightly at his words but remained silent. Ares, on the other hand, snorted coldly, his tone dripping with disdain for Superman. The Kryptonian genes have too many flaws and weaknesses. They relied on yellow sunlight for power and were vulnerable to kryptonite. No matter how strong the power, why would we want to add all those shackles to ourselves? Viktor ignored Ares' mockery and kept his eyes focused on Zeus. Zeus might not want to talk about Superman on purpose, and is trying to avoid it. After thinking about what Superman said earlier about Zeus's strength, Viktor suddenly understood something. Even if Zeus were stronger than Superman, the difference was likely small. They may not have wanted to choose Superman, but after weighing the options, they couldn't act. So, is this the real reason you sent me here alone? Viktor found the situation ridiculous and laughable. If I agree to join your pantheon, Miss Prince can leave immediately, and you won't have to fight with the Justice League, but if I refuse, you'll use the Golden Apple incident to condemn me with divine punishment. Zeus's eyes showed a hint of approval. You're very clever. This is not a threat, it's a deal. Join the gods, and you will possess divinity and endless power, standing with us to protect the cosmos, but refuse, and neither you nor Diana will be able to leave Olympus. If the Justice League forces their way in, all it will do is ignite a war between the divine realm and the mortal world. Viktor let out a long sigh, closing his eyes as if deep in thought. After a second, Zeus's voice quickly followed, urging him as if he didn't want to give him time to consider. I have sealed the entire space. The Justice League won't be able to enter here anytime soon. There is no point in stalling. 2,500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 45 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 37, Ares. In the watchtower, before everyone set off for Mount Olympus. Viktor walked behind Batman, his hands tucked into his pockets, his head lowered as if deep in thought. Batman spoke first, his voice still deep and hoarse, without turning around. We leave in 5 minutes. Say what you need to say now. Viktor paused for a moment, looking at Batman's back. Over the past few days, I've gone through various channels and learned quite a bit about your team's operations. You've never abandoned a single teammate. Viktor's voice is calm but firm. The League has only been formed for 2 years, but you've shown this trust in every one of your comrades. Batman's steps didn't stop as he continued walking toward the landing pad. Viktor's brow furrowed slightly. The Greek gods specifically insisted that I go in alone. Viktor's tone shifted as he flashed a playful smile. If Miss Prince comes out unscathed, it seems like a win-win deal for Earth, using a newcomer like me, an alien who's only been here for a few days, to secure peace with Olympus. As soon as he finished speaking, Batman finally stopped walking. He slowly turned around, his eyes sharp like an eagle's under the dim light, glowing coldly as they locked onto Viktor. The air between them seemed to freeze, leaving only the faint hum of the ventilation system. He raised his head and met Batman's gaze without flinching. In the plaza in front of the Olympus temple, Zeus's words carried the weight of divine power as if they could freeze the very air. Viktor looked at Zeus, a figure who had left legends in multiple worlds, and suddenly let out a mocking laugh. You want my body, but how will you prove that your divine power and magic are worth putting on the other side of the deal? Diana's face changed instantly, and she instinctively opened her mouth to intervene. She knew Zeus's temper all too well. Zeus could not tolerate being disrespected. However, Viktor's words were not only a clear rejection but a blatant challenge to the king of gods' authority. To Diana's surprise, Zeus didn't get angry. Instead, he stroked his beard, and a playful glint appeared in his eyes. Then, how do you propose to prove it? Viktor raised his hand, his finger pointing directly at Ares, who was already struggling to contain his bloodthirsty aura himself. I know nothing but battle and conquest. Since you want to set 7 trials, how about I make the terms? You pick 7 gods to take turns and fight me until one of them can defeat me. Ares was stunned for a moment, then seemed to hear the greatest joke. You foolish mortal, you dare challenge me. Do you know that even though the human world is relatively peaceful now, I can still draw power from wars, and my strength is beyond anything you can imagine. He took a step forward, and his thorned armor began to glow with a deep red light, and a twisted, powerful force spread out, making the stone floor of the plaza tremble slightly. The concept of war is never limited to the battlefield. Moreover, all the powers related to war that have flowed throughout history flow through my veins, including those nuclear bombs designed to prevent war. Ares' voice suddenly rose, filled with a suffocating pressure. Do you know how many nuclear weapons those self-destructive humans have created so far? The lowest threshold of power within me is the combined total of all the nuclear weapons designed, used, and stored on Earth. Athena's expression shifted slightly as she exchanged a glance with Hephaestus standing beside her. Without a word, Athena sheathed her spear, and Hephaestus lifted his massive hammer. Together, they stepped back and quickly vanished into the shadows of the temple. Since Victor's daring words, Zeus didn't speak, but the lightning patterns on his golden robe flickered faintly, his gaze cold as he watched Ares eagerly approach Victor, showing no sign of stopping him. Victor's feet slightly lifted off the ground as his body slowly floated upward, and his cold eyes looked down on the approaching Ares. Then let me offer you a concept in return. The combined military power of Earth that you boast about is nothing more than a perfect place for vacation and relaxation in the concept of my race. Ares' step suddenly froze, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Where is your race? A nameless nobody dares to talk about racial glory. Before his words could finish, Ares' pupils suddenly shrank, and his body convulsed violently. In an instant, he lost track of Victor's figure. The speed exceeded every limit of his divine perception. Where? Ares roared, his power surging as crimson energy formed a massive barrier around him, enveloping his body. Right here. The cold voice came from behind Ares. Before he could react, a powerful punch landed solidly in the center of his back. Crack. A sharp, crispy sound echoed as Ares' spine snapped instantly, and his thorned armor caved in under the force, and he was sent flying, crashing into the stone pillar of the temple. The thick marble column shattered into pieces from the impact. Victor dove rapidly, closing the distance to the flying Ares in an instant. He grabbed his ankle and then, spinning his body, twisted and slammed him back to the ground. Boom. The sound was like a nuclear explosion, amplifying tens of thousands of times, so powerful that even Wonder Woman, in the distance, grimaced and covered her ears in pain. Zeus silently observed the entire scene, his gaze still as deep as ever, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. The sound of explosions echoed through the plaza, with the stone tiles being shattered into pieces, and debris and dust filled the air. Before the dust even had time to settle, Victor grabbed Ares by the arm again and lifted him up, hurling him toward the sky. Then, in the blink of an eye, Victor teleported and caught up with Ares again, landing another heavy punch to his chest. Ares screamed in agony as he was tossed from the sky to the ground, then back up again. The thunderous impacts were relentless. Each collision was followed by the sound of bones breaking and a violent explosion. The plaza was completely destroyed with deep craters scattered all over the ground. In this moment, Victor didn't hold back and didn't need to worry about the destruction around him. Victor's face was expressionless as he relentlessly focused on his opponent. After a satisfying and relentless barrage of blows, Victor grabbed Ares' helmet and crushed the helm into a distorted shape. Then Victor pushed all the power inside his body to the maximum. He shot straight up into the sky like a rocket and began accelerating without hesitation. He didn't have to worry about any consequences, and destroying the entire structure of a planet was acceptable. Victor's flight speed surged, surpassing Mach 45 within 10 seconds, far exceeding his own limits and reaction speed. The high-speed flight created powerful shockwaves and heat waves, tearing apart the plaza, forming glowing red-orange plasma balls as the intense heat and friction ripped through the ground, creating massive cavities. The distant smoke and heat swept over the entire temple area. Ares, gripped in Victor's hand, could no longer scream in agony. Under the extreme friction and heat, Ares' body and armor began to melt together, and only half of his head remained stuck to Victor's hand. Victor's face hardened as he casually tossed aside the grotesque remains. Despite the overwhelming pressure from the rapidly increasing speed, Victor gritted his teeth and fought against the tearing pressure. He made a sharp, wide turn, his body shooting through the air like a bolt of black lightning, heading straight toward Zeus. Ares was dead, but Zeus still hadn't made a move. This confirmed to Victor that Zeus was using all his strength to suppress the space around them and couldn't spare any more power. As Victor rushed toward him, Zeus snorted coldly, his voice carrying a chill. You are far too arrogant. Ares was only the first. 700 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 38, Atlas. As the words left his mouth, Zeus raised his hand and swept it through the air. A flash of golden light and a towering figure appeared before him, standing over 5 meters tall. This god was massive, with a cold, stern expression, wearing old-fashioned armor made of jade and stone. He raised his hands in a circular motion toward the sky, and his back was slightly hunched as if carrying something incredibly heavy on his back with a crushing gravitational field swirling densely around him. Viktor's speed was too fast, couldn't stop in time and crashed straight into him. However, the immense force seemed to vanish as soon as he collided directly with the figure. The god appeared to be knocked sideways, but his body moved as if it didn't move at all, like a mountain in motion. Viktor, on the other hand, was left with his entire body numb from his own collision. Atlas slowly lowered his gaze, but his hands gradually closed into one enormous stone fist, wrapped in a suffocating gravitational field, and drove it hard into Viktor's back. Still moving at extreme speeds, Viktor found himself unable to maneuver freely. The inexplicable gravitational field had already suppressed his body, and he could only watch helplessly as the terrifyingly heavy fist came crashing down on his back. Boom. The explosion shook the entire divine realm. Viktor shot downward like a meteor, drilling hundreds of meters into the ground. The ground above caved into a massive crater, shattered rock and billowing dust erupting from the depths. The ground formed a huge, round pit, with flying stones and dust shooting up into the air. The intense pain overwhelmed his body, and his spine was cracked with countless fractures, with his internal organs ruptured, and blood continuously poured from his mouth. Viktor raised his head with effort and looked up at the towering silhouette outside the pit with his eyes narrowing with understanding. The Titan who was condemned by Zeus to hold up the celestial heavens, Atlas. Atlas looked silently at Viktor in the pit, his voice deep and resonant, almost as if trying to offer advice. Little one, you should give up. I am nothing like Ares. My divine power is unaffected by any external factors. Since ancient times, it has been directly bound to the earth. The meaning was clear: without the power to shake the sky itself, there was no hope of challenging this Titan. Bah. Viktor spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of ruptured tissue, slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a hand. He stood in silence for 2 seconds. Then Viktor suddenly looked up at Atlas with a smile, but his voice was a little muffled because of the blood still spilling from his mouth. It's fine, just a minor injury. Atlas's expression darkened. Why push yourself like this? You have witnessed my divine power. Is that not enough? Before Viktor could respond, Wonder Woman's anxious voice reached him from afar. Give up, Viktor. Atlas's power is not much weaker than Superman's. Viktor didn't immediately reply. He floated slowly out of the crater, rising until he was face to face with Atlas before stopping. After swallowing the blood that surged again in his throat, Viktor tilted his head and shook it in Wonder Woman's direction. How can a teacher tell her student to give up? He's only comparable to Superman in strength. He turned his head back, looking at the waiting Atlas. You're such a gentleman. He raised his hand and gestured for Atlas to come closer. Atlas sighed, and to everyone's surprise, he muttered something unexpected. You wreck. Afterward, Atlas hurled a massive punch toward Viktor's side, and the force behind it was far beyond anything one could describe as a mountain. At the same time, an inexplicable gravitational field appeared, trying to trap Viktor in place. The terrifying punch approached like a storm, but just before the gravitational field reached him, Viktor quickly dodged backward, instantly creating some distance. As the massive fist grazed past him, Viktor smiled, casually dispersing the gust of wind that followed the punch. You really are slow. Seeing that his attack had been effortlessly evaded, Atlas didn't get angry and instead slowly retracted his fist and spoke in a low, deep voice. However, you still can't move me. And once our bodies make contact, my gravitational lock engages several times faster than projecting it through empty space. Can you still withstand another punch from me? I'll have to try. I've never fought someone with this much raw strength and such slow speed. Before the words could finish, Viktor's body blurred into an afterimage, charging straight toward Atlas's massive eye with a piercing punch. Atlas's pupils shrank slightly. He hurriedly raised his hand to block the strike while also pushing his gravity field to try to slow him down. However, Viktor's attack was too fast. He quickly dodged the gravitational pull in a single sharp feint, and his fist slammed hard into Atlas's forearm armor. Boom. The deep, thunderous sound rang out as cracks like spider webs spread across Atlas's armor, and his deep voice echoed from behind the shattered forearm armor. If you continue like this, your injuries will worsen. He ignored the pain, vanishing once again in a flash, moving just above the ground, continuously circling around Atlas with fists raining down like a storm. Viktor's punch carried enough force to sink an island, and he carefully aimed at the joints and weak spots in Atlas's armor. The sounds of breaking continued as Atlas's chest armor, shoulders, and shins shattered, revealing his bronze-colored, solid flesh underneath. Crack! Crack! The sounds of breaking continued, as pieces of the armor on Atlas's chest, shoulders, and shins flew off, revealing the bronze-colored, solid flesh beneath. Atlas tried to fight back with heavy swings, but he was too slow. He could only endure as Viktor's fists rained down on him. After dozens of powerful punches, Atlas's armor was destroyed, and his exposed shoulders, sides, and thighs were covered with deep bruises, each one showing signs of ruptured blood vessels beneath the skin. Viktor rose and pulled back, preparing to build momentum for another blow, but suddenly, his expression changed. The intense pain surged through his nerves like a wave, and another stream of blood erupted from his mouth, splashing against Atlas's shattered armor. In the brief moment of distraction, Viktor's speed suddenly slowed. He gritted his teeth, trying to accelerate again, but the instant his fist connected with Atlas's chest and his fingertips brushed against the warm flesh beneath the armor, his entire body froze. Atlas seized the opportunity and used his brief contact to unleash his gravitational field. The invisible force acted like chains, locking him in place. "I've got you." Atlas's voice was emotionless. Since the boy wouldn't listen to his warnings, Atlas wouldn't hold back anymore. He raised his right hand, formed a massive fist, and the air around him twisted and collapsed under the immense force. The punch, with the terrifying force of a falling planet, slammed into Viktor's abdomen. Viktor's vision instantly went black. The impact was so overwhelming that his body didn't even have time to feel pain before his mind briefly shut down. The punch landed, causing his abdomen to cave in, and the sound of his ribs cracking was loud, as blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and his body was sent flying through the air. Ugh. He didn't know how far he'd flown, but he crashed into several small mountains in the distance before finally coming to a stop. The debris rained down around him as he collapsed onto the ground. The excruciating pain in his spine made even lifting his head a struggle. However, Viktor's fingers remained tightly clenched into the ground, and his nails broke, and blood oozed out, but he still refused to let go. After regaining his consciousness, the fighting spirit in his eyes hadn't died down, and it only flared up more intensely because of the pain. Atlas jumped high into the air and came down like the sky itself was falling, shaking the ground beneath them. He watched Viktor struggle to get back up with pieces of his broken armor falling around him. "Do you still want to fight?" Viktor didn't answer, his gaze was a bit blank, and he suddenly exhaled forcefully before disappearing once again. Atlas stood silently, raising his fists, his body alert and watching for any movement. Viktor changed his strategy. He pretended to slow down, allowing Atlas to catch a glimpse of his afterimage. As Atlas swung his fist, Viktor suddenly surged forward, sped up his speed, closing the distance, and gathered what strength he had left into his fist and aimed for the bruises he left on Atlas. After dozens of strikes that landed because he couldn't block in time, Atlas's bruises gradually turned into dark bloodstains, and the gravitational field around him began to become unstable. Atlas himself remained composed throughout as he swung his huge fists in constant sweeping motions. He didn't even need to land another hit directly. The wind pressure created by his swing sent Viktor's body trembling uncontrollably. Viktor was struggling to maintain his balance and was unable to dodge in time. The powerful gusts grazed his shoulder and back, reopening wounds and causing fresh blood to soak his body. Viktor's vision blurred from the loss of blood, but his focus remained sharp, waiting for an opening. After a few minutes of dodging, in the instant when Atlas missed a punch and lost his balance, Viktor closed the distance, putting all his remaining strength into his right fist, and slammed it hard into the bruise on Atlas's neck. Clearly, Atlas hadn't expected him to charge in head-on and didn't have time to raise his arm to block. Crack! The sharp sound of bone breaking drowned out the rumble of the ground beneath them. Atlas's neck snapped violently to the side, and his massive form staggered. The gravitational field around him instantly destabilized and collapsed. Viktor looked up at the fading figure of Atlas, and to his surprise, a faint smile appeared in Atlas's mouth before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. The ground trembled as debris and dust filled the air, and Atlas's life force was extinguished. Viktor was finally able to relax a little and collapsed onto the ground. The ground was scorching from the violent winds and the friction of the punches. He was drenched in blood, and his wounds kept bleeding. The fractures in his spine nearly went all the way through his back, and even moving a finger brought excruciating pain. Suddenly, a powerful figure appeared through his blurred vision, stepping through the ground with steady steps. A clear, confident voice sounded in his ears. "I am Hercules, also the third god to challenge you. 700 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 39, Hercules, bonus chapter. What do we do now?" Shazam had already worked with Batman's spatial rift device to summon 7 magical lightning bolts, but the door to the divine realm that had been opened before now seemed completely gone, as if it never existed. Shazam was becoming anxious. "I know firsthand how powerful Zeus is. Those two probably won't be able to hold on much longer." Batman silently watched the rift device as it slowly recharged, ignoring Shazam's urgent voice in his ear. Superman looked at Batman, paused for a moment, and his own worried expression suddenly became calm. "You always have a backup plan. You spent 3 minutes alone with that kid at the Watchtower Bridge exit earlier. Shazam suddenly turned his head, his face showing a mix of surprise and doubt. He clenched his left fist and struck it against his right palm, excitedly seeking confirmation from Batman. Really? I knew it, Batman always has a plan, some secret weapon or something, but, the longer this drags on, the more likely something goes wrong. You really are not going to tell us about your backup plan. Batman pressed his hands against the cowl of his mask, and the screen in front of him lit up again with the charging complete indicator. How many more times can you do this? Shazam's face stiffened, his expression filled with frustration. Normally, I'd be out of energy, but this is Mount Olympus, as close to Zeus as you can get. I should still be able to summon Zeus lightning 3 more times. The next attempt to open the Divine Realm's door will be delayed by 5 minutes. The one after that will be 10 minutes. What? You're not leaving me a single one in reserve. Just as Shazam finished speaking, he met Batman's disapproving gaze and awkwardly laughed before stepping back. Right, I'll just go, rest up a bit. He swiftly disappeared from sight. I saw you give that kid something before you left. Superman glanced in the direction Shazam had gone, suddenly bringing it up. Facing the one member he considered more reliable than Shazam, Batman gave a slight nod. That kid is smart. I originally only mentioned a contingency plan during those 3 minutes, but he immediately came up with a better, yet more risky plan. Which one we use depends on what he ultimately decides. Viktor spent about 4 or 5 seconds slowly getting up from the ground. He coughed several times and spat out a large mouthful of blood, and only then did he manage to lift his head, but his blurry vision couldn't see Hercules' face anymore. He could only vaguely see a tall figure, standing a few meters away with arms crossed, silently waiting. Another gentleman, huh? Hercules looked at him, who seemed to be on the brink of death, his brows furrowed deeply. My divinity forbids me from acting in anything dishonorable. I will stand here and wait until you bleed out and can no longer stand. Actually, I'm far from dying. He glanced in the direction where Zeus might be. Can the king of the gods allow you to just wait here for my death? Even the king of gods cannot force us to do anything that goes against our divinity. I can even tell you directly that I am not as strong as the 2 gods who died at your hands before. Even Ares could defeat me with ease. Hercules' tone remained clear and bright, like someone standing tall in the sunlight, with a clear conscience. If you have a way to kill me in your current state, you're welcome to try. But as long as you look like you're about to die from your wounds, I will not raise a hand against you. Viktor's eyes finally showed a hint of disappointment. In fact, Viktor's current condition was still far from death. The injuries on his body were nothing compared to when he first arrived on Earth. Moreover, he was far stronger now than he was back then. With his current self-healing abilities, Viktor could probably stand here quietly for a week and would almost fully recover even without any treatment. However, it was rare to encounter such a strong opponent on Earth who could push him to this level of intensity. He was already injured, and not being able to fully enjoy the fight felt like a waste. Unfortunately, Viktor ran into someone as honorable and oblivious as Heracles. I genuinely don't understand what you gods are thinking. You could easily send a strong warrior in the 3rd round and easily achieve your goal without any trouble. He blinked, as if suddenly realizing something. So, whether it's me challenging the 7 gods or the 7 gods challenging me, as long as certain conditions are met, your shared divine power magic will take effect. In the distance, Zeus tilted his head, looking at Wonder Woman, who was still unable to move freely due to being under his divine command. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Where did you find this student of yours? He's actually a child. Wonder Woman turned her head, clearly not wanting to talk with this old man. Hercules, however, was a perfect embodiment of his divinity, refusing to commit any dishonorable act, not even lying. He confirmed Viktor's words. This is the hero's right, with at least 7 trials, and each trial in front of you is only slightly stronger than you. There is still a chance to complete them. If you still had energy after defeating Atlas, the next challenger would have been Apollo. As if worried that Viktor wouldn't believe him, Hercules quickly added, the god of war was an accident. The knowledge we know only goes as far as what Ares brought back. We had no way to observe your actual condition through magic after that. After some thought, Viktor sighed and pulled a box from his waist. The box was made of pitch-black material, with a slightly rough texture that felt a bit sharp to the touch. The box itself was about 3 square inches in size. Then, Viktor pulled out a yellow ring from the box. Hercules was momentarily stunned. The ring emitted an aura that he found extremely repulsive. Viktor grabbed the ring and gently slid it onto the middle finger of his other hand. It's hard to imagine that there's someone like you in this world. To show my respect, I'll only restore 20% of my injuries. A dim, fearful light enveloped Viktor's entire body, and the apparently terrifying wounds began to show signs of healing under the yellow light in just a few moments. 2 seconds later, Viktor quickly took off the ring. Now, our strength should be on the same level. I'll give you my all based on that. Hercules finally stopped standing with his arms crossed, released his hands with a serious expression, and a huge club appeared in his right hand. He stared intently at the yellow ring that Viktor had just placed back into the box with his expression full of fear. What exactly is that? Suddenly, the air exploded with a loud noise. Viktor held the ring box in one hand and formed a hand chop with the other, quickly flashing to a face-to-face distance with Hercules. Shaking off the blood steadily dripping from his fingertips, Viktor looked at Hercules, whose pupils had lost focus, and saw him fall backwards, blood spurting across his neck after the slash. Viktor shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Even though the battle hadn't been satisfying, Viktor's strength had once again been increased. The injuries looked severe, but these were still minor wounds for an elite Viltrumite. You're just not fit for battle, and life in the divine realm has made you too comfortable, Hercules. Skipping over the body on the ground, Viktor flew back up into the sky and pointed at Zeus, already preparing to summon the next challenger. I'll pick the next opponent. According to my own terms, Miss Prince should qualify for your rights requirements just fine. 700 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 40, Oath, bonus chapter. Viktor's words echoed across the ruined plaza of the divine temple. The lightning patterns on Zeus' golden robe suddenly lit up, and his divine power surged, making the once still air become suffocatingly tense. Zeus, who had remained calm, finally showed an emotional reaction. Viktor's request clearly disrupted some of his plans. No. Zeus's gaze swept to Diana at the stone column. Diana is your teacher. There is a bond and protection between you two. The purpose of the ritual is meant to be the ultimate trial and an honest confrontation. A teacher-student relationship would affect the fairness of the process and make it invalid. Viktor lifted his eyes. If Zeus remained as calm as before, he might have had to resort to activating the second plan with the ring in his hand. However, it seemed that using Batman's plan B would be enough. Just as Viktor was about to say something else, Diana's voice suddenly rang out, clear yet determined. In the name of Zeus, king of the Olympian gods, I swear to fight with every ounce of my strength, without reservation or restraint. Should I break this oath, I willingly forfeit my divinity and descend forever into the depths of the underworld. A pale golden divine light rose from Diana's body and wove itself into fine patterns that wound around her wrists and throat. That was the mark of the divine oath, and although it was made in Zeus' name, not even the king of the gods could interfere with the oath that had been fully established. The lightning surrounding Zeus suddenly stalled, and his divine power was weakened by half in an instant. He looked at the unwavering resolve in Diana's eyes, and in his deep gaze, replaced by a trace of helplessness. He slowly shook his head, and exhaustion entered his voice. Do you still resent me? Diana's hands at her sides tightened almost gradually, but she avoided looking into Zeus' eyes. The oath has been made. You have no reason to stop me from becoming the fourth challenger. Seeing her silence, Zeus understood and waved his hand. The divine command that had bound Diana was lifted. So be it. You have always been this way. You were never mine to command by force. Zeus' voice became much softer as he watched Diana, stretching her limbs as she slowly walked toward Viktor. He suddenly spoke again, his voice no longer full of authority but filled with a hint of sadness. What I have done here was not merely greed for his body. The gods of Olympus have long lost their former glory, and the old order is collapsing. I am trying to find, on behalf of all the gods of Olympus, some thread of change. Diana's steps stopped despite herself. Even though the relationship between the divine realm and the human world was not what it used to be, they were still closely connected in a certain sense. If the gods faced a crisis, Earth would likely suffer too. She slowly turned around, her eyes filled with doubt. Do you already know about the potential crisis that may befall the divine realm in the future? Zeus looked up at the misty clouds outside the temple's dome, his expression returning to a calm and silent demeanor. I only know that the old gods will eventually be eliminated by time. This is an irreversible fate. However, when Eris brought back information about Viktor, Zeus found that he was a peculiar individual who did not belong to the established past or the uncertain future. A person who didn't fit into any pattern he knew. Zeus's gaze shifted to Diana, and something crept into his tone that almost sounded like a plea. I ask you in the name of all the gods, my daughter, to continue with this hero's rite. We hope your student receives divinity and divine power. For him, it may not be such a bad thing. She seemed to be witnessing Zeus, the king of gods, humbling himself for the first time, and her face slightly paled in shock. Diana's gaze fell on Viktor, still calm despite being covered in blood, not far away, her eyes filled with uncertainty. When he was flying with the stone column through the air, Viktor only shared a rough plan with her. Diana never expected Zeus to humble himself to such a position. Compared to the countless years of authority Zeus had as the king of the gods, this was a huge and difficult decision. On one side was her father, with whom she shared blood, and the divine legacy of the realm she had protected for many years. On the other side was her student, whom she had given everything she knew, and the center of this whole absurd rite. Wonder Woman found herself caught in a dilemma for the first time. Viktor suddenly raised his hand and waved at Diana. MS. Prince, just follow your heart. You are only the fourth part of the hero's rite. We still have a backup. Viktor's voice was full of confidence. Diana looked at the calm and trust in Viktor's eyes, and the struggle in her heart slowly faded. With a sharp clench of her teeth, Diana lifted her head to look at Zeus, and her voice became firm. By the terms of my divine oath sworn in the name of the King of the Gods, I demand the immediate return of my God-killer sword and my divine shield, and only when fully armed can I be said to be truly fighting without restraint. Batwing. God-killer, which had been quietly placed on the alloy stand, suddenly began to tremble violently. The sword's blade emitted a dazzling golden light in the dark cockpit, and the sound of the sword ringing filled the entire aircraft. Batman's gaze sharpened, and his fingers quickly tapped the console. The cockpit door opened instantly, and a chilling gust of wind, carrying the divine aura, rushed into the cabin. Let it go, he said in a low voice to Cyborg beside him. The God-killer seemed to have a will of its own. It broke free from the stand, transforming into a golden lightning bolt, shooting out of the aircraft, and heading straight for the mountain of Mount Olympus in northern Greece. The mountain of Mount Olympus. Shazam was rubbing his sore arm while floating alongside Superman. They were both prepared to open the rift again. What is that? Shazam suddenly widened his eyes, pointing at the golden light rapidly approaching from a distance, and his face filled with astonishment. Superman's blue eyes narrowed slightly, instantly locking onto the source of the light. It was none other than Diana's God-killer sword. In the blink of an eye, the God-killer sword reached the mountain. The sword burst with an intense golden light, ripping apart the space barrier Zeus had set, and a narrow but stable crack in space slowly began to open. Now. Superman growled as he thrust his hands into the space crack that was supposed to vanish in an instant. Surprisingly, it not only failed to close but also began to gradually widen. Shazam stared in disbelief at the scene, his brain struggling to process what was happening in front of him. Superman was actually daring to go head-to-head with Zeus' divine power. This was a scene he had never imagined. Wait, if that's the case, how far am I really from Superman? Shazam felt a bit ridiculous. Zeus' blessing made up 1/6 of his power, but just having the blessing surely couldn't compare to the King of the Gods. Suddenly, Batman's voice came through the earpiece with an overwhelming pressure that instantly snapped Shazam back to his senses. You have 5 seconds left. Shazam clenched his fist, and the divine power inside him surged wildly. Batman's instructions are never wrong. Shazam. 700 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 41, Heroes. The God-killer shot straight into Diana's hand from a crack in space caused by the power of the God King. The hilt felt warm in her grip, and the familiar divine power spread through her body, reaching her limbs. Diana instinctively tightened her hold on the sword. At the same time, a flash of silver light shot from deep within the temple, and the divine shield seated itself snugly against her left forearm. However, at that moment, the gods standing in the shadow of the damaged temple turned their gazes toward the sky. The space crack in the high sky not only didn't close but was still expanding. Beneath the crack in space, with twisting light, Superman's blue figure flashed by. He was still fiercely battling with Zeus's remaining divine authority. The entire realm started to ripple with tiny waves. Then, Shazam's red figure, wrapped in thunder, charged in. He immediately spotted Viktor, covered in blood and seemingly on the verge of collapse, floating in the sky. Lying on the ground were 2 bodies, one large and one small, causing him to gape in shock. What the hell? What exactly happened here? Shazam's exclamation echoed through the ruined plaza. He quickly dashed over to Viktor, lifting one of his arms over his shoulder, and his voice was full of amazement. Dude, you're insane. You took down 2 gods by yourself. You're literally the coolest guy I've ever met. Viktor stared at the 2 bodies and shook his head slowly skeptically. Ares doesn't count. The Justice League's own records confirmed that as long as the concept of war exists, Ares can never truly die. But claiming he'd actually killed Hercules and Atlas. Even Viktor didn't quite buy it. The gods had been far too calm throughout the whole thing. Moreover, 2 of them were sons of Zeus. If they'd really been killed, Zeus would never be this composed. If Viktor really killed them, Zeus wouldn't have been so composed about it. Wonder Woman still held her sword pointed at Viktor, standing across from them. Due to the divine oath, she couldn't withdraw from the fight. However, Diana could still speak. They were all just using avatars made of divine energy, like the goddess of strife, otherwise, how would a mortal ever compete with a god on equal footing? Seeing that Shazam still didn't quite believe it, Diana couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. If he could actually kill the true forms of the two gods who gave you strength and endurance, how do you think you'd be standing right now? That finally put an end to Shazam's doubts. He still couldn't stop sneaking glances at the two bodies and muttering under his breath. These two are Atlas and Hercules. Wow, to be honest, it's the first time seeing them in person, in this weird way. Shazam awkwardly raised his other free hand. They've just been lying there on the cold ground this whole time, isn't that kinda uncomfortable? Should I say hi to them or something? Viktor closed his eyes and turned his head away while Diana, unable to turn her own head due to her full combat stance, could only roll her eyes at Shazam. Zeus, however, ignored the three of them talking, or rather, he no longer had the focus to spare. He watched Superman forcing the rift open wider and wider. After a long silence, Zeus stopped pressing his divine power against the space entirely. The rift instantly expanded into a massive portal. Superman stepped through into the divine realm. Superman's blue eyes scanned Viktor's body, his X-ray vision cutting through layers of blood and torn battlesuit. The wounds looked horrifying, but there was no immediate threat to his life. He slowly turned around, his gaze locking firmly on Zeus in front of the temple, his expression solemn. The air pressure around them seemed to be dropping visibly. So, you are the legendary king of the gods, Zeus. And you raised your hand against a child. Before Zeus could speak, Athena stepped out from the shadows of the temple. Superman, things aren't as they seem. The divine realm is just. There is no need to explain, Athena. A pair of massive, lightning-crackling eyes appeared in the sky. Zeus's voice cracked through the air like thunder. Superman, if you insist on disrupting the divine realm's right today, then there will be no peace between the divine realm and the mortal world. Zeus's figure on the ground vanished. Superman looked up at the sky without flinching. If the king of the gods means that he would be willing to start such a war for the sake of harming a child, then you are welcome to step over my corpse first. As the two sides faced off in a standoff, the distant roar of the Batwing finally echoed from behind the space portal. Batwing shot through the space crack and landed steadily on the shattered ground at the edge of the plaza. The hatch opened. Cyborg, Green Lantern, Aquaman, Flash, and others quickly jumped out. After seeing the scene in front of them, they all froze in place. The once magnificent temple had been largely destroyed, with the dome collapsed, columns snapped in half, the ground covered in deep craters and debris, and dried blood mixed together. Superman seemed to be in a standoff with the pair of enormous eyes in the sky. Viktor actually managed to destroy all of this. I thought we were just coming to negotiate with the gods. Is there even anything left to negotiate now? Green Lantern instinctively tightened his grip on the Green Lantern ring, feeling a dryness in his throat. Meanwhile, Flash crackled with lightning from his speed force, and his face filled with worry as he stared at the massive eyes in the sky. I swear this is one of the biggest things I've seen since joining the Justice League. We literally broke into Mount Olympus, and please don't tell me those eyes in the sky belong to Zeus. Even though everyone was grumbling and complaining, the Justice League still quickly moved into position. Even Aquaman silently raised his trident. Just as the atmosphere grew more tense, Viktor's voice cut through the silence and shattered it. Miss Prince, the premise of going all out is that both sides should be in a condition to use their full strength. Moreover, we never set a specific time or place for this fight. The enormous eyes made of lightning in the sky suddenly turned toward Viktor. You personally promised to challenge 7 gods. Viktor grinned with a strange smile. Just because I agreed doesn't mean I have to go through with it. Moreover, I'm this badly injured, I simply don't feel like fighting today. By the way, Heracles mentioned earlier that this is the hero's right, and at the very least, the person you're testing should qualify as a hero, right? Unfortunately, whether you're talking about the classical heroes defined in your mythology or the modern superheroes of the Justice League, I don't qualify at all. Every god present, including Zeus in the sky, froze. It seemed like Zeus hadn't even thought about this, and his eyes stared at Diana, who also looked a bit confused. You are Diana's student. You confronted and overcame the goddess of strife. You did not steal the golden apple out of greed, and yet you still dared to enter the divine realm alone to save your teacher. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, couldn't help but step forward. You are immune to magic, so we can't confirm your situation through any magical means. If you think you can outsmart us, it won't work. Diana's divine oath was bound under the 4th stage of the hero's right. Diana looked somewhere between amused and helpless. If the most fundamental requirement of the hero's right is that the gods must first recognize the person being tested as a hero. The divine oath chains on Diana's hands and body silently shattered, and her sword and shield fell to the ground. Then I can only acknowledge that he is, in fact, my student. Not far away, Hercules's and Atlas's bodies dissolved in the wind. The bloodstains sank back into the ground. Even the broken temple started to slowly rebuild itself. In the shadow of the temple, Hercules nudged Atlas's knee. I told you Zeus wasn't going to pull this off. He was taking a shortcut. After a moment, the Justice League members were filled with confusion and, along with Viktor, were forcefully kicked out of the divine realm. 700 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 42, Recruit. Superman was the first to step forward with his blue eyes filled with genuine concern as he scanned Viktor's battle suit covered in blood. Let me take you to the Fortress of Solitude for treatment. The medical equipment there can help you recover faster. Oh, that's not necessary for something this minor. Viktor quickly waved his hand. Superman didn't insist, but his eyes showed a more serious expectation, and he suddenly asked something unexpected. Then would you consider joining the Justice League? Oh. Shazam immediately reacted, putting his arm around Viktor's shoulder, as if he had been expecting this all along. That is such a good idea, seriously. And man, you really proved yourself today. Diana also slowly approached, her god killer and divine shield having quietly been put away, with guilt and kindness remaining on her face. She looked into Viktor's eyes and softly said, I was too harsh on you before. After a while, I realized that in that kind of environment and indoctrination, you never really had a choice. The Flash's face was still a bit pale. He initially was one of the more skeptical ones about the Justice League's records on Viktor. But after seeing the destruction in the divine realm and Viktor standing covered in blood with the bodies of 2 gods at his feet, Flash couldn't help but believe most of it. I've been running it over in my head about 50 times in the last few minutes. Flash words came out at his usual speed, but with clear hesitation behind them. His eyes kept darting to the bloodstains on Viktor's clothes, only to quickly move away. Today, whether it's courage, responsibility, or quick thinking, you've exceeded expectations, but maybe in the future, we should focus on capturing them first when it comes to certain criminals rather than, anyway, on behalf of myself, I welcome you. By the end, Flash's voice became quieter, and he tried to stay calm. Don't get me wrong, I'm not scared. It's just that my metabolism is too fast and shaking is normal for me. Green Lantern didn't say anything but gave a long glance at his Green Lantern ring. I'm pretty sure I'm going to take more intergalactic business trips from now on. They turned toward Viktor, some filled with hope and friendliness, and others with curiosity. However, Viktor was looking past them, toward the dark figure standing at the edge of the cliff. Batman's black cape fluttered in the mountain wind. The tactical display screen on his left forearm glowed with a dim blue light, and the screen was filled with rapidly moving data. He tapped the screen quickly and precisely as if nothing around him mattered. Batman, say something too. Shazam called out to Batman's back. This is an important invitation moment. Don't just focus on analyzing the data. Batman's movements paused for a moment before he slowly turned around. The eyes behind the cowl moved past the rest of the group and locked directly on Viktor. Batman's voice was low and hoarse, but what he said had nothing to do with what the others were expecting. That ring should have about 8 seconds left. Viktor's body tensed slightly. He slowly slipped out from under Shazam's arm and stepped back twice. He looked at the assembled Justice League, and shrugged. Thank you all for the warm invitation, but I can't join. I've said it before, I'm not suited to be a hero. Afterward, Viktor no longer lingered, his feet barely lifted from the ground, and his figure instantly became a black blur, speeding away into the distance. He soon disappeared beyond the horizon. The mountain wind continued to howl, leaving the others staring at each other in silence. Batman slowly withdrew his gaze and returned his focus to the tactical display screen. The tapping of his fingers resumed. Flashback. The Watchtower. Batman quietly observed Viktor. The usually friendly expression on his face suddenly twisted into a cold, distant smile as if he had finally seen through everything. Since you started spending time with that girl who uses magic, your emotional expressions have become noticeably more natural, more like a young person's. Viktor's gaze instantly grew more complicated and looked genuinely lost. You don't need to pretend anymore. Batman interrupted him without hesitation. From the moment you stepped onto Earth, I've been continuously building a psychological profile of you. You've always been very sincere, slowly peeling away the bloody lawful stuff that happened to you in the past and showing it to different people while honestly stating that you feel no remorse whatsoever. However, that has only made it easier for everyone to stop doubting you. The people you met are too soft-hearted. Hay filled in the blanks themselves, imagining how much trauma you must have suffered, and ended up with even more sympathy and trust for you. However, you've been overlooking one person, the one who pulled you out of space that night. Viktor's expression finally showed some unexpected stiffness. Batman continued speaking calmly. His power is beyond anything you could imagine. From the moment you were still frozen and drifting near the solar system, you were already within his range of perception. And that night, he also told me that the first emotion you showed when you saw Earth was genuine surprise, but the second one was filled with greedy malice. Viktor's face changed dramatically, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The power of that man had indeed completely exceeded my expectations. You became an entirely different person when you discovered him and realized how powerful he was beyond compare. The humility, gentleness, politeness, and treating everyone with utmost sincerity. Batman's speech began to quicken. You may genuinely despise Viltrum's culture and values, but you still live by the survival rules it taught you, and they guide everything you do. The men who saved you became the person you compare yourself to. You adapted to the rules of Viltrum before and became exceptional under them. Now, you've done the same thing again, but this time, instead of following Viltrum's rules, you're living according to the rules of an absolutely powerful being with a clear moral stance. You've been mentally broken for a long time, and unfortunately for you, fixing, understanding, and dealing with the mentally broken is what I'm good at. Viktor rubbed his brow and let out a long sigh, finally dropping all facades, but his tone carried a hint of resignation and acceptance. All right, Mr. Batman, since you've seen through everything, I assume you have a contingency plan for me going into the Divine Realm alone to rescue Ms. Diana. You wouldn't just let me walk into a total death trap with no way out, right? Batman's answer was to raise one hand and toss something across the space between them. Viktor instinctively caught it with surprise. He knew receiving the ring was entirely different from what an ordinary person would experience. Batman saw through his confusion and explained calmly. This isn't the Yellow Lantern ring you received that night. This is an old one I got some time ago. The energy inside it originally could have sustained a Yellow Lantern in combat for 3 minutes, but since I already had a fully charged new ring to study and disassemble, I had the opportunity to dismantle this one. The residual energy left can support maybe 10 seconds at most. This is also something I've calculated with your physiology. Your body only needs 10 seconds of emotional energy to go from critical to stable. Viktor cautiously opened the box and took a glance inside, and the Yellow Lantern ring emitted a faint glow. Then something clicked in his head and he looked up at Batman. Instead of using these 10 seconds to heal me, why not use this ring to summon the Yellow Lantern Corps to Olympus? They could stir some chaos in the Divine Realm, and rescuing Miss Prince would be easier. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How long have those Green Lantern Corps been stationed in the solar system anyway? A flicker of something serious passed through Batman's eyes, but then he slowly shook his head. Instigating a battle between the Yellow Lantern Corps and the gods of Olympus would cause countless unnecessary casualties. The Justice League wouldn't approve of this decision. But if you find yourself in a desperate situation inside the Divine Realm, you can improvise as you see fit. That would be your choice. It has nothing to do with the League. 700 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 43, Trick. Before flying back to the cliff where they were staying, Viktor made sure to take a bath in the sea from hundreds of miles away. He didn't fly toward the cliff until the smell of blood was completely gone from his body. Rachel. He opened the tightly sealed escape pod door and found Rachel nowhere inside. He was puzzled. He flew up into the sky, looked around, and discovered that sometime while he was gone, a small beach had appeared where 2 sections of cliff met nearby. This beach was hidden in a very secluded spot, and it would be hard to spot even if someone climbed to the highest point of the cliff. Rachel was standing at the edge of the beach, holding a branch the size of a finger, poking at the fish drying on a rack. After sensing someone watching, Rachel looked up warily, and when she saw Viktor slowly descending from the sky, her expression returned to her usual blank expression. When did you set all this up? He stepped onto the soft sand and couldn't help but laugh as he asked. Rachel looked at him from the side, her voice was completely flat and emotionless, without any change in tone at all. There were too many fish left over before you left, and I didn't know how many days you'd be gone. I used magic to sense there was a hollow in the nearby cliffs, moved the rocks off the top, and set up a spot to dry some fish and stock up. Viktor was even more puzzled. But didn't you say you were sick of eating fish? Then what else am I supposed to eat? Rachel's emotions seemed to spike suddenly, and she raised her voice. However, due to the emotional control from the raven and the dark magic, Rachel's facial expressions remained cold and controlled. Aquaman gave us 2, oh. My God. Viktor finally remembered, instinctively reaching for his waist, pulling out the 2 distinct pearls, one black, one pink. The 2 of them silently stared at the 2 pearls, and a faint killing intent slowly entered Rachel's eyes. He wiped an invisible bead of cold sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself. They didn't get smashed. Ahem, I'll head to Gotham later and find a way to turn these into cash. Tonight, we're having a feast in Metropolis. Rachel sneered softly, then turned back and continued poking at the fish drying on the rack. He awkwardly tucked the pearls back into his waist, then walked up behind Rachel and poked her back with his finger. What? Rachel said coldly. Can you check what Batman is doing right now? He got back to Gotham a few minutes before you. He was searching in the Batcave where we had staked last time, and now he's standing by the corner of the wall where I set up a sound magic spell. Aha. He suddenly clenched his fist and slapped it against his palm, letting out a cheer as if releasing some tension. Back on the watchtower, when Batman had caught him off guard and analyzed him, if it weren't for the years of learning to control his expressions and emotions, Victor might have actually lost his composure right there. He had to admit that reading about Batman in comics and movies gave him some ideas, but nothing compared to actually being analyzed by him in person. It felt like Batman knew everything about him, and it was much more intense than anything he could have imagined. It was true that Batman had caught him off guard because of that person, providing Batman with first-hand information that Victor had never imagined anyone would obtain. But that psychological profile, like being forcibly stripped naked by a stranger in broad daylight, had left a mark. However, knowing that Batman had been obsessing over how Victor found out about the Green Lantern Corps' deployment in the solar system, and that he had been searching around in the hideout like a rat searching for answers, made him feel much better. Batman tore down the wall where I placed the magic. Rachel mentioned it suddenly. Oh. The magic got destroyed. No. My magic isn't weak enough to require a physical medium to exist. Well, now I feel even better. Rachel, thanks to your magic, I finally got to let out some frustration. Next time, I'll scare him even more. Batman opened his communication. He's warning whoever is on the other end that Batcave number 76 should be permanently decommissioned, and that no one should come to this cave again. Victor's forehead genuinely broke into a cold sweat, and his eyes widened. Batcave number 76. How many caves does he have under Gotham? There's an entire city living on top of that ground. How is the foundation still intact? Then, Victor realized something. Permanently decommissioning a whole Batcave. This guy has more money than conscience. Seeing Victor's mood plummet, Rachel paused for a moment before speaking up to comfort him. It's all right. The night Nightwing brought me that steak, I slipped a similar simple magic onto him on the spot. However, since I was rushed, it doesn't work well over long distances. We can still listen in on Gotham from here. Victor's lips slowly curled into a smile again, but then Rachel's expression suddenly changed. He's still in the cave. He's telling Nightwing Overcom not to come anywhere near Gotham recently, and damn it, he smiled at me. Seeing Rachel's expression change to shock, Victor suddenly began frantically searching his entire body, lowering his head to check every part of himself. Even though Victor had already taken off and cleaned his suit thoroughly while bathing hundreds of miles away. What if? He almost stripped completely, turning his black-painted Viltrumite battlesuit inside out, checking it over and over for any extra bugs. He scratched his head in frustration and then suddenly had an idea. He quickly pulled out the box containing the old yellow lantern ring. After thinking for a few minutes, Victor still couldn't find any traces of listening devices. As for whether it could be hidden inside the yellow lantern ring, Victor didn't think that was very likely. Even if Batman had the technical capability, the ring was stored inside a box made of material that could block the fear spectrum itself. Furthermore, the plan for this whole trip had included using the ring as a one-time disposable backup from the beginning. What would be the point of hiding something inside the yellow lantern ring? He stood still, utterly puzzled, until Rachel's stomach let out a loud growl. Then, Victor snapped to attention. He reached into her pocket in disbelief and pulled out two colorful pearls he had been carrying close to her the whole time that somehow survived every battle without a single scratch. Rachel seemed to understand what he was about to do. She grabbed his hand, shaking her head frantically while squeezing out the most pained expression her face could manage. The dinner dot. Victor closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and pinched the black pearl. He gently rubbed it, but the black pearl transformed into black pearl dust. Victor's mood instantly darkened, and she could almost hear the sound of Rachel nearly fainting on the spot. Forget it, we won't search anymore. We still have one left. Let's go exchange it for money first. The pink pearl lying quietly in Victor's palm suddenly echoed with Batman's deep and mocking voice. Your reaction time is impressive. In a sense, you and I are quite alike, but just not particularly lucky. Victor's expression visibly changed, and he quickly squeezed the pink pearl, swinging his arm over his head. However, the pink pearl continued to broadcast Batman's voice. The pawn industry in Gotham is all controlled by Wayne Enterprises. That black pearl was worth around 140,000. The one in your hand right now would fetch 300,000 from me directly. Are you sure you want to throw it away? Victor suddenly felt Rachel tightly clutching his thigh. Chapter 44, Newcomer. The Justice League rarely had more than 2 weeks of peace. But after the Watchtower officially operated and the Olympus incident was over, they went a full month without trouble until a level 4 alert suddenly sounded. Cyborg, who happened to be on duty, stood at the control console with his mechanical body extending several metal data cables that plugged seamlessly into the ports built into the console. He studied the strange wave patterns with a serious look. Half an hour ago, we detected an anomaly in a space frequency signal, and a minute ago, it showed up again. It looks like an alien spacecraft, and the signal is getting closer, but it's so weak we almost can't pick it up. Cyborg immediately contacted Batman. The signal is too weak. We have no idea when we'll catch the signal again, and every signal we've gotten so far has been broken up, making it impossible to analyze the source or any additional details. Batman listened quietly, then said, "Alert everyone available and tell them assemble at the watchtower." Since the Batcave has a teleportation device, Batman arrived at the watchtower within just 5 seconds. It seemed like Cyborg had grown accustomed to Batman always being the first to arrive, and he directly provided all the information. We estimate the object is about 3 billion kilometers from Earth. The negative space signal transmission speed is nearly zero. At its current speed, the object will take at least 7 days to enter our part of the solar system. Cyborg shook his head, and his mechanical eye flickered. We can't tell if it's dangerous. There's no attack signal or warning, but it can't be ruled out as a trap. Batman knew the situation all too well. After the Yellow Lantern Corps hadn't appeared for a month, OA had lowered the threat level, and the Green Lanterns had left just yesterday. However, Batman and at least Cyborg didn't relax their vigilance. Batman didn't look at the signal on the screen. He knew that recalculating those numbers would take too long for him to do. Notify all available League members. The emergency meeting will happen in 10 minutes at the watchtower. Cyborg nodded but then remembered something. Should we notify Hal Jordan to return? The Green Lantern Corps can detect cosmic signals much better than we can. Even though Viktor declined the Justice League's invitation, Green Lantern still went on his intergalactic assignment. Sinestro's Corps wouldn't hide. There's no need to call him for now, but just send him a copy of the 2 negative space signals we've captured so far. Cyborg quickly followed the orders, and the communicator started getting responses. The Flash was handling armed robberies in Central City, and Aquaman needed to remain in Atlantis to monitor unusual underwater seismic activity. Superman was busy suppressing a coming volcanic eruption on the Hawaiian Islands. Wonder Woman responded, and the only ones who could come immediately were Shazam and Green Arrow, who were on vacation in New York and skipped a date with a pretty girl. 10 minutes later, the door to the bridge slowly opened, and Shazam arrived first. Next came Green Arrow, hurriedly wiping lipstick marks off his neck with a handkerchief. He seemed in a hurry, and his eye mask was a little crooked. However, Green Arrow didn't seem to care at all. Then Wonder Woman stepped in, and Batman's eyes narrowed. He saw behind her someone he didn't want to see. Viktor followed Wonder Woman, looking completely relaxed. After their eyes met, Viktor deliberately flashed a polite yet slightly playful smile without saying anything. Batman's fingers subtly curled, clearly not expecting him to follow Wonder Woman into the watchtower. Before Batman could say anything, Wonder Woman stepped forward to explain. Viktor was training with me when I received the alert. He has encountered more alien civilizations than all of us combined. I thought his experience might be helpful. Diana paused and looked around at everyone. Whether the visitor to the solar system is a friend or foe, Viktor's experience in this area should allow him to make a more accurate judgment than most of us. Batman stayed quiet and didn't say anything. He nearly completed his psychological profile of Viktor, now about 70% finished. The kid was clearly holding a grudge over the pink pearl last time, intentionally tagging along under Wonder Woman's name to annoy him. Cyborg broke the tension at the right moment. We only have 5 people here for now. Superman, Flash, and the others are all too busy, and the Green Lantern is out in space and can't be reached. The mysterious signal is still at the edge of our solar system. We need someone to go out there and investigate, get first-hand information before we decide how to respond. Shazam was about to raise his hand when he noticed that everyone's gaze passed over him and landed on Viktor. Even Green Arrow, who was likely seeing Viktor for the first time, looked at him. The funny part was that Viktor was even standing right next to Shazam and was somehow completely ignored. Shazam couldn't hold back any longer. He gritted his teeth and lightly slapped Green Arrow's shoulder. Do you even know who he is? I've read his files. Green Arrow responded nonchalantly. Viktor simply shrugged with a smile to signal that he had no issues with the situation. Exploring the edge of the solar system isn't difficult for me. Then Viktor changed the topic and spoke more directly. However, I'm currently a little short on funds here on Earth. I came here to make a deal with the League, help you complete a task that no one else can manage in exchange for fair compensation. Green Arrow's eyes flashed with interest upon hearing this. He didn't hold any strong assumptions about the moral perspectives of alien civilizations. Unlike Superman's natural compassion or Batman, who remained constantly on guard, Green Arrow maintained a neutral stance without picking a side. Moreover, since the moment Viktor walked in, Batman's face looked even more annoyed. Green Arrow seemed to have noticed something interesting and spoke up. Our technology is far more advanced than most government agencies, and using a spacecraft to fly to the edge of the solar system and back costs around $4 million. Since you're not a member but are willing to help, I can pay you $3 million out of my own pocket. Deal. Viktor replied without hesitation. Batman frowned, clearly wanting to stop the transaction, but he also knew there was no better candidate than Viktor. In the end, Batman just coldly tossed a device the size of a palm. It's a signal reflection radar. It can amplify weak signals and help you narrow down your search. After a moment, the hatch opened, and the cold, empty space outside rushed in. Viktor jumped lightly and quickly disappeared into the distance. In just 3 minutes, he traveled billions of kilometers and reached the area near Neptune's orbit. He switched to normal space flight speed and turned on the signal reflection radar on his waist. The radar made a soft buzzing sound as it scanned the area around him in the pitch-black space. The space around him was quiet, with only distant stars emitting weak light and countless asteroids slowly rotating in their orbits. The silence was so deep that the only sound he could hear was the flow of blood within his own body. He patiently searched through the vast space, and the radar screen continued to display only chaotic waves of interference. 3 hours quietly passed, but Viktor's expression remained calm without any sign of impatience. He once experienced days of waiting on empty planets, and this amount of search time was nothing to him. Then, about 30 minutes later, the radar at Viktor's waist suddenly vibrated lightly, and a clear signal spike appeared on the screen. After searching for another 10 or so minutes, he finally spotted a tiny, faintly glowing silver dot in an asteroid belt. Viktor became more alert and slowly moved closer. As the distance narrowed, the outline of the silver dot became clearer. It was a small spacecraft the size of a regular room on Earth, which showed that the people who built it must have extremely advanced technology. The hull was covered in scratches, showing it had been drifting through space for a long time. He stopped in front of a small window and looked inside. Inside, a blonde young woman lay quietly, her skin as white as snow with dry tears still visible at the corners of her eyes. Even though she was asleep, her expression showed vulnerability and fear. Could it be Superman's cousin? Chapter 45, Family. By the time Viktor was pushing the small spacecraft back up to speed near Jupiter's orbital path, Cyborg's electronic eyes flickered to life again. Viktor's transmitter signal has synchronized with the frequency emitted by the ship. It looks like it's not an enemy. The Justice League members all sighed in relief for a moment. Then, Cyborg instinctively compared the negative space frequency coming from the spaceship against every known signal signature in the database. 5 minutes later, Viktor felt like his earpiece was buzzing with noise. Since signals lose over such a huge distance in space, the sound in his earpiece was distorted by static and frequency interference. Damn. That's from Krypton. Krypton, did he run into a bunch of Superman? What if he's already been captured? Contact Superman quickly. Batman frowned as he watched the noise in front of him. Since Viktor flew toward the edge of the solar system for about 4 hours, a few members who had finished their tasks had arrived at the watchtower. This caused a bit of chaos. They knew how powerful Superman was, but Superman's personality didn't decide whether Krypton was good or bad. They still clearly remembered General Zod's arrival. Batman approached Cyborg and quietly instructed him to activate the quantum communication signal. Viktor, are you okay? Answer me. He slowed his flight speed slightly, removing one hand from the ship to activate the communicator hanging from his waist. What's going on? I still need about half an hour to get back. The spaceship's material is heavy, but judging by the scratches on the exterior, the internal structure might be damaged. I don't want to go too fast and risk it breaking apart. Viktor's clear voice seemed to reassure the Justice League members. After Batman asked him some questions, Viktor briefly described the appearance of the ship and the unconscious girl inside. I'm starting to really believe there are more alien refugees on Earth. This frequency is so high that it's like Earth is constantly emitting signals that attract other races. I heard someone mention Krypton. Is Superman still busy? As Viktor asked, Cyborg quickly brought up a live news broadcast on the screen showing Superman suppressing the volcanic eruption. Superman, who had previously appeared calm and in control, now looked visibly anxious after receiving Cyborg's message. Superman took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing up, then released a long stream of freezing air without worrying about the environment, leaving a massive artificial ice mountain in Hawaii, then shot off into space with a loud crash. He didn't even glance at the watchtower as he passed by. Before reaching Mars' orbit, Viktor felt a flash in front of him, and then a large, familiar hand rested on his shoulder. Superman's other hand carefully touched the outer shell of the ship, staring blankly at the girl inside the cabin, her face stained with tears. This time, she wasn't an enemy, and it was one of his own people. The loneliness he had hidden deep in his heart for decades burst out. Thank you, Viktor. Superma's suppressed emotion echoed in Viktor's ears. Oh, it was nothing. Before Viktor could finish, the same stars in front of him blurred just like last time. In the blink of an eye, Superman gently set both him and the little spacecraft down on the bridge just outside the watchtower. The acceleration and deceleration were so intense, but as someone being flown, Viktor didn't feel the slightest bit dizzy. Victor had never been so envious of Superman's biofield before. That ability is unbelievably useful. The watchtower was protected by an energy shield that kept the air breathable, and everyone simply stepped outside and gathered around Superman. They crowded behind him with a mix of curiosity and concern on their faces, whispering to each other and guessing who the girl in the ship might be. Diana placed a hand on Superman's arm. Even Batman, rarely distracted, completely ignored Victor and went over to the spaceship, pulling out his tools to carefully examine the ship with Cyborg and the young girl's condition inside. Superman seemed to notice a symbol inside the spaceship through his X-ray vision. It's the same family crest. She's part of my family. The Flash was the first to react, quietly offering his congratulations to Superman, then quickly adding a long explanation, assuring everyone that the girl was harmless if she was really from Krypton. Green Arrow suddenly looked up from the crowd and spotted Victor. Victor stood quietly with his face showing no expression. Green Arrow silently slipped away from the group and walked up to him. If this turns out to be as important as it looks, I'd like to personally add another $2 million to your payment. Victor stayed silent for a moment. He rubbed his chin and looked at Batman's back as he carefully checked the girl's vital signs. A slow smile appeared on his face. Green Arrow paused for a moment. Even though he didn't fully understand the conflict between him and Batman, Green Arrow seemed interested in how things would play out. He also glanced at Batman, who was focused more than when the Justice League had faced previous powerful enemies. Then Green Arrow smirked mischievously. You don't need to worry about it. Knowing Superman's personality, whether you accept this payment or not, he'll always remember that you safely brought his family back from the edge of the solar system. That's just who he is. All right, deal. How do we settle the $5 million? You're really that broke? Do you know how I've been surviving on Earth? The source of getting food was diving into the ocean and catching fish with my bare hands. Green Arrow almost wanted to slap himself in the face. Even though money wasn't a problem for him, why did he have to add that extra comment earlier? I won't go back on my word. When you get the time, go to Queen Industries in Star City and find Oliver Queen. He's a very wealthy, handsome guy, just mention my name and call him handsome, and you'll get the $7 million from him. Victor actually looked startled for a moment. If I mention you more, will it go up to $10 million? Green Arrow didn't answer. He leaned his head back and looked at the stars beyond the watchtower's energy shield, with a hint of nostalgia on his face as he patted Victor's shoulder. I've also eaten fish from the sea for a few years, and life was tough back then. After that time, I couldn't even get a date for a while. The women hated how my mouth always smelled like fish. Really? Victor found it hard to relate. It was true that after escaping to Earth, Victor hadn't lived the rich and comfortable life he once imagined. Sometimes, when he thought about it, he did feel a small sense of disappointment, but living by the sea and catching fish had felt like paradise to him. The psychological degradation on Viltrum had been far worse. However, Victor genuinely didn't care much about the money. The reason he'd brought up payment with the League at all was mainly that Rachel had been looking strangely at him lately. She kept muttering that he was a liar who had tricked her into coming here only to live a harder life than being a petty thief in Gotham. If he didn't find a way to make some money, Victor's dignity as a man was not going to survive much longer. 1400 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 46, Atlantis. Rachel. We have money now. After suppressing every urge to complain about Oliver Queen, Victor returned with a bank card and some cash for daily expenses. As for why he wanted to complain about Oliver Queen, he seemed to have a persona similar to Batman's, but this man didn't seem to care much about hiding his identity. He only wore a mask and a hood, but both of his identities had the same little golden mustache, and their pupils were exactly the same. Victor carefully followed Green Arrow's instructions. In the conference room at Queen Industries, Victor told Oliver that Green Arrow had sent him to collect a payment. Oliver's face lit up with understanding. I see now, you're a friend of Green Arrow. He clasped his hands behind his back, walked to the large window, and spent nearly half an hour talking about Green Arrow. He spoke about how brave and noble the hero was, about their deep friendship, and the way he described him could rival Shakespeare himself. Even with all his patience, Victor almost lost control. He nearly walked over, grabbed Oliver by the collar, and pulled out every hair from his small golden mustache as it wiggled whenever his lips moved. Initially, Rachel merely glanced at the stacks of cash he brought back and gave a cold snort. It wasn't until Victor pulled out 2 newly bought phones and a bank card that Rachel realized something was different. She took the phone from his hand and turned it over curiously. Rachel, who had grown up in an interdimensional realm, found this very new and exciting. After fiddling with the phone for a few minutes and getting the hang of some of its functions, Rachel's gaze landed on the bank card. How much money is on this card? The phones are linked to this card. You can check it yourself. 5 minutes later, Rachel's surprised shout came from the escape pod on the cliff. Even though she still had that blank expression, Rachel's eyes were starting to shine with excitement. He quietly watched as Rachel slowly typed on the phone's keyboard, already making plans. Tomorrow morning, we're going to Metropolis. We're going shopping. Raven muttered with excitement in her voice. First, we'll buy 2 large beds, so we won't have to keep sleeping in sleeping bags. Then we'll get some clothes. I can use magic to keep us clean, but your clothes are too worn out. Apart from your battle outfit, I don't even feel like fixing the other clothes with magic. And we'll need a wardrobe for those. A fryer, a skillet, a stove, and some seasonings. This way we can make fish in different flavors. This escape pod has a constant temperature feature, so there's no need to buy temperature control equipment. Then, she studied him for a moment. Can I buy a dryer as well? I don't want to keep using magic to dry things. Viktor shrugged and spread his hands. Buy whatever you want. Get a washing machine too. I'm not totally useless, you know. I didn't spend much time in school in Viltrum, but I can handle basic mechanical work. He looked around the escape pod. This escape pod could be modified to include a seawater purification system, and its energy conversion into electricity is quite efficient. He wasn't sure how Bruce did it, but not only did he fix this escape pod, he also made sure to refill its energy. After noticing Rachel drifting back into her planning, Viktor pointed at the ceiling. You can buy all those things, but the space inside won't be enough. Rachel paused for a few seconds, then her eyes lit up, and she started typing on the phone with awkward fingers. Then we can buy some wood, steel, adhesives, and glass. He was a bit confused. Why do we need to buy all this? What for? Rachel rolled her eyes, as if the answer was obvious. I have magic, you have superpowers, and you can do some handiwork too. There's an empty beach right next to us. We can just build our own house. She then happily continued typing away on the phone, and as she became more familiar with this human technology, her speed increased. It took her a full half-minute before she suddenly realized how quiet it had become around her. She looked up curiously and saw him, who was staring blankly like a piece of wood. Why did you stop talking all of a sudden? Viktor stared at Rachel, who was holding her phone. She was sitting on the ground with her long, pale legs crossed, her gray hood draped loosely over her back, and her cloak spread out across the floor behind her. Raven's light blue eyes sparkled, with a few strands of silvery gray short hair scattered across her forehead. Suddenly, Viktor snapped out of his daze. Standing up a little awkwardly, Viktor turned and opened the escape pod door. I'm going outside to stretch my legs. If it gets too late, remember to go to bed first. He jumped outside, and she heard the sound of water splashing. Even though Viktor had been acting a little strange, Rachel quickly forgot about it. The thought of going on a shopping spree tomorrow and fully experiencing the human world quickly pushed everything else out of her mind. She looked back down at the phone and kept typing away. The door of the escape pod stayed open, and the lights inside shone out, reflecting off the shimmering waves of the sea. Viktor moved quickly yet aimlessly through the pitch-black ocean. In fact, Viktor, who barely been in the water in both his lives, still relied primarily on his flight ability to move underwater. The only difference was the heavy resistance of the sea. As he continued to dive in a trance, Viktor's speed increased, and he was heading deeper and deeper into the ocean without realizing it. A strong current swirled around him, and some innocent fish got tossed around, drifting in all directions by the flow. Dang it. I was single for 16 years in my past life, and now I'm suddenly thinking about starting a family. This is so wrong, it might be the hormones talking. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of color appeared ahead of him, snapping him back to reality. After moving a few hundred meters more, an incredibly beautiful and glowing underwater city appeared in front of Viktor's eyes. Is this Atlantis? How did I end up swimming all the way here? He glanced upward, but the depth of the water was so deep that not even a trace of starlight from the surface could be seen. The powerful current he had created didn't go unnoticed. Atlanteans were extremely sensitive to changes in the water, and the disturbance quickly drew attention. 2 guards armed with silver spears burst out of the transparent barrier surrounding Atlantis. Their expressions were tense as they swam straight toward him. He squinted his eyes and suddenly remembered the 2 pearls that Aquaman gave him earlier. After a few moments, everything happened very quickly. Viktor grabbed the 2 guards by the backs of their collars. They let out startled shouts as he carried them straight through Atlantis's water barrier. After feeling the salty, dense air fill his nose again, Viktor casually tossed the 2 guards aside. He casually set the 2 shaken guards on the ground. Where's Aquaman? Tell him to come out. I need to talk to him. By the time Viktor was pushing the small spacecraft back up to speed near Jupiter's orbital path, Cyborg's electronic eyes flickered to life again. Viktor's transmitter signal has synchronized with the frequency emitted by the ship. It looks like it's not an enemy. The Justice League members all sighed in relief for a moment. Then, Cyborg instinctively compared the negative space frequency coming from the spaceship against every known signal signature in the database. 5 minutes later, Viktor felt like his earpiece was buzzing with noise. Since signals lose over such a huge distance in space, the sound in his earpiece was distorted by static and frequency interference. Damn. That's from Krypton. Krypton, did he run into a bunch of Superman? What if he's already been captured? Contact Superman quickly. Batman frowned as he watched the noise in front of him. Since Viktor flew toward the edge of the solar system for about 4 hours, a few members who had finished their tasks had arrived at the watchtower. This caused a bit of chaos. They knew how powerful Superman was, but Superman's personality didn't decide whether Krypton was good or bad. They still clearly remembered General Zod's arrival. Batman approached Cyborg and quietly instructed him to activate the quantum communication signal. Viktor, are you okay? Answer me. He slowed his flight speed slightly, removing one hand from the ship to activate the communicator hanging from his waist. What's going on? I still need about half an hour to get back. The spaceship's material is heavy, but judging by the scratches on the exterior, the internal structure might be damaged. I don't want to go too fast and risk it breaking apart. Viktor's clear voice seemed to reassure the Justice League members. After Batman asked him some questions, Viktor briefly described the appearance of the ship and the unconscious girl inside. I'm starting to really believe there are more alien refugees on Earth. This frequency is so high that it's like Earth is constantly emitting signals that attract other races. I heard someone mention Krypton. Is Superman still busy? As Viktor asked, Cyborg quickly brought up a live news broadcast on the screen showing Superman suppressing the volcanic eruption. Superman, who had previously appeared calm and in control, now looked visibly anxious after receiving Cyborg's message. Superman took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing up, then released a long stream of freezing air without worrying about the environment, leaving a massive artificial ice mountain in Hawaii, then shot off into space with a loud crash. He didn't even glance at the watchtower as he passed by. Before reaching Mars orbit, Viktor felt a flash in front of him, and then a large, familiar hand rested on his shoulder. Superman's other hand carefully touched the outer shell of the ship, staring blankly at the girl inside the cabin, her face stained with tears. This time, she wasn't an enemy, and it was one of his own people. The loneliness he had hidden deep in his heart for decades burst out. Thank you, Viktor. Superman's suppressed emotion echoed in Viktor's ears. Oh, it was nothing. Before Viktor could finish, the same stars in front of him blurred just like last time. In the blink of an eye, Superman gently set both him and the little spacecraft down on the bridge just outside the watchtower. The acceleration and deceleration were so intense, but as someone being flown, Viktor didn't feel the slightest bit dizzy. Viktor had never been so envious of Superman's biofield before. That ability is unbelievably useful. The watchtower was protected by an energy shield that kept the air breathable, and everyone simply stepped outside and gathered around Superman. They crowded behind him with a mix of curiosity and concern on their faces, whispering to each other and guessing who the girl in the ship might be. Diana placed a hand on Superman's arm. Even Batman, rarely distracted, completely ignored Viktor and went over to the spaceship, pulling out his tools to carefully examine the ship with Cyborg and the young girl's condition inside. Superman seemed to notice a symbol inside the spaceship through his X-ray vision. It's the same family crest. She's part of my family. The Flash was the first to react, quietly offering his congratulations to Superman, then quickly adding a long explanation, assuring everyone that the girl was harmless if she was really from Krypton. Green Arrow suddenly looked up from the crowd and spotted Viktor. Viktor stood quietly with his face showing no expression. Green Arrow silently slipped away from the group and walked up to him. If this turns out to be as important as it looks, I'd like to personally add another $2 million to your payment. Viktor stayed silent for a moment. He rubbed his chin and looked at Batman's back as he carefully checked the girl's vital signs. A slow smile appeared on his face. Green Arrow paused for a moment. Even though he didn't fully understand the conflict between him and Batman, Green Arrow seemed interested in how things would play out. He also glanced at Batman, who was focused more than when the Justice League had faced previous powerful enemies. Then Green Arrow smirked mischievously. You don't need to worry about it. Knowing Superman's personality, whether you accept this payment or not, he'll always remember that you safely brought his family back from the edge of the solar system. That's just who he is. All right, deal. How do we settle the $5 million? You're really that broke? Do you know how I've been surviving on Earth? The source of getting food was diving into the ocean and catching fish with my bare hands. Green Arrow almost wanted to slap himself in the face. Even though money wasn't a problem for him, why did he have to add that extra comment earlier? I won't go back on my word. When you get the time, go to Queen Industries in Star City and find Oliver Queen. He's a very wealthy, handsome guy, just mention my name and call him handsome, and you'll get the $7 million from him. Victor actually looked startled for a moment. If I mention you more, will it go up to 10 million? Green Arrow didn't answer. He leaned his head back and looked at the stars beyond the watchtower's energy shield, with a hint of nostalgia on his face as he patted Victor's shoulder. I've also eaten fish from the sea for a few years, and life was tough back then. After that time, I couldn't even get a date for a while. The women hated how my mouth always smelled like fish. Really? Victor found it hard to relate. It was true that after escaping to Earth, Victor hadn't lived the rich and comfortable life he once imagined. Sometimes, when he thought about it, he did feel a small sense of disappointment, but living by the sea and catching fish had felt like paradise to him. The psychological degradation on Viltrum had been far worse. However, Victor genuinely didn't care much about the money. The reason he brought up payment with the League at all was mainly that Rachel had been looking strangely at him lately. She kept muttering that he was a liar who had tricked her into coming here only to live a harder life than being a petty thief in Gotham. If he didn't find a way to make some money, Victor's dignity as a man was not going to survive much longer. 1400 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 47, Sparing, bonus chapter. Initially, Atlanteans thought they were being attacked by outsiders. Atlantis had always prided itself on its advanced technology, developed over thousands of years, but nothing they used worked. Atlantis's very blast, every spell, every weapon, only caused a little heat or smoke. They couldn't even scratch him. Suddenly, Atlanteans rushed in waves wearing a mix of magical and technological armor. It's worth mentioning that Atlanteans typically possessed physical abilities far superior to those of ordinary humans on the surface. Moreover, their powerful armor could amplify their physical strength by several times or even dozens of times. However, this formidable outsider seemed not to notice them. It was as if their combined attack with a weight of tens of thousands of tons was no more than a gentle breeze. After the consecutive attack, Victor frowned and casually waved his hand. 100 soldiers were sent flying in an instant. This continued until the furious King Arthur and Queen Mara rushed out of the city. The moment Aquaman saw who it was, his anger turned into surprise. Everyone, stand down. Aquaman commanded his people to retreat, handing his golden trident, which had been prepared for combat, to one of his guards. He then slowly approached Victor, who stood there with a cold expression. Why are you causing trouble in Atlantis? He calmly stared at Aquaman in silence before suddenly flashing a grin. I've been training a lot with Miss Prince recently. Tonight, I just couldn't sleep, and I thought I'd find someone to spar with and test what I've learned. Aquaman seemed to understand instantly. He probably wasn't in a good mood and had come looking for a fight to blow off some steam. Even though Arthur had been in Atlantis all day, managing his people and a highly dangerous seismic anomaly in the oceanic plates, Aquaman hadn't been able to respond to the Justice League's alert. However, Aquaman had been keeping a close eye on the watchtower through the communication system Batman helped build. He probably understood what had happened. The young man in front of him helped Superman retrieve a relative from the edge of the solar system. After that, they completely ignored the hero of the day and gathered around Superman instead. After all, he's just a kid. It's normal to feel some resentment when you're overlooked. Thinking about it, Aquaman let go of his anger from earlier and even let out a few hearty laughs. No problem, but this is my kingdom, and fighting here would affect my people. I know a place in the ocean. It's deeper. And much wider. Aquaman patted his chest. As long as we control our strength, we shouldn't trigger any tectonic problems down there. Victor couldn't help but twitch his mouth and nod, following Aquaman as they both exited the magical water bubble. They swam together toward a deeper part of the ocean. The Atlanteans soon realized that the visitor might be a friend of King Arthur. They lowered their weapons and slowly returned to Atlantis. After half an hour, the ocean around Atlantis began to shake violently. An hour later, the vibrations subsided. Mara was waiting for Arthur to return so she could question him about the rude young man. Suddenly, the golden trident rippled with faint golden waves and then flew out of Atlantis on its own, heading toward the dark deep sea. Mara frowned. She knew her husband had enjoyed fighting in his younger years. He's already a king, and yet he still hasn't grown out of his youthful habits. The intense tremors grew stronger, but then quieted down for a while. After a short quiet period, a much more violent series of shocks began to relentlessly shake the entire kingdom of Atlantis. Atlanteans, who had just calmed down a massive underwater earthquake, had to use all their magic and technology to protect their city, preventing the ongoing, powerful tremors from destroying everything. Mara furrowed her brow in frustration. The entire night was spent running around, giving orders, and repairing the damage. He had been out there fighting a child for hours. He had clearly gone too far. Not only had he caused such massive damage to Atlantis, but it had also left them physically and mentally exhausted. 3 hours later, Aquaman finally returned. He looked like he had been through much worse than just a few bruises, and shakily swam back to Atlantis. As soon as he passed through the magic bubble, Aquaman collapsed onto the ground, and the trident he barely held in his hand fell with a heavy thud. Mera, who had originally planned to scold him, felt her anger dissipate the moment she saw him. She rushed over, raising her hand to summon a stream of healing magic-infused water to lift him. Looking down at Arthur with worry, Mera couldn't help but scold him. You, of all people, should have known better. If you knew you couldn't win, why did you fight for so long? Arthur shuddered at her words and struggled to lift his swollen face as tears trickled down. I couldn't escape. Aquaman looked like he had suffered a huge injustice. That bastard, that kid is such a damn bastard. He wheezed and fainted. However, as the healing magic continued to take effect, the swelling began to subside, and within seconds, Aquaman regained consciousness. Mera's eyes slowly started to show some anger as well. This is unacceptable. How could he do this? I'm going to contact the Justice League and report him. Wait. Aquaman suddenly grabbed Mera's arm. Honestly, I'm not that badly hurt. See? I'm almost healed already, and besides, there's something I need to check first. Initially, Aquaman was no match for Viktor in a fight with his bare hands. But since Aquaman didn't feel his life was in danger, and because of his pride as a man and a king, Arthur refused to back down. He managed to take a beating for the first hour. After that, Aquaman couldn't hold on any longer. He wasn't sure if it was because of Wonder Woman's training or if he was just naturally talented, but this kid actually knew how to fight without leaving serious injuries. After feeling helpless and unable to endure the pain any longer, Aquaman gritted his teeth and created a pocket of air using trace oxygen from the plankton around them. He called for a pause and, swallowing his pride, asked to summon his golden trident before continuing. Viktor agreed without hesitation. After a few moments, Aquaman summoned his weapon, and the energy around him became so powerful that it even surprised Viktor slightly. Aquaman regained his confidence and slammed his trident heavily to the side. I am the king of the seven seas. This weapon can command the full power of the oceans and harness the power of the seas themselves. In the following exchanges, Viktor found himself being thoroughly overpowered by Aquaman in direct combat for a while. The total mass of all the oceans on Earth is about 1.4 times 10 superscript 1 tons. Aquaman didn't use the full power of the trident that could give him, or else their battle would have gone beyond just a friendly spar. What frustrated him was that Aquaman seemed to be using a strange kind of authority. The pressure around him kept increasing with no clear limit. Even though Viktor was immune to magic, the magic was being manifested in a purely physical way which he couldn't escape. After being slammed dozens of times by the heavy end of the trident and crushed under a force far greater than the real ocean depth, Viktor found it hard to move. Eventually, Viktor simply raised his hand in surrender. He had only come to release some frustration, not to kill anyone, but he also refused to just stand there and keep taking the hits. Viktor politely pointed at his mouth, and Aquaman opened another bubble of air for him. Then, Viktor began asking questions. He found it quite strange that while he wasn't completely unable to use more speed and power under the pressure of the water, Viktor's every punch and kick had to be restrained and cautious. Otherwise, one wrong move might trigger massive tectonic damage beneath the ocean. Yet, Aquaman could move freely at speeds far beyond dangerous limits without causing any destructive explosions or massive shockwaves in the water. Seeing him being so polite, Aquaman directly explained to him with enthusiasm. This isn't magic, nor divine authority. In theory, most superpowered individuals can master this technique from their own abilities. You just have to learn to embrace the ocean instead of fighting against it. Viktor's eyes lit up as he pointed at himself. I can learn this too. Of course. Atlanteans are naturally born with this ability, but I can teach you. Aquaman spent several minutes explaining the technique to him. He quickly mastered the technique. Aquaman even praised him for his talent. Then, the sparring resumed. This time, Aquaman couldn't even think about running away because Viktor could now swim as fast as he could. After 3 full hours of releasing frustration, Viktor paused. He looked at Aquaman, whose face was swollen again, and quickly made a small air bubble, and was shaking his head wildly to show he was done. Viktor frowned and pondered for a moment. Arthur was simply too straightforward. Viktor began to wonder if the Pink Pearl incident hadn't been some scheme between Aquaman and Batman after all. The 2 pearls you gave me before. Where did you get them? I just grabbed them from the treasury before leaving. Why? Batman told me you really needed money. I figured I'd help with your financial struggles for a bit. Aquaman lay in the wet seabed sand, gasping for breath, looking at him with a mixture of admiration and a hint of fear. Viktor glanced at Aquaman with some pity. However, Viktor didn't come right out and say anything to stir up trouble between them. Even though Batman's behavior was bound to backfire sooner or later, Viktor didn't directly challenge it. This is tens of thousands of meters under the sea. How exactly did Batman manage that? After a brief remark, Viktor sincerely apologized and thanked Aquaman for his selfless guidance. He left it there. Viktor gave Aquaman a sincere apology and thanked him deeply for the lesson, and left. Aquaman was left completely confused. It wasn't until Aquaman returned to Atlantis and regained his senses under Mara's healing magic that Aquaman started to piece things together. The next day, Aquaman stood in the royal treasury. He stared at the spread out of tiny listening devices from different corners of the palace. Aquaman's expression slowly darkened to the point where even those closest to him felt chill. 1400 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 48, News. After the first ray of sunlight touched the surface of the ocean, Viktor, who had only slept for an hour, was mercilessly dragged out of the pod by Rachel. He could fight for weeks without sleep, but he came to Earth for a long vacation. He didn't understand why Rachel wouldn't let him rest properly. Rachel stared at him with blank eyes and pushed her phone in front of his face. It was a long shopping list she had made the night before, saving him the trouble of washing his face and brushing his teeth. Then Viktor was dragged out of the escape pod in resignation by Rachel. "Hurry up, there's a lot to buy. I've made a detailed plan, and after we finish shopping, we'll come back and build a house." Rachel quickly jumped onto Viktor's back, wrapping her arms around his neck and locking her long legs firmly around his waist. He made a short protest. "You've listed over 100 things to buy. There's no way we can finish in one day. Can't I sleep a little more? I woke up early on purpose. There won't be many people outside, and we can use this time to head straight to downtown Metropolis." Rachel was so excited that even the magic suppressing her emotions couldn't fully contain it. She lifted one hand and kept hitting his shoulder in excitement. Fine, just hold steady and stop moving." Rachel's constant squirming actually woke him up quite a bit. He didn't really bother to complain about her riding on his back. After a few minutes, they hovered above the clouds in downtown Metropolis. They carefully found a spot where no one was around, and then Rachel activated her teleportation magic. With a flash of purple light, a boy and a girl appeared in a quiet alley. Rachel eagerly jumped down and grabbed him, leading him straight to the first shop listed on her phone. "First, let's go get 2 cups of coffee, and then we're going straight to buy you some clothes." "Do we really need coffee?" "It's about experiencing what a normal person's day feels like. Normal people drink coffee, and then go to work looking tired and unhappy." The entire morning passed as Rachel led him around nearly every store and shop in Metropolis. They bought way more than just the dryer and washing machine mentioned the night before. A bathtub, pipes, curtains, a TV, tables, chairs, stools. The shopping list covered everything: eating, clothing, living essentials, and more. Viktor even ran some calculations in his head, figuring out the total of the building materials they hadn't bought yet. He realized that Rachel was planning to build a 3-story luxury villa on the empty beach by the sea, with each floor over 250 square meters. On top of that, they each had their own large wardrobe with an average of 30 outfits per person. Viktor only bought 5 sets because spring, summer, fall, and winter made no difference to him. The larger items had been quietly stuffed into Rachel's magical storage space whenever she found a chance. But to keep the feeling of normal human shopping, they still carried several carefully chosen bags in their hands. Viktor didn't mind much, but Rachel's legs were shaking. Rachel dropped the bags on the ground with a crash, shook her trembling arms, and quickly muttered a few incantations. Suddenly, Rachel grabbed the bags again with full energy. Even though it seemed like they bought a lot of things, including many expensive clothes Rachel liked, Viktor roughly calculated that they hadn't even spent $100,000 in the whole morning. Rachel turned around and gave him a small smile for the first time. After being buried by bags, Viktor barely managed to peek his eyes out from one of the bags as he blinked. He knew that for Rachel to show such a clear, genuine smile meant she was absolutely happy at that moment. "How much money do we have left?" Since Viktor had been the one holding the card, Rachel cautiously asked. "About $6,900,000. Wow." Rachel's pale blue eyes seemed to sparkle. It seemed like her emotions reached a certain point. Suddenly, Rachel walked quickly toward him, and a faint blush even appeared on her cheeks. But the very next second, a dark purple-black magical energy swirled around her, and Rachel's blank expression returned with her face turned pale again. She looked at him in a daze, then stepped back and lowered her head. "I'm sorry, I almost lost control again. Let me put these things in the magic space, and then we can find a restaurant to eat." Viktor had seen parts of her memories. He knew that she had to constantly suppress her emotions with magic. Otherwise, the demonic power inside her would go out of control, creating a catastrophic release of power that could even affect the entire planet. Rachel's situation was truly difficult. Okay. A few seconds later, the two of them began walking down the street with empty hands, searching for a restaurant that caught their interest. As he watched the expressionless girl beside him, Viktor quietly thought about how he might cheer her up a little. Just as he opened his mouth, a sudden, unexpected feeling of danger made his pupils shrink. It didn't belong on this peaceful street. Viktor's pupils shrank instantly. The sky seemed to flash with a golden lightning bolt. Viktor stepped forward abruptly, positioning himself in front of Rachel. In less than the blink of an eye, the golden streak stopped right in front of him. The figure wore a red and gold suit, covered in tears and scratches with bloodstains in several places. A few strands of golden hair were stuck to the outer wall of his helmet's crack, and the dried blood was clearly visible. Viktor was taken aback. The sense of danger vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, almost as if it had never existed. Flash. What happened to? Wait. Viktor noticed something off. The suit was the same, the power felt the same, and the appearance was the same, but the eyes and presence of this person were nothing like the Flash he met before. The one from yesterday, standing next to Superman, awkwardly offering long words of blessings with disclaimers, was young, shy, and talkative. This one was different. Flash in front of him was older, calm, and had been silently observing Viktor, not uttering a word. Who are you? Viktor asked in a low voice. The worn version of the Flash let out a cold snort, his voice rough and cracked, as if he hadn't had water in days. That's a question you should ask yourself. In a world that shouldn't exist, you appeared. You're someone who absolutely shouldn't be here. He stared at Viktor as if he hadn't fully made up his mind yet. Then the television in the shop beside them began replaying the morning's hot news story through the display window. A flash of anger appeared in the Flash's eyes, and from that moment, he stopped hesitating. I won't stand by and watch that world's tragedy happen again here. The war between Atlantis and Themyscira will destroy everything. After finishing speaking, a golden lightning crackled around him, wrapping around his hand, which was missing a large piece of armor. The speed of the attack was so fast that Viktor couldn't follow it. In 1,000th of a second, every muscle in Viktor's body tightened. The power to instantly collapse the entire metropolis surged inside him, ready to be unleashed. Viktor's eyes widened, and driven by pure survival instinct, trying to track the trajectory of the incoming attack. However, the flash of golden light was too fast. It was probably a speed many times faster than Viktor could manage at that moment. In that frozen instant, the television beside them continued playing the morning news. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Lois Lane. At 8 o'clock this morning, the Daily Planet received breaking news. Justice League member Aquaman has officially announced his resignation from the Justice League and has issued an order prohibiting any land-dwelling residents from engaging in fishing, navigation, or related industries within the coastal waters of Gotham City. 1,400 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 49, Mera, Extra. Mera's POV. My name is Mera, and I am the Queen of Atlantis. My husband is named Arthur, and he is the King of Atlantis. In fact, when I first met him, he wasn't even considered an Atlantean yet. He was just a young man who lived by the sea with his father and had an extraordinary talent for swimming. No, it wasn't just extraordinary. He was born to live in the ocean because half of his bloodline is Atlantean. Moreover, it's royal blood as his mother was Atlanta, the Queen of Atlantis. Of course, for certain reasons, Atlanta is no longer the queen, and her other pure-blooded heir, ORM, is about to become the new king of Atlantis. I, by birth, am meant to marry the next king, but I don't like ORM. It's because ORM has openly stated more than once that once he becomes king, he will not hesitate to wage war on the surface. Thousands of years ago, the surface rightfully belonged to us Atlanteans. ORM's eyes burned with undisguised ambition. But now the surface belongs to humans, and we could easily continue living in the sea, with no conflict between humans and us. No, they are slowly taking over our land. I know that ORM is talking about the countries on the surface. Their technology is very backward, and they've made a lot of industrial waste that they can't get rid of. To save money, some people choose to dump this waste into the ocean. Whenever ORM talks about this, his face always shows clear disgust. We developed clean energy technology and very powerful magic thousands of years ago. We should take back our land and lead the backward humans to a better future. I know I can't persuade ORM, but fortunately, I still have enough freedom before marriage. Therefore, I could only try to avoid him, avoid Atlantis, and even avoid the ocean. Then I met Arthur. A land dweller who could be fully qualified to compete with ORM for the throne. Arthur's eyes always maintained a lazy calm, completely different from ORM's ambition and anger. He may not be likely to become a competent king, but he could definitely bring peace. I began to get closer to Arthur and told him that if he wanted to, he could rid himself of that identity as a land dweller at any time. He could go from being the son of a lighthouse keeper to a member of the royal family of Atlantis. However, Arthur laughed. He rejected me without hesitation. I won't become the king of Atlantis. I just want to live a good life on land for the rest of my days. Then a lot of things happened. A lot that the once bright and cheerful Arthur became quieter and quieter, and found himself increasingly stuck in circumstances beyond his control. Arthur's superpowers grew stronger and stronger. He joined the Justice League, and with my help and the support of the Justice League, Arthur defeated ORM and became the King of Atlantis. I knew Arthur still didn't want to be the King of Atlantis. He would always look upward from the ocean floor as if his gaze could pierce through the dark water to see something on the surface. However, certain things had bound Arthur, holding him firmly at the bottom of the sea, pressing him down onto the golden throne where he would never smile again. Peace between the ocean and the surface. The people of Atlantis need his leadership. A king must bear a king's responsibilities. I had told him those things, his friends had told him those things, and even ORM had said to him. Looking at everything that had been dug out and dismantled from the treasury, Arthur's brow stayed furrowed for a long time. He was deeply displeased, but still managed to suppress his emotions for over 10 minutes. He turned to me and told me that no other Atlantean could know about this matter. Batman does this kind of thing all the time. Arthur said this to me with worry that, as the Queen of Atlantis, and for his dignity as king, I might go looking for someone to hold accountable. Last time, Wonder Woman found a bunch of listening devices in her apartment and went to confront him about it. The two of them had a huge argument and nearly had a falling out. Arthur was trying very hard to make the whole thing sound funnier than it was. He was concerned and also eager to see my reaction. I placed my hand on his arm, resting my head on his shoulder, using my actions to show that I would always support his decisions. Don't forget, you're not the only Justice League member in this family. I'm part of the League too. Arthur squeezed out a smile, then turned to look at the listening devices. I could still hear the anger he was still holding down beneath his voice. But I also know my husband. He's someone who thinks about the bigger picture. We should put these away for now. Next time I go to the watchtower, I'll pretend to be furious and throw them down in front of Batman. It'll be a good chance to yell at him too. That was until an urgent guard rushed into the palace hall. The guard said they had found something terrifying in the underground city of Atlantis. When Arthur and I arrived at the scene, the place was packed with Atlanteans, with not a single gap in the crowd. There were ordinary residents, guards, ministers, and even some highly respected scientists. Everything seemed so strange and coincidental. The young man named Viktor, who had been playing around with Arthur for a few hours, had caused constant shock waves. These vibrations led to structural damage on the ocean floor in a certain spot. It was precisely during these few hours of Arthur's reckless antics that the entire population of Atlantis couldn't get any rest. So, when the structure above the cave collapsed, almost half of the city's people ran to see what had happened. After seeing the king and queen arrive, the crowd instinctively made way. Arthur walked seriously into the massive fissure in the ground with several scientists who had already gone down to investigate. Suddenly, I fell into a deep panic. Ignoring the objections of the ceremonial officials beside me, I rushed into the seafloor crack after them. The previous structural collapse had caused some seawater to bypass the magical barrier, seeping through tiny cracks in the seabed into the natural cavern. It was pitch black, with only the voices of my husband and a few authoritative scientists echoing in the distance. How powerful is it? At least enough to affect all of Atlantis. I could feel the water around me slowly going cold and still. The trident in Arthur's hand suddenly began glowing with a steady golden light. Is there anything else? Your Majesty, the technology used here looks familiar. It resembles Black Manta's work. I hurried forward, loudly covering up the murmurs behind me. Black Manta has always held a grudge against Atlantis. We need to quickly disarm and dismantle at once. Tomorrow, King Arthur and I will go to the Justice League. The old scientist furrowed his brow. It's already been disarmed once, but some additional modifications have been added to it that I've never seen before. Before I could say anything more, Arthur suddenly raised his trident. The authority of the seven seas gathered in his hands. Even though the cave wasn't fully filled with seawater, the stone walls surrounding the underground cave were damp. In the soft, drizzling sound, every water molecule was like Arthur's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and every tiny plankton was like his hands and feet reaching out. A cluster of small creatures pried loose a stone, and a small device fell into Arthur's hand. It was painfully familiar. Just a few minutes ago, Arthur and I had been discussing how to deal with such devices. In the darkness, Arthur's figure swayed, and his trident came down heavily to steady himself. I don't know how I walked out of that cavern. I think Arthur doesn't know either. The people of Atlantis rushed forward. They all knew how dangerous the things inside were, and the look of fear spread from person to person. Your Majesty. King. A little girl was pushed to the front. You'll protect us, right? I watched my husband kneel and gently ruffle her hair. Yes, I will. 1400 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 50, Iris West, Extra. Iris West's POV. My name is Iris West. I live in Central City and have a boyfriend who works for the police. Barry always corrects me, saying he's a forensic scientist. Barry's job is even busier than a regular police officer's, and he's constantly working overtime. Still, I like calling him my police officer. It makes the little time we have together feel special. He shares a lot about his work with me, some of which is really scary, and others are quite disgusting. But that tells me Barry trusts me completely, and it makes me feel completely confident about us. There's just one thing he's been hiding for a long time. Though once I found out he was the Flash, I didn't hold it against him. Barry is a very shy person, but he still whispers to me sometimes that being with me is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to him. He also began sharing another part of his work with me, and every time he came home, whether happy or frustrated, he would tell me about it. Until last night. Barry came home earlier than usual. He was curled up on the couch with the TV on, but his eyes were staring blankly. I put down my bag, walked over, and wrapped my arms around his head, ruffling his golden short hair. What's wrong, my police officer? Barry took a long time to answer this time. He used lots of words to explain, and to make sure I heard everything, he would pause often, waiting for me to respond. After about 10 minutes, I understood the main point. With the help of a young man named Viktor, Superman found a family member. Barry reached over and grabbed a pillow from the sofa, hugged it to his chest, and stared ahead with a slightly distant look in his eyes. The light from the TV flickered on his face, but his pupils seemed to be staring at something else. Clark was really happy when he left. He said he finally had a blood relative on Earth. I understood. Barry was thinking about his mother. I want to go see her. Barry suddenly said. I twisted his ear. You've said more than once that changing the timeline is a very dangerous thing. I know. Barry pleaded. I'll just take a look from a distance, and then leave. I won't change anything, you know that. I mean it. I softened. However, I knew my Barry wouldn't lie and was just going to take a look. He put on a jacket and walked out the door. I picked up the pillow he had been hugging, sat back down on the sofa, and kept watching TV. But in reality, I couldn't focus on the shows. The time travel sounded so dangerous, and I couldn't help but worry about him. I started counting, trying to estimate how long Barry might be gone, but one night passed. Barry still didn't return. After a ray of sunlight poured through the window, a figure covered in blood suddenly appeared in the living room. Oh my God. I was startled. Barry, what on earth happened to you in the past? The figure turned around with his helmet damaged, blonde hair disheveled, and covering his face. There was clearly blood dripping from his head. He was dirty and disheveled, and I couldn't see his face clearly. Iris. He seemed really confused, looking at me. What happened? If I succeeded and changed the whole world, why am I still wearing this suit? He muttered quickly, anxiety and unease filling his voice. I froze for a second. I knew, at this moment, Barry usually needed a hug, but he pushed me away. He seemed to be confused. No, wait. Iris, you look much younger than you should. What are you talking about? You've never said things like that before. Oh my God, how do I explain this? He was gesturing wildly at me. This isn't my universe. I'm afraid I came to the wrong place. I thought I corrected the timeline this time, but somehow I ended up here instead. He glanced at me quickly, and surprisingly, he started commenting on me. Though I have to admit, Iris, you look young enough to be glowing. That's when I knew. This was not my Barry. He wasn't shy at all. He was loud, fast, and almost reckless. After he explained things more clearly, I began to understand. The time and space are always closely connected, and this Barry thought he could return to his own timeline, but instead, he ended up in another universe. I didn't fully understand it, but I pretended like I did because I wanted to calm this Barry down. He looked really tired and had clearly been scared by something. So I continued talking to him. No wonder my Barry hasn't come home yet. It sounds like the two of you switched places. Unexpectedly, this seemed to have the opposite effect completely. Barry instantly jumped up. He went to my world. He froze after that with his mouth open, but no words came out. It looked like he wanted to say something, but couldn't. He's not as good with words as you are and wouldn't be able to flirt with your Iris. I had full confidence in my Barry. Even though he was young, he would never make that kind of mistake. No, oh my God, I mean, what happens if this world needs him? Flash said, running a hand through his hair. But you're here, right? You're older, more mature, and you look more like a warrior. You're also the Flash. You'll protect this world when the Flash of this world isn't around, right? Even though this wasn't my Barry, I still reached out and ruffled his hair. He'll protect your world while you're gone. I believe that. I know he will. This Barry remained silent for a long time. He looked at me with complicated emotions. There's pain, regret, and guilt. I will. He lowered his head, like he had made up his mind about something, then pulled away from my hand. Then, a device on his waist suddenly lit up. I knew what it was. A Justice League communicator. Even across different worlds, it seemed the signal frequency for the Flash was still compatible. Then, a voice came from the communicator. "Oh, Flash, where have you been? We couldn't reach you all night." Flash recognized the voice and seemed a little excited. "You're Shazam. It's so good to hear your voice again. There's something huge that has happened, and everyone is arguing. Aquaman called an online meeting through Cyborg an hour ago, and he said that, as the King of Atlantis, wants to resign from the Justice League." What? This Barry seemed particularly shocked. And it's not just him. The others are also saying they need to rethink the meaning of the Justice League. Even Wonder Woman angrily confronted Batman, saying she'd temporarily quit until the threat to Themyscira is fully investigated. I watched as this injured Flash began to tremble, and his expression was filled with pain. Explain yourself. What exactly caused all this to happen? What were the last things they said before they left? He even started shouting at Shazam. Shazam's voice rose to match his. The two of them were nearly yelling at each other through the communicator. Shazam tried to explain as quickly as he could. Aquaman said that he nearly let down every single one of his people if it weren't for Viktor. Wonder Woman also said that Batman has never truly trusted Viktor and that everything Batman has done is far less sincere than Viktor has been. Who is Viktor? Why have I never heard that name before? Suddenly, a live broadcast cut into the TV that had been on all night. "Hello, everyone, I'm Lois from Media Planet." The communicator suddenly lost contact, and the injured Flash quietly watched the TV screen until his eyes started to fill with bloodshot anger. This cannot happen again. I have to investigate this myself. He turned to me. You were right, Iris. I need to take his place temporarily. I'll become the Flash of this world. I'll fix everything that's gone wrong. I'll keep my word. As I watched the golden lightning disappear, I suddenly felt a sense of fear. The look in his eyes at the end was too frightening. That was not my Barry. 1400 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 51, Chaos Begins. Barry, no. Rachel heard Superman's shout, and the ground shook around her. Superman in the sky was fast, and Rachel recognized him. He was always praised on TV as the hero who could save any disaster in the last minute. Clearly, the world had a limited understanding of what a true speedster was capable of. A handful of bright, shiny blood froze in the air, and gold and red lightning exploded. After the gold and red lightning erupted, everything began moving again, and Rachel saw only Viktor's figure flying backward through the air. No. Rachel stumbled forward toward him with her mind completely blank, but the surging emotion about to tear her magic apart felt like a flood about to break through a dam. Rachel's forehead had red cracks that began to glow as the dark magic from the Trigon was on the verge of collapsing. However, a voice suddenly popped into Rachel's head just in time. The voice was strange with an electric hum buzzing nearby. He's fine. Sure enough, Viktor slowly pushed himself up. Viktor's chest was covered in blood, but the attack meant for his heart had missed at the last second. It had only torn his clothes and left a cut across his chest. Rachel. Viktor quickly grabbed her as she threw herself toward him. He spotted the extra eyes that were almost opening up on her forehead, and spoke quickly. Control your emotions for now. If you let him out now, this planet won't survive. Once Rachel began to close her eyes and try to calm her emotions, Viktor finally had time to glance at the scene. Just as the Flash, who had been ready to pierce his heart, was about to strike, something knocked him out of the way. Superman landed heavily on the ground and stood between Viktor and the Flash, and another blurry figure that they had never seen before stood beside Superman. It was a blur of yellow, shaking sounds, and crackling red lightning around him. The injured Flash gritted his teeth and muttered the identity of the one who intervened. Eobard Thawne. You never know when to die. Superman looked at the top-level alert figure from the Justice League database with a mix of surprise and suspicion. The Reverse Flash. The moment anyone encountered this particular individual, the immediate and primary objective was to capture and stop him as soon as possible. However, this guy had managed to save Viktor in a moment when even Superman couldn't reach him. Reverse Flash ignored Superman completely. He faced the Flash, but no one could see his expression because he was constantly vibrating at extreme speed. I never know when to die. Reverse Flash seemed somewhat surprised. Then, as if quickly understood something, he smiled mockingly, but he didn't respond to the Flash's words. I was wondering why the speed force field was being disturbed by something. Viktor and Superman furrowed their brows at the same time. Reverse Flash's way of speaking was completely different from the Flash they were familiar with. He didn't speak fast, but his words were so unclear that some parts of his sentences had to be understood through context to fully understand him. Reverse Flash didn't seem to care about his unclear accent, making a gesture as if propping his chin. Since last night, I felt a change in the speed force. And considering you're the source of everything, I ran back from the future to this moment and waited outside your little girlfriend's house. You didn't come out until this morning and then suddenly dashed out the door. I followed you for the whole morning, the Hall of Justice, the Watchtower, the Batcave. You searched through a lot of information. Then you even ran all over Metropolis looking for this person. Reverse Flash made a final statement. You're not the Flash from this world. You're not even from this timeline. There's no record of you in the future. He spread his arms, clearly disappointed. I thought you were going to do something big enough to change history, but turns out you're not him. Still, I have to thank you. When you said I never know when to die, you meant that the Reverse Flash in your world created time remnants, right? Well, now, I've learned how to do it too. Superman, who had been completely lost this whole time, finally started understanding. Superman's emotions were all over the place. After a long and exhausting Justice League meeting, Kara suddenly woke up. The two of them caught up, talked about Krypton with sadness, hugged and cried, and the intense joy was swept away by the earlier tension in the League. Before he even had the chance to explain her coming powers under Earth's yellow sun, Superman heard something alarming. Viktor's rapidly increasing heartbeat echoes through the center of Metropolis. Viktor suddenly decided to use all of his power in the middle of the city, and Superman had no choice but to abandon Kara for a while. Superman had barely taken off when he saw the Flash about to stab Viktor through the heart. He knew he wouldn't have been fast enough to stop it in time. The sudden change from happiness to horror had almost overwhelmed even him. Fortunately, Superman didn't notice the girl behind Viktor with her forehead flashing with Trigon's malicious eyes blinking on her forehead. Otherwise, it would have made things even worse. The citizens of Metropolis had no idea that their lives had almost been destroyed several times in just a few minutes. The injured Flash stared coldly at Viktor. There was nothing he could do anymore with Reverse Flash and Superman standing in front of him. Viktor noticed the situation. After confirming that Rachel's condition was stabilizing, Viktor stood up calmly, patting the healing wound on his chest. Superman looked at this Flash from another world and spoke carefully. Why did you try to kill Viktor? The Flash I know would never do this. The Flash briefly averted his intense gaze from Viktor. This man showed up near both Wonder Woman and Aquaman, and then this morning's incident happened. He's dangerous. He operates the same way Reverse Flash does, playing a key role in many seemingly insignificant details. Reverse Flash, who had just been mentioned, simply shrugged. The Flash's face under his broken helmet suddenly became twisted as if his brain was enduring some intense pain. He grimaced his teeth, his eyes started to twitch uncontrollably, and saliva mixed with blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Like a butterfly, plucking certain strings of fate. And then the world falls apart from endless chain reactions. He's dangerous, very dangerous. He shouldn't even exist in this world. He's a mistake that was created out of nowhere. It must be fixed. Must be fixed. Superman quickly stepped forward and placed a hand on the Flash's shoulder. Wait. What happened with the Justice League has nothing to do with him, I'm sure of that. And you're not in your right state. Let's go somewhere and talk. No. Viktor's voice was calm and cold as he cut him off. I'm sorry, Superman. There's nothing to discuss. He just tried to take my life. That is a line I will never allow anyone to cross. Superman's pupils shrank, and he truly felt overwhelmed. Reverse Flash smirked as if watching a movie he'd been eagerly waiting for. This is something I can't allow under any circumstances. If anything happens that threatens my life, I will cross the line and principles I follow. You can't hold this Flash forever. The moment Thawne leaves, this Flash could try to kill me again at any time. The Flash under Superman's hand began twitching like a zombie, but Superman still turned back to confirm Viktor's condition. That was when he saw it. A faint yellow ring was already on Viktor's finger. I need to ensure my safety first. The last 8 seconds of energy in the ring were released at once. A signal shot outward. The sky above Metropolis split open, and a massive rift from the antimatter universe tore across the clouds. Finally. I've been waiting for this day, the day you put this ring on again. 1400 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 52, Fix. A yellow lantern ring was bursting full of fear energy and shot out rapidly from the antimatter universe. The unusual rift in the sky finally terrified the residents of Metropolis, and the people on the streets were terrified enough to run away screaming. Victor raised his hand to the sky again. The old lantern ring that had been ruthlessly dismantled by Batman earlier shattered completely as its energy ran out. The yellow light exploded, and a dark pink-skinned figure elegantly folded his arms and slowly flew out of the tier. The rift quickly closed behind him. As the leader of the Sinestro Corps, Sinestro had always been arrogant. He came to recruit Victor with no intention of bringing any extra lanterns along, but maybe it wouldn't matter how many he brought with Superman around. Sinestro opened his arms and looked with satisfaction at Victor, who now wore a suit with the yellow symbol. Come, shout the oath of the Legion of Fear. The ring should have already taught you by now. There was a silent pause for 3 seconds with no response. The only sound was the Flash's broken screams as his eyes rolled back, and he lost control. Victor glanced at the yellow lantern uniform on his body and scoffed. Fear is the source, and you're in charge? What a load of garbage. He looked at Rachel, who still hadn't fully controlled the wild magic inside her, and then stared seriously at the increasingly crazy Flash. Superman let out a sudden breath of relief. He thought Victor would be immediately controlled by the fully charged yellow lantern ring in his hand. If that had happened, Metropolis would have been in for a disaster. Sinestro clearly hadn't expected someone to wear the yellow lantern ring without being consumed by fear, and his shock quickly turned into anger. Young man, too much arrogance is not a good. IT needs to be fixed. The Flash was completely out of control, vibrated at a high speed, and slipped out of Superman's grip before charging straight at Victor. The fear spectrum amplified around Victor, and he finally managed to see the golden blur clearly. He twisted his body and barely dodged the hand blade aiming for his heart once again. The attack still pierced a deep wound between his ribs, but he ignored the pain. He swung his left fist hard at the Flash's head. I don't need to hold back. This Flash was trying to kill me. Victor couldn't care less whether the man who saved him was observing in the shadows. If the man really cared about him at all, he could step in and stop the mad speedster himself. A completely insane Flash was honestly one of the most dangerous things he ever seen in countless comic books or movies from the past. The rapid phasing caused Victor's punch to miss completely. The force of the missed blow exploded forward, and the shockwave alone flipped every car on the street and shattered windows and buildings for blocks around. Superman was about to act when he saw Reverse Flash already running off with the somewhat unstable girl at a safe distance. He handled her with surprising, almost weird, carefulness and gently set Rachel down on a bench by the side of the street. Then Reverse Flash crossed his arms, leaned against a lamppost, and calmly continued watching. I'll take care of her. Superman, you deal with the one in the sky. The Flash lunged forward, phasing his entire arm through Victor's torso. Ugh, gross. Victor couldn't describe what it felt like to have a speedster phase through his body, but it was definitely disgusting. Please, Victor, I beg you, don't fight here. Superman shouted once before flying up to face Sinestro, whose face had turned dark with rage. Do I need to ask you to leave? Sinestro's lips twitched slightly. The feeling of being ignored by a recruit and looked down upon by Superman made the veins on his pink forehead bulge in anger. The rift to the antimatter universe reopened, and this time, countless yellow lanterns rushed out of the antimatter rift. Don't overestimate yourself, Superman. After checking around his body, Victor shot into the air. No matter whether that man was paying attention to him, Victor always pretended the other person was there. The earlier punch he threw to the Flash made him feel like Victor understood something important. I need to switch to self-defense to avoid wrecking all of Metropolis. Thankfully, the Flash can't fly. Victor confirmed that the Flash's phasing didn't cause harm to anything as he passed through. The wound in his ribs quickly healed under the yellow glow of the lantern light. Suddenly, a chain of explosions sounded behind him. Victor turned around and saw golden lightning bouncing through the air, coming toward him with each leap. Fix. Must be fixed. As the Flash gradually adjusted to this bizarre way of moving through the air, Flash's every jump was getting faster and faster. There was no more time to think about protecting the city. He spun his body around as his eyes immediately went blank, as he fully entered the mindset of a Viltrumite. In the next instant, Victor exploded the air around him, charging straight at the Flash. The Flash phased again, and Victor passed right through him. After a quick stop in midair, Victor turned around and frowned as he saw the Flash drop slightly. It seemed like he found the Flash's weakness. Flash's phasing couldn't allow him to push against the air, and stepping on the air couldn't allow him to phase. It seems like chasing me into the sky was a totally wrong decision. How brainless can you be? A cruel smile tugged at the corner of Victor's mouth. Now, show me how fast you can switch between those two states. Before the Flash could even start pursuing his figure, Victor increased his speed and charged at him again. Even though the Flash was acting wildly, it was clear that he didn't want to die, especially not at his hands. Flash seemed to have some twisted sense of purpose driving him. As they were about to collide, Flash hurriedly stopped stepping on the air, phasing just in time to avoid the punch, but he dropped slightly again. In the next second, Viktor was able to sharply turn and strike again. The Flash phased once more to avoid the punch, but as he fell, Viktor hit him again in just half a second. By now, the two of them were over 3,000 meters up in the sky. Viktor kept increasing his speed, turning into a streak of flashing yellow light that surrounded the Flash. As the space kept shrinking, Viktor's attacks became faster and faster. The yellow light filled the shrinking space around the Flash, like a tightening cage, and there was less and less room to move. The Flash had no choice but to keep falling. He no longer had the opportunity to phase midair. 1,000 meters. 500. 100. The madness in his eyes faded for a brief moment. He understood his situation. He either had to keep phasing until he fell into the ground, or... No. Flash said in despair, and fear enveloped him. Please. He gritted his teeth and didn't want to die from the fall. He stepped on the air once more. Bang. Viktor finally stopped and was covered in blood, flesh, and broken bones. The cold emptiness in Viktor's eyes disappeared. It looks like I'm safe again. In the shadows of Metropolis, Eris, who had somehow come back to life, clenched her teeth in frustration. After everything she'd learned about Viktor in the Divine Realm, Eris didn't dare to directly confront him. Opportunities like this were extraordinarily rare. The Speed Force granted speedsters a mental processing speed that means mental manipulation magic usually doesn't work on them. A gauntlet wrapped in thorns extended from the shadows, pressing down on the vengeful Eris. From the shadows, a gauntlet hand wrapped in thorns reached out and pressed down on the vengeful Eris. There's no need to rush. We'll have another chance. I can already smell the war coming. 1,800 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 53, Fear. A blood rain poured down in thick sheets. The battlefield that had been roaring with chaos just moments ago now only echoed with the fight between the Yellow Lantern Corps and Superman. The Yellow Lantern used all kinds of weapons covered in fear, and they kept attacking Superman who seemed impossible to break through. Sinestro's order was to keep Superman busy. Even though every single one of these strange and monstrous-looking Yellow Lanterns had a brutal, hungry look in their eyes, they were still carefully keeping the power of their attacks. Superman also held back and didn't dare go all out. He couldn't use his full strength above Metropolis. He was repeatedly held back and dragged around the limited battlefield by the Yellow Lantern Corps. Reverse Flash was no longer standing casually with his arms crossed nearby. He looked past the chaotic battlefield and landed on a slope not far away. A broken Flash's helmet was rolling down the slope of the road, bouncing against the road. It didn't stop until it hit a raised tile and finally stopped, lying there crooked and still. The vibrations around Reverse Flash gradually subsided. He glanced back to confirm that the girl was still using all her strength to hold back the magic raging inside her, then walked straight toward the shattered helmet. He stopped, lowered his head, and suddenly let out a faint sigh. The first unknown the Emperor killed, that was you. After a moment of silence, Reverse Flash lifted his head and looked toward the Yellow Lantern suspended motionless in the air. In the sky, Viktor frowned slightly and instinctively raised his left hand, looking at the yellow ring on his finger. He never worn this ring for so long before. The fear spectrum could keep making him stronger, but at the same time, a faint, raspy whisper was constantly trying to creep its way into his mind. The mechanism of the fear spectrum was neither physical nor magical. The whispers that tried to erode with his thoughts could only be pushed back by willpower. Fortunately, Viktor's willpower was fairly strong. However, a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. What if that Superman never shone himself? What if he kept the ring on just a little longer, just a little more? That thought wrapped around his heart like a vine. Sinestro's mouth curled into a small smile. He had designed this ring himself. Those tempting little whispers were just the surface. Even the strongest-willed warrior would be subtly influenced over time without even noticing. A look of certain victory already appeared on Sinestro's face. As Viktor's thoughts wandered, the fierce winds he had stirred with his speed began to fade. After Flash had been torn apart a moment ago, the violent air currents had lifted something incredibly light and slowly drifted down from above. The falling object cut through Viktor's wandering thoughts. He looked down, reached out his right hand, and caught an envelope covered in blood. Reverse Flash's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly acted like nothing happened and turned his gaze back toward the Yellow Lantern battlefield. The Yellow Lantern was surrounded by dense yellow light. In their hands, they formed all kinds of solid weapons, bombarding Superman. The bright yellow glow swallowed him completely. Seeing Viktor suddenly being distracted, Sinestro finally couldn't hold back and decided to push. What are you still waiting for? You are a rare talent. You were born to spread fear. Reverse Flash watched Sinestro speaking confidently in the air and let out a slightly disdainful snort, but his expression couldn't help turning a bit heavy. The real reason he had come to this timeline wasn't actually because of that otherworldly Flash recorded in history only as the unknown. What was happening today was already clearly written down in future history. The moment Sinestro successfully recruited his target was also the moment Sinestro would die. If Reverse Flash hadn't interfered, Victor's heart would have been pierced by that flash. After personally experiencing the brink of death, Victor's emotions would drastically change, and would summon the Yellow Lantern Corps. Then, Victor would have seized the ring on the spot and killed Sinestro. Before a certain mysterious figure could arrive, Parallax would have helped him flee into the antimatter universe. Victor would remain hidden in the antimatter universe for 15 long years before showing up again, and by then, he would be perfectly fused with Parallax. Emperor Victor. In the century that followed, Earth's history would be shrouded for a whole 100 years by a domination built on fear. It wasn't that no one could defeat him during that time. But every time he was beaten, Emperor Victor would simply retreat into the antimatter universe. And whenever he appeared again, Earth would inevitably be in a state where no one could restrain him for a certain period. That Flash had been right about one thing. Reverse Flash often meddles at crucial turning points in fate, changing the world into the shape he desired. This time was no exception. Emperor Victor had lived far too long. He showed up again in the Reverse Flash's own era, violently fighting metahumans and relentlessly hunting Reverse Flash without rest. Then, Reverse Flash hid inside the Speed Force and kept collecting information about Emperor Victor from different eras and only came out to act once he felt confident enough. The push he gave Victor, and that carefully prepared letter that would distract him at just the right moment, were both Reverse Flash's work. Meanwhile, Superman, who was being buried by a bunch of Yellow Lanterns, heard Sinestro's tempting words and fought hard to shake off the attack from dozens of Yellow Lanterns around him. Then Superman immediately looked toward Victor. After seeing Victor drenched in blood, with a faint yellow glow swirling around him, Superman's face showed regret and grief. "Don't agree to him." Superman shouted at Victor with his voice filled with urgency and desperation. "Break free of that ring's control. The power of fear will take you somewhere you can't return from." Hearing Superman's cry, Victor tucked the letter close to his body and slowly turned around. He looked over the Yellow Lanterns fighting in midair and looked at Superman as he was swallowed up and surrounded by Yellow Lanterns. Victor's lips parted slightly. It was as if time itself froze in that instant. The Reverse Flash's heart quietly tensed. The negative speed force around him kept slowing down. Victor's indifferent voice slowly rang out. "I'm not being controlled by the Yellow Lantern ring. And this isn't a mistake." Superman had just shaken off several members of the Yellow Lantern again. After hearing those words, Superman stared at Victor in a daze. However, the Yellow Lantern Corps didn't care at all. They charged forward once more, engulfing the motionless Superman. Reverse Flash ground his teeth and quickly lowered his head in panic. The string of fate didn't seem to have moved the way he expected. The red flashes of negative speed force lightning crackled around him as Reverse Flash crouched down slightly. No one was watching him right now, and all he had to do was start running, and he could slip away into a different timeline at any moment. Suddenly, Victor shrugged and under Sinestro's eager, expecting gaze, raised the yellow ring. A fear energy burst out and washed away the blood and filth all over his body. "A speedster who wants to kill me is far too dangerous. In that kind of situation, I can't afford to hold back. No matter what the reason was, I had to guarantee my own safety first. I don't like killing for no reason." He glanced at the ring. As for this ring, it's surprisingly good for taking a bath. After using it for all it was worth, Victor lifted his hand, pinched the ring, and pulled the Yellow Lantern ring right off. The Reverse Flash, crackling all over with negative speed force energy and just about to start running, suddenly felt like something was off. Those last words didn't match the historical records in his memory at all. Reverse Flash quickly raised his right hand and rolled up his suit sleeve a little, revealing a piece of futuristic technology shaped like a wristwatch. A soft glow lit up, and a line of text, originating from a future with a record of what was to happen, began to slowly erase itself. Then, the new text started to appear. Reverse Flash's fingers moved rapidly across the dial, his eyes locked onto the words displayed there until the new entries began filling up with scrambled, unreadable code. He finally lowered his arm with a long breath of relief. Rachel, who had been sitting cross-legged on a bench with her eyes closed, suppressing the magic within her, had quietly opened her eyes at some unknown moment. The red glow in Rachel's eyes gradually faded, and she coldly stared at the wrist hidden beneath Reverse Flash's suit sleeve. In the sky, Sinestro watched as Victor removed the ring, and his eyes grew darker. "Wait. If you never intended to join the Yellow Lantern Corps, then why did you summon us here?" Victor calmly placed the ring into a specially made black box. After openly pocketing yet another power ring, Victor finally looked up and spread his hands in a somewhat apologetic gesture. "I already told you, when my life is threatened, I will use every method available to guarantee my safety. Strictly speaking, your yellow rings chose me. They seek their wielders on their own. You sent it to me. Why shouldn't I use it when I need it most? The veins on Sinestro's forehead throbbed faintly. Do you take this for a joke? Sinestro's yellow pupils were filled with anger he was barely holding back. The dignity of the Yellow Lantern Corps does not tolerate mockery. The people of this world will suffer terrible consequences because of your insolence. Suddenly, Viktor's eyes seemed to change subtly. You're saying you intend to spread your fear across this planet. Sinestro's expression turned dangerous with yellow light shining across his emotionless face. Rest assured. I once made a promise not to move against Earth without cause. I always keep my word. This time will merely be a small punishment. Nothing more. 1800 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 60 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 54, Annihilation. Sinestro suddenly felt that something was off. Superman, who had been bound from head to toe by countless chains manifested by the yellow energy, simply gave up struggling. He seemed to sigh helplessly. A small punishment. Sinestro, he's not like me. What? Sinestro seemed to have missed something. Superman looked toward Viktor with mild concern. They won't pose much of a threat to you. Viktor's voice suddenly appeared near Sinestro, closing the distance from far to near in an instant. Boom. A sound like an explosion snapped Sinestro back to his senses. Viktor grabbed one of the lanterns by the shoulder who was restraining Superman. He locked him in place to ensure he wouldn't be sent flying, and then blew apart that grotesque head with a single punch. I know that dealing with these aliens that plan to invade Earth, I can guarantee not a single innocent person in Metropolis gets hurt. In just that short moment, Viktor smashed 7 more lanterns. They all died the same way. He would first grab a part of their body so they couldn't run, and then either punch their head apart or punch straight through their body. This will not only protect the area and the people nearby, but also quickly defeat the enemies he chose to defeat. Sinestro's eyes widened in anger as he charged forward to stop him. A massive yellow energy war hammer formed in his hands and slammed into Viktor's waist. However, it shattered into a million glittering fragments with a crisp crack. What? How is this possible? Seeing that yellow lantern energy couldn't harm him at all, Sinestro was completely stunned. In fact, Viktor didn't spare Sinestro a second glance. He only twitched the corner of his mouth, and then continued flying toward the next lantern. He would grab them, then punch. Bang. The sky began raining down colorful showers of blood once again. The Yellow Lantern Corps, which had been fully focused on suppressing Superman, started to panic. These warriors were all elite fighters Sinestro had carefully chosen from different galaxies. They each looked absolutely terrifying, beyond anything normal civilizations would consider normal, and they were utterly bloodthirsty. Their greatest specialty was bringing fear to other living beings across the universe. They crave, experts, enjoy the killing, and armed with weapons considered among the most dangerous in the universe, a single yellow lantern could easily overpower and conquer a weaker entire civilization. Even monsters like them still felt something when they kill, such as wild joy, desire, twisted pleasure, and obsession. However, Viktor was different. There was no emotion in the way he looked at them. There's no anger, no pleasure, and no excitement. He simply calculated flight trajectories in silence, choosing the fastest and most efficient path to destroy them. A few of the yellow lanterns couldn't take it anymore. They withdrew the energy constructs that had been restraining Superman and turned their weapons toward Viktor. Back off. A massive yellow mace exploded right on top of Viktor's head, but it didn't hurt him, except for pressing his hair down a little flatter. You're cutting in line. The yellow lantern, covered with a red, blood-like liquid, panicked. He raised his ring and made dozens of thick, glowing yellow walls in front of himself. Viktor treated them as if they weren't even there. He flew straight at him, and every wall of energy that touched him instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, they were face to face. Viktor's hand was already pressing down on his shoulder with his other hand curled into a fist, getting bigger and bigger in Alien's vision as it came closer. And no. Don't. Bang. Afterward, more than half of the yellow lanterns who were holding Superman down started to lose their nerve and hesitate. Sinestro raised his ring in frustration. In an instant, a giant spaceship cannon appeared that covered the sky. The barrel pointed straight at Viktor as a yellow light began building up with a tremendous hum. Viktor glanced at the cannon muzzle, saw it was building huge power, and then calmly turned away and grabbed another yellow lantern. The latter began screaming hoarsely for mercy while Sinestro roared in disbelief. Stop. Do you not care if the people below live or die? There's an entire city behind you. Viktor said nothing. He lifted his hand coldly and threw a punch, but he ignored him and immediately flew toward his next target. The Yellow Lantern Corps was completely terrified now. They withdrew their rings at Superman and tried to scatter and run away. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared in front of Sinestro, almost like teleporting, and grabbed Sinestro's arms with both hands. As Sinestro dared to threaten the lives of all the normal people in Metropolis, Superman became angry. I care about this city. With a soft crack sound and a scream of pain, the massive sky cannon collapsed into a rain of glowing particles. Superman punched Sinestro hard, knocking him unconscious while twisting his arms behind him. Then he turned his head and saw Viktor still coldly pursuing the yellow lanterns who were fleeing in all directions. A single yellow lantern, which looked like a slime made entirely of acid, was caught. He begged loudly for mercy, even voluntarily offering up the ring wrapped inside its own bodily fluid, but Viktor still crushed him with a single stomp. I doubt Earth has a prison built to hold this many strange creatures. The yellow lantern rings floated out from the lanterns Viktor killed. But instead of flying away from Earth to find a new bearer, they stayed and started circling around him, bouncing up and down. It was like a bunch of little fairy spirits that had found a new master. Soon, nearly 100 yellow rings were circling him. On the ground, Reverse Flash couldn't help shivering. He hadn't seen a horror like this, not even 1,000 years into the future. In the future, Emperor Viktor never recruited new yellow lanterns. After killing Sinestro, Emperor Viktor turned the yellow lantern core into something like the orange lanterns, with the whole core having only himself alone. In the original timeline, Sinestro's overthrow and death also triggered extreme vigilance from the other emotional spectrum core across the universe. After Earth fell under the power of fear, both the Green Lantern Corps and the Red Lantern Corps dispatched many forces to Earth to investigate. However, none of them ever returned. Those Lantern Corps were puzzled by the mysterious circumstances of Sinestro's death and spent enormous effort and time before they finally managed to make contact with anyone on Earth. That's when they learned about Emperor Viktor's body. No matter how many lanterns they send, they're basically a free meal delivered to his door. That led multiple emotional spectrum corps in the future to treat Earth as a forbidden zone of the universe, and no lantern dared approach again. 10 minutes later, Viktor flew back with 127 yellow rings spinning and dancing around him. After the killing stopped, Viktor's face visibly became more alive and expressive again. Not a single resident of Metropolis has suffered any physical harm. Superman covered his face with one hand. I think their mental condition might disagree. And please don't present today's performance to Diana as proof of what you learned. Superman's words lingered in the air, heavy despite the wind still howling above Metropolis. You disapprove? Viktor said flatly. I do. Viktor didn't respond to that. He was watching a citizen peer out from a shattered office window 3 floors up, eyes wide, face pale. The men ducked back inside when their eyes met. Superman stepped closer. You executed them. Yes. We could have. No. The word landed clean and final. Viktor didn't elaborate. Superman was smart enough to fill in the rest. No prison has ever contained 100 intergalactic criminals with weapons powerful enough to destroy a planet. Superman knew it too. That was the worst part. Viktor. I'm going to check on Rachel. He turned and dropped from the sky without another word. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 55, Warning. On the street below, Reverse Flash was staring at an empty bench. What the? The shock nearly gave him a heart attack. He quickly looked around in panic. But the next second, Reverse Flash saw the expressionless girl step out unharmed from a nearby alley. Reverse Flash finally breathed out in relief and couldn't help scolding her a little. Don't go wandering off. Rachel glanced at him expressionless and didn't say anything. Viktor landed beside Rachel and didn't say anything for a moment, but she shook her head. He nodded once. Superman came down behind them. He looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with the fight. Batman actually modified that bomb hidden underground in Atlantis. Yes. He replaced Black Manta's explosive with a special virus targeting Atlanteans' DNA. A few days of weakness at most. Viktor's mouth twitched a little. That sounded exactly like Batman. After all, Atlantis once had a crown prince who wanted to start a war against the surface. The fact that someone like ORM could exist showed that Atlantis still had the potential to be a threat to the surface. Even if that ORM isn't a born warmonger, ORM must have been influenced by the Atlanteans around him, or taught him to resent humans on the surface. For Batman, that threat alone was reason enough. Even if Batman probably wouldn't go for using lethal force, he definitely wouldn't be short on surveillance and precautions. He probably wouldn't go as far as killing anyone, but definitely wouldn't be short on surveillance and contingency plans. The virus bomb was a failsafe. In case Aquaman ever had a change of heart, or if Arthur got overthrown by the more aggressive, warmongering side of Atlantis. Batman could trigger the virus bomb ahead of time and neutralize Atlantis' fighting strength before anything started. But for Arthur, no matter how low risk that bomb supposedly was, it was still something he could never accept. He wasn't just a member of the Justice League. He was also the king of Atlantis. The moment Batman's modified bomb was discovered and made known to the public, what it contained stopped mattering entirely. The moment Batman's modified bomb was discovered, the public found out about it. The moment Batman's modified bomb was discovered, and the people of Atlantis found out what was actually inside it, at that point, nothing else mattered anymore. The betrayal was the point. By the same logic, it wasn't hard to understand why that Flash said Wonder Woman temporarily withdrew on behalf of Themyscira. Miss Prince thought of similar reasons too, right? Victor asked the question with near certainty. Superman let out a weary sigh. Yes. By that point, a few people already brought up the need to withdraw. Diana remained silent at first. After everyone who wanted to leave had spoken and left, she finally asked Batman one question. Superman changes his voice to imitate Wonder Woman's tone with surprising accuracy. Tell me, Batman. After I found those surveillance devices in my apartment and confronted you about it, you haven't placed anything similar on Themyscira, or if you did, you've already removed it. Batman's side of the call responded with silence. Then, Wonder Woman understood immediately. Batman's silence means he probably hid something on Paradise Island that could instantly incapacitate all the Amazons. Superman made a gesture as if slamming a hand down on a table. Even though the meeting that morning was only a voice call, Superman insisted he really did hear a sound like that coming from Diana's audio. Batman, you've been to Themyscira. You know exactly what those women are like. The Amazons who raised me would never start a war against the surface world. This time, Batman finally spoke, and his answer was very short. Not 100%. Superman dropped the impression and looked at Victor, who had been listening quietly the whole time. In the end, Diana used you as an example. She said that compared to how genuine and sincere you are, Batman's suspicion is just unreasonable and something like that. Victor's expression darkened. He had actually seen this coming. After visiting Atlantis last night, Victor already considered that Batman's actions would one day bring this kind of disaster for the Justice League sooner or later. There had even been a storyline about this in the comics of his previous life. He vaguely remembered something about someone obtaining Batman's contingency plans against every member of the Justice League and then turning those plans into something far more deadly. Even though everyone later solved the problem without anyone dying, most of the team became angry at Batman, and the Justice League almost fell apart. However, Victor didn't expect it to happen so fast. He had just left the ocean, and right after that, Aquaman made the whole thing public and caused an uproar. He honestly hadn't thought Aquaman had it in him to act that boldly. It sounds like I really did play a pretty important role in all this. No wonder that Flash saw me as a threat, but he was still madly unreasonable. Then Victor suddenly noticed Rachel, who remained silent even after recovering, give him a very slight shake of her head. Clearly, Rachel had something she wanted to tell him, but considering Superman and that other strange person were still right there, she hadn't opened her mouth. Right. What was the deal with this Reverse Flash? Victor looked toward him. He turned it over quickly in his mind and decided he shouldn't appear to know anything about the men. Then, Victor returned to being polite. Mr. Thawne, thank you for stepping in just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to survive against a crazy speedster. Reverse Flash coughed, shifting his body as if something was itching all over him, but quickly resumed his arms-crossed posture. Reverse Flash coughed and shook his body but quickly resumed his arms-crossed posture. Emperor Victor was this polite when he was young. Before he could say anything, Superman stepped forward and put a hand out in front of Victor. I'd recommend keeping your distance from him. The Mr. Thawne who just helped you isn't necessarily a good person, and his name is still on the Justice League's most wanted list. I don't care what you're planning, go back to your future, Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash kept his face vibrating at high speed but rolled his eyes at Superman. A massive butterfly effect was already rippling through the future because of his interference in the past. He didn't dare recklessly jump back until the flow of time fully stabilized. Go back. Reverse Flash wasn't afraid because this Superman didn't even exist in his future timeline. You think the problem's already been completely solved? Superman frowned. What do you mean? A war unlike anything that's ever happened before is about to begin. What happened today was just a small appetizer, and aren't you even a little curious about where your world's Flash has gone? 600 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 56, Letter. Superman had wanted to warn Victor not to believe anything Reverse Flash said. But after hearing news about the Flash's whereabouts, even Superman couldn't hold back and actually took the initiative to question Reverse Flash. Moreover, most of the Justice League members had already decided to resign, and Batman was too stubborn to ever admit he was wrong. The top priority now could only be to find the Flash, who had mysteriously disappeared overnight. Sorry, I don't want to tell you anything. You don't respect a professor enough. Reverse Flash said coldly to Superman, making clear he'd only talk to Victor. Victor pointed at the pink-skinned alien Superman, dangling by one arm like a dead dog. You should take him back first. The Justice League hasn't completely disbanded yet, and there must still be somewhere to hold him. And that girl from yesterday should be awake by now, right? Damn it. Kara has probably already gotten her superpowers by now. He remembered how hard it was for General Zod to control his powers when he first arrived on Earth. If Kara accidentally fired heat vision at something. However, Superman looked at Reverse Flash and hesitated. Victor tried to reassure him and said, "If Mr. Thawne wanted to hurt me, he wouldn't have saved me just now. That would have been pointless." Afterward, Victor looked worriedly at the dozens of yellow lantern rings floating around. Even Batman might not be able to secure so many yellow rings all at once. Their psychological influence barely affected him, but those rings were pretty dangerous for most people in this world. Rachel silently opened a purple-black portal. My magical space can store a lot of dangerous items. I don't think temporarily keeping a batch of unclaimed cosmic weapons will be a problem. Victor's eyes lit up. He pointed, and over 100 yellow rings flew into Rachel's dimensional space. After a moment's thought, Victor also yanked the yellow ring off Sinestro's hand and tossed it in as well. Superman finally flew off with Sinestro in hand but paused to warn Reverse Flash one last time. "You'd better not try anything." Then Superman spotted Flash's damaged helmet on the ground and shook his head. "Honestly, I can't tell anymore which of you two is more dangerous to the other." Reverse Flash snorted coldly and didn't say another word. Victor simply waved at Superman. Once Superman disappeared into the sky, Victor suddenly let out a soft gasp as if he'd just realized something. Damn, wasn't I supposed to ask Superman to pass this to Batman? He pulled out a blood-stained letter from inside his clothes. Reverse Flash looked at it without thinking, and he suddenly realized he'd been caught. He looked up to find Victor staring at him thoughtfully. "Mr. Thawne. You seem pretty interested in this letter." Reverse Flash slowly lowered his folded arms. The figure of the young man in front of him began to overlap with that of the Emperor from 1,000 years in the future in his mind. The faint crackle of electricity around him began to be vigilant with a trace of fear he tried to hide. "What do you mean?" Victor smiled and lightly tossed the thin envelope in his hand. "From the moment that Flash showed killing intent toward me, I realized for the first time just how powerless I was on the ground against a speedster who truly wanted me dead. I stayed on full alert until the moment I killed him." Victor raised a finger and tapped his temple. "So I remember every single word he said before he died. Mr. Thawne, before Flash completely lost his mind, he described you as someone who changes people's futures in small ways that no one notices. And you're also someone from the future." He raised the envelope to eye level and slowly turned his body until the edge of the envelope blocked the upper half of Reverse Flash's hazy face. "Sorry, I grew up getting ganged up on. I notice if someone is watching, even from blind spots. When I got this letter just now, I didn't need to turn around to know someone's eyes had locked onto me. I still feel it now even through this envelope. Your stare still irritates me. Let me guess, is my future a threat to you?" After a brief silence, Reverse Flash's mouth curved into a slow smile beneath the envelope. He was scared of the Emperor of the future, but not the boy in front of him who looked only 14. He was scared of the Emperor of the future he might become, but he wasn't scared of the kid in front of him right now who looked like he was only 14 years old. "So you're going to kill me, for a future that isn't even guaranteed to happen?" Reverse Flash lowered the envelope, looking a little bored. "No. Honestly, even if I've gotten stronger again, as long as my feet are on the ground, I still don't have a good way to deal with speedsters like you." After witnessing how that Flash died just now, Reverse Flash wouldn't make the mistake of flying in the air in front of him. He's a notorious DC villain with practically no bottom line. Why hadn't he tried going further back in time to kill me? Victor's thoughts began to wander. Viltrumite physiology still kept consciousness lingering even through a pierced heart. There had been plenty of chances before Victor ever touched a ring. Moreover, the best time to attack would have been the period when I was recovering at Tom's cabin. Suddenly, a few simple pieces of logic flashed through his mind, and he finally came to the most unbelievable but also the most obvious answer. That man who saved him had been nearby the whole time. As for whether Tom was that mysterious Superman, Victor still wasn't completely sure. He clearly remembered that Tom could be injured with calloused, scarred hands from years of fishing. No matter what he's been through, no matter how strong he becomes, Superman's heart is always kind. He saved even someone like me without hesitation. In Reverse Flash's eyes, Victor suddenly looked up at the sky for no reason, then looked back down and studied the envelope. Even though a large spot of blood covered the stamp, the pen-written name was still barely readable. Thomas Wayne. "What did you do to this letter?" Victor suddenly asked. Reverse Flash clicked his tongue. When that crazy Flash left his girlfriend's place, he left the letter on the table. I picked it up and brought it with me. After Flash started falling, I slipped it back into his suit. If I hadn't gone through all that trouble, you wouldn't have even gotten that wound on your chest. I'm a lot faster than he is, but are you really the type to snoop through other people's privacy? Victor had already torn the envelope open while Reverse Flash was explaining, and scanned the blood-stained letter inside. He shuddered in disgust, then stuffed it back into the envelope. Snooping on Batman's privacy is just returning the favor. Now, Mr. Thawne, please tell me where the Flash of this world went. I actually like him quite a bit. Victor very suddenly switched back to being polite again. And also, that war you mentioned earlier. After mentioning the word war, Victor quickly met Rachel's eyes, and she gave a small nod. Now Victor had a pretty good idea of why that Flash had seemed so completely out of his mind. 600 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 57, Flashpoint. Reverse Flash bent down and picked up the broken helmet from the ground. In the future, superheroes are studied as historical heroes. Some people study old textbooks and museum exhibits about the superpowered beings of the 20th and 21st centuries, not because they want to be heroes. I was one of them. I worship the Flash, the greatest one of all. Reverse Flash cradled the helmet in one hand, gently running his fingers over the remaining lightning bolt symbol on the left side. A thin thread of golden lightning was drawn out using some mysterious technique. Locard's exchange principle: whenever two objects come into contact, a transfer of material occurs. But after I extracted the speed force from the Flash's suit and used it to give myself powers, I looked in the endless flow of time, and saw something that shattered everything I believed in. Reverse Flash lifted the helmet, flickering with fine threads of yellow lightning, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. I used to worship you more than anything. You could travel through time, yet you still held to your moral bottom line. I thought the fact that I could be born safely in the future was the best proof of your great self-discipline. However, it turns out you were just messing up the timeline again and again, then doing everything you could to fix it each time. The Earth still has a future only because you got lucky. Your so-called greatness is just you pulling off 1 in a billion odds again and again. A single impulsive change to the timeline could have wiped out humanity's future completely. If you can do it, then why can't I? Victor watched Reverse Flash basically perform this whole monologue alone at a dead man's helmet, then wiped the complicated expression off his face. As Reverse Flash's grin grew wide enough that even his constant vibrating couldn't hide it and broke into some strange villainous laugh, Victor raised his hand. Mr. Thawne. I don't think our problem here includes a villain origin speech. Reverse Flash paused and wiped the expression from his face. You have zero sense of epic atmosphere. I was just doing a bit of necessary emotional preparation before personally stepping into grand history. He scratched his head and found Reverse Flash's little habit kind of hard to understand. It might be just how people from the future felt and were unable to suppress their excitement about participating in historical moments. Then, do I need to introduce myself like that too? Victor clenched his fist and cleared his throat, summoning a look of world-weary depth in his eyes, and began. I come from a planet where conquest is glory. You don't need to. I already know your history by heart. Reverse Flash cut him off without mercy and redirected their attention to the Flash's helmet. Usually, it's very hard for Flashes from different universes to intersect. However, it isn't impossible. I said it to you before that every time the Flash tampers with time, there's an extremely high chance things get worse. Clearly, that madman who wanted to kill you wasn't lucky enough to fix things again. During one interference with the timeline, he probably accidentally created a world that was about to be completely destroyed, and that terrified him. He panicked and dove into the time stream to stop his past self, but the time paradox that would happen from doing that would erase the world that was created just because of his own selfish choice. Even if that world was already on the edge of collapse. But nature itself tries to save itself, and so does the universe. It didn't want to be wiped out by someone so careless. From a broad multiverse perspective, there just happened to be another Flash who barged into the tunnel constructed by the Speed Force. A madman who wanted to make things right but was actually causing destruction, and there was a fool who maybe didn't even have a plan and was just driven by feelings. At some moment, perhaps by the universe's own will, the two barriers of time and space, weakened by the Speed Force, overlapped and crashed into each other. The madman arrived here, and the fool ended up in that world that desperately wanted to save itself. Victor patiently listened to the explanation. In fact, the moment he saw the letter signed Thomas Wayne, Victor already kind of understood where that other Flash came from. The Flashpoint event. It was a really famous storyline, but it's hard to say if it was good or bad. Before that madman tried to fix his own mistake, Earth in that universe was probably right in the middle of Captain Atom blowing himself up. The Flashpoint Aquaman was nothing like the big, kind of dumb guy from this world. He was more like a tyrant who shared ORM's ideology. In the final stage of the event, Aquaman modified Captain Atom into an unstable bomb that continuously absorbed excess energy, supposedly powerful enough to trigger an apocalypse. If the Flash of this universe got dragged into a Flashpoint world on the verge of collapse, could he even still be alive right now? He glanced at Reverse Flash and quietly dismissed that thought. If this lunatic didn't have someone in reality to play house with, Reverse Flash definitely wouldn't be this calm right now. A world that's about to be destroyed pulled our Flash over there. What can they even do? What could they still have time to pull off? Reverse Flash held out the helmet he'd been squeezing in his hand and offered it to him. How fast destruction happens stops being a problem the moment they capture a young, naive speedster. As long as the apocalypse doesn't happen instantly, even if it's coming in the next hour or the next minute, they still have endless chances to try experiments, until they work him to death. If they succeed even once, they can open a door out of the apocalypse, into our world. This new world, where the Justice League has just fallen apart. Victor thought about that man who talked non-stop, who couldn't help fidgeting even while standing still. He imagined that slightly awkward, introverted speedster being conned, tricked, manipulated, or just outright strapped to an operating table surrounded by a group of lunatics terrified of the apocalypse. Victor frowned slightly. In the original timeline, how did this world stop the invasion? Reverse Flash's mouth twitched. Everything I just told you can be deduced and analyzed through technological means in this era. I merely sped up the process a little, but with a question like yours and directly asking for the answer, I can't answer that. The only thing I can tell you is this world cannot avoid a terrible war. It might not become a total disaster, but it will be a massive trauma for many people. And not just one war. Reverse Flash added that silently in his own mind. Victor looked slightly helplessly at the silent Rachel. He didn't want a war to break out in this world. It wasn't just that his vacation spot would get caught in the crossfire, but it was especially because that person, who could draw power from the wars of this world, would benefit. Of course, Victor's earlier glance at Rachel had only been a silent understanding between them, but some things were worth confirming twice. He extended a hand toward Rachel. She blinked, stepped forward, and let his fingers rest gently against her forehead. The two of them had a brief, private mental conversation, connected through the soul bond they had formed with each other not long ago. 600 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 58, Expedition. Back in that alley just now, I found the same kind of magical energy as the golden apple you once had in your hand, and on top of that, there was a second, unfamiliar magical energy I didn't recognize. Victor confirmed his suspicion and couldn't help feeling a bit irritated. Having two gods lurking in the shadows watching him at any moment was truly a headache. It seemed the divine realm had some way of predicting the future. Otherwise, why would Ares be so eagerly jumping in to get involved? All right. I guess I should tell the Justice League about this first. He said it like it didn't have anything to do with him. Reverse Flash was somewhat stunned because the men in front of him had been on the front lines resisting the invasion of the post-apocalyptic world in the original history before he completely fell out with the Justice League. After being completely unleashed, Emperor Victor only took a single day to wipe out every last invader. But back then, the Emperor had no interest in protecting anyone. The battle spread across dozens of cities, and countless people from this world were killed or wounded. The remaining Justice League members were furious about it, and the Emperor had actually started thinking about whether he should replace what was left of the broken Justice League entirely. After that, a mysterious powerhouse whom history couldn't even record descended. Emperor Victor didn't even have time to utter a single harsh word before he fled straight into the antimatter universe to hide. Victor rolled his shoulders to loosen them up. You can't do a superhero's job for free. This time, I'm definitely squeezing a huge sum of money out of Batman or Green Arrow. However, I need to explain just how serious the situation is. Otherwise, they'll never believe me. And on the bright side, among those desperate people, there have to be some really strong fighters who can give me a good workout. The kind who fight with wild, crazy desperation. Mr. Thawne, you should have a way to locate and travel to that world, right? How much time do I have to prepare? Reverse Flash blinked twice. He had to admit that watching the future Emperor, the one who had once chased him across the entire universe, and being this polite to him, it felt really, really satisfying. Keep it within 1 day. I'll take you there and bring you back with no problem. No need to bring me back. I'm afraid I won't make it back, and Batman should be able to handle that part anyway. Victor crouched down slightly, and Rachel skillfully hopped onto his back. She leaned close to his ear and complained quietly. I don't want to go. I wasn't planning to send you somewhere that dangerous. This time, you might even score an even higher grade stake from Batman. The two of them had their heads close together. Find a way to let Batman know about those two troublemaking Greek gods. Then Victor waved at Reverse Flash. Heading to Gotham. Want a ride? Reverse Flash silently assumed a running stance. No thanks. I'm scared you'd drop me from midair, and I'd splat to death. I'll run there myself. 10 minutes later. Victor looked disgruntled as Batman led the three of them into one of who knows how many Batcaves. After everything that happened that morning with all the Justice League members criticizing him, Batman didn't seem bothered at all. He was busy carefully adjusting a replica cosmic treadmill stored in this Batcave. You refused the first time Professor Prince offered to take me to any Batcave. So why do you have no problem with him being here? Victor gritted his teeth and pointed behind him at Reverse Flash, standing there with his arms crossed. Even Superman warned me multiple times to be careful around him. Have you lost your mind, Batman? Batman couldn't even be bothered to look up. He stayed completely focused on connecting the damaged helmet to draw out the leftover Speed Force energy to the cosmic treadmill. After he started writing a program on the computer, Batman calmly offered a short explanation. For a future college professor, as long as he's visited the museums a few times, how many Batcaves Gotham has right now probably won't be much of a secret. And if Gotham in the future no longer looks like this place might even become a tourist attraction that people visit again and again. Victor hadn't expected this gloomy old man to have ever imagined Gotham could have a better future. Or was that just a joke? Reverse Flash let out two mocking laughs through his buzzy static voice. If I read a bit more unofficial history books, I could probably name every one of Batman's ex-girlfriends too. But unfortunately, I'm only interested in the Flash. Until I bring that fool back, I won't be sticking my nose into anything else. This time, Batman finally looked back at Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash hesitated for a moment, then still averted his gaze. That first part was just a joke to lighten the mood. Afterward, the Batcave was finally quiet for a while. The only sound was the faint tapping of Batman's fingers on the keyboard. After dozens of minutes, Batman finally straightened up. Victor's gaze drifted down to Batman's lower back, hidden under his cape. This guy had been hunched over working for so long, he had to be dying to stretch his back or get a massage right about now. A normal person would already be in pain after hunching over to wash a few dishes, and this guy had been bent over working for more than half an hour. Batman calmly turned around and started tapping on the digital screen on his left forearm. Then Batman noticed Victor was looking at him from a kind of weird angle. Is something wrong? Nothing. Victor calmly withdrew his gaze. This guy really refuses to show any weakness. Batman went back to adjusting his data. I've written a program. As soon as Reverse Flash opens a portal to the other world even once, I can immediately begin analyzing the results and reconstruct the return route. Victor turned back and made a gesture to Reverse Flash. No time to waste, Professor Thawne. But just as Reverse Flash was about to step onto the cosmic treadmill, Batman spoke up and interrupted them both. I don't doubt that part of your reason for going includes saving the Flash. But I also don't doubt you'll go on a killing spree in that world. As far as the safety of our world is concerned, the other world means very little to you. Even though he said you'll, Batman was clearly only staring at Victor when he said that second part. Reverse Flash had shown up earlier than Victor, and far more times too, so Batman had already figured out Reverse Flash's personality to at least 90% accuracy. As for what Reverse Flash would do on this trip to another world, Batman could already guess. It would basically just be saving the Flash and then spending the rest of the time mocking and insulting him. That kind of psychological damage and trauma, but Flash could probably handle it. However, Victor, ever since he started taking off his mask, and without someone there to keep him in check, he was basically a killing machine. He just didn't enjoy endless conquest and slaughter for its own sake, but toward those who posed a threat to him, especially those outsiders who weren't innocent or good. Victor would become exactly what a conqueror he was meant to be. Batman had even noticed that, at some point, Victor had started to think of himself as a human in his daily life. While he was perfectly protecting Metropolis, Victor used extremely brutal methods to show those Yellow Lanterns what real fear looked like. The footage of what he did to the Yellow Lantern Corps in Metropolis just a little while ago had already been saved and backed up in the Batcave. Victor spread his hands innocently. They were going to invade us. Batman lowered his arm after shutting off the display on his forearm. Then let them fend for themselves. Taking our flashback will also give those desperate survivors a kind of hopelessness that's very hard to accept. So IVE contacted a Justice League member to go with you and to make sure things don't get out of hand. A big, muscular guy in a red suit came swaying out of the shadows behind Batman, wearing headphones and bobbing his head to some music. As Shazam was rolling his neck to the rhythm, he spotted the two people staring quietly at him. He awkwardly froze mid-dance, pulled off his headphones, and first put on a sad face. I'm really upset about what happened this morning. Usually when I'm sad, I need some music to cheer myself up. However, the trace of sadness was instantly tossed to the back of his mind. Shazam pumped his fist with a fired-up grin. But that doesn't change the fact that we're about to go on an incredibly cool interdimensional adventure to another world. Batman already filled me in when he called me. 600 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 59, Monster. Absolutely not. Victor completely skipped over Shazam and looked straight at Batman, raising both hands and making a crossed X gesture. The excitement on Shazam's face froze instantly and was replaced by annoyance. Lately, he'd been ignored by all sorts of people far too many times, and it had seriously gotten on his nerves. Hey! Hey, look over here! Shazam flashed right in front of Victor, snapped his fingers twice quickly, then waved his hand back and forth. Dude, I know you're strong, but why do you keep ignoring me just like everyone else? You're not doing some kind of big guy discrimination thing, are you? Shazam's huge hand kept waving right in front of Victor's face, and he had no choice but to look at him. A hint of helplessness appeared in Victor's expression. Reverse Flash clearly knew Shazam's full story, and he just stood off to the side with his hands on his hips, watching the show. We're going to a world that is about to be completely destroyed, to face a bunch of absolutely, utterly desperate and lunatics who will do anything just to survive. Victor tried to describe just how serious the situation was, hoping Shazam would realize it was too dangerous and back off. You're a superhero. You've only ever dealt with criminals and supervillains. But you've never seen how much power a whole civilization can squeeze out right before it dies. You have no idea what kinds of methods they're willing to use to survive, things you couldn't even imagine in your entire lifetime. When you stop a criminal, they only lose their freedom for a while. When you take down supervillains, you only force them to pause in carrying out their insane plans. But where we're going next? We'll be facing the last survivors of a civilization who have absolutely nothing left to lose unless they fight everything they have, or die forever. He stepped forward and poked his finger right into the lightning symbol on Shazam's chest. The crackling magical lightning reacted violently and fiercely in response, but Victor acted like he didn't feel a thing. However, Victor didn't feel a thing at all. Shazam's expression went a little blank. Even though he was taller than Victor and about 3 times as wide, the pressure coming off Victor forced him to stumble back several steps. That place is a parallel universe. What if you see the person you love most in this world, or even another version of yourself? They might be on the opposite side from us. And to stop you from saving the Flash and to stop you from taking what little hope they have left, they raise their weapons and charge at you. Can you strike them? Can you summon your magic lightning against them, or your own face? Shazam's mouth opened and closed dryly. He stared blankly at him, then glanced toward Reverse Flash. Victor could tell at a glance that Shazam was still trying to argue and wanted to throw the same question at him and Reverse Flash. What are you trying to say? Victor asked with a cold laugh, spreading both hands and pointing first at himself, then at Reverse Flash. An outsider and a man from the future. We can attack them without any hesitation whatsoever. Just as Victor thought he'd completely persuaded Shazam, a strange clarity flickered in the big guy's eyes. Then maybe that's exactly why Batman called me over, to stop you two from just destroying that entire world because it's the easiest way to get what you want. Victor was stunned and looked over at Batman with genuine confusion. Batman's deep voice echoed through the cave. I said it from the beginning. I'm here to make sure to prevent you from wiping out that world just to reach your goal. Initially, Victor almost couldn't stop himself from swearing. What Batman said was completely absurd. In the face of a survival crisis between 2 worlds, how could this man be so soft-hearted? Then Victor thought of a terrifying possibility. After a brief hesitation, Victor reached into his jacket and pulled out the letter he had been planning to delay for a few more days before handing it over. How many surveillance devices did you install in Metropolis? Batman remained silent, but his gaze finally locked firmly onto the envelope. Victor swore this was the first time he had ever seen this man lose composure like this. He held the envelope in his fingers. 1,000 complicated feelings and questions swirled through his mind, and in the end, they all came out as one quiet, silent sigh. He handed the envelope to Bruce. You knew that world had your father and mother, and you still agreed to let me and Reverse Flash go there to take the Flash. Batman silently took the letter. Then, Batman reached into his suit and pulled out a brand new envelope, handing it to him along with 4 devices shaped like wristwatches. Initially, I only considered it as a possibility until I saw you receive this letter. And yes, these are locator devices that carry signals linked to this world. If any of you end up in a truly hopeless situation, you can activate your own locator device first, and I will pull you back directly. So you're not being soft-hearted, you're a lunatic who's like a million times more messed up than me. Victor tucked the envelope from Bruce safely inside his jacket, held the 4 watch devices in his hand, and then took 2 steps back. Seriously. Bruce was personally sending 2 killers into a world where his parents, whom he had wanted back his whole life, were still alive. Even if they were just alternate versions. He couldn't imagine himself ever being able to do something like that. He turned around and looked at Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash's expression was unreadable. He just silently mouthed a single word at him. Monster. Surprisingly, Batman's voice came from behind Victor and was quiet enough that only super hearing could barely catch it. Bring the Flash back, but don't destroy that world ahead of time. Can you do that? This time, Viktor stayed silent for a very long while. Saving the Flash and completely destroying that world didn't really seem all that different to me. Fine, but let me make this clear first. If Shazam insists on coming along and ends up holding us back in any way, I won't hesitate to abandon him. Shazam's voice came back quickly. I'm already ready. He clicked his tongue and tossed one of the wristwatch-like devices to Shazam. Reverse Flash finally stepped onto the cosmic treadmill. As the Reverse Flash sprinted, red lightning began to flash again and again, illuminating the Batcave so thoroughly that every detail stood out. Viktor's eyes drifted, looking around the space without really focusing on anything. After his gaze briefly passed over Batman and saw him still gripping the envelope covered in blood tightly, Viktor suddenly felt something he'd never felt toward this ordinary man before. Then a portal appeared in the center where all the energy was gathering, torn open by the Speed Force, like a doorway to another world. They waited until the portal fully stabilized. Once the portal fully stabilized, the Batcave's energy systems took over to keep it open, and Reverse Flash instantly jumped off the cosmic treadmill. Viktor tossed out the second watch device. Shazam's tone shifted back to his usual big, optimistic self as he patted Viktor on the shoulder. Let's go. Before he silently stepped through the portal, Viktor couldn't help but ask one final question to Batman, who stood there like a statue. You know that if you replaced me with basically anyone else, they'd only focus on completing the mission to bring the Flash back. Sending Shazam to keep an eye on me is completely pointless. But only you could bring the Flash back from that world without a single moment of hesitation. Even if an entire planet knelt and begged you, you still wouldn't soften up even the tiniest bit. Batman's voice was cold. The other members let their emotions get in the way, and that could end up causing unnecessary risk and damage to our world. 600 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 60, Desolation. A dark, gloomy street. The street lamps on the side of the road were rusty from years without any repairs, and even the glass covers at the very top had been smashed by something. The tall buildings flickered bright neon colors. The Gotham vibe here is very cyberpunk, huh? He stepped through puddles of old, dirty water that had been sitting there who knows how long, and looked left and right with a slightly confused expression. Shazam. Thawne. No one answered him. Logically, Batman's technology shouldn't have had this kind of weird problem. The three of them seemed to have been transported to different places. Viktor shot up into the sky. The cold night wind swept across his face as he squinted and looked around in every direction. No. This Gotham was almost like an empty city, and there wasn't a single person everywhere he looked. Even in the distant district, where red, orange, blue, and purple neon lights flashed in dazzling patterns, Viktor still couldn't hear any human voices at all. He said, almost empty because, the very next second, dozens of red laser dots aimed right at him. Looks like this world was well prepared for our arrival. Viktor clicked his tongue. The Flash's situation was probably a whole lot worse than any of them had imagined. The hissing sound of launchers firing came from every direction at once, and hundreds of missiles howled through the night sky. The non-stop explosions swallowed Viktor in a thick ball of blazing fire. After the fire finally dissipated, Viktor looked at the thick smoke around him, flickering with tiny green dust. He stared at the barely visible green crystal particles sitting in his palm. After a brief silence, Viktor let out 2 dry chuckles. You even extracted intel about our world from that poor Flash's brain. You even used missiles mixed with kryptonite powder, because you saw me flying, you immediately switched to attacks designed for Superman. Shazam wasn't by his side, and this world was far too bizarre at the moment. That meant Viktor didn't need to hold back anymore. He crouched slightly and stared up at the night sky above Gotham. The air was so smoky and dirty that a single star couldn't be seen. He planted his feet firmly on the ground beneath him and pushed off with both feet. Boom. 2 sonic booms exploded in the air, and in an instant, he shot tens of thousands of meters into the air. 3 seconds later, a meteor came down burning with deadly red-orange light from the intense friction of the air, carrying unstoppable force, and slammed directly into the very middle of Gotham City. For just a moment, everything in the world seemed to freeze completely still. Then the entire city lurched upward, like it had been punched from below. After a few moments, the ground finally started shaking. An enormous earthquake and a giant shockwave smashed everything into dust. Inside the massive cloud of smoke shooting up into the sky, Viktor looked down and scanned the area carefully. After checking and realizing there were no survivors, Viktor calmly lifted his eyes and quickly figured out which direction to go. The next destination, Metropolis. This city had clearly already been ravaged by the forces of Atlantis and Themyscira, and more than half of it was already ruined. There was only a little bit of resistance left. The forces hiding in the corners and alleyways couldn't even manage to fire a single missile. Luckily, a group of soldiers in military uniforms appeared with their eyes carrying a calm look of people ready to die. Following the commands of someone who was clearly the officer in charge, 1,000 guns aimed up at Viktor in the air. Bang. 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 He glanced down at the sparks bouncing off his body. He didn't immediately wipe out the city this time, and only half of its buildings still stood intact. Instead, Viktor slowly descended until he hovered just 2 or 3 meters above the ground. He floated above a soldier crouching behind an overturned car covered in layers of dust, and looked down at him from above. The soldier's face was covered in what might have been camouflage paint or just the dirt of living in an apocalyptic world. It was impossible to tell. The soldier's lips were so dry they were cracked and bleeding, and his eyes shone with strong belief, but there wasn't a trace of fear visible anywhere under all that paint. He simply kept his rifle steady. The barrel trembled slightly, but every single bullet stayed aimed directly at Viktor's head. He reached out, snatched the weapon, and crushed it into a lump of scrap metal. The soldier instantly drew the tactical pistol at his waist. Bang. He only managed to pull the trigger for a second before Viktor closed in, lifted him up, and casually slammed him into the ground, turning him into a smear like street graffiti. The figure locked under the crossfire vanished instantly, and several rapid flashes followed, with sharp crackling bursts echoing one after another. The last of the gunfire in Metropolis went completely silent. Then, Viktor landed right in front of the commanding officer, whose arm was still frozen halfway in the air. The officer slowly lowered his arm. He stared at Viktor, then pulled a knife from his waist with tiny beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, but he held the tip of the knife pointed steadily at Viktor without a single hesitation. Viktor felt like just slaughtering his way through everyone like this wasn't going to get him any useful information at all. You seem to hold a high position. If you're the commander officer, you probably know more than the average soldier, right? The officer forced out a stiff smile. All I know is that this world will survive. Viktor had expected that kind of attitude, but an ordinary human being really shouldn't have this kind of unbreakable will. The sound of bones snapping over and over echoed through the city, along with screams of pain that no one could hold back. After 200 distinct cracks of shattered bone, Viktor was covered in blood and flew out of Metropolis, thinking. Why were so few people deployed in cities that should have been fairly important? No matter how well hidden they were, the destruction Viktor was causing should have drawn out those who were desperate to live to come out. It would also help him find Shazam and Reverse Flash who had landed somewhere unknown. At an altitude of about 100 meters above the ground, Viktor entered a semi-warp state. At about 100 meters above ground, Viktor entered a half-warp state, and his figure became a blur of light as he began streaking back and forth across the entire planet at incredible speed. A huge, burning hot blast balls followed and kept exploding in different cities, leaving behind deep scorched craters of burnt earth. But after about half an hour of tearing up the planet, Viktor stopped, looking seriously creeped out. He looked up and shot straight out of the atmosphere, staring down at the Earth with roughly 1/7 of its cities now destroyed, glowing faintly in white light. There was no screams, no resistance, and no trace of Captain Atom detonating himself. Moreover, Viktor still hadn't run into Shazam or Reverse Flash. He looked back at outer space with a feeling of uneasy suspicion. In a world-ending war like this, Earth shouldn't have the kind of space technology that could evacuate billions of refugees all at once. He seemed to have figured out what kind of approach those desperate lunatics had come up with. They're using the Flash's speed force to keep splitting the Flashpoint world's timeline over and over. This is bad, really bad. How am I supposed to find the entire organization hiding inside one specific timeline? 600 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 61, Erasure. Viktor hadn't expected that he would be the first one to activate his locator device and get pulled back. After he appeared in the Batcave with a look of helpless resignation, the letter was nowhere to be seen in Batman's hands. He was focused intently on the data displayed across the Batcomputer's screens. Before Viktor could even begin explaining the situation, Shazam came tumbling out of a portal that snapped open in an instant, covered in several deep cuts all over his body. Shazam's eyes still clearly showed he hadn't fully recovered from the shock. He raised his hand and pressed it against the bleeding gash on his neck. The magical lightning crackled constantly around his body in response to his emotions. Viktor walked over and extended a hand toward Shazam. The other man grabbed his arm with a slight trembling. Looking at the cuts on Shazam's body, Viktor immediately recognized the pattern. Wonder Woman. Yes. Yes. Using Viktor's supporting grip to help himself up, Shazam pulled himself up off the ground. There was still a trace of fear in his expression, but the safety of the environment was gradually allowing him to settle down. The wounds began closing at a visible rate. That was insane. I've never seen that kind of aggressive killing intent in Diana's eyes before. Shazam stood up and looked down to check the spots where he'd been injured moments ago. Then he seemed to remember some additional details. But there was something weird. Over there, I got surrounded by a lunatic Wonder Woman and a whole group of Amazon warriors. While I was trying to talk to them, I flew around dodging them and moved to other cities, but I didn't see a single person anywhere. Shazam clearly hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Once his wounds had completely closed, he raised his hand and patted down his hair, which had gotten completely messed up from the battle. Viktor raised an eyebrow and finished Shazam's thought. Except for the group that was waiting to ambush you right where you landed, the entire rest of the Earth had no other human beings on it at all. Shazam stood there blankly, trying to remember. Now that you mention it, yeah, it did feel that way. I didn't get the chance to check multiple cities before those lunatics who were dead set on killing me caught up with me pretty fast. A look of understanding appeared in Viktor's eyes. And then you activated your locator. No. Shazam's expression became complicated when he heard the slightly teasing tone in Viktor's voice. The fighting was too intense. They were completely focused on killing me, and I never even had a chance to pull out the locator. Viktor gave him a look like he was watching a complete idiot, and raised his left hand to show the locator strapped to his wrist. Was the situation really that intense? How long does it take to just tap the back of your hand? This is a precision device that can travel between worlds and get home. Shazam shot back without even thinking. There's no way I'd just wear it on my wrist like that. Obviously, I kept it somewhere safe on my body. If I hadn't been so worried about breaking the locator during the fight, I would have knocked those crazy ladies out a long time ago. A flicker of puzzlement crossed Viktor's eyes. How was Shazam able to hold his own and potentially win against the Flashpoint Wonder Woman while simultaneously being surrounded by a group of Amazon warriors? Even though he had considered that between different universes, even the same person could have different power levels without any extra factors involved. In the movie, the Flashpoint Shazam, who was made up of several kids merged together, was supposed to have been instantly killed by the Flashpoint Wonder Woman. Batman's voice suddenly came through, interrupting Viktor's thoughts. The situation is worse than anticipated. Based on the feedback data collected by the locators, it looks like you were all scattered into different timelines. Shazam turned to look at Batman, and the shock on his face was impossible to hide. Different timelines. How did they even do that? Regardless of how they did it, it means they are draining the Flash's power without any limits. There was urgency running beneath Batman's words. We want to rescue him quickly, and they've come up with this method to deliberately drag out the time and slow us down. In a situation like this, no matter how many people we send, except for a speedster who can freely travel between different timelines, everyone else would have to keep jumping into their world over and over until someone finds the right timeline. And our world speedster is already in their hands. Though they may not have even considered that we still have a reverse Flash. Shazam stood there with his mouth wide open for a moment. Then, finally, the nervous and scared expression that Viktor had been waiting to see earlier slowly appeared on his face. Shazam's face fell into a look of visible distress. He held both hands up in front of him to show he really did not want to do this. So what you're saying is, the next time I go in, there's a chance I run into those lunatics again. Or possibly a Superman who's actually willing to kill. Shazam imagined another version of Superman who was bold enough to go toe-to-toe with Zeus. After a long moment of muttering to himself, he couldn't hold back a single helpless exclamation. Oh my God. How are we supposed to fight that? Viktor shook his head and disagreed with what Shazam said. No. In fact, I stayed in that world all the way until it completely destroyed itself before I activated my locator to come back. From the moment I entered, the entire world began to fade, like someone erasing a drawing with an eraser. There might be a small difference between timelines, but it shouldn't be too far off. There's no way the Flash has enough energy to keep powering an endless number of permanently existing timeline universes. Batman agreed with Viktor's assessment and simultaneously delivered a conclusion that Shazam found difficult to accept. You knocked out the Wonder Woman and the Amazon warriors in that world, but they'll just be erased along with that temporary timeline when it disappears. Whoever came up with this idea and convinced their entire world to go along with this plan to stall us from rescuing the Flash is both incredibly cruel and incredibly arrogant. Viktor looked at Shazam, who had gone completely blank, and let out a sigh. I told you they were fighting for survival. They'll use absolutely any method available to them. Viktor understood the difficulty of this more than anyone. Back when the Viltrum were invading planet after planet, some civilizations that appeared to have absolutely no capacity for resistance still managed to fight back, pull off miracles in their last stand, and kill off a few Viltrumites before the end. That was the final roar of a civilization that refused to just quietly disappear. And this was the DC universe on top of that. There were countless people here who could suddenly explode with power at the most critical moment. So are you going back in? If you lose, they take your locator device, and the people waiting in ambush in that timeline win their chance to survive and cross over to our world. If you win, they simply die. That's all. He watched as Shazam stood there in silence and then turned his gaze toward Batman. Is there a way to actively control which point in time we enter that world? In theory, their real main force should be hiding in the timeline furthest away from the apocalypse. Batman turned back to the computer screen, tapped a few keys, and then his deep voice was especially heavy and serious. How many temporary timelines they've split off is unknown. Even the timeline furthest from the apocalypse could have a margin of error of a few seconds more or less. It might even be completely the opposite of what you figured out. If that person is arrogant enough, and on top of that, they should also have technology to interfere with us from their side. I've already contacted Oracle and Cyborg to provide remote technical assistance. Until then, you'll still need to go in yourself to explore and gather more information about them. The Flash might not be able to hold on much longer. From the moment Batman shook his head, Victor had already moved to stand at the spot where the portal had opened before. The moment Batman finished speaking, the portal opened immediately, and Victor stepped straight through without hesitation. This time, there was only one person in sight. A person who was nothing but skin and bones while floating in midair with a black Kryptonian suit. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 62, Sacrifice. It seemed that Shazam didn't have to worry about meeting the Flashpoint Superman. That is assuming Shazam could still find enough courage to step back into the fight again. Victor slowly flew upward into the sky, stopping only when he reached the same altitude as Flashpoint Superman, who looked pale and sick. Flashpoint Superman's gaze lingered on the locator in Victor's left hand for a moment, and an unmistakable desire showed in his eyes. But then his brow furrowed slightly. He smelled blood, very fresh blood. Noticing that this Superman hadn't immediately attacked like the soldiers before, Victor tried talking to him to see if he could get some useful information out of him directly. We don't actually have to fight to the death here. If you're willing to give me more information, I have another locator device right here. Flashpoint Superman was so thin his bone structure was beginning to show. He looked at Victor, was silent for a moment, and simply shook his head. I don't even trust the people of this world. Why would I trust someone from another world? Victor frowned. It made sense that the Flashpoint Superman would be suspicious to everyone. After all, in this world, the moment the Superman arrived on Earth, he was locked up by the US military and spent decades in underground labs and prisons without ever seeing sunlight. Then why would you willingly come to this place that is destined to be destroyed? If none of us had randomly entered this timeline, you would just die here. Superman didn't answer right away. He simply turned and looked at the sunset sinking below the horizon. After he turned back, Superman's eyes were filled with a deep longing for freedom and a trace of pity. Then those complex emotions were swallowed by a flash of red light. If you can take my hope from me with your own hands, then I'll answer your question. Victor's expression became serious, and he quickly flew backward. This was his first time fighting Superman. Even though he roughly knew what abilities Superman had, Victor had never experienced them in real combat. But the heat vision caught up to Victor even faster than he moved. A burning sensation hit his chest, and a red beam of light blasted him straight into the building behind him. After being pushed by the incredible force of the heat vision, Victor crashed through several buildings one after another before finally twisting his body sideways to dodge out of the beam. He then exploded and charged straight at Superman. Superman, who had clearly barely ever used his heat vision before, kept firing it continuously. After sensing Victor closing in rapidly, he hurriedly shut his eyes, curled his whole body up, and made a very clumsy defensive pose. Then Victor grabbed Superman by the hair with one hand and delivered a devastating gut punch with the other. Superman let out a miserable cry. Victor showed no mercy, holding Superman in place and hitting every weak point in his defense. Superman screamed incredibly loudly as he got beaten continuously. Having never actually fought before, Superman wailed, and without even remembering he could fight back, Superman just wildly swung his arms in completely random punches. These completely random attacks didn't even graze Victor. In his frantic panic, Superman opened his mouth to unleash a freeze breath, but Victor had already seen it coming and slammed his palm hard up into Superman's chin, making his teeth crash together. Afterwards, Superman's head was rattling from the impact, and Victor grabbed him and drove him straight down from the sky into the ground. He picked Superman up by the collar and stood him up with his brow tightly furrowed. He hadn't gotten any kind of equal fight out of this at all. Even though Superman's physical strength was just barely enough to break through Victor's defenses at minimum, this Superman had clearly never been in a single fight in his life. The decades of imprisonment had left even his basic movement looking incredibly weak. You're no match for me. Tell me what you know. Otherwise, not only will I beat you to death, but every last one of your resistance soldiers scattered across the different timelines will die by my hands. He paused his attack and tried once more to persuade Superman. Surprisingly, Superman actually forced himself to stop screaming at those words. Suddenly, Superman grabbed Victor's arm and pulled himself free, even ripping out his own hair and scalp in the process. Victor couldn't understand this Superman's behavior at all. You were abused by the humans of this world. Why are you fighting this hard for them? If your world is full of people like you. Superman clenched his fists again, staring at Victor with eyes full of rage. Then there's no way I'm telling you anything. A completely unreasonable stubbornness. Just as Viktor was about to raise his fist again, a bolt of red lightning tore through the temporal barrier and appeared right next to the deep crater Viktor had just smashed Superman into. Reverse Flash came to a stop and looked emotionlessly at the Superman in the crater and at Viktor. You still have time to slowly trade punches with the Superman. Viktor lowered his fist helplessly. I was trying to get more information, but he won't say anything. Flashpoint Superman turned back with visible shock. The moment he saw Reverse Flash, his whole body started trembling, and his voice came out filled with pain. How do you people still have another speedster? Before the words even finished leaving his mouth, Superman's eyes suddenly flared with red light again. Viktor's eyes flashed with sudden understanding, and he finally got a useful piece of information. He charged forward and shoved him back down into the crater before he could sneak attack Reverse Flash with his heat vision. The soil and stone in the crater were scorched into glowing orange lava by the heat vision. Superman struggled furiously, and his thin head twisted wildly in the flowing lava. Ignoring the spatters of lava landing on his arms, Viktor held Superman down with all his weight and looked up at Reverse Flash. Did you get anything useful on your end? After I noticed the timeline had been split, I figured those survivors might be hiding in the timeline furthest away from the moment of destruction. I then avoided all enemies in every timeline and kept running and searching toward the furthest timelines. Reverse Flash's static-filled voice carried a tone of genuine surprise. However, I was wrong. They didn't choose to hide in the safest timelines. Reverse Flash reached out his hand toward him. We can't waste any more time. We have to keep moving toward the timelines on the verge of destruction right now. After hearing those words, Superman suddenly roared and exploded with a burst of power that Viktor hadn't expected at all. He tore free from Viktor's grip, destroyed an entire street, and shot up into the sky at full speed. Don't worry about him. Completely beating a weakened Superman to death is just a waste of time. Reverse Flash blinked instantly to Viktor's side and grabbed his shoulder. Suddenly, Cyborg's voice came through both of their earpieces. No, stop him. Now. There was no time to wonder how the cross-dimensional communication technology had been figured out. Viktor launched straight up into the sky and chased after Superman. Even though the two of them closed the distance fast, Superman still broke through the atmosphere a step ahead. Using his bioelectric field as a way to send his voice through the vacuum of space, Superman screamed with everything he had into the emptiness. Luthor. They have another speedster. A massive satellite with some kind of cutting-edge stealth technology slowly rotated in orbit. The layered deflector panels distorting around it looked like a tiny, blurry patch of static floating outside the empty Earth. I see. Thank you. An unfamiliar voice accompanied the sound of vibration. Then, just as Viktor grabbed Superman by the shoulder, a blinding white explosion swallowed everything. After a few moments, Viktor descended from the sky, smoke rising from his entire body, with the now completely dead Superman in his arms. The satellite explosion hadn't hurt him, but the name they had just heard made everyone uneasy. 1200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 63, Flashpoint. Flashpoint World. After the war between Atlantis, Themyscira, and the humans who were dragged into this conflict, the Earth was left devastated and in ruins. Looking down from outer space, a pure, glowing white ball of light, roughly 1/15 the size of the Earth, slowly expanding outward like a cancerous tumor growing on its host. The edge of the glowing ball touched the Earth's surface, and there was a ring of bottomless cliffs dropping down into pure darkness. The shockwaves and gravitational fields continued to tear at the ground and rocks along the edge of those cliffs. The lava churned and roared without stopping, and the smell of scorched earth. Yet even this hellish landscape could not escape being mercilessly consumed by the ever-expanding gravitational field until it too became part of the glowing ball of destruction. The high-energy particles had already penetrated to the Earth's core. In just 5 more seconds, the entire planet would be torn apart completely by that world-ending orb of light. Not far from the glowing ball of destruction, a tall tower-like device was shooting a golden beam of light straight up into the sky, completely non-stop. At over 1,000 meters above the ground, the beam spread out and became a massive golden magnetic field covering an area of tens of thousands of miles in every direction. Inside this magnetic field, the flow of time had been accelerated to over 12,000 times its normal rate. To those inside the magnetic field, the expanding orb outside appeared perfectly motionless, standing silently in the distance beyond 1,000 meters, its blinding white radiance blotting out the sky. The difference of more than 10,000 times in the flow of time gave the survivors inside the magnetic field 15 hours for their final struggle. Moreover, the one who had single-handedly built this entire magnetic field was none other than the Flashpoint World's Lex Luthor. Lex had just detonated the super satellite in the timeline where Superman had been, but in doing so, completely lost the surveillance feed from that timeline. But for Luthor, the final words shouted by Superman had already provided enough information. Because during the apocalyptic war, the Kryptonian prisoner that Batman had released had single-handedly and effortlessly interrupted the life-and-death battle between the Amazon Queen and the King of Atlantis. Luthor had originally assumed that even if the other world possessed a group of capable superhumans, their strongest member would be roughly on par with that Kryptonian prisoner. But from Clark's final desperate scream, Luthor now knew that Clark had been completely defeated without being able to put up almost any resistance at all. Clark had barely even managed to escape to the upper atmosphere just to pass on that one message. So without hesitation, Luthor had detonated the super satellite, hoping to catch that unknown enemy from another world off guard. Luthor's prominent brow hid the deep emotions in his eyes, but the white-knuckled grip on his chair's armrests and tightening across the back of his hands made it clear that he wasn't nearly as calm inside as he appeared. Luthor's life had never gone smoothly. In a world full of superhumans doing whatever they pleased, Luthor had spent his entire life quietly building up his strength through wealth and intelligence. As the owner of LexCorp, a billionaire whose fortune rivaled that of Wayne Enterprises, he lived an even lower-profile life than Thomas Wayne. He had spent years collecting data on every powerful superhuman and non-human, advancing technology, stockpiling weapons, and dreaming of one day taking down all those annoying superhumans in one single strike. But just when Luthor was on the verge of success, Atlantis and Themyscira went to war with each other. The spreading flames of battle destroyed several human cities, and humanity had no choice but to fight back. In the very short time before Luthor could turn all his resources into an actual force against the superhumans, the war exploded into something large enough to bring about the apocalypse. By the time Luthor rushed to the center of the apocalyptic battlefield with his team, the tyrant Aquaman had already been defeated by Superman and, consumed by bitter hatred, had activated his doomsday bomb designed to drag the entire world down with him. At that point, the world had roughly half a day left to live. Looking at the glowing orb, which at that point could only cover one city, Luthor hadn't felt particularly hopeless. He believed he had prepared more than enough. Even with only half a day left, Luthor figured that was plenty of time to deal with the doomsday bomb within a safe margin. Luthor quietly took his team and rescued the barely alive Batman. He knew Batman's true identity was Thomas Wayne of Gotham City. He had intended to work alongside Thomas to solve the doomsday ball of light together and then rebuild a new world no longer ruled by superhumans doing whatever they wanted. But Thomas, who had already made peace with dying, gave Luthor an answer that was completely impossible to accept. The doomsday ball of light that had driven every ordinary person in the world to despair was not actually the biggest problem, as Luthor had assumed. Our timeline is wrong. A normal world is coming, a world where my son is still alive. Seeing Thomas's smile in his final moment of clarity, Luthor snapped for the first time in his life. The man who had always prided himself on being a gentleman raised his fists for the first time. What do you mean, a normal world? What about us? What about the rest of the U.S.? After venting his emotions, Luthor regained his composure. He pulled the handkerchief from his chest pocket and wiped at the blood, staring coldly at the barely breathing Thomas Wayne. Luthor's gaze had never been this cold before. He ordered his people to take Thomas away and keep him alive. The normal world will be a world personally saved and built by me, Lex Luthor. For the rest of that half-day, Luthor had no time to think about dismantling the doomsday bomb anymore. How to save the timeline while preserving everything he had was the problem he needed to solve first. But fortunately, fate hadn't entirely turned against him. It sent him a simple, naive speedster from a parallel world. Luthor rose from his seat and watched the Flash with a mind control device, metal tubes connecting to his body pumping in high-energy nutrients and extracting speed force energy, running endlessly inside a giant hamster wheel with no stopping ever. Eve. A woman with a neat bun hairstyle and a crisp white secretary suit walked briskly over. Boss. I need to step out for a moment. Luthor gestured toward the Flash running endlessly in the hamster wheel. Keep a close eye on his vital signs for me. Don't let any of his readings drop below the critical level. Eve glanced at the tablet in her hand, looked back up with a perfectly professional smile. Of course, boss. Luthor nodded, casually smoothed his suit jacket, and stepped out of the underground office constructed from specialized metal alloys. He intended to use the speed force to locate another timeline where he could retain all of his current existing memories, wealth, and everything he had. But Luthor quickly discovered the problem. The speedster simply couldn't survive having that much energy drained out of him at that scale. After all, the energy required just to maintain the accelerating magnetic field was already an astronomical amount of energy. Luthor swiftly began working on a second plan, which was to take every last bit of armed force he had left and fight his way straight into another world. He used certain methods to read the speedster's memories, hoping to gather information about the enemy first. What he found was a pile of things he couldn't make sense of. In this speedster's world, a portion of individuals with superpowers were referred to as superheroes. Even though Luthor had nothing but disgust for that word, he had to consider one important question. This speedster called the Flash had teammates back in his world. There was a very good chance those teammates would notice the Flash was missing and would come rescue him. At the time, the Kryptonian prisoner who called himself Clark had even suggested to Luther that they simply reach out directly to the other world and ask for help. Luther, of course, completely dismissed this suggestion and pointed to the superhumans of their world and the human military that had locked Clark up for decades as examples. Human nature is cruel. If most of the superhumans in our own world are like this, how could you possibly trust people from another world? Clark fell silent. But what if they come to rescue him anyway? After that, Luther quickly came up with a new plan. He split the timeline into multiple branches to prevent the other side from traveling directly to their own timeline. Then, Luther sends most of the other superhumans and military forces of this world into different temporary timelines. Especially the incredibly hot-headed Amazon Queen. In order to successfully control her, Luther used a swarm of nanobugs that could slowly eat away at brain tissue. Clark alone was a different matter. Luther had never seen an alien who had been locked up and imprisoned, subjected to all kinds of cruel experiments and surgeries for decades, and still somehow held kindness toward this world and hope toward other worlds. However, Clark voluntarily stepped forward, asked Luther to let him go, and stepped onto the timeline-splitting device himself. Luther tried to hold him back. "You're the last chance this base has for any kind of armed resistance. No. If they truly break through all of your layers of defenses and reach this place, then the only real chance left depends entirely on what kind of people they are." Clark told Luther he would go ahead and observe. If the people coming were truly a group of justice-minded superheroes, then Luther would completely reconsider the plan of asking the other world for help. Of course, as things turned out, Clark had failed. The people sent from the other world didn't just include one completely unexpected speedster. There was also a terrifying superhuman capable of crushing Clark without effort. Otherwise, Clark's final desperate cry to transmit information would not have sounded so hopeless. Luther walked to a corner of the base that was covered by the magnetic field. Even though Luther was seen as the savior who had gathered all the last survivors in the world together, and had absolute authority over every survivor in the base who depended on him, this one person was different. Luther couldn't figure her out and didn't really want to deal with her. But the current situation no longer allowed his personal preferences to influence his decisions. A short purple women's blazer draped over her shoulders with messy, curly green hair. A grotesque scar stretched outward from the corners of her mouth with messy, randomly crossed stitches holding them together. She was crouching on the ground, her face deathly pale, and seemed to have spotted Luther from far away. She stood and began clapping and laughing as she walked toward him. "Oh, look who it is. My great benefactor." The cuff of Luther's sleeve shifted slightly, and a tiny pocket pistol dropped into his palm. He pointed the gun straight at the woman. "Stay back, Joker." Ooh, what's the matter, Luther? I don't have any of those superpowers you hate so much." The Joker raised both her hands, and she stopped walking. Her fingers danced through the air as if tapping an invisible keyboard. Luther's gaze was caught for just an instant. His brow tightened sharply, and he pressed his index finger straight against the trigger. "What are you doing?" The Joker let out two eerie laughs. "I'm playing the Croatian Rhapsody. No piano, but with things this exciting, thrilling, you've got to pair it with something classy." Luther kept his eyes fixed on her. "Things this exciting, huh? So it seems you already know why I've come to find you." Of course, but I have one condition." The Joker's smile faded just a little. "I know you have Batman. Help me keep those people from the other world occupied, and you give Batman to me." Luther's brow furrowed. To be honest, even now, he hadn't given up on the idea of getting his revenge on Thomas. It was the first time in his life that he had felt hatred to go completely mad, and yet he had still held himself back from killing Thomas. It's because he had been saving that moment for after he successfully built his new world, and could stand on Thomas's face and tell him, "Your son is gone. The normal world you imagined will never come. This world belongs to Lex Luthor." But in the end, Luthor agreed to the Joker's demand. The two of them made their way to the timeline fracturing device. "When they enter our world again, I'll use a pre-designed program algorithm to scatter all of them across different timelines. But the one with the strongest life force energy reading, I'll send directly to you." The Joker listened quietly until the end, and she spread her hands wide toward Luthor. Luthor cautiously took 2 steps back. "You said you had only one condition." "What? Does providing me with the appropriate weapons and support count as a separate condition too?" The Joker withdrew her hands and brought them to her mouth, letting out an exaggerated shriek. "Are you really planning to send a helpless woman like me to deal with someone who can fly through the sky and vanish into the earth?" Luthor's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth, and the muscles in his cheeks twitched and tightened. "That goes without saying. What do you need?" "Every single weapon you've designed and built against superhuman up to this point." Luthor's instinct was to refuse outright, but after a long moment of thought, he gave a slow nod. He produced a test tube filled with a high-concentration nanometal toxin. If you succeed and to make sure you don't come back and turn it on me, you have to drink this first. Then I'll hand over all the weapons. The Joker snatched the test tube from his hand. She popped the cap off and downed the entire contents in one gulp. Deal. 1200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 64, Collapse, bonus chapter. If the person on the other side is a Lex Luthor from another world, I think you'd both better not act rashly. Batman's voice came through the earpiece, shutting down Reverse Flash's immediate idea of going to the next timeline. But how much longer can the Flash hold on? Seeing Reverse Flash hesitate with something clearly on the tip of his tongue, Victor went ahead and said it for him. No, strictly speaking, the Flash is not in immediate danger for the time being. But if the two of you charge in recklessly, you'll only end up getting yourselves trapped. Batman tapped his screen. With Cyborg and Oracle helping him, Batman was quickly analyzing the data from the other world. The Batcomputer showed that those chaotic and meaningless mixed-up time structures had now been reduced to only a few. Luthor likely already has some information on both of you. Based on the data we've captured, he's already pulled out most of the temporary timelines. This move will give the Flash some time to catch his breath. But if you two charge straight into the next timeline, whatever is waiting for you will definitely be a trap specifically designed to target you. Victor found this puzzling. So what do we accomplish by going back? Just give the other side more time to prepare. Reverse Flash, who had originally disagreed with Batman, let out a somewhat helpless sigh at those words and waved Victor over. Time doesn't work that way. The amount of real time the other side can actually use has always been one fixed number from the very beginning. It will not change. As a university professor from the future who had been obsessed with the Speed Force, Reverse Flash couldn't help but explain while sketching shapes in the air with both hands. Those red lightning bolts were somehow left hanging in the air by Reverse Flash, leaving strange, slow-moving trails of electricity wherever his fingers passed. Think of the other side's world as a circle. Reverse Flash drew a circle in the air with his hand. If we step into their circle while they are prepared, then usually they get to choose where we land. If they split off multiple temporary timelines, it's like mixing in a bunch of smaller circles. This makes it easier for them to hide their real base, but it also means that no matter how they arrange each temporary timeline, the ambush in each one will not be too overwhelmingly strong. That was why Reverse Flash had earlier been rushing to drag Victor past Superman and move on to the next timeline. He was planning to use the fastest way possible to eliminate all the small circles that were meant to confuse them. But now that the other side had anticipated them and was actively narrowing down the timelines on purpose. It doesn't matter whether we talk here for an hour before leaving or leave right now. They will still throw us into the circle they chose for us. The timing of our departure makes no difference because it won't affect the thorough preparations they've already made. Only in the real circle where their actual base is located does time flow at a fixed rate. If we delay for 1 hour, it means they gain 1 extra hour to think and plan. As for the temporary timelines, they are only distractions to delay us. They only activate and start flowing the moment we step in and become observers. Victor's brow twitched throughout this explanation. Honestly, this was a bit too deep for him, and he didn't really understand it. Then how can they prepare anything if those timelines only start when we go in and observe them? Reverse Flash stared at him with wide eyes. Reverse Flash widened his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected that after explaining for so long, Victor would end with a question that, to him, was like asking why 1 + 1 = 2. That's exactly why they're called temporary timelines. It's only after an observer enters that everything in it has meaning. Before that, they don't dare spend the extra energy, so every timeline is basically just a copy-paste from the original state of their world. But now that most of the time points have been narrowed down, there's a lot more they can do. For example, before splitting a timeline, they can turn the clock back a little and make the starting time of that timeline become yesterday from their point of view. If you were an ordinary person who needed to transport a gun from America to Australia before a duel, 1 minute obviously isn't enough. You'd need more time, but no problem because you've been preparing since yesterday, and it would be enough. A program can plan all of that for you automatically. It can be assumed that you already got the gun yesterday. You only need enough speed force because none of it truly exists yet. Before we go in and observe, none of the settings mean anything. But the moment we step in and begin observing, we may already have a gun pointed at our heads. From the perspective of their actual reality, they've prepared and placed inside those timelines exists in a state of both existing and not existing at the same time. If we never go to that timeline and activate it, then when the time runs out, and the timeline collapses, it's like nothing changed and nothing was lost for them. Reverse Flash spread out his hand, bent down 2 fingers against his palm, and used them like a tiny running person. So when I was running earlier, every timeline I stepped into, I became the observer, and all the manpower and resources they had prepared were locked into the reality of that temporary timeline. However, I didn't engage them in battle. Those people could only watch helplessly as I left and wait for destruction to come. That way, I could keep causing them real, actual losses in manpower and resources. Now Viktor finally understood. No wonder the other side had been so shocked when they discovered Reverse Flash. It was because, in their original setup, they never even considered that there might be a speedster on the other side. So in other words, if their computer power was strong enough, their technology advanced enough, and they had enough energy, then if we had rushed into the next timeline without any preparation, we might have run into a super-Earth that could turn into a cosmic-level machine. Reverse Flash snapped his fingers, with the expression of someone thinking now you're getting it. Not quite that dramatic, otherwise we might as well just surrender. Clearly, you've just grasped the beginner-level knowledge from 500 years from now, the contraction and expansion of time and theoretical frameworks for speed force as an energy source. Reverse Flash spread his arms wide. You could practically come to the future and sit in on my lectures. Before I lost my job, I used to take 1 or 2 students a year. Viktor was speechless and activated the locator while holding Superman's corpse, which was so thin it was almost uncomfortable to hold. After Viktor and Reverse Flash appeared in the Batcave one after the other, Shazam was sitting in a corner. He held a donut he'd found from who knows where in one hand and a steaming cup of hot chocolate in the other, occasionally dipping the donut and taking a bite. He looked like he had recovered some of his energy. As someone with the temperament of a child, Shazam almost never stayed discouraged for long, no matter what happened. Of course, when the Shazam spotted the corpse in Viktor's arms, he was shocked all over again. He put down his food, walked over with his mouth wide open, stared at the thin but familiar face, and carefully reached out to gently touch the body's chest. He left a chocolate fingerprint on the skinny Superman's chest. Oh. He's dead. Reverse Flash put his hand on his forehead and walked to the other side of the room, getting as far away as possible from this person he had no desire at all to talk to. Shazam couldn't be bothered to care whether a registered supervillain from the Justice League files was ignoring him. He looked over at Viktor with a slightly sad expression. So there really was a Superman who kills people, and you killed him. I would swear on Zeus himself that I never wanted to kill him in the first place. Viktor looked at the skinny Superman in his arms, found a fairly empty table, and gently laid him down on it. He had no idea how to communicate with people, and equally no idea how to fight. Hitting him felt like bullying a child who didn't understand anything, and I'm not into that. Even though he had said some pretty harsh things the first time he pinned Superman down, Viktor was really just trying to scare him into talking. The one who killed him was a Lex Luthor from another world. He absently removed the locator he had hastily strapped onto the corpse earlier. In Viltrum, the remains of a powerful species like this are classified as a valuable trophy, so I figured I'd bring him back while I was at it. 1200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 65, Savior. Rachel, who had been standing quietly in the shadows this whole time with almost no presence at all, suddenly stepped forward. She extended her arm and gently pressed the back of her hand against the Flashpoint Superman's forehead, sensing for a moment. Then Rachel dropped some good news into the Batcave in a perfectly calm tone. He's not dead. What? Viktor was genuinely taken aback. There was no way Viktor couldn't tell whether someone was dead or alive. The explosion from that giant satellite had burned and blasted this already fragile Superman so badly that most of his skin had been burned black. He was not breathing, and his heart was not beating either. Batman walked over as well, activating the scanning function in his helmet, and after a moment, frowned at Rachel. There isn't even the faintest brainwave activity, and no remaining bioelectric field. What are you basing that judgment on? His soul shows no signs of fading away. Rachel simply said it quietly, then showed no intention of explaining further and stepped back into the shadows. Batman stared silently at the thin, frail-looking body that seemed like it could break apart at any moment, and suddenly said something. How is he? He was slightly stunned for a moment before realizing Batman was asking him. He probably is a pretty good person. He just clearly lacks experience dealing with other people. I'm guessing he was imprisoned by some group in that world for a very long time. He always had this obvious feeling of being on guard when he was talking to me, but deep down his thinking was simple and innocent. Batman gave a quiet nod. It's already night now, but I have equipment here that can simulate sunlight. It just needs a little adjustment to the radiation frequency. Bring him. Follow me. Oh. This gloomy old bat really ordered people around that naturally. And, equipment that simulates sunlight is obviously a red sun radiation device built to counter Superman, isn't it? He rolled his eyes, carefully hoisted Superman's body onto his shoulder, and followed Batman's as they turned left and right through the Batcave. Following Batman's instructions, Viktor placed Superman in the center of the floor inside a giant cylindrical room. Then he stood with his hands on his hips and watched Batman tap away at the digital screen on his arm again. A low hum resonated from the ceiling, and warm artificial sunlight began to fill the entire room. After more than 10 seconds with no response from Flashpoint Superman, Batman frowned and quickly swiped across the display to maximum. Then Batman simply walked out of the room. In just a few seconds, the temperature inside would be way too hot for any normal person to survive. Viktor didn't need to retreat. A few hundred to 1,000 degrees of heat wasn't worth him taking a single step back. After more than 10 seconds of complete silence, Viktor's ears twitched. He actually caught the sound of muscle cells beginning to contract. First, the heart slowly started beating again. Then blood began flowing through the veins once more. The burned and rotten wounds gradually healed over. Not only did the eyelids start trembling, but the muscles all over the body seemed to swell a little. He has a lot of weaknesses, sure, but with sunlight, this recovery speed is just completely ridiculous. Viktor felt envious again. The bioforce field was one thing, but this body under sunlight was practically cheating. He didn't even need basic care or bandaging, and his body just healed directly toward peak condition. If he got hit so badly that his guts came out, Viktor would still have to find a way to stuff them back in and seal the wound. However, this Flashpoint Superman lying on the floor hadn't just healed back those skin wounds without a trace. He seemed to have become a little more muscular out of nowhere. Just as Viktor was watching Flashpoint Superman slowly recover and letting his mind wander, the latter suddenly snapped his eyes open and sat bolt upright on the floor. He didn't even glance at Viktor, standing right there watching him. Instead, Flashpoint Superman's face lit up as he reached his hand up toward the artificial sunlight beaming down from the ceiling. He murmured under his breath. "Is this what they call heaven? It's so warm. Click. Batman, standing outside the observation window, mercilessly shut off the artificial sunlight. As the room returned to normal lighting, Flashpoint Superman snapped out of his daze and only then noticed he seemed to be in a completely unfamiliar place. He turned his head, and Viktor gave him a casual wave. "Hey. It's you." Superman didn't say another word, and his eyes immediately started charging up heat vision. Viktor flashed forward and got right in his face, slapping a hand over those eyes as they glowed with fierce red light. "Whoa whoa whoa. I helped save your life, you know. Is this how you treat someone who helped you?" Watching the red color on the back of his hand slowly fade back to normal, Viktor let out a sigh of relief. If he accidentally let this guy tear apart the Batcave, it would be a devastating blow to his and Rachel's already tight finances. This Flashpoint Superman definitely could not afford to pay for the damage. Even the few million he had gotten from Oliver Queen probably would not be enough just to repair this sunlight simulation device. Hearing Viktor's words, not only did Superman pull back his heat vision, but he also sat in silence for a moment before blurting out with a puzzled look. "Why did you save me again? What do you mean by, again? I'm not the one who killed you. Didn't I try to talk to you from the very beginning? You were the one who started attacking after only a few words." Viktor almost felt wronged enough to die. This was the first time he had gone through a fight without really wanting to kill anyone, and that was genuinely rare for him. Flashpoint Superman seemed equally surprised by this turn of events. He opened and closed his mouth several times before finally managing to squeeze out. "Because you smelled very strongly of blood. You must have just killed people from our world in another timeline. So you probably aren't a good person." He let go of his hands and stared into Flashpoint Superman's clear, simple, and slightly clueless eyes for a moment. Then Viktor realized something. He had brought back someone even dumber than Shazam. Batman's reason for reviving this Superman was almost certainly to extract intelligence on Lex Luthor on the other side. "I need to correct a few things you've gotten wrong." Viktor held up one finger. Taking advantage of the fact that the room temperature hadn't fully dropped yet and Batman was still standing outside the observation window without moving, Viktor began working on this naive Superman. Since the temperature in the room had not gone down yet and Batman was still standing outside the observation window, Viktor took the chance to start feeding this naive Superman some ideas. First, they attacked me first. Second, not being a good person doesn't automatically make someone a bad person. Third, I used the locator I'd originally set aside to save our world's Flash that brought you back here. The fact that you're alive again is most directly because of me. You should show more respect to your savior." Viktor spread both hands casually and very sneakily pointed toward Batman standing outside. "He's an Earthling, and Earthlings imprisoned you. But I'm an alien. Just like you, I'm an alien who had to leave my planet and come to Earth for reasons beyond my control. We can both fly. For all we know, we might even be distant relatives somewhere on the cosmic family tree." Flashpoint Superman had never had anyone talk to him this much in one go. He stared blankly for quite a while before finally nodding. "You make a fair point. 1,200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 66, Trust. After the remaining heat in the room slowly faded, Batman finally moved and opened the electric gate from outside. Viktor's voice came from inside the room. "What's your name?" The person who freed me said I should be called Clark. Clark Kent. Flashpoint Superman gave his name without hesitation. Ah, Clark. Just as Victor was murmuring the name with a meaningful tone, a cold gaze landed on his back. He turned around, and Batman was standing silently outside the open shutter, staring at him. What? I'm just building a good relationship with the new guy. Victor turned back and extended a hand toward the Superman. I'm Victor. Superman hesitated for just a moment, then reached out and shook his hand. After that, Flashpoint Superman finally shifted his gaze toward Batman standing outside the door. Victor could clearly see something that could only be called goodwill flickering in Flashpoint Superman's eyes. Superman pointed at Batman with a slightly dazed expression. That outfit, I've seen it before. Right before the apocalyptic war, it was someone wearing that same armor who freed me, along with another person. Batman's expression grew noticeably more serious. You had a Batman in your world too. The question was natural enough for him to ask. Victor had already sneaked a peek at the letter from Thomas earlier. It was an entire page overflowing with a father's longing for his son. Bruce in the Flashpoint world had died when he was still very young. The way Thomas chose his words made it feel like he was talking to a child. The poor old man may not have been able to imagine what his son would look like grown up. He simply did not know how to talk to an adult version of his child. Of course, it was also possible that the old bat simply couldn't bring himself to face the fact that his son, in another world, had also become Batman. Therefore, the entire letter didn't mention anything about Batman at all. But as a detective, Batman could naturally connect all the clues together and figure out the answer on his own. That letter from the father in the other world was full of longing for his son. There was also a Batman in that world. That was obvious. That presence that had always stood firm in the darkness as if nothing could ever break it crumbled for just a moment. Victor walked out of the room with Superman. The latter looked back at Batman standing completely still, and seemed to notice something strange. What's wrong with him? I don't know. Maybe he wants to be alone for a while. He tugged at Superman's arm, trying to pull this curious fool away. The obsession, rationalism, solitude. These extreme traits were shaped by the unbearable grief of losing both of his parents. No one understood better than Batman himself how painful it was to become Batman. This kind of weight was suffocating. Wait. Batman suddenly called out to Superman. The person who freed you. Batman gestured at his own armor, and in that low, composed voice, something unmistakably dry could be heard. Is he still alive? I don't know. Superman pulled free of Victor's grasp. He seemed somewhat guilty, lowered his head, tried hard to remember, and then shook his head. After the apocalyptic battlefield, I never saw him again. Victor threw his hands up, decided he had no interest in dealing with these two gloomy guys with their tragic backstories. He shoved his hands in his pockets and walked straight out of the corridor. By the time he reached the main hall of the Batcave, there were a few more people there than before. There was Cyborg. This half-human, half-machine man didn't seem as emotionally empty as his appearance suggested. The fact that so many Justice League members had recently quit seemed to have affected him quite a lot. The one remaining half of his face showed a look of quiet sadness. There was also Dick, wearing his Nightwing gear. He was someone Victor knew, and he even took the initiative to greet him, but then his eyes locked tightly onto Rachel, who had originally wanted to keep a low profile. Rachel moved around uncomfortably in the shadows, and the moment she saw Victor come out, she quickly took a few steps and hid behind him. With his line of sight cut off, Nightwing stopped staring like a creep and instead gave a thumbs up in Victor and Rachel's direction. Victor had spent 3 days around Nightwing, and he had to admit they got along rather well. He knew Nightwing was admiring what he and Rachel did last time in Batcave No. 76, when they used reverse surveillance methods to spy on Batman. Then, Victor flashed a confident grin and gave a thumbs up right back. But while the two of them were exchanging gestures across the room, they clearly forgot about someone standing right between them. A young woman with long, flowing dark red wavy hair, sitting in a wheelchair, made a disgusted sound and rolled herself out from the space between Victor and Nightwing. Not long after, Batman and Flashpoint Superman emerged together from the darkness. Flashpoint Superman quickly took 2 or 3 steps to Victor's side, then visibly exhaled in relief. Victor glanced sideways at him and asked the obvious. Why are you so nervous? Superman glanced nervously in Batman's direction. Being next to him is just too depressing. See? And here you acted like I was trying to hurt you when I pulled you away earlier. Batman, who had looked close to breaking down just a while ago, no longer showed any sign of that low mood. He gave Cyborg and Oracle a nod, then called a brief meeting. He had just gained the trust of the Otherworld Superman and extracted some information about the Otherworld Lex Luthor. For example, because that world had suffered so much from superhumans doing whatever they wanted, Luthor actually ended up looking like a good guy by comparison. But in reality, Luther had been quietly developing extraordinarily dangerous superweapons targeting most of the threatening superhumans in the world. Most notably, a dehydration virus designed for Atlanteans, and brain-eating nanites designed for Amazons. Batman gestured toward the Flashpoint Superman. This Clark from another world saw it firsthand. Superman was visibly nervous and clearly uncomfortable being the center of so much attention. His voice even came out a little small and quiet. After Mr. Luther announced the location of the shelter to all the survivors, the female warriors led by the Amazon Queen and some Atlantean forces also arrived. The Atlanteans attempted to seize control from Mr. Luther directly. In response, Mr. Luther released a dark green gas, which killed every remaining Atlantean on the spot. They all turned into dried corpses within a matter of seconds. The Amazon Queen was shaken by what she saw, and initially agreed to quietly find a place in the shelter. However, Mr. Luther demanded that they go and station themselves in the other timelines. The Amazon Queen had no intention of being ordered around by Mr. Luther. She drew her sword and tried to resist on the spot. After that, Mr. Luther pressed a button, and every last one of the Amazons screamed and collapsed to the ground. 1200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 67, Suit Up. Flashpoint Superman recalled the scene from back then, and his face showed obvious fear. I heard him say that from the moment those Amazons set foot in the shelter, those invisible bugs had already crawled into their brains. And even without receiving any commands, those bugs would follow some kind of fixed program, maintaining the rate at which they ate away at the brainstem in exact proportion to the Amazon's regenerative speed. Batman's voice became incredibly heavy and serious. A Lex Luthor whose entire purpose is to eliminate every superhuman on Earth, in some ways, he may be far more dangerous than the one from our world. We have absolutely no way of predicting what other lethal weapons he might still be hiding. Reverse Flash and Victor's expressions both darkened at the same time. If Cyborg hadn't broken through the cross-dimensional communication technology earlier, and the two of them had charged straight into the next world where Luthor had laid his traps, they probably would have already been killed by that Lex Luthor. Victor wasn't particularly afraid of some dehydration virus. From what he remembered, over the past dozen or so years, quite a few civilizations conquered by the Viltrumites had tried to use viruses to fight back against the invasion. But the vast majority of viruses in the universe would simply be purified by a Viltrumite's body. Of course, that was probably also one of the reasons why, 1,000 years from now, the entire Viltrumite race would be wiped nearly to extinction all at once by the Scourge virus. The virus was not only extremely targeted at their specific genes, but also faced many reckless warriors who simply did not believe it was a real threat. After all, there was no record in Viltrumite history of being defeated by something as trivial as a virus. Victor could already picture exactly how the other warriors on Viltrum reacted when the first infected appeared. "You're coughing. Ha! Weakling. Come here, get up in my face and cough on me." However, the brain-eating nanite sounded genuinely terrifying. Having him hold his breath while continuing to fight wasn't a problem, but what if just holding his breath wasn't enough to keep those things out? If both of those weapons were already this cruel, Luthor surely had more plans up his sleeve. Suddenly, Shazam's voice of wisdom sounded. "So why not just press the locator the moment you step in? That way, no matter what they've set up, it all goes to waste, right?" Victor's eyes lit up. The unhappy expression on Cyborg's face hadn't faded yet, but his robotic voice carried no emotion. But what if Luthor anticipated that exact thought? What if the very first timeline you step into happens to be their actual base, and the moment you stop to look around for just 1 single second gives them enough time to hit you with something? Victor's eyes dimmed. Batman's gaze suddenly shifted to Victor's waist. Yellow Lantern energy, like Green Lantern energy, can be shaped by the user's willpower into whatever form is needed. You might be able to use the yellow ring to create a tight shield around yourself. Victor touched the ring case at his waist and shook his head a little awkwardly. "I've never learned how to do that. And for me, it's much harder than it would be for an ordinary person to wield a lantern ring. That energy either keeps trying to flow into my body and gets absorbed by me, or I reject all of it with my willpower, and then everything fires out at once. That's actually how I sent out the yellow lantern signal before." Victor even opened the ring box on the spot and put on the yellow ring to demonstrate for everyone. He had plenty more back with Rachel anyway. Cyborg scanned Victor's condition and confirmed what he'd said. As long as he accepts the fear energy, none of it can leak out at all. Except for the suit that's programmed into the ring, every last bit of the remaining energy gets swallowed up by his cells. Victor looked down at the yellow ring, brow tightly furrowed, and tried to release part of the energy inside it to create an object, just as Batman had described. After a considerable amount of effort, the surface of the ring only squeezed out a small half-sphere of yellow light, and then it was quickly absorbed by Victor's body again. Emotional electromagnetic spectrum is basically a nutritional supplement for my body, but that also means it's very hard for me to use them in between states, where I accept the energy and use it at the same time. They looked discouraged, except Batman, who quietly spoke up. Then we go to Plan B. We use every defensive measure we can set up and give you enough layers of protection to keep you safe. The sadness on Cyborg's face was replaced by a strange surge of enthusiasm from who knows where. We'll have a direct technology battle against Lex Luthor from the other world. Victor let out a somewhat bewildered laugh, and then Nightwing pushed him in a different direction through the Batcave. Come on. Let's get you fully geared up. Shazam also shamelessly followed along happily. He'd been curious about the equipment storage areas in the Batcave for a while now. Half an hour later, a completely transformed Victor stood before everyone. Victor's originally Viltrumite dark gray combat suit had been provided with all kinds of angular metallic components. The upper part of the suit now had a vest-like armor made from a special metal built into it. His shoulders had gained close-fitting shoulder armor similar to Nightwing's, and around his waist was a classic Bat family tactical belt. He also got injected with nanocapsules compressed using the Atom's shrinking technology into his bloodstream. Those capsules were enough nutrients to fuel him at full intensity for 4 straight months without eating a single thing, even without using his superpowers. If he got injured, these nanocapsules made by Cyborg would transform into nanoscale medical robots, simultaneously releasing nutrients while helping boost his healing ability. Victor had already tested it just now. The speed of recovery was terrifying, with roughly 30 times his normal rate. Even if all the bones in his body were shattered and his organs were crushed into pulp, according to Cyborg's calculations, Victor would only need about 7 seconds to fully recover. Of course, it would also consume every last bit of nutrients and energy stored in all the nanomachines in his body at once. It's basically a one-time use resurrection. Rachel had also stuffed an additional yellow ring into his hands. If nothing unexpected happened, the current version of him could absolutely crush the version of himself half an hour ago without breaking a sweat. Nightwing had said earlier that this whole set of gear costs at least more than $4 billion. Actually, this kind of thing is considered cowardice in Viltrum. Except for combat prosthetics that injured warriors can apply for after losing limbs in battle, most of us prefer a much more raw and primitive fighting style. Victor reached up a little dazedly and touched the pair of shoulder guards on his shoulders. These things were so tough that hundreds of millions of tons of force couldn't deform them even slightly. The material's defensive capability was shocking. Nightwing patted him on the shoulder. You've been here for a few months now. You're an Earthling now. It's time to forget about Viltrum for a while. Reverse Flash, who was still only wearing his single heat-resistant friction suit, spread his arms wide toward everyone with an expectant look. Batman directly activated the device, and the portal appeared once again. Everything is ready. It's time to go. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 68, Joker. Ha! Gotham again. The dark, cloudy night sky with tall Gothic buildings and deep, shadowy alleys stretched out before him. Victor looked at the familiar scene in front of him and stood completely still for a full 3 seconds. He was heavily armed from head to toe, and even his face was covered by a skull-like tactical mask. The pitch-black lenses were equipped with scanning functions, capable of detecting even the tiniest and most carefully concealed traps in all kinds of complicated environments. A steady stream of alert sounds came through his earpiece. Air composition analysis complete. Air quality below average, but no highly toxic gas aerosol components detected. No nanomachine signals detected. Since the tall buildings around him were packed so closely together, Victor decided to fly up a little higher to get a better view. But the moment he rose about 10 meters, a line of large words entered right into his field of vision. It was a huge white banner hanging between 2 tall buildings a few hundred meters away, with a line of large text words in red paint. Don't look up. If you already did, don't move. There was a big smiley face drawn in the same red paint in the end. It looked like it had been painted not too long ago, with trails of red dripping downward along the white background of the banner. He turned his head and saw similar banners hung in every direction in the darkness all around him. It's dangerous here. Don't come this way. Just stay where you are. The banner had faces painted in red after the words. They all looked wildly different from each other, but most of them were smiling. They were the kind of smiles that looked wildly exaggerated, with the corners of the mouth stretched all the way back toward the ears. This feeling. Victor felt a sudden chill run through him, and Batman's heavy, serious voice came through the earpiece. The footage being transmitted back to the other world through his lenses had a delay of about 1 or 2 seconds. This is the Joker's style. Don't act rashly. You absolutely cannot let your instincts take over right now. Warning. A signal lock from outer space has been detected. What? A powerful sense of danger surged through Victor. He looked up and saw a bright blue light flashing in the middle of Gotham's dark night sky. This scene felt extremely familiar. They even have a space cannon. A giant pillar-shaped satellite in outer space, aimed directly down at Gotham City from far above, was rapidly charging up energy at its base. In the next instant, a high-energy beam wider than the base of the Egyptian pyramids came crashing straight down onto Victor's position. The danger triggered his survival instincts, and Victor desperately wanted to dodge the attack coming from outer space. But just as he was about to fly at full speed in any direction to avoid, the strange banners hanging all around him and Batman's warning made him force himself to hold back that instinct. The thick blue light instantly swallowed his whole figure. The streets of Gotham City roared with deafening noise, and the ground and buildings kept collapsing under the continuous high-energy blast. When the blue light finally faded away, Victor looked around at everything surrounding him. Except for the tiny patch of ground directly beneath him, every street and building in a dozen blocks all around had been destroyed by the high-energy blast just now. The ground had collapsed inward, and the rocks at the bottom of the crater were melting from the heat, bubbling up with black foam. The attack had struck in a perfect ring, deliberately leaving only the single vertical space where Victor was standing completely untouched. So that orbital strike that even made me feel like I was about to die was just a joke. Victor suddenly felt much more alert. Yes. This is the Joker's style, but if you had moved just now, ZZZT, you would have, ZZZT. The cross-dimensional communicator seemed to be hit with some kind of signal interference. Batman's voice was replaced by a grating electronic noise. Victor frowned and tapped the side of his earpiece. After realizing he had completely lost the signal, he had no choice but to temporarily turn off the earpiece sound. He descended lightly onto the only intact patch of ground. Before he could even begin thinking about his next move, a sharp and piercing laugh rang out from a dark alley several hundred meters to his left front. He. Cheating takes all the fun out of it. Since Batman knows me so well, why didn't he just come here himself? The sharp voice suddenly turned incredibly bitter and resentful, and at the same time silently shifted location, coming from another alleyway several hundred meters to his right. It's been so long since I properly played a game with Batman. Why didn't your world's Batman come here himself? Victor ignored the voice that kept moving around. Even though this was his first time facing the Joker directly, he knew exactly how to get under her skin. He pushed his foot off the ground, flew up out of the burning crater, and headed toward the first banner he had spotted. Hey! The sharp voice was no longer bitter, and it changed into something that sounded almost annoyed. Why are you ignoring me? Victor acted as if he heard nothing. Based on the plots he had seen in comics, whether Victor flew into the alley on the left or the one on the right, it was hard to say if he would even find Joker, but one thing was certain, nothing good would come of it. He arrived in front of the banner and tore it open with one hand. His lenses scanned the open night sky. Unknown metallic material detected. As the lens kept flashing red alerts, the space behind the banner revealed dozens of thin red lines that formed a messy, tangled grid of wire. It was a nano-level metal wire made from some unknown material. Victor frowned and slowly moved close to one of the red-marked nano-metal wires. He stretched out his index finger and lightly touched the wire with just the very tip of his fingernail. He drew his hand back and gave it a gentle flick. The small piece of fingernail that had made contact simply split apart on its own and fell down into the dark street below. Even though Victor still didn't know whether those threads made of unknown material could cut through his bones, they could at least slice through his flesh easily. The sharp laugh came again from somewhere behind him. Well. Isn't it an interesting design? What a shame. Batman cheated for you. Otherwise, I would have finally gotten to see what a flying superhuman looks like when they get chopped into pieces. This time, Victor responded directly to the Joker's bragging. Indeed. It really opened my eyes. Though surely you haven't remodeled the entire world, right? A project this big must have been pretty boring. Joker's laughter came again from another place. Ha 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 ha, you really do have a good eye. Why don't you try guessing? Victor's expression said as if he had expected this. That means there's a very high probability this world isn't Lex Luthor's actual base. He pretended to raise his locator device as if he were about to activate it. In that case, I have no time to play with you. You can stay in this world and enjoy it by yourself. No one will be here to admire your traps anymore. Wait. The sharp female voice finally snapped with frustration. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 69, The Letter. You damn boring bastard. Joker apparently hadn't anticipated Victor's reaction at all. The deranged laughter finally turned into angry shouting. You're a superhuman who can fly anywhere and do anything. You got toyed by an ordinary person like me and almost lost your life. How can you be so completely calm about it? Don't you have even a shred of dignity as a powerful being? Victor tilted his head slightly, and his right hand remained pressed over the locator on the back of his left hand the entire time. Even staying here to keep talking with her, Victor didn't need to worry about her suddenly launching a surprise attack to destroy the locator device on his hand. As long as my mind is clear and thinking straight, dignity is far less important to me than staying alive. It's too shallow to define strength only as the power to fly through the sky and be invincible. This world isn't my homeworld, and back there, people are used to solving every single problem with raw, pure physical combat. It may be brutal and bloody, but at least no dirty tricks or secret schemes are happening behind people's backs. That kind of culture would never allow someone who likes to fight dirty to ever grow up and be strong. But Earth is different. After coming to Earth, I met an extraordinarily powerful teacher. In terms of pure strength alone, she outclasses the one called Batman tens of thousands of times. And yet my teacher told me that if she and Batman ever came into conflict serious enough that they had no choice but to settle it by force, she would never dare let Batman be the one to choose the place for the fight. It's because Batman always fights dirty. Most people who've just gained superpowers immediately feel that since they're no longer afraid of ordinary guns and missiles, they can look down on everybody else. A genetic virus, nanotechnology, magic, and sorcery. If all you can do is fly around or shrug off bullets, you're nowhere near immune to these far more advanced forms of human intelligence. Victor gestured at the nanowire grid in front of him. My skin is tough enough to let me smash through continents and endure thousands of degrees of heat, and yet this thing, made from who knows what, effortlessly sliced through my fingernail. And considering you may well have more similar weapons hidden up your sleeve, I can treat you as someone fully capable of ending my life at any moment. And choosing to avoid a fight is clearly the smarter move rather than worrying about some idea of a strong person's dignity, losing my mind, running around looking for you everywhere, and letting you happily watch me step into traps you may have been setting up for who knows how long. Joker was silent for a moment, and an even more frustrated scream came. I have never met anyone like you. You're not just more boring than Batman. You're more boring than Aquaman, and even more boring than Wonder Woman. Victor let out a quiet laugh. Oh. Are they still alive? Why is it that, among the people in this world who tried to stop me, I didn't see the Batman, Aquaman, or Wonder Woman you mentioned? There's also a Lex Luthor on our Earth. And let me guess, knowing Luthor's personality, could it be that all these not boring people you mentioned were killed by him? The already mentally unstable Joker seemed to be struck by something at those words. Batman is not dead. Batman will never die. He is the only one in this world who gets to be killed by me. When Batman finally falls into my hands, I'm going to make that pathetic man suffer 10,000 times over. Behind the mask covering his face, Victor's expression finally showed just the faintest hint of a smile. He even pretended to look interested and slightly lifted the right hand that had been firmly covering the locator device on the back of his left hand. Why do you hate Batman so much in particular? Joker screamed back without any hesitation. Because he is a pathetic, worthless maggot. He should have been the one who died in the first place, but he was too frightened by that gun. If he had pulled Bruce behind him, if he had just protected Bruce. The Joker's voice rang out clearly inside the Batcave. Victor's side had only been cut off from receiving a signal from the Batcave, but the interference hadn't affected the other devices on his body that were picking up signals from that world. Among everyone present, Oracle and Nightwing both looked with incredible shock toward the figure standing in front of the Batcomputer. Shazam reacted a moment later. Only after noticing that everyone's eyes had gathered on Batman did Shazam seem to realize what was happening. Oh. Oh, my God. Initially, Batman barely reacted when he heard that the Joker's voice was a sharp female voice. That kind of extreme, suppressed madness, combined with vocal cords damaged by some kind of chemical, made the voice impossible to connect to any particular person. But after the series of furious curses aimed at the other world's Batman, the sharp, piercing quality was suddenly gone, replaced by a sob the woman could no longer hold back. In that instant, the strength and spirit of a person who should never have been broken by any hardship completely collapsed. Batman could still handle it when finding out his father was Batman, but his mother becoming the Joker. That's not something any ordinary person could handle. After having been enemies with the Joker for so long and knowing clearly that underneath the Joker's seemingly smile was the exact same severe mental illness and emotional pain that he himself carried. In the room, the only one who had no idea what those words meant or what they represented was, surprisingly, the first to react. Flashpoint Superman. His blood flow is too fast. As soon as he said that, Flashpoint Superman rushed forward and caught Batman's shaking body before he could fall. Superman's eyes flickered faintly red as he used his X-ray vision to check again, then sharply warned everyone in the room. A few tiny blood vessels in his brain have ruptured under the pressure. He needs immediate medical attention. Batman was still struggling to shake off Superman's supporting arm, pulling out a locator and trying to strap it to his own hand. Cyborg, open the portal, let me through. I have to go through. However, Batman's tall body was swaying so badly that he couldn't even stand up properly on his own. Nightwing rushed over to stop him, but Batman punched him in the face and sent him flying backward. Get out of my way. I said let me through. Victor quietly reached into his chest and withdrew a second letter. The one he had exchanged for Batman's letter using Thomas's envelope before setting out the first time. In that case, Miss Joker, I'd like to deliver this letter to you. It's from someone in our world. The sharp sound and every cry fell completely silent. A few seconds passed, and Victor's ears caught the sound of messy footsteps. They were coming from deep underground, about 120 meters below. However, Victor didn't choose to burst down there and capture her. He simply stood where he was and waited until the squeak of a rusty door hinge turning sounded from somewhere in a nearby building. A woman with a wild tangle of green hair with black eye makeup streaked and smeared by tears into dark gray lines all down her pale white face. Even though she had already seen the stamp through some hidden surveillance device, she couldn't stop herself from asking. That's, cough, cough, whose letter is that? She forced out several hard coughs to keep her voice from sounding so sharp, and the words that came out were hoarse and raw. Victor held the letter out toward the woman standing slightly behind him and to the side. It's from Bruce. Bruce Wayne. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 70, Poisoned Hope. Seeing the envelope right in front of her, Joker reached out eagerly at first. But halfway through, she seemed to remember something and quickly pulled her hand back, taking off the white gloves on both hands. Even though her pale white skin had no visible stains on it, she still wiped her hands repeatedly against her suit jacket. Then, she finally took the envelope. The ripped corners of her mouth trembled continuously as she raised them slowly and carefully before her eyes. Looking at the elegant handwriting of the signature on the seal, she gently traced her fingers over it. Oh my God. It really is Bruce. I personally taught him this cursive handwriting when he was little. She opened the envelope, and her shaking hand seemed to barely have enough strength to hold a single letter. After trying 2 or 3 times, Joker finally managed to pull the letter out. A photograph tucked behind the letter came out with it, slipping lightly from the envelope and almost falling into a filthy puddle. No. The Joker lunged forward, holding the envelope and letter high in one hand while reaching desperately for the photo with the other. Just as she was about to lose her balance and fall into the filthy puddle, Victor moved forward in a flash. He helped her with one hand while catching the photograph with the other. Careful now, ma'am. Oh God, thank you. Joker murmured her thanks, clutched the photograph against her chest, and pressed it there again and again before finally holding it up to look. Victor took a glance as well. He hadn't gotten to sneak a peek at this letter yet. It was a casual life photo of Bruce Wayne. The background was Wayne Manor. A young, handsome, well-dressed young man was standing beside a flower bed in the garden, wearing a neatly pressed white shirt, with one hand carrying a freshly removed suit jacket and the other resting somewhat inelegantly on a brand new lawnmower. Alfred was walking toward Bruce with a tray in his hands, with a pot of hot tea and 2 empty cups. Alfred's usually dignified and composed face had an oddly nervous expression for some reason. Because of the angle of the candid shot, Bruce Wayne wasn't looking at the camera, but from the large portion of his profile that was visible, the corner of his mouth was at least slightly curled upward. In the Batcave of the other world, Batman suddenly stopped struggling. He stared at the image being transmitted back through Victor's lenses with his eyes fixed tightly on that familiar yet unfamiliar pale face. They stood completely frozen, staring at the screen like they had been turned to stone. Shazam let out a quiet gasp. He actually has a photo that looks this normal. Nightwing climbed up from the ground, half his face already swelling rapidly, and let out a cold snort. I took that a few years ago. He'd had a rare moment where he wanted to take me out to the grounds during the day to check on my combat training. But then he found a lawnmower that Alfred quietly acquired from somewhere, sitting in the courtyard. The bush around the manor hadn't been trimmed in years. He must have been in an unusually good mood that day, took his jacket off, and decided to try it himself. Nightwing pushes his hand against his swollen face with barely concealed resentment. If I hadn't had that random idea to take the shot, he wouldn't have had a single normal photo suitable to put in an envelope. Most of the time, the Bruce Wayne the world sees outside is just an act. Nightwing didn't say what came next. As a mother, Joker would of course be able to tell whether every expression on her child's face came from somewhere real or was simply a cold, emotionless act. Bruce Wayne, as the president of Wayne Enterprises, must have had plenty of photos taken by the media. There were surely many pictures of him shaking hands with successful business partners or acting like a playboy with young models in his arms. However, those photos could never show the people who knew and cared about him most that he was truly doing well. Only this photo showed Bruce as if, for that one moment, he had cast off all his burdens and pressure. What it showed was his most natural and relaxed self. Even though there was still no obvious smile on his face, it was enough that his parents would not feel worried or heartbroken. The Joker covered her mouth. She looked at the photograph again and again, touched it again and again, then carefully slipped it inside her jacket lining, tucking it as close to her heart as it could go. Then she turned to the letter, and Victor stepped back. He'd already been thoroughly overwhelmed by Thomas Wayne's letter last time. He wasn't quite as curious this time. As she read, Joker suddenly sank to her knees on the ground with a thud, and tears came flooding out. She broke down completely, her whole body shaking with sobs, murmuring over and over. "Oh, Bruce, oh, my child." In the Batcave, Batman's whole body began to shake violently. The next instant, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed completely unconscious. Flashpoint Superman held Batman in his arms, totally at a loss, with eyes wide open, shouting loudly. "I told you he has bleeding in the tiny blood vessels in his brain. Is no one going to do something?" As soon as he said those words, everyone in the Batcave seemed to snap out of a daze all at once. Suddenly, they took Batman from Superman's arms and carried him to Cyborg, who was already standing at an operating table. Victor stood at the scene and looked at the Joker. No, that wasn't the right name for this woman anymore. She should be called Mrs. Martha or Mrs. Wayne, perhaps. "Ma'am, if you truly miss your son that much." Victor pulled out the locator device again. "Perhaps you could go and see him yourself." Martha's eyes were swollen red from crying. She looked up at the locator in Victor's hand as if she were suddenly wrapped in endless hope. She struggled to get up because her hand held the treasure. She refused to let it touch water or dirt and could only push against the floor with the other as she tried to stand. But in the brief moment when she lowered her head, the puddle of water on the ground, which should have been murky and foul, reflected her face with perfect clarity. The long green curls, deathly pale face, and cracked, bright red lips. She froze. After 5 full seconds of complete silence, Martha raised her head. What remained most in her eyes was probably a kind of despair and pain that could not be put into words. Victor didn't understand why, but something had clearly just happened within her that he couldn't comprehend. Those red eyelids, joy, anguish, hope, and despair, so many emotions all tangled together at once. And yet there was still one extremely faint thread of madness, slowly but steadily growing stronger. No. Victor's brow furrowed. Martha's refusal was something he hadn't expected at all. Following some kind of instinct, Victor suddenly raised a hand, took off his mask, clenched his fingers, and crushed the mask that had been transmitting surveillance footage. "Why? Luthor poisoned me. Whether or not I complete the task of stopping you, I don't have much longer to live. I can't be that selfish. If I went over and then died again, it would be too cruel to the Bruce in your world." Victor studied her carefully, trying to memorize every tiny change in Joker's expression. "That should not be your true reason, ma'am. We might be able to find a way to cure the poison on our side." The Joker raised one finger and pressed it to her lips. She shook her head at him. "Don't you need to go and save the Flash from your world? Don't waste your time here on someone who is bound to die." The Joker stood up, her head lowering slightly as if she was deliberately avoiding Victor's eyes. "Let me give you a gift, and then please leave this world as quickly as possible." She turned and walked toward the iron door she had opened earlier. Victor hesitated for a moment. "Hurry. There isn't much time left. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 71, The Last Timeline. When Victor and Reverse Flash finally stepped onto the last and most final destruction timeline, the enormous ball of light blocking out the entire sky almost blinded both of them on the spot. The timing is this close to the edge. Victor had no confidence that he could survive the Earth's explosion. From the size of the orb and the ground constantly cracking open and spewing lava, it looked like Earth would be completely destroyed in only a few seconds. Luckily, both of them could move at extremely high speed in an instant. Reverse Flash shot forward, ran a full lap in a fraction of a second, and came back and waved Victor over. Victor immediately followed behind Reverse Flash and broke through into a golden magnetic field. He looked back at the orb outside the golden field and immediately understood why Luthor had been so confident in choosing his base at a point in time so close to destruction, with almost no margin of error before total destruction. Lex's intellect truly was something worth praising. Strictly speaking, the Flash had only been captured for a little over half a day, and yet Luthor had already constructed a time acceleration field. Lex Luthor really is deviously clever. Reverse Flash looked in terrible shape, bent over with both hands on his knees, gasping continuously. We're already at the end of the timeline, and yet he still deliberately set our arrival point on the opposite side of that giant orb of light. Victor was somewhat puzzled. How did you get this exhausted? Reverse Flash stared with wide eyes and gasped several more times before finally spitting out an angry complaint. Luthor reverse-engineered a speedster's worst nightmare from the Speed Force, the Still Force. As soon as I entered that world, I was trapped inside a still force field, and then a Captain Cold who'd been waiting right there froze both my legs solid with a cold gun. Reverse Flash cursed and seemed to shiver in fear as he recalled the event. Luckily, that still force field didn't last long. Luthor probably hadn't found a way to stabilize yet, and it only lasted a few seconds before it disappeared. I honestly started wondering whether I'd ended up in the wrong place because a lot of metahumans took advantage of my frozen legs and swarmed me all at once. They almost chopped me into pieces. Then Reverse Flash turned and glared at him with obvious frustration. What about your side? Viktor paused, then pointed at his own face. An extremely intense fight. She even knocked my mask off. Really? Reverse Flash gave him a look full of clear doubt, as his suit was covered in battle damage everywhere. However, Viktor looked completely clean, as if his suit had just been through an expensive professional cleaning. Viktor didn't look at Reverse Flash. Instead, he stared solemnly ahead. Even at this point, Luther still hasn't completely given up resisting. We should deal with what's in front of us first. Reverse Flash turned at those words and saw dozens of battle robots covered in gleaming metallic surfaces charging straight toward them. The two of them engaged at the same time. Reverse Flash's red lightning flashed back and forth, and every robot it passed through had its core pierced by a phasing hand blade. Viktor's approach was much simpler. He flew straight in and punched each one apart with a single hit, smashing them all to pieces. Afterward, Viktor shot upward into the sky several hundred meters, then dove straight down, and blasted apart the entire top layer of soil and rock on the ground. A massive metal panel was revealed beneath Viktor's feet. A solid metal building poured in one piece. He stamped down hard on it. Through the enormous reverberating shockwave, Viktor could see the entire metal plate sinking just a little deeper into the ground below. He really didn't hold back when it came to building a safe house. If the people waiting in ambush in the earlier timelines had weapons or armor made from this kind of material, we'd probably have had a much harder time. Viktor didn't dare keep smashing with brute force. If the Flash happened to be locked up right here, then all the effort getting this far would be completely wasted because killing Luther from the shockwave might kill the Flash at the same time. Then, Reverse Flash raised his high-speed vibrating hand like a blade and traced a circle on that metal plate. The seemingly impenetrable metal was disrupted at the molecular level by the vibration, and a gap opened. Viktor jumped in first but didn't land directly. Unexpectedly, no attacks came. The only things he saw were the yellow flashes of light flickering inside the giant hamster wheel and a single bald man sitting calmly in a chair, and a female secretary standing to the side. The bald man stood up, straightened his now wrinkled green suit, and looked up at Viktor. The disgust in his eyes was plain to see. This world is truly unfair. Lex Luthor gritted his teeth and sighed. Superhumans are born with every advantage handed to them, and I was so close, just one more step. Viktor didn't land on the ground. He stayed hovering up high, looking down at Luthor from above. Hearing Luthor's frustrated complaints, Viktor wasn't in the mood to argue. Is it just the two of you in this place? Before Luthor even answered, Viktor tilted his head to the side and focused his attention on the room just beyond the metal wall nearby. He could hear nervous breaths, crying, and heartbeats coming from inside. However, they seemed to be just a group of children. Seeing that he had no intention of talking to him, Luthor stopped trying to complain and simply let out a cold snort. Before you came in, I already had all the adults among the survivors executed, and all that's left is a group of children. Even Aquaman and Wonder Woman from our world wouldn't lay a hand on a group of children when they posed no threat. Hearing those words, Viktor turned and looked at Luthor, whose pupils were starting to look unfocused. He floated silently in front of Luthor, slowly lowering himself as he asked one final question. You really are a very decisive person. Any last words? Luthor's mouth opened slightly, but with a sharp cracking sound, Viktor's punch pierced through his chest. Never mind. You're a dangerous individual, and you're not a child. He looked toward the female secretary at the side, whose expression had remained perfectly calm the entire time, and her left hand, holding a pistol, slowly raised up. The barrel pressed against her own temple. Allow me to convey the boss's final words. Do you really think you've won? Bang. After the gunshot, the secretary followed in Luthor's footsteps and fell. Viktor turned around and saw that Reverse Flash had already been examining the giant hamster wheel for a while. It needs some simple modification. Then I can temporarily take the Flash's place and keep the Speed Force output going. As long as this acceleration field keeps running, we should have roughly 2 more hours of relative time. Viktor nodded and wandered around the room for a while, eventually finding the switch to open the gate to the next space. The gate door slowly rose up, and a large group of children immediately began screaming in terror. Especially after Viktor stepped into the room and saw his arms covered in blood and bits of flesh on him when the secretary had committed suicide. The children screamed even louder, and shrieking filled the air without stopping. A few of the slightly older kids positioned themselves at the front, clearly old enough to understand what all that blood meant. Viktor looked at the kids, then rolled his eyes at the few who had already fainted from fright. He pressed his earpiece and reconnected the cross-dimensional communication that had been shut off for so long. We have approximately 2 hours of relative time to evacuate a large group of children. Does anyone have a plan? 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 72, Unknown. Hello. Can anyone answer me? Are you sure you want to leave this decision to me? He tapped his earpiece, which was completely silent, then took it off and turned the switch on and off twice. He put it back to his ear but still heard nothing. I only crushed the mask with the video transmission function, right? Viktor looked around with a puzzled expression. Don't tell me Lex Luthor put signal jamming equipment inside his own safe house too. Wait. Viktor suddenly looked at the crowd of bawling, crying little kids in front of him, and his brow slowly tightened. If the signal had never managed to transmit back ever since he entered this safe house. That female secretary's words just before she pulled the trigger were still nagging at him. Viktor began slowly backing away until he was level with the gate, then he slowly raised his hand. The sound of crying in his ears suddenly disappeared as if someone had pressed the mute button. A helpless sigh suddenly came from right behind Viktor. They're just a group of kids, they should have the right to survive. Who? Viktor was stunned, and every muscle in his body tensed up instantly. He tried to spin around fast to face whoever it was, and then realized he couldn't move at all. This was different. It felt like every muscle, every cell in his body, even the tiniest parts of him, were completely frozen. He couldn't even contract his pupils. Viktor's mind went into a complete panic. He had never allowed a completely unknown threat and dangerous presence to stay in his blind spot for this long. Even the cold sweat that should have broken out across his forehead was locked inside his pores. However, the person who had arrived didn't kill him from behind. He simply walked quietly past Viktor's side, looking at the children who, at some point, had also all been frozen completely still. The figure walked blatantly into the edge of Viktor's peripheral vision. A powerfully built figure, more than a full head taller than him, with some wrinkles on his face and graying temples. He wore a completely black combat suit, with a silver S symbol on his chest. The man turned around, and the look in his eyes as he stared at Viktor was completely cold and emotionless. What were you going to do to these kids just now? The sensation of being locked in place suddenly lifted. The full force of Viktor's power erupted all at once. He shot backward, leaving the room while glancing at the Reverse Flash, who, for some unknown reason, hadn't given any warning. Then Viktor saw something even more terrifying. Reverse Flash was standing silently beside the giant hamster cage that held the Flash, his left hand pressed against his right elbow, and his right hand's thumb and index finger pinching his chin. Reverse Flash was completely frozen, like a statue. What really shattered any hope Viktor had was the sight of the Flash, who should have been running non-stop in the hamster cage. Even the Flash was frozen in place and locked in a perfectly standard running pose, surrounded by his golden Speed Force energy. Viktor stiffly turned his head. The gray-haired man in the black suit was quietly floating in front of him. He was in the same position as when Viktor killed Lex earlier. The man looked down at Viktor with a completely expressionless face. I don't know how you came to be in this world. I originally wanted to quietly wait for this world to reset, but you suddenly showed up, and even planned to harm a group of kids. The man in the black suit raised one hand, and his palm descended slowly toward Viktor. Even though there was no longer the feeling of being frozen, and the man's attack wasn't fast, Viktor knew he wouldn't stand a chance if the man wanted to erase him. Viktor knew clearly there was absolutely no way out if this person wanted to erase him. It wasn't a time stop, and yet even the Speed Force hadn't been enough to avoid being frozen in place by this Superman. This kind of power that had never been heard of before was genuinely terrifying. Viktor's mind raced. Even though Superman in front of him didn't have a thick beard, and the way he looked at Viktor was more like looking at a stranger and an enemy. What if it was the same person? Why did you save me back then? The man's palm, which was about to fall on Viktor, paused. He seemed surprised, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He leaned closer and studied him carefully. I believe this is our first meeting. There have been many parallel universes in the past, but in none of them should you exist. After saying this, the man simply looked at him quietly. Those weary eyes showed no hint of what he was thinking. Viktor let out a sharp breath. I had no intention of killing those children. I was only going to pretend I never saw them. I don't know whether you're familiar with Lex Luthor, but given what he said before he died, I couldn't simply ignore it. Bringing children who are parallel counterparts back to my world could pose a potential threat. Superman looked at him. The thoughtful look in his eyes disappeared, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. That's not actually how you truly feel. Even though what you said is true, you're hiding your real thoughts. Perhaps you just think it's a hassle. Viktor pursed his lips together and was about to say something more, but then he noticed his figure seemed to become slightly transparent and faint for just a split second. He blinked, but when he looked again, it seemed like an illusion. Superman's expression was no longer as calm as before. He looked in the direction of the Flash with a complicated expression. Viktor seemed to suddenly understand something. This world is never going to reset. What did you say? Superman's expression finally showed some emotion. Viktor became even more certain of his guess. The Flash who belongs to this world is already dead. For some unknown reason, the flash from this world swapped places with the flash from my world. Viktor kept his voice as calm and slow as he could while secretly hiding the tracker behind his back. The flash from this world had some kind of unknown mental breakdown and died in our world. And the reason I came here with Mr. Thawne was precisely to save the Flash who belongs to our world. Superman seemed not to have considered this at all, and his brow furrowed deeply. This shouldn't be. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Click. Viktor quietly activated the locator. A reverse portal instantly opened up behind Viktor and shot his entire body into it in an instant. But in the very next second, Superman shook him to his core one final time. The travel through the portal should have been extremely fast. At least fast enough that even Viktor's own reaction speed couldn't observe it. However, Viktor now realized that between the two worlds, there was a tunnel that looked like dazzling, colorful starlight. Suddenly, a powerful hand appeared completely out of nowhere in front of Viktor and physically jammed itself into the portal between the two worlds to forcibly block it. Viktor's body was being torn in opposite directions by both worlds at once, and his body simply couldn't withstand the pulling force of two worlds ripping at him from both sides. In the Batcave, the Batcomputer data began to glitch, with strange, unfamiliar data overwhelming the preset programs. Superman had half his body pushed into the space portal, staring coldly at Viktor. "Where do you think you're going?" Then, Superman reached out with one arm and grabbed Viktor's ankle. The strength in that grip was beyond anything a normal person could even imagine. The strength in his hand was unimaginable, making Viktor feel like his leg bone was as fragile as a normal being compared to the man's grip. The overwhelming flood of abnormal data kept crashing into the computers in the Batcave until it let out an overloaded electronic explosion sound. The spacetime portal could no longer hold itself together. Suddenly, it shattered silently into nothing, and the chaotic darkness completely swallowed both Viktor and Superman. 600 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 73, Timeless Exile. After opening his eyes again, Viktor saw a clear blue sky with no clouds at all. My body wasn't torn apart. That sensation of every last cell in his body being ripped between two worlds was genuinely unforgettable. The feeling of his whole body and even the tiniest cells being pulled by two different worlds was something he could never forget. But Viktor didn't feel pain anywhere. He quickly sat up, but then his whole body suddenly floated up uncontrollably. What's happening? He instinctively tried to create a foothold behind him to stop himself from floating upward, but nothing happened. Just as Viktor was rising into the sky like a balloon, a familiar force gently caught him, anchoring him in place and slowly pulling him back down. He turned his head and saw Superman standing below him, looking up at him. However, the cold expression from before was gone, replaced by a faint amusement. "Were you planning to float all the way out into space?" Viktor first tried moving his arms and legs. After confirming that his body was still really there, he finally spoke with a mixture of confusion and alarm. "Where is this? You simply returned to your own world as intended, just at the wrong point in time." Superman used his bioforce field to hold Viktor suspended 2 meters in the air beside him, then turned to gaze out at the endless ocean stretching before them. Viktor wriggled uncomfortably. "Why is my body like this? The collapsing spacetime current shattered your body down to the molecular level. Fortunately, I'm skilled enough with bioforce fields to reassemble you on the spot while still inside the turbulence. Don't worry, not a single cell is missing." Superman explained this casually, like it was nothing. "However, this is completely the wrong time for you to exist in. Every molecule of your body is still absorbing the impact of the chaotic spacetime energy. I have to maintain my attention on you at all times. Otherwise, you could be thrown off into space at any moment because right now you have no weight at all." Viktor was silent for a long while. Honestly, he was having a hard time accepting this. This man's power level was completely off the charts. He physically held a spacetime portal open and tore it apart with his bare hands. "So who exactly are you?" "Don't tell me, Clark. I know most Supermen go by that name. I am someone who was left behind." Superman pointed to the white hair at his temples and the wrinkles on his face. "Or you could think of me as an old Superman from a world that no longer exists. For certain reasons, I didn't disappear with the old worlds when they ceased to be. Perhaps because at some point in one possible past, I evolved to a higher dimensional form of existence, so I've continued to exist in a particular kind of state ever since. A certain individual told me that my purpose was to wait for a specific world to complete its reboot, and only that world could accommodate my existence. Even though a new Superman would appear there to take my place, and my old friends after the reboot or restart would no longer know me or remember me, at the very least, I could live a normal life there with the wife I secretly kept safe." Superman looked at him. "But now that world can no longer reboot. This should not have happened. I'm guessing the Flash from that world was also killed by you, right?" Viktor said nothing. He didn't dare respond and stayed completely silent. Superman didn't seem to mind and just smiled. I wonder what kind of world could produce someone like you with such a strong bloodthirstiness. But since you killed the Flash who was supposed to reboot the new world, that so-called new world is northwest longer that place. Superman glanced at his own palm and curled it loosely into a fist. Because of you, your world must take the place of what was supposed to be the critically crucial world. And because of that, I have no choice but to remain here. Viktor finally understood where the Superman had come from. It was not as if he had never thought about it before. He vaguely recalled that in DC Comics, the New 52 DC universe became the main continuity after the Flashpoint world reboot, and various cosmically powerful beings all centered their stories around the New 52 main universe. And in the New 52 main universe, there really was a Superman who had come from the past. The Superman who had existed since the DC comic universe was first created, who had lived through countless powerful enemies and adventures, experienced, and was immeasurably strong. But after Viktor had arrived on this Earth, the one with Superman and the Justice League, he watched it carefully for some time. However, it looked nothing like the main universe continuity at all. Even though those famous superheroes were also fairly young, everything about them clearly felt different. For instance, in the New 52, the old Superman was supposed to have stayed hidden and acted in secret without anyone ever discovering him. However, Batman clearly knew this Superman existed. The two of them even seemed to know each other and had talked before. Then there was the Flashpoint Flash who had shown up out of nowhere in a frenzy trying to kill Viktor. The Flashpoint world was originally the previous version of the New 52 main universe. But Viktor killed that Flash ahead of time. Even though Lex Luthor from Flashpoint tried to save the situation by using the Flash of this universe to keep exploring and creating different timelines, Flashpoint Luthor had also been punched out of existence by Viktor. Viktor raised a hand and knocked it against his own head. Damn. What a headache. From what Superman was saying, the New 52 would never come into existence now because of Viktor's interference. The inexplicable universe Viktor had been treating as a vacation was now going to replace the New 52. What was that supposed to mean? The New 52 main universe. How long are you planning to keep me imprisoned like this? Viktor let out a sigh as if he had accepted his fate. I'm saving you until the chaotic spacetime energy in your body is fully dissipated. And besides that, I'm also waiting for something. Superman stopped staring at the sea. He turned and walked toward a stretch of forest. Viktor was locked in place by the bioforce field, floating behind the old Superman like Yumi from League of Legends. Then Viktor saw the old Superman start chopping trees. He suddenly understood something, and he could not help taking a sharp breath. What are you doing? We need a place to live during this time, and a way to survive. I don't plan to use my powers often. This world is still too fragile. Even though the old Superman said he would not use his powers, he started teleporting around and cutting trees right in front of Viktor. With one hand strike, he could cut down a huge tree. Viktor was forced to teleport around with him whether he liked it or not. He even floated into the trunk of a towering tree as he passed straight through it like a ghost. Superman kept chopping away and muttering to himself. I've been observing this sea area for a long time. We can easily build a wooden house nearby. Then I can live here, catch some fish every day, and wait until the day you are supposed to meet me for the first time. Viktor was starting to lose it. How much longer is that? What year is this supposed to be? It doesn't matter. Consider it an opportunity to wear down that killing intent of yours. If this is going to take 10 or 20 years, I think I'd rather be dead. He knew the old Superman had already made up his mind to keep him here and gave up resisting. Superman carried a fallen tree on his shoulder and gave him a wide grin. I said it before. In my eyes, everyone has the right to live. Those children had that right, and so do you. After that, Viktor stopped talking. He watched in silence as Superman built that familiar little cabin piece by piece from nothing. He watched him easily give up all of his powers except the bioforce field. He watched him build a small fishing boat and settle into a life of fishing at sunrise and sunset. He watched as some vast hidden crisis began to stir on the Earth, and Superman, going by the alias Tom, carried Viktor to the site of the crisis and resolved it with quiet ease. At first, Viktor would find something to bicker about with Tom every day, but he slowly became quieter and quieter. The various superheroes of this world began to emerge one by one. The Justice League began to form. Superman begins to go out less and less often. Most of the time, Superman was simply Tom. The Batman of this world was more mature and experienced. He actually found clues that led him to the old Superman, and he questioned why there was another Superman in this world. That night, Tom and Bruce sat in the little fishing cabin and talked about all sorts of things. As Bruce took his leave, Viktor clearly saw him bury a listening device in the trunk of the large tree beside the cabin. As the days and nights passed, Viktor became more than just quiet. This kind of life was far too boring for him. Then, Viktor began sitting cross-legged in midair with his eyes closed, meditating to pass the time. Until one day, Tom reminded him in a somewhat hoarse voice. You've already drifted out to the edge of the solar system. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 74, Past. Victor, who had been resting with his eyes closed, heard Tom's words and opened them with a somewhat resigned expression. By the way, when you see me later, please don't pay too much attention to some of my behavior. Tom watched Victor with a hint of amusement. Why? Victor couldn't quite handle being stared at like that. He raised both hands and rubbed his face. I wasn't in a great place back then. I'd lost a lot of blood, and I was a little, mentally unstable. Tom said nothing in response. The scars worn into his skin by years of hard labor faded and disappeared, and his messy hair turned jet black and glossy. In the blink of an eye, a full thick beard appeared as he hadn't once groomed himself in his Superman throughout these 5 years. Even though Victor had already seen Tom switch between his normal form and Superman many times over the years, it never ceased to amaze him. How is that even possible? Is that really something Superman is supposed to be able to do? Superman had no interest in explaining. He tilted his head back to look at the sky, casually tossed aside the jacket he'd been wearing, and revealed the classic black suit underneath. This ridiculous, seamless outfit change made him feel even more speechless. Superman launched into the sky, dragging Victor like a kite, straight up toward the sky. Victor looked into the distance with a touch of nostalgia, and he still could not see that familiar silver-white escape pod anywhere in sight. Even though his escape pod had been set with Earth's coordinates, it hadn't sustained any damage like Kara's ship during the journey. It was still flying very fast. How come the expression on your face looks like someone returning to their home after a long time away? It seemed that the Victor from the past was awake now, but Superman asked quietly. Victor was quiet for a moment and didn't answer. How far does your bioforce field actually reach? I should have only just passed Mars' orbit, right? That wasn't changing the subject. He was truly shocked. Back then, Batman had told him that from the moment he entered the solar system, he had already been within Superman's range of perception. He'd been too stunned then to actually do the math at that time. The closest distance between Mars and Earth is still 55 million kilometers, and thinking about it properly now was absolutely insane. But very soon, Superman's brow furrowed. Hostility. Actually, perhaps I'm mistaken. I've seen that kind of look too many times before, like the Earth is your personal property. Before long, Victor spotted the escape pod, currently traveling at near light speed. After a few moments, the pod was beginning to drift to a stop. Through the window, Victor could see his own past self, battered and broken, looking utterly pitiful, struggling with great difficulty to crawl out of the cryogenic pod. His past self was judging the distance to Earth, probably planning to break open the escape pod and fly there by himself. Superman approached slowly. Victor quickly covered his face with one hand. But even without looking, Victor could sense his past self stubbornly raising his head and releasing killing intent toward Superman. Once his past self finally lost consciousness and Superman carried him back toward Earth, Victor felt like he'd barely escaped from a deeply embarrassing part of his own history. Superman glanced at Victor, who had started furiously rubbing his face all over again. It seems I misjudged. Compared to who you were back then, you're actually quite a reasonable and gentle person now. Victor said nothing. He sank back into a long silence, following Superman to the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor to watch his battered past self receive treatment from Batman. Victor watched himself fall unconscious in bed for 3 days. Then Victor watches that careful, cautious version of himself get along with Tom in an outwardly decent manner while simultaneously absorbing every scrap of information about this world from the television. It wasn't until his past self went out fishing with Tom, and Victor watched the spray of the waves, that he gently dove down on the small wooden boat. I think I'm almost back to normal. Tom made a sound of acknowledgement, eyes focused intently on the surface of the water. Even though he was holding a fishing rod, he was clearly doing something else. Victor paused for a moment. He narrowed his eyes and secretly released a force field into the water. Yes, not only was his body nearly adapted to the chaotic spacetime energy, but he'd also managed to adapt to the bioforce field the Superman had been wrapping around him for the past however many years. Though he always had a feeling that the force field he had awakened through evolution was not quite the same as Superman's biofield. After watching for a moment, Victor's face turned red with anger. You were hurting fish with your bioforce field this whole time. Tom finally glanced at him from the side. How much longer can you stay in this time period? Victor rolled his eyes. It's hard to say exactly. Maybe a few more hours. Tom nodded. I hope this time has helped dissolve some of the aggression inside you. Your control over your power is precise enough, but your mind, your instincts, still want to solve problems through the most brutal means possible. Victor smiled with his mouth but not his eyes. You're stronger, so you make the rules. As long as you're still on this Earth, I'll naturally follow whatever rules you see fit. Tom let out a sigh. He and Viktor had discussed this topic more than a few times over the years. No matter how he tried to reason with him, Viktor either refused to listen or answered with silence. When the past Viktor grabbed 2 fish and started rising quickly to the surface, Tom set down his rod. You know, I don't want you to simply submit to force. That's how I lived for 14 years. I'm used to it. As his past self jumped up out of the water and into the air, Viktor closed his eyes and began meditating again. Suddenly, Tom's voice entered his ears. Do you want to become a superhero? Viktor's brow tightened slightly, and he opened his eyes at once. His past self was standing with his back to Tom, gazing out at the ocean, but Tom, the one who had just spoken those words, was clearly looking at the present Viktor. The past Viktor was looking out at the sea with his back to Tom, but Tom, who said those words, was clearly looking at him. The evening fell. After watching his past self being led into Wayne Tower by Bruce Wayne from a distance, Viktor drifted down from the air, slipped in through an open car window, and settled into the smoothly moving old sedan. He tugged at the seatbelt behind him and clicked his tongue twice with a somewhat complicated expression. Push the accelerator a little harder. I'm almost at my limit. Tom pressed the old car so hard that it rattled loudly, and the engine roared hoarsely as it rushed into an abandoned processing plant in Gotham City. As Tom turned off the engine, Viktor took out 2 locators and tossed one of them to him. Then the 2 of them disappeared from inside the car. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 75, New Leaf. Seeing the large group of children start crying and making noise again, Superman handed the locator back to Viktor. Before the old world disappeared completely, I managed to bring out quite a few small things. Superman pulled out something that looked like a snow globe from who knows where. There's a tiny city inside. I'll take them with me. There are also some of my people in there, and they'll help look after these children. You really did bring out a lot of stuff. After spending several years with Tom, Viktor had grown very familiar with his personality. He gave him a cold stare and muttered dryly. The sound of elegant high heels clicked into the room. Viktor turned his head and saw Lois, who frequently appeared during primetime television, walk out. This Lois was clearly older than the one from Viktor's world, but she looked no different apart from a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Lois gave him a warm greeting. Superman pulled her into his arms and kissed her on the forehead. My dear, I've found a place where we can stay. How are the 2 of you getting out of here? Viktor asked in a mild tone. Superman smiled at him slightly and didn't answer. Fair enough. This guy had more than just a few mysterious secrets. Viktor rolled his shoulders, walked out of the room, and headed toward Reverse Flash, who still knew nothing of what had happened and stood frozen. The sound of crying behind him cut off abruptly. Reverse Flash's fingers began slowly moving against his chin again. We need to move quickly. I think I might need your help modifying the Speed Force extractor. Reverse Flash spoke while turning around, and froze the moment he laid eyes on him. You. What about me? Your presence feels a lot softer somehow. I'll take that as a compliment. Viktor looked down at the colorful buttons on the control panel and suddenly drove his fist into one of them. The deep, heavy humming sound gradually fell silent. Reverse Flash had no time to be shocked and quickly rushed over to catch the Flash, who was almost thrown out. He turned around, and Viktor was somehow already standing right beside him, casually taking the Flash from his arms, and with a click, the locator was fastened onto the Flash's wrist. I assume you wouldn't enjoy holding your arch-nemesis for too long. But Reverse Flash ignored Viktor's words. Instead, he was staring at the shutter door with a strange expression. The one that had just moments ago been filled with the sound of children crying. The next instant, the world-ending white light that had been surging and expanding finally swallowed the underground safe house whole. A portal opened. Viktor stepped through with the Flash in his arms and was immediately met with a wave of enthusiastic applause. A streak of red lightning flashed past him and shot straight out of the Batcave. Reverse Flash was clearly not comfortable being surrounded by a crowd of superheroes. Viktor looked up and realized there were now quite a few more people in the Batcave. There were so many that it almost felt like they could throw a party. A strange middle-aged man he had never met wore a red half-bodysuit and sunglasses, stretched his neck out through the crowd all the way to Viktor's face. Plastic Man first looked down at the unconscious Flash with sympathy. You poor sweetheart to have suffered such cruel treatment. Then Plastic Man looked at Viktor's empty expression. Oh. Sorry if that's a bit rude, but the name's Patrick, also known as Plastic Man. I've heard all about you. You really turned over a new leaf and became a little hero. As he spoke, Plastic Man twisted his sunglasses, which warped along with his body into 2 heart shapes. Viktor tilted his head slightly, walked around this strange guy, and handed the Flash over to Cyborg. There's still a mind control device attached to his head. Removing it might take a little work. Cyborg nodded, thought for a moment, and gave him a stiff smile. Leave it to me. Viktor said nothing more and looked over toward Rachel, who was standing in a dark corner. The people around him kept moving past one after another, with all of them deeply concerned about the Flash. The quieter ones simply patted him on the shoulder. Green Arrow couldn't squeeze through the circle of superhumans that had formed around the Flash, and could only give Viktor a helpless smile. I have a feeling the payment for this particular job is going to be difficult to measure in money. No need. I still haven't even managed to spend all the money from last time. He originally wanted to quickly go over to Rachel, but he suddenly realized that something was off with the people present. At least 4 people who should have been there were missing, while Wonder Woman and Aquaman, who should not have been there, were actually in the Batcave now. After catching Rachel's glance, Viktor reached into the crowd and pulled Aquaman out instead. Hey, hey, hey. Aquaman stumbled out of the crowd, shook Viktor's hand off with displeasure, and rubbed his wrist. I'm here solely as a king now, could you show a little more respect to the ruler of a nation, and since when is your grip this strong? You formally resigned from the Justice League and even put out an official press statement about it, didn't you? Viktor looked at Aquaman with some surprise. And you have the nerve to come into the Batcave? You're not worried about going home with pounds of tracking devices? Aquaman glanced around quickly, then threw a thick arm around Viktor's shoulders and steered him a few steps away from the crowd. The two of them stood head to head. I joined the Justice League before I became King of Atlantis. This resignation was something I owed to my people, and besides, coming surface this time was officially to visit the Flash. Then Aquaman released him and let out a somewhat troubled sigh. And no matter how angry I personally was, it should be behind us now. Nightwing came and apologized to each of us on Batman's behalf. He blinked, and the empty eyes finally showed a flicker of life. Why would Batman have Nightwing deliver an apology for him? As long as he's breathing, there's no way he'd let Nightwing do something like, oh my god. No way. Just as Viktor was about to say something rather offensive with great enthusiasm, Oracle, unable to squeeze into the crowd, rolled her wheelchair over to him. Batman is in a coma. Oracle then narrowed her eyes and watched Viktor's visible excitement drain away. You don't have to make your disappointment quite so obvious. Viktor raised his right fist and held it up in front of Oracle. Don't think you can slander me without any evidence just because you're in that chair. Then Viktor frowned slightly. When did this happen? How did he end up in a coma? When you crushed your mask. By the way, why didn't Martha want to come back with you? Also, did you end up running into Mr. Thomas? Viktor had a rough idea of what had caused Batman to lose consciousness. He also thought of that woman who had briefly returned to herself before being swallowed back by madness. He shook his head with a sigh. They really were a tragic couple, but I didn't meet Mr. Thomas at the very end. He probably got killed early by that world's Lex Luthor. He glanced back at Wonder Woman, who had just stepped away from the group, and gave her a polite nod. I won't stick around any longer, Miss Prince. She looked back at him with relief and gratitude in her eyes. Thank you for everything you did. Viktor finally made his way through the crowd and walked over to Rachel. Before he could say a word, Rachel leaned in toward his chest, her nose tip gently trembling. Why has your scent come back? Did something happen to you again? Then Rachel suddenly stretched out both arms and tightly hugged one of Viktor's arms. Let's go home and rest properly for a day. He opened his mouth and then looked at Rachel with the softest smile. The house still isn't being built, but I do feel like I've picked up quite a bit about how to build one. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 76, Foundation. After walking through the alley, Rachel suddenly looked over at Viktor, who had been silent ever since leaving the Batcave. Do you have any hobbies? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Viktor was slightly puzzled. You look completely lifeless right now. I've heard that normal people can lift their mood just by doing something they enjoy. Rachel shook the phone in her hand. She'd probably spent a good chunk of time recently in some corner scrolling through the internet by herself. He thought for a long time and couldn't come up with a single hobby. He reached up and touched his chest with a slightly vacant look. Viktor's footsteps slowed to a stop. Thinking about it now, making a lot of money, playing games, or chasing girls, none of it seemed capable of sparking any interest in him anymore. The kinds of behaviors that should trigger dopamine in a normal person no longer brought him any joy or excitement. He skipped past his memories of his previous life and thought instead about those 14 years on Viltrum. The fighting, winning fights, beating people to death, and getting even stronger. Just thinking about it made Viktor's heart beat noticeably faster. What the? Viktor rubbed his face in disbelief. He'd always prided himself on being a pure-blooded human soul. Why did every random thought now feel so completely Viltrumite? Don't tell me you don't have any hobbies. Rachel, who had also stopped walking, tilted her head and looked at him. Hobbies? Does bullying the weak count? Victor said it casually, making something up, and used one finger to push Rachel's tilted head back upright. Unexpectedly, Rachel took what he said very seriously. Sure it does. Don't be silly, everyone on Earth is weak compared to me, and doing that would get me thrown in a prison. Victor wanted to rub the short hair on top of Rachel's head, but she was wearing a hood. He settled for rubbing his own face instead. These past few years spent hanging in the air like a kite, Victor realized his whole existence had been in a kind of empty. There's no need to eat, sleep, or anything tangible to him except himself. The no sleeping part had been particularly brutal. The not sleeping part was especially rough. The years of sleeping had created a mental habit, and losing a normally functioning body was a difficult thing to adapt to. Before he'd learned to meditate, Victor spent every night drifting around the small wooden cabin like a ghost, staring up at the moon or crouching on the beach watching crabs dig holes. Therefore, Victor had developed a habit of rubbing his face whenever he had nothing to do. It helped shake off the fog at a subconscious level and confirm to himself that he actually existed. Then just find people you can bully without getting thrown in prison. You're kidding. Where would you even find people like that? Victor glanced down at the ground beneath his feet, then looked at Rachel with a strange expression. They hadn't walked very far from the Batcave. The ground beneath their feet was, after all, Gotham. The Batman who had always treated all of Gotham as his personal territory didn't seem to be in any position to manage things right now. Tonight, we go home first. This bold plan needs more time to think through properly, and let's just sort out the foundation issue with the house for now. Rachel nodded lightly and said that while he had gone to another world, she had already bought the building materials in Gotham that they had originally planned to buy in Metropolis. They were 2/3 cheaper than in Metropolis. There was a faint hint of pride in Rachel's tone. Victor's face went a little pale. You bought materials in Gotham, and they were that much cheaper than the normal market price. What kind of materials could those possibly be? The wood might be stained with blood, the concrete might have something bodies buried in it, and even the nails might feel cursed. Rachel pushed back with complete seriousness. The materials all looked perfectly good. Victor's color recovered slightly, but then Rachel added another sentence. They smelled of lingering souls and the breath of curses. Victor closed his eyes in pain. He'd forgotten that this girl was still rather different from a normal person. 20 minutes later, Victor carefully extracted the escape pod from where it had been wedged in the cliff's crevices, picked it up, and flew toward the secluded beach Rachel had previously set up. On the way back, Rachel confirmed multiple times whether he truly didn't need to rest tonight. Victor nodded each time with a slightly mournful look. Victor's sleeping habits hadn't returned yet. After setting the escape pod aside, Victor stepped on the sand under his feet. First, we need to deal with the foundation. You can't build a normal house on a pile of sand. Rachel nodded. I can reshape it with magic, but I don't see any solid rock nearby. Victor thought for a moment. Wait here. I'll go find some in the ocean. He turned and jumped into the sea. After 7 or 8 minutes, a surge of waves rolled in from the sea, washing over Rachel's bare feet and at one point rising to her calves. Victor, whose force field had only just started awakening, flew out of the waves carrying a huge rock from the bottom of the sea, the size of a small hill. He floated in the air with the giant rock above his head, seawater still streaming down its sides in steady streams. Do you think this rock is solid enough? Rachel raised both hands, framed her fingers into a rectangle, and squinted to compare the size of the rock against the size of the beach. It's too big. And I want to keep a ring of sand around the future house. Why don't you go find another one? Suddenly, Victor's mouth curved upward. What was the point of awakening a force field if all he did was carry one big rock around? No need to find another one. Watch me reshape it. He tossed the rock upward, and his force field spread through his whole body. In an instant, he became a blur, flying around the giant rock several times in midair. He circled the rock several times at blinding speed before flashing back below it and catching it with one hand. After the gentle shake, the irregular edges of the massive rock let out a series of sharp cracks. The extra pieces broke off and crashed into the sea one after another, sending up huge splashes. Suddenly, the rock in Victor's hands had become a carefully shaped stone block, like a giant upside-down obelisk. The cut surfaces were so smooth they reflected the moonlight like mirrors. Rachel's usually cold eyes came alive once more. She knew full well that Victor was showing off his new ability, but she deliberately said nothing about it. After calmly pointing at the beach below, Rachel took 2 steps back, raised her hands, and dark violet magical energy poured from her palms. Set it down. Don't let it go crooked. TCH. The smile vanished from Victor's face. After grumbling, Victor lowered the stone with the help of a force field and slowly placed it down until the tip of the upside-down obelisk touched the sand. The dark magic took effect. Rachel murmured her incantation rapidly, and the huge rock slowly sank into the sand like butter melting in a hot pan. A moment later, in the middle of the empty beach, a large square platform of black stone now stood at its center. Victor clapped his hands out of habit. Meanwhile, Rachel then dumped out all the building materials they had bought recently from her magic storage space. Finally, she pulled out a roll of blueprints, flicked it open with her middle finger, and 3 villa architectural engineering drawings automatically unfolded into 3 floating villa construction designs in front of Victor. "You said you have experience building a house, didn't you?" Noticing the blank look in Victor's eyes as he stared at the drawings, Rachel showed a barely visible smirk. Looking at the dizzying lines and the detailed measurements down to the millimeter on the blueprints, Victor swallowed nervously. "Well, the way I learned was probably a bit different. I may need to study what exactly these drawings are showing first later." 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 77, Cosplay. Victor spent about 40 minutes understanding the plans, then immediately started building. After digging the foundation, laying the frame, setting the formwork, pouring the concrete, the rough 3-story villa was finished. Victor rested his hand on his brow and glanced at the sunset. He casually washed his hands by the shore, stretched for more than 10 seconds, then lowered his arms and looked at Rachel. The two exchanged a knowing smirk. Rachel cast a spell on Victor, something like an illusion, to adjust his perceived physical size to match Batman's. After thinking for a moment, Rachel gave him a thumbs up. "Have fun." "I can't wait." Victor flew up into the night sky and headed toward Gotham. During his time in the past timeline as a ghost, Victor had already learned the location of the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor. Now, while the old Bat was seriously sick and stuck in bed, Victor decided to do something big in Gotham. He decided it was time to pick up a hobby too, to ease the frustration he had built up over the past few years. The night fell. Through an abandoned dry well outside Wayne Manor, Victor found the hidden passage and slipped all the way down into the Batcave underground. Even though his body was now far beyond normal humans, Victor still couldn't stop feeling excited when he thought about what he was about to do. He was going to cosplay as Batman. A real-life speedrun of his favorite game from his previous life, Batman, Arkham Knight. The timeline lined up pretty closely too. In the game, the storyline involved Batman having already taken in Tim as the third Robin, after which the second Robin, who was supposed to have been killed by the Joker, returned as the Arkham Knight to exact revenge. The only difference was that Batman hadn't adopted Tim yet, and the second Robin was nowhere to be seen. These details didn't matter. Who else could be Gotham's Dark Knight tonight but him? A dark silhouette slowly approached the batsuit displayed inside a glass case and stretched out a hand toward it. Victor, who was also hiding in the darkness and about to sneak over, widened his eyes. The silhouette had reached the suit about 3 steps ahead of him, leaving him completely confused. What in the? Which idiot dared to do something like this? Victor wrapped himself in his force field, crept silently behind the figure, and narrowed his eyes as he quietly raised a hand chop. The silhouette figure seemed completely focused on the batsuit, still stretching out that hand again and again. Snap. Suddenly, a sharp click rang out, and the entire dim Batcave was lit up by a bare bright bulb mounted at the top of the cave. Nightwing was leaning sideways at the entrance of a passage, arms crossed, looking helplessly at the 3 people in the Batcave. At the front was Plastic Man in his red skin-tight suit, one arm stretched out 2 meters, nearly pressing against the glass of the display case. Behind Plastic Man was Victor, bent over and just about to strike with his hand, and behind Victor was Superman, who was about to knock Victor on the back of the head. They all froze simultaneously. They looked up at the blazing light bulb, then turned in unison to look at Nightwing. "This suit is something I'd avoid wearing if I could, but you guys really..." Nightwing was too exhausted to even make fun of them. He just let out a long sigh. Is it really that serious? A few minutes later, the 3 of them sat around the dining room upstairs in Wayne Manor with gloomy expressions. Alfred, who had been woken up in the middle of the night, silently brought over a pot of hot chocolate and poured a cup for Plastic Man, Victor, and Superman. Nightwing sat at the head of the table like he owned the place, and the moment Alfred left, he kicked his legs up onto the table. "All right, talk. Why did each of you come here?" The 3 exchanged a glance and began taking turns. "I just wanted to have a bit of fun. I thought it'd be fun. I came to help. He's still unconscious, and since I was nearby, I figured I'd stop in. I'm here purely for revenge. I've been in a bad mood lately, and Gotham at night is a convenient place to beat people up and let off steam." Plastic Man and Superman both turned to stare at Victor. Plastic Man's jaw literally hit the chair. Nightwing showed a strange expression and frowned as he thought for a few seconds. Gotham does need a Batman at night. I did solo patrol last night, showed up to catch a few people, but it ended up feeling more like I was sending a signal to all the freaks and criminals that it was safe to come out and cause trouble. The 3 exchanged glances. It seemed like there might be something in this. From the sound of it, Nightwing was about to officially approve someone. Plastic Man immediately straightened his back. Superman was already sitting properly, while Victor still lounged limply in his chair, holding his hot chocolate and taking a sip with his head down. Nightwing seemed to come to a decision and pointed a finger. Your attitude fits best. You stay. Plastic Man's jaw dropped again, and even Superman looked surprised. Victor licked the corner of his mouth, looked up, and was also stunned. Me. Nightwing raised a finger, pointing at him, and shook it. Yes, you, but remember no killing. 10 minutes later, Victor stood in the Batcave, barely containing his excitement, watching as Nightwing took out the batsuit and waved him over. This thing is pretty troublesome the first time you wear it. There are a lot of details to watch out for, with some parts you can't mess around with, and why do you look a bit taller now? Victor took a deep breath, accepted the bat helmet, felt the remarkable texture in his hands, and experienced a joy he hadn't felt in a very long time. Trust me. I came here fully prepared. After Nightwing helped him put on the batsuit, Victor first rolled his shoulders to feel what the cape was like when worn properly. Then he found a mirror and started twisting his waist and hips a little to warm up. Nightwing frowned, walked over, and turned on the earpiece inside the helmet. Immediately, a series of alert beeps filled his ears. It's time to move. Tonight, Gotham is going to fall into some chaos. They're all testing whether something has really happened to Batman since he didn't show up last night. After activating the voice modulator at Victor's throat, Nightwing turned and headed toward the hangar where Batman's various vehicles were stored. Victor followed behind and then suddenly remembered something. A deep voice identical to Batman's sounded behind Nightwing. By the way, how much strength am I supposed to use if I'm not allowed to kill people? Nightwing nearly stumbled. He turned back around and shot back irritably. It doesn't take much for the head. More for the ribs. A lot more for the legs. Remember that, and keep your sentences short. As Nightwing rattled, Victor quickly threw 3 punches with different levels of force. The blade on the side of his arm guard flashed coldly, and the power of the punches combined with the blade cutting through the air, making 3 deep humming sounds. All right, man, got it. Nightwing took a deep breath, and his whole face twitched. You have to drop those weird catchphrases and those long sentences of yours, or tonight you keep your mouth shut as much as possible. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Fear. The Batsicle zipped through the streets and alleys of Gotham City. The engine was nearly silent, and the 2 figures lying low on the bike looked like one black rat darting through Gotham at incredible speed. Nightwing asked in a muffled voice. I have a question. Speak. Victor quickly picked up Batman's style, short and to the point. The Batcape behind him flapped loudly in the wind from the high speed. Why am I the one driving the Batsicle? Nightwing gripped the handlebars tightly in annoyance. He glanced back through the rearview mirror at Victor's eyes hidden under the bat helmet but couldn't read any extra expression. I've never ridden something this fast before. Victor was wearing the batsuit, sitting on the back seat with his arms tightly around Nightwing's waist. The cold metal armor pressed against Nightwing's back. This felt too weird, especially when Nightwing looked down and saw the sharp blades on the bat gauntlets almost touching his stomach. Nightwing swallowed and sucked his stomach in slightly. Then why did you reject the Batmobile when I wanted to take it earlier? Fighting crime is often urgent. The enclosed structure of the Batmobile isn't convenient for jumping out. Victor's voice explained. The Batsicle's speed gradually slowed. The road ahead became more and more deserted, and the already dimly lit streets fell completely into darkness. In the distance, in the direction of the waterfront docks, faint flickering firelight was visible. Oracle's voice came through the earpiece. Oracle calling Bat Team. The target has been confirmed at Gotham Harbor. The Penguin and Black Mask's gangs are in a small shootout. The fight is still under control for now, but the number of people on both sides is still slowly increasing. Copy. Nightwing raised a hand and pressed his earpiece, then couldn't help glancing at him through the rearview mirror. Aquaman had previously expressly forbidden Gotham Harbor residents from engaging in fishing and related maritime operations. The docks, already a dirty and shady place, were now almost empty of normal people. The stranded ships and empty warehouses had turned into perfect secret bases for gang members. Nightwing hit the brakes hard and stopped the bike about 100 meters from the docks, quickly instructing him. We split up. You handle Penguin, I'll deal with Black Mask. Finish it fast. Victor nodded slightly, raising his hand to adjust the bat helmet. Okay. And one more very important thing. No killing, just subdue them. No fatal strikes. Fine. Victor nodded again, and a faint flash of excitement passed through his eyes. He was just here for fun because there was not enough to truly interest him in a fight. After confirming everything, Nightwing moved in a flash and disappeared into the shadows between the containers. He looked down at the bat grappling gun hanging at his waist. After thinking for a moment, he chose to float forward at a low height instead. Viktor's feet were barely half a centimeter from the ground, controlled his movement precisely, and moved extremely fast. The stacked shipping containers at the dock were being used as cover. Penguin's men all wore white shirts with black vests, with iceberg badges pinned to their collars. Black Mask's men wore black suits with black hoods over their faces. They both cursed at each other while holding back their anger, and at the same time looked for chances to strike back. They exchanged fire but didn't dare go all out. Their pistols had silencers, and even their shouting was deliberately kept low. After all, Batman had only disappeared for one night, and his presence still scared them. If they made too much noise, they might bring the old Bat back. Move. Viktor, who had been quietly clinging to the outside of a container at the edge of the fight, suddenly heard Nightwing's short call in his earpiece. As 3 smoke grenades hit the ground and exploded, white smoke instantly spread, and 2 black shadows jumped into the battlefield from left and right. It's Batman. The familiar entrance immediately hit the nerves of some of the gang members, and someone shouted first. Nightwing's figure flashed. Using the smoke as cover, he charged straight toward Black Mask's direction. The short staff in his hand instantly extended, swinging toward the nearest thug with lightning speed. With just a muffled grunt, the thug fell to the ground unconscious. Nightwing didn't pause at all. As he moved and dodged through the area, Nightwing used cover to avoid enemy gunfire, looking almost like he was performing graceful acrobatics. But every swing of his staff carried fierce force, and Black Mask's men kept falling one after another. In just a few dozen seconds, he had already taken down 7 of them. On the other side, Viktor, disguised as Batman, had no intention of seeking cover, charging straight toward the Penguin's direction. Even without looking at photos beforehand, Penguin was way too easy to recognize. Seeing Batman silently charging at him, Penguin's heart clenched, and he shouted at his men. Shoot! Shoot and stop him, don't let him through. However, Batman's next moves left them all dumbfounded. He didn't avoid the line of fire in any normal way and didn't look for cover at all. He just kept moving up and down, crouching and jumping, and every bullet aimed at him missed by a hair. Something's not right, was he always this agile? One of the men asked the person beside him in confusion. The other guy was even more stunned, and his gun even dropped slightly without him noticing. Are you kidding me? Since when have you ever seen Batman spin sideways in the air 720 degrees to dodge bullets? Penguin didn't even have time to yell at them now because Batman was already almost right in front of him. Just as he managed to open his umbrella, before he could even activate the hidden weapons, Batman grabbed the edge of the umbrella and snatched it away with a speed and strength that Penguin had no way to resist. Penguin's face turned pale, and his legs went weak, but he still forced out a cold smile. Looks like you really got some good rest yesterday. You weren't this agile before. But Viktor said nothing. He only raised his fist, and the excitement in his eyes grew stronger. Batman, wait, let's talk this out. I surrender. The low, deadly voice rang out for a split second. 650. A loud crack, as the fist smashed right into Penguin's fat face. The Penguin was knocked to the ground with one punch, blood instantly pouring from his mouth, spitting out half a mouthful of broken teeth, his cheek swelling visibly. You're crazy. The Penguin clutched his cheek, shouting in shock and terror. This breaks the rules. We haven't even started the deal tonight. We just had a small clash because of an argument. You shouldn't be hitting this hard. 850. A sharp sweeping kick slammed heavily into the Penguin's ribs. The intense pain made his vision go dark, his whole body twitch, and even more blood poured from his mouth. He could barely breathe. Viktor's movements paused for a moment. Nightwing's advice, were they right? This was only the second hit, but this guy already looked like he was about to pass out. Penguin coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, then suddenly roared. Shoot! Quick, pull out the rifles and kill this lunatic. Viktor quickly crouched down and raised his fist high. Bang! After delivering a heavy punch that gave the Penguin's shin bone a fracture, Viktor once again dodged the bullet rain, running nonstop toward Black Mask's side. At this moment, Nightwing had just taken down the last of Black Mask's men and was preparing to charge at Black Mask himself when he noticed a black figure swiftly rushing toward him. Oracle's barely controlled voice started shouting in Nightwing's earpiece. This is insane. Oracle's shout made Viktor's movements pause for just a second. He seemed to realize that he had gone a little too far and that his style had drifted off course. After all, Viktor was here to impersonate Batman. Pulling out a smoke grenade from his utility belt, Viktor casually tossed it on the ground. A white smoke instantly erupted, completely enveloping him and Black Mask, whom he'd already reached. Bang! 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 After 3 dull thuds, along with Black Mask's piercing screams, Viktor rushed out of the smoke, running while calling to Nightwing. Let's go to the next location. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 79, Bane. What are you doing? After the two of them had ridden the Batsicle quite a long way, Nightwing finally could not hold it in anymore. He stopped the bike and asked in a low voice. I like to get things done fast and efficiently. Viktor seemed a little unable to understand Nightwing's logic. You said it yourself, quick and decisive. But you're Batman right now. Nightwing spread his hands, trying hard to describe the old Bat's usual fighting style. You're supposed to hide in the darkness, exploit blind spots, slowly pressure everyone's minds. Batman uses psychological pressure and fear through a concise and sharp fighting style. Viktor waved his hand. I know how to inflict fear, and I guarantee that after tonight, they absolutely won't want to see Batman a second time. Nightwing wanted to continue nagging, but Oracle's voice, barely suppressing laughter, began urging them on. Nightwing let out a long sigh, turned around, and silently started the bike again. Lying on Nightwing's back, Viktor thought for a moment. He seemed to feel that maybe something really had been a little off about what he had done. Then let's do it your way. I can actually exploit blind spots too. I hope so. The two of them quickly arrived at the next location. This time, Nightwing didn't even need to act. Viktor shot out at an even faster speed than before. This time was even worse. He used a speed that was far beyond normal but still just slow enough for people to barely catch a glimpse of him from the corner of their eyes. Viktor made sure to get behind people before attacking. He muttered one of those numbers, knocked one person down, and then immediately rushed to the next one. Even when he was already right in front of someone, Viktor still would not attack. He would circle them until they were completely turned away from him. Then came 3 extremely fast hits, high, middle, and low. Afterward, Viktor would rush straight to the next unlucky guy without even looking back. After he used the same method to take down 4 members of this small gang that was trading drugs, the 2 people left were finally scared out of their minds. One of them wildly waved the knife in his hand while shouting, trying to scare away the Bat Demon. This was the first time they'd encountered Batman since arriving in Gotham City last week. Like most people who came to Gotham hoping to make a name for themselves, some people thought Batman's reputation was exaggerated, and some thought they would not be unlucky enough to run into him. But only after meeting him tonight did they truly submit to the fear brought by Gotham City's Dark Knight. The main thing was that it was just too weird. He stayed hidden in the dark, ran circles around, and seemed to have endless energy. The person in the middle can keep turning their head or eyes and easily track someone running around them. However, this Batman wasn't human at all and was different. He moved incredibly fast and, at the same time, could suddenly turn back and change direction at angles that no normal human body should be able to do. After taking down the 5th unlucky guy, Viktor looked at the 6th one, who curled up on the ground, screaming, shaking, and pants soaked with piss. Viktor wrinkled his nose in disgust and ran off to find Nightwing again. Nightwing, observing from the side, was also on the verge of collapse. What are you doing? Creating fear. I'm begging you, seriously. Viktor never paid attention to him. He jumped onto the motorcycle in a flash and started urging him on. Who's next in line? Oracle's completely uncontrollable laughter came through the earpiece. Nightwing covered his face and vigorously rubbed it twice. First, notify GCPD to come, clean up the mess. That last one probably needs to go to Arkham. The two set off again on the Batsicle. In the earpiece, Oracle. This time, Nightwing was too tired to talk. He stayed silent the whole way, and only Oracle was still giggling so hard she could barely breathe, but she slowly started explaining the next part. Based on the investigation over the past few days, we can now confirm that Bane has visited Clayface more than once. He might be trying to use Clayface's body to transport his Titan venom. That stuff absolutely cannot get out on the streets. Following Oracle's directions, the silent Nightwing rode the Batsicle with Viktor and found another entrance to Gotham's sewers. In the dark, damp sewer, dirty water flowed slowly, emitting a sharp, horrible odor. The two of them lowered their bodies and followed Oracle's directions deeper inside. Soon, they noticed several brownish-yellow mud spots on one section of the pipe wall. You coming out on your own, or do we have to drag you out? Nightwing called out cautiously toward the dirty water flowing through the pipe. The water, which had been calm, slowly started to ripple. Suddenly, a large lump of brownish-yellow shit slowly rose from the sewage. Nightwing looked back at Viktor, who, for once, hadn't charged ahead first, and joked. What's wrong? You're not going to go spread your fear this time. Viktor looked at the giant feces pile, which was gradually taking humanoid form, and silently retreated 2 steps. This was really a bit too disgusting. Nightwing finally got to see him look uncomfortable. He shook his head with a small smile and was about to start questioning Clayface to ask if he'd seen Bane in the last few days. Suddenly, Clayface opened his filthy mouth and let out a cry that sounded full of pain. The yellow-brown bubbles all over his body instantly burst open, and pale purple gas sprayed out from the bursting bubbles all over him. It carried a sharp, foul stink and quickly filled the whole tunnel. Shit, it's a trap. Nightwing quickly covered his nose and mouth and tried to step back, but he was still too slow. His whole body started to go weak, and he stumbled again and again. Viktor watched Clayface wail and fall back into the gutter, reaching out to slightly support Nightwing and help him sit to the side. Then a rough laugh came from behind them with a heavy footstep. From the shadows of the tunnel, a giant figure walked out. He wore a mask with muscles that bulged like twisted tumors, and his skin was covered with thick veins, and tubes glowing with a strange green light were stuck into his back. Bane cracked his knuckles and stared fiercely at the Batman standing still in front of him. Looks like you came prepared after all, but your little sidekick isn't so lucky. This is my newly formulated neurotoxin. Your little sidekick probably only has 10 minutes left to live. Viktor wasn't intimidated by Bane. In fact, 10 minutes were enough for him to destroy Gotham City 100 times over. However, this calm and confident silence only convinced Bane even more that this was the real Batman. Viktor watched Bane charge straight at him. A playful glint appeared in his eyes as he quietly suppressed all of his own strength and speed. Now, Viktor was prepared to use only peak human physical capabilities to practice the normal hand-to-hand combat techniques Wonder Woman had taught him. The two exchanged a few moves. After the two exchanged a few moves, Batman's punches and kicks, held back because he had to worry about Nightwing, felt like nothing more than a massage to Bane. Suddenly, Bane deliberately pretended he was about to attack Nightwing. Looking at Bane's movements, which seemed more than 10 times slower in his eyes, Viktor helplessly went along with it and purposely left an opening. Bane seized the chance, grabbed Batman by the throat, and slammed him hard against the wall. Bane's face twisted fiercely. He tightened both hands with force, and the muscles on his arms swelled even bigger as he roared. Batman, today you will surely die. But even after being choked for a long time, Bane still hadn't used the finishing move Viktor had expected in his mind. After glancing sideways at Nightwing's condition, Viktor turned back somewhat coldly. You're starting to bore me. Bane froze for a second. What? Viktor raised his hands and placed them on those two huge arms. Bane's brain was now also affected by the Titan venom, his eyes bloodshot, ignoring Batman's abnormality. Thinking he had already won, Bane was just about to mock Batman's relatively thin arms and legs. PRRRT. Viktor's 10 fingers stabbed straight into the bulging muscles of Bane's forearms. You're boring. I don't want to play anymore. He yanked both hands apart, and the supinator muscles and bicep tendons beneath Bane's arms, along with a string of blood vessels and ligaments, were torn away like pulling apart cotton candy. 600 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 80, Toxin. Even though the Titan venom in Bane's body had a certain nerve-numbing effect, this tearing sensation of flesh and tendons still made him feel unbearable. A low roar came from Bane's mouth. He wanted to release his grip, but Viktor's reaction was faster. Throwing aside the 2 lumps of flesh in his hands, Viktor took advantage of the brief moment before Bane's hand on his throat moved away. He suddenly raised both arms and drove all 10 fingers, covered in blood, into the huge wound he had just torn open. The 4 tube behind Bane's head actually began to pump faster. As a larger dose of Titan venom surged in, Bane's already twisted muscles began to swell even more. The freshly torn wounds first sprayed out large amounts of fresh blood, then the blood vessels began tightening on their own to stop the bleeding. Bane's whole body grew taller again as the muscles expanded. The muscles on his shoulders swelled until they were bigger than 3 of Viktor's heads put together. As the only human who could survive after adapting to highly dosed Titan venom, Bane could theoretically even lift 15 tons. However, this caused massive hidden damage to his body, and he didn't dare use it often. No matter how many times Batman defeated him, Bane could recover his fighting spirit faster than anyone else and come back again. After entering his extreme state, Bane realized in terror that Batman didn't even seem to notice anything had changed. Viktor showed no reaction, his 10 fingers continuing to push deeper into Bane's wounds. They sank in like steel nails, forcing apart the bulging, swelling muscles, and clamped around the radius bone in Bane's forearm. Even beasts can feel fear. Moreover, the Titan venom only affected Bane's intelligence, but it didn't mean he could no longer think at all. A strange fear wrapped around Bane's heart like a poisonous snake. You're not Batman. Correct. Too bad, no prize. Looking at the fear in Bane's eyes, Viktor felt as if the joy he had lost was starting to return. Viktor's fingers began to tighten. As more and more crushing force went in, a creepy cracking sound came from Bane's joints. In less than 2 seconds, Viktor would have torn the bones out of Bane's arm. The Titan venom that Bane had always been proud of could no longer give him even the slightest sense of safety in front of this demon pretending to be Batman. But just as Viktor's smile began gradually becoming disturbing, Bane suddenly knelt down before him. Woo dot. The excessive Titan venom's deformed muscle expansion even squeezed Bane's vocal cords, leaving him able to make only muffled sounds. Bane's heavy body slammed onto the sewer floor with a loud bang. Tisk. Viktor found it boring again. This complete surrender meant the Bane no longer had any value to him as a source of enjoyment. It was as if Bane, in his eyes, was no different from those powerless elderly, weak women, and children. Get lost. With a light kick, sending Bane's massive body flying into the sewage, Viktor turned to help Nightwing up. The two quickly disappeared into the darkness of the sewer. Only after completely leaving the sewer did Viktor activate his earpiece and connect to Oracle's channel. I already drove Bane away. Nightwing was hit by some kind of nerve gas. Where should I take him for treatment now? Following Oracle's instructions, Viktor pulled out a device from the third tactical pocket on the left side of his waist. He took a syringe from the side of the device, drew a small sample of Nightwing's blood, then plugged the syringe back into the device. Finally, Viktor placed the bottom of the device on Nightwing's forehead to perform a detailed scan. After waiting in place for a few seconds, Oracle's voice became serious. The nerve gas isn't the biggest problem. Bane added some kind of unknown toxic aerosol into the nerve gas. These tiny particles entered through his nose when he breathed them in and attached themselves to his blood vessels. After that, the aerosol entered a kind of semi-dormant state and is now slowly, continuously releasing poison. After listening for a while, Viktor clapped his hands repeatedly, telling Oracle to stop. Shouldn't you give me a solution first? The Batcave probably can't handle this type of toxic aerosol. I'm sending you coordinates. Someone there can deal with it. It's best if you get Nightwing there within 5 minutes. Viktor glanced at the address sent to the display screen on his arm guard, and his pupils shrank. New England, Ivy Town. Why the hell are we going out of the country? Though he said this, Viktor still grabbed Nightwing and quickly took flight. But just as he was flying rapidly through the night sky, Oracle suddenly shouted to stop him. Oh. Wait, the information wasn't updated just now, here's the new address. This time it was much more normal. STAR. Labs, New York branch. Vict held the unconscious Nightwing, made a big turn in the air, and rushed toward the new address. Oracle's apologetic voice came through the earpiece. Sorry, I just received the information. Dr. Palmer from Ivy Town recently went on a field assignment again, but he has a student working at STAR Labs. A student? Are you sure this person's skills are good enough? By the way, what does that doctor you mentioned research? Toxic substances. Microstructure and radiation. You've actually already met his student at the Batcave last time. Who was it? The Atom. Even though Oracle delayed him by a few seconds, Viktor still managed to bring Nightwing to the New York branch of STAR Labs within 30 seconds. The building looked a bit like a huge white donut from the outside. Since awakening his force field ability, Viktor had also learned how to fly at high speed without damaging the area around him. Normally, to avoid creating high-energy sonic booms or violent air shock waves, Viktor would need over a minute to fly this far. A young man who was probably woken up by Oracle's message just seconds ago looked at Viktor and Nightwing descending from the sky with some disbelief and rubbed his eyes. Batman. I thought you'd land using some more ninja stealth way. Viktor didn't respond, switching from carrying Nightwing to a princess carry. The other person seemed to realize that this was not the time for chatting. He quickly turned back and ran to the entrance, pushing both glass doors completely open. On the way to the laboratory, after sneaking a glance at the silent Batman, the young man still couldn't help but introduce himself. You might not know me yet. I'm a student of Dr. Ray Palmer. My name is Ryan Choi. The lab door opened, and a female researcher with curly light brown blonde hair, wearing a white lab coat, was already standing by a temporarily cleared experiment table. Viktor glanced at him with some surprise. He had thought this young man was just a hard-working nerdy researcher staying alone in the lab, but it turned out there was also a beautiful woman there with him. The young man seemed to understand the look in Batman's eyes, and his face immediately turned red. This is Rhonda, my teacher's assistant. She also has excellent research on microstructures. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/sothisk. Chapter 81, Atom. After laying Nightwing flat on the experiment table, Ryan Choi, who had been out of it earlier, seemed to instantly become a different person. He became serious and focused, as if he had instantly cleared all distracting thoughts from his mind. The female assistant named Rhonda pushed over a machine that looked like an oversized desk lamp. Ryan pulled off the lampshade, making the flat device at the top of the instrument align with Nightwing's head. Oracle already briefly described the problem to me earlier. Ryan seemed to be talking to himself. We need to quickly identify the locations of all the aerosol particles stuck to his blood vessels and remove them one by one. Ryan suddenly looked up at Viktor. However, this lab doesn't have the right antidote, and removing the aerosol particles will be a long process. Right at that moment, Oracle sent Viktor a new prompt. He reached into the tactical pocket on the right side of his waist and took out an injection. He inserted the needle into the side of Nightwing's neck and pushed all the medicine into Nightwing's vein. Ryan lowered his head and used his fingers to pull open Nightwing's eyelids to check him. After confirming that the temporary antidote Viktor used was working, Ryan nodded to Rhonda beside him. Rhonda activated the screen connected to the scanner, and only then did Ryan pull up his coat, revealing a strangely designed belt around his waist. At that moment, Viktor finally remembered where he had seen it before. That day, among the superheroes visiting the Flash in the Batcave, there was indeed a man wearing a red and blue costume with such a belt at his waist. After recalling Oracle saying earlier that Ray Palmer was the Atom, Viktor found it somewhat strange. "So this is your teacher's equipment?" Ryan seemed a bit nervous. After taking a long, deep breath, he slowly nodded. Dr. Palmer often goes on missions. Every time before he leaves, he entrusts his equipment and laboratory to me. The Justice League occasionally needs the Atom's shrinking technology, and that's when I temporarily take his place for a while. This was really the first time Viktor had heard of something like this. This man, Ray Palmer, seemed trusted his student. After taking the helmet from Rhonda, Ryan put it on and reached for the switch on his belt. Next, I'll shrink to a size of 5 micrometers. I'll enter Nightwing's facial and brain blood vessels through his nasal membrane. Rhonda, after you scan out all the aerosol positions, transmit the signals to me. The female assistant with brownish gold curly hair finally spoke her first sentence. Okay, Dr. Choi. Ryan nodded and activated the shrinking device, and his entire body shrank, leaving behind layers of fading afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Ryan became microscopic in size. He jumped into the air and flew toward Nightwing's face. After watching Ryan disappear into Nightwing's face, Viktor finally had time to look around the famous STAR labs from the comics of his previous life. In the DC world, among the advanced technologies created on Earth that were far beyond normal human standards, aside from the ones owned by some superheroes, the remaining 70% all came from this famous place. Before today, Viktor didn't know that STAR labs actually had so many branches across almost every major city in the United States. There was a New York branch, a Metropolis branch, a Central City branch, and others. Previously, Viktor thought there was only one. In his memory, the STAR Labs branch in Metropolis could even, in some early DC animation, casually open a two-way portal for parallel universe travel without relying on the Speed Force. Even the technology in the Batcave couldn't accomplish that so easily. But just as Viktor's force field swept over the female assistant named Rhonda, his heightened senses suddenly noticed something strange. The cold gaze behind Batman instantly locked onto Rhonda. Rhonda visibly shivered. "You're very nervous." The voice modulator was still on. The voice Viktor emitted was almost identical to Batman's, bringing tremendous psychological pressure to Rhonda. Rhonda laughed awkwardly twice and unconsciously played with a curl hanging over her shoulder with her fingers. "It's normal to be nervous when Batman is standing this close to me for the first time, right?" He didn't answer. After several seconds of silence, Viktor looked away. What she felt was not nervousness about whether the Atom's surgery after shrinking would succeed. It was more like fear. She was instinctively uncomfortable being so close to Batman. What kind of person would be afraid of Batman? That first one is for someone who at least understands the basics about Batman. After all, residents of other cities outside Gotham understood Batman at most as a superhero with a slightly strange personality. The second kind is someone who understands Batman's true nature and has something to hide. A woman staying close to Dr. Ray Palmer has something to hide. She was probably some villain from the Atom's original comic stories. Viktor was not the kind of person who studied every little detail, and besides, many memories from his previous life were already fading away. This Rhonda was perhaps some second or third tier minor villain or nemesis of a second or third tier hero. Viktor had just minutes ago beaten the famous Gotham villain Bane to his knees. He was even less interested in interfering with such a minor character. Just a few minutes earlier, Viktor had beaten the famous Gotham villain Bane to his knees. He was even less interested in dealing with a small person like her as long as she didn't dare to interfere with Nightwing's surgery right in front of him. Speaking of which, if Ryan and Rhonda both believed Viktor was Batman, that meant the Bat families had done a very good job keeping Batman's coma a secret. Most likely, aside from the 7 main members of the Justice League and Viktor, the other members of the Justice League still didn't know that Batman was in a coma. After watching Rhonda begin reporting the locations of the toxic aerosol particles scanned to the Atom, Viktor simply stepped back a few paces. This gave the woman, who might be hiding something, at least a little sense of safety for now, so she could focus better on helping complete Nightwing's surgery. He then turned his attention to the display screen connected to the scanner and marked every capillary node in Nightwing's head. A blue light spot representing Ryan continuously moved along the bloodstream. He would pause briefly until the mark for the abnormal point on the display disappeared. The result was actually very fast. In less than 10 minutes, 80% of the abnormal points in Nightwing's head had already been cleared. Combined with the temporary antidote injected earlier, Nightwing grunted and slightly opened his eyes. 600 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk. Chapter 82, Warning. Victor quickly stepped forward and grabbed Nightwing by the shoulder. Nightwing's mind was still foggy, and the last thing he remembered before passing out was being in danger. Don't move. The atom is performing surgery inside your brain. Victor didn't really know whether a large movement would affect the microscopic level, but even a normal person would know not to move carelessly during a critical moment of surgery. Nightwing opened his eyes and saw Batman holding him down. He stared for a moment, then remembered that this was Victor disguised as Batman. He relaxed a little and started looking around at the surroundings. STAR laboratory, where's Bane? Nightwing suddenly thought of something even more terrifying. You didn't kill Bane, did you? Rhonda stiffened sharply after hearing Nightwing's words, with some horror and disbelief flashing across her face. After hearing Nightwing's words, Rhonda, standing behind Victor, suddenly went stiff. A bit of fear and disbelief flashed across her face. Victor shook his head. No, I just disabled both his arms. Do I really look like I enjoy killing people that much? Nightwing finally relaxed completely. That's good then. Even though with someone like Bane, who is an extremely dangerous piece of shit, Nightwing actually didn't care too much whether Victor killed him or not. However, there was no choice. Batman would definitely care when he woke up. Nightwing had boldly skipped over Superman and Plastic Man, who Batman would actually be more likely to accept, and chose Victor to disguise himself as the Dark Knight instead. He himself felt somewhat doubtful about it, but Nightwing guessed right. As long as Victor could restrain himself from crossing the line of killing, the fear he brought to those went way beyond Batman's usual level. The fear he gave to those people who were used to treating Batman like part of a game was, in some ways, even greater than Batman himself. As long as they didn't use this method too often, Victor filling in once in a while when Batman was unavailable was much more suitable than using Superman or Plastic Man. If Superman pretended to be Batman, he would never get past Penguin. Moreover, Plastic Man was even less suitable, as he was immune to most physical damage, and wearing the Batsuit would actually limit his own abilities. And on top of that, Plastic Man didn't have hand-to-hand fighting skills, and having him play Batman would be a disaster. Victor's disguise, on the other hand, only made Penguin think Batman had become even crazier. After a few minutes, Ryan had finally finished clearing all the toxic aerosol particles stuck to the capillaries in Nightwing's brain. Nightwing suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed violently. The atom, who flew out along with countless droplets of saliva, grew back to normal size in midair and landed on the ground while rolling. After looking at the red and white sticky mucus stuck on his body, which had also enlarged with him, Ryan awkwardly said that he needed to clean himself first. The toxins haven't completely left your body yet, but if you lie down a little longer, you should be fine. Nightwing expressed his thanks somewhat embarrassedly. Ryan waved his hand dismissively. That strange female assistant also finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took Ryan away to wash the dirt off his suit. After Ryan and the female assistant left, Victor pointed to the bat helmet on his head. Do you still need my help tomorrow night? Before Nightwing could speak, Oracle's somewhat excited voice came through first. Bruce has already woken up. I've told him about you temporarily filling in as Batman for one night, and Bruce said he wants to ask you some things tomorrow during the day. Tomorrow during the day? Victor was somewhat confused. Nightwing offered a brief explanation. To better separate Batman's identity from Bruce's identity, Bruce would sometimes purposely create situations where he and Batman appeared in the same place in front of the media. After all, Batman's cerebral hemorrhage and coma meant Bruce couldn't appear at Wayne Tower for several days either. Bruce's idea was that since Victor was already wearing the suit, he might as well help accompany him tomorrow and act out a scene of a superhero visiting a friend in front of the media. Wayne Enterprises' public relations statement is that the reason Bruce was hospitalized was that he encountered some kind of terrorist attack, possibly involving some conspiracy targeting by lunatics in Gotham City, and you, as Batman, personally came to Bruce to question him in person as part of the investigation. Oracle agreed with Nightwing's explanation. Besides, Bruce probably also wants to hear you personally talk about Mr. Thomas and Mrs. Martha. Victor looked somewhat helplessly at Nightwing, trying to turn over and get off the table. That sounds very reasonable for me to ask for some compensation for cooperating with this performance, right? After Nightwing's feet touched the ground, his steps were still somewhat unsteady. Victor casually helped support Nightwing's arm for leverage. Nightwing leaned on Victor's arm and took a few weak breaths. Wayne Enterprises won't be stingy in this regard. Afterward, the two slowly left STAR laboratory. On the way out, they once again expressed their thanks to Ryan, who was wiping his hair with a wet towel. However, the female assistant wasn't accompanying Ryan, and no one knew where she'd gone. As the three of them passed by each other, Viktor thought about it and still stopped to quietly ask Ryan a question. When did Dr. Palmer hire this assistant? Ryan froze for a moment, and a slight blush could clearly be seen on his face. This kid actually was interested in his teacher's assistant. Oh, you mean Rhonda? Ryan scratched his head. I'm not really sure either. The professor met Rhonda during one of his field research assignments. Afterward, he kept her by his side, and Rhonda herself also likes researching microscopic structures. Kept by his side. Viktor repeated in a low voice. Then why did Dr. Palmer choose to go on this field mission alone this time? Ryan shrugged his shoulders somewhat blankly. Dr. Palmer is indeed sometimes a bit strange. To frequently go on field research trips, he even recommended me to the university where he works as a professor and had me as a substitute at the university when he didn't have time. This Ray Palmer really didn't care about anything. He could even casually hand over his professor position. It was fortunate that Ryan also held a doctoral degree in the same academic field. Otherwise, there'd be no way to so perfectly take over all the burdens his hands-off teacher dumped on him. He could hand over his job, his equipment, his superhero title, even his laboratory and female assistant. The relationship between this teacher and student was really strange. Because of this strange relationship, Ray Palmer and Ryan Choi could both be called the Atom. So, regarding that, Rhonda, who seemed to have ulterior motives, Viktor couldn't figure out which Atom she was actually targeting. He could only remind Ryan. You'd better keep an eye on that Rhonda. She doesn't look like a good person. Speaking ill of someone behind her back made Ryan frown instinctively, but he chose not to react since the other person was Batman. Nightwing also looked very embarrassed, but then Viktor immediately added. I can even swear in Batman's name. I think, as the Atom, you should also be clear about what kind of place Gotham City is, and my judgment has always been accurate. Nightwing bared his teeth and glared at Viktor. Who are you to swear in Batman's name? However, Ryan took it seriously and silently nodded. There was no choice. Even a man who was well known for being serious, quiet, and not joking around was saying this, and Ryan had to take the warning to heart. 600 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@trian.com/Sothisk